In the year 1960, the cold in Xing'an Mountains, was bone-chilling. Aeons and several decades famine had people staying indoors, afraid to go out. Yet inside the ancestral hall of the Lu clan, halfway up the mountain, a crowd bustled restlessly, each with their hands tucked into oversized sleeves, pacing back and forth. Lu Yuandong, you lucky bastard. The ancestors actually chose you to head up the mountain and deal with that hazel grouse snow trap. If you make it back, you'll get 3 caddies of braised pork. Damn it, why couldn't that have been me? I'd be happy with even a bit of cornmeal porridge at this point. Tianming, did you hear that? If you can clear that snow trap on the mountain, you'll get 3 caddies of braised pork and 20 caddies of wild yams. Your family's going to be rich this new year. A smooth wooden bucket held a bundle of bamboo slips. As one fell to the ground, the name Lu Yuandong written upon it sent murmurs rippling through the crowd. The noise grated on Lu Yuandong's ears. But when he opened his eyes, what he saw made him gasp in shock. 2 vivid red pillars stood before him. Snow from the rafters drifted down with the wind. Everyone wore patched-up cotton coats, their faces flushed red from the cold, wearing thick woolen hats. This place, why does it feel so familiar? Could this really be the Lu clan ancestral hall from decades ago? But hadn't he served as a first-class master sergeant in the army? Didn't he die overseas during a mission, stepping on an enemy landmine? How is it possible that now, after closing my eyes just once, I'm back here in the past? Have I been reborn? As the thought struck him, Lu Yuandong immediately turned his gaze toward the smooth bamboo slip container on the ancestral altar. A memory stirred clear and sharp, and his eyes stung in the cold wind. In his previous life, the Xing'an Mountains suffered a rare famine in 1960. The Lu clan blamed everything on his wife, Su Baiting. A few years prior, she had married into the Lu family. She gave birth to a daughter at noon, but due to long-term physical weakness and malnutrition, she bled heavily during childbirth. Though her life was saved, she lost the ability to bear children ever again. No sons born at night, no daughters born at noon. With sons, poverty doesn't last. Without sons, wealth won't endure. Lu Yuandong's family matched both ominous sayings perfectly, and the Lu clan was notoriously patriarchal. Despite his unwavering support for his wife, the elders of the clan accused them of ruining the clan's feng shui, claiming the famine was divine punishment. His father, Lu Jiangwo, eager to become the head of the 3rd branch of the clan, conspired with the clan leader to stage a fake lottery. They tricked Lu Yuandong into going up the mountain under the pretense of hunting hazel grouse, then drove Su Baiting and their daughter away from mountains. In the harsh famine, they didn't survive for long. During his attempt to escape, Lu Yuandong fell into a snowy ravine and broke both legs. Fortunately, he was rescued by passing soldiers and taken back to base. When his leg healed months later, he rushed home only to learn the truth. Grief-stricken over losing his wife and child, he angrily cut all ties with his parents, smashed the ancestral hall to pieces, and returned to the military. When he died in an explosion during a mission, the pain still lingered in his heart. Lu Yuandong, what are you standing around for? Go thank the clan leader already. Standing there like a dumbass, always messing things up. An impatient voice rang out his own father, Lu Jiangwo. Lu Yuandong looked up, that rough face, those swollen cheeks, and the yellowish front teeth exposed. If it weren't for you chasing that stupid position of 3rd branch head, would I have been betrayed by the entire clan? Would Baiting and our child have died? A father is supposed to be half a sky to his son, but this man destroyed my entire life. Am I really going to live through this again? Lu Yuandong clenched his fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them. He leaned against the crumbling wall, not even bothering to glance at the man beside him. Shut up. If going up the mountain is such a great honor, why don't you go? I'm not about to let myself be sold while counting the coins for my own betrayal. Get out of my way. Though rage boiled within him for his past life, he quickly suppressed it. Had no time to waste on this fool. His wife and daughter were waiting for him at home. Wait, what did he just say? Betrayed and still count the money? Does this kid suspect something? But regardless, how dare he defy the will of the ancestors? Everyone in the Lu clan knew the bamboo slips drawn from the ancestral container were the decree of the old ancestors. To disobey meant defying fate itself. Those who dared resist could suffer divine retribution. And worse, if someone showed disrespect to the ancestors, they would not only be exiled from the clan territory, but also removed from the Lu family genealogy, becoming a rootless wanderer with no lineage or identity. Lu Jiangwo's face darkened instantly. If he couldn't even control his own son in the ancestral hall, how could he expect others to obey him as 3rd branch head? He grabbed Lu Yuandong's shoulder and snarled. Listen to me, you ungrateful brat. Don't move. You've always been obedient, but now you're acting like some arrogant fool in the ancestral hall. If you refuse the ancestors' decree and don't go up the mountain, I'll disown you myself. Fine, disown me. I never wanted to stay in this clan anyway. My entire family is leaving the Lu clan. Leaving? What? Leaving the Lu clan? This means becoming rootless. In these mountains where clan loyalty ran deep, how many dared make such a choice? Lu Yuandong's calm words stunned everyone present. They seemed to forget the freezing cold entirely, staring at him in disbelief. Without another word, Lu Yuandong sneered and strode out of the ancestral hall. This Lu Yuandong must have eaten gunpowder or gone mad. Defying the ancestors' decision in the hall, it's asking for divine punishment. I say we should have struck him off the clan records long ago. His wife brought bad luck to our clan. Otherwise, how could we have this once-in-a-lifetime drought? Youthful arrogance always comes with consequences. Enjoy your moment of boldness. Now just wait until regret sets in. Look at you, Lu Jiangwo. Your own son dares talk to you like that. Murmurs and provocations filled the ancestral hall. Lu Jiangwo's face turned pitch black. All eyes were on him, sweat breaking out along his back. Unable to contain himself any longer, he took a step forward to grab Lu Yuandong back when a voice from the middle of the crowd stopped him cold. Jiangwo, let him go. Spoken words are like spilled water. From this day forth, the Lu clan officially expels Lu Yuandong from its genealogy forever. The ancestors bear witness no turning back. As for the position of third branch leader, I hereby appoint Lu Jiangwo. Report to the ancestral hall tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to swear before the ancestors and take office. And starting today, we shall pray to the ancestors for blessings to reverse the ill fortune brought by Lu Yuandong. The speaker was none other than Lu Jianwu, the clan leader, his beard completely white, a woolen hat perched oddly atop his head. Lu Jiangwo's face changed dramatically. Forgetting everything that had just happened, he dropped to his knees in the center of the hall. The others fell silent too. After all, not just anyone could become a branch leader. Outside the ancestral hall, the village of Pan Mountain was harsh. Its rocky soil yielded little grain. Due to feng shui concerns, the ancestral hall had been built halfway up the mountain. On a snowy day like this, the path down was treacherous. Lu Yuandong's mind was already miles away back at his home at the foot of the mountain. This time, he would not let Su Baiting leave him again. More importantly, because of the family's mistreatment, both she and the child had already gone days without proper food. In this region of the Lu Pan Mountains, wildlife was plentiful. Now that he had left the Lu clan, he had also cut off the supply of food rations from the clan. He would have to rely on the mountain for survival for his wife and daughter's sake. With that thought, Lu Yuandong didn't rush down the mountain. Instead, he bent down at the temple gate, picked up a piece of scrap metal buried in the snow, stuffed it into his pocket, and headed deeper into the mountains. Chapter 2. The significance of a man's struggle in the distant mountains of Lu Pan. The secluded depths have become a coveted spot for hunting teams. Though the harsh winter has driven most wildlife into hibernation, a few stragglers still roam about. As for the bears nestled in their snow caves, one man is hardly capable of confronting them alone, so he sets aside thoughts of the bear den for the time being and devises a plan. Lu Yuandong's footsteps crunched through the snow, the sound echoing in the serene woods. Snowflakes cascaded from the birch trees above, and after a moment of contemplation, he picked up some birch leaves from the ground. The leaves curled slightly as he brought them to his lips and blew gently, producing a deep, resonant sound that reverberated throughout the forest. For nearly 3 minutes, Lu Yuandong continued this call until he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. He quickly leaned against a birch tree and scanned the surroundings. In the valley below, a small stream still flowed, and a dark brown silhouette emerged into view. Its large frame and irregularly curved antlers suggested a moose. It appeared that his calls had indeed drawn the creature closer. As winter moose are particularly active during dawn and dusk, they are highly sensitive to the calls of their companions. Lu Yuandong's imitation of the moose call had proven effective. His spirits lifted as he observed the young moose, which, despite its youth, weighed at least 200 pounds. Capturing it could ensure a bountiful year ahead. With no immediate concern on how to catch it, Lu Yuandong surveyed the area and tied several pliable vines around his waist. He then plucked a handful of green grass from the ground and approached the moose. With a splash, Lu Yuandong halted about 10 meters from the moose and tossed the grass forward. This was no ordinary grass. It was salicornia. Moose have a particular affinity for saline plants. As their bodies crave salt after long foraging trips, and Salicornia was the perfect bait. Indeed, the moose sniffed at the Salicornia and immediately lowered its head to lick at it. The moment had arrived. Lu Yuandong threw the vines toward the trunks of 2 nearby birch trees, securing them with 2 tight knots, creating a barrier between the trees. With a burst of energy, Lu Yuandong charged toward the moose, which, though quick to react, sprinted directly between the trees. With a thud, the moose's neck was ensnared by the vines, and it fell onto its back. The trap had worked. Despite the moose's agility, its vision was not exceptional, and its reactions were slowed by the snow. This was precisely what Lu Yuandong had anticipated. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, drawing a sharp blade from his side and aiming it at the creature's neck. With a swift motion, he plunged the blade down. A piercing sound echoed through the air, accompanied by a stream of blood flowing from the creature's neck. Yet the moose continued to struggle. Lu Yuandong gripped the antlers with unwavering strength as the blade plunged again toward its throat. After a minute had passed, the majestic moose lay still, its body limp and devoid of energy. Only then did Lu Yuandong release his grasp on the antlers, allowing himself to collapse atop the moose. Gasping for breath, hunting at such high altitudes was undeniably exhausting, and added to that was the gnawing emptiness in his stomach. Prolonged rest in these mountains would inevitably lead to a loss of body heat, so Lu Yuandong wasted no time. After hastily processing the moose, he gathered several branches nearby and bound them together with vines. Drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired from seasoned hunters in his past life, he adeptly fashioned a simple wooden sled for transport. Once everything was prepared, he picked up the surrounding foliage, placing it atop a nearby stone before urinating on it. As the moose was a social creature, its absence would surely attract the attention of other moose searching for it. The combination of urine and foliage would ensure they lingered here for some time, facilitating a potential second hunt. With his body temperature dropping post-relief, Lu Yuandong hastened his descent. The daylight gradually waned, and the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his path. What typically took an hour was now accomplished in half that time as he reached the foot of the mountain. Guided by memories from his previous life, Lu Yuandong made his way home, navigating a series of turns until a courtyard appeared before him. The surrounding fence lay cloaked in snow, the moonlight glinting off the icy eaves, while a biting wind chilled him to the bone. The wooden door of the house swung wide open, unleashing a cacophony of voices. "You, gluttonous wretch, how dare you ask me for food? You can't even bear a child. Begone, both of you are a burden. Mother, Tianming said this morning he would find a way to get food. Look at Nini, she's too weak from hunger to even cry. Please, let her have a little until Tianming returns. Finding food? He might not even come back. Besides, this famine in Lupan Mountain is your family's doing. It's your own fault if you starve." After a string of harsh words, a woman emerged from the courtyard, cradling a child in her arms. The familiar figure was none other than Su Baiting. The moment Lu Yuandong laid eyes on her, his vision blurred with emotion, his heart swelling with bittersweet feelings. In his previous life, he could hardly fathom that his mother would utter such callous words, denying her own grandchild food. Was this the depths to which humanity could sink in the face of hunger? Ho Shuan also stepped out from the house, her floral cotton coat appearing warm against the cold. Brandishing a rolling pin, she scowled fiercely, "Get out of Pan Mountain Village with your belongings. The Lu family has no room for you." Ho Shuan was well aware of Lu Yuandong's intention behind his words about going out to find food. Today, as long as she could drive Su Baiting out of the village, her task would be accomplished. Whether Lu Yuandong could return was still uncertain. However, Su Baiting could not possibly leave Panshan Village. As a woman alone with her child, venturing out would surely lead to dire consequences. She could only place her hopes on her mother-in-law before her. "Mother, I beg you. Baiting, do not kneel. We shall not plead with him." At that moment, a familiar voice reached her ears, and Su Baiting immediately turned to see Lu Yuandong, who had just returned. Lu Yuandong has come back. Didn't he say he was going up the mountain to pry the snow pit? Even if this lad is fortunate, he couldn't possibly return so soon. Ho Shuan gazed at him in astonishment, her grip on the rolling pin loosening slightly. Lu Yuandong stepped forward and pulled Su Baiting up, his heart aching at the sight of her flushed cheeks beneath her disheveled hair and the crying child in her arms. "Baiting, I have returned late. No one shall separate our family again." His words, choked with emotion, touched Su Baiting, her eyes brimming with tears. "Tianming, do you want to plead with our mother again? Nini is already starving." A pang of dread struck Lu Yuandong. Su Baiting had not eaten properly for 3 days, Yet she was still concerned for their child, even lowering herself to plead before her mother-in-law. I have severed ties with my family today. I have withdrawn from the Liu family ancestral hall. I will resolve the issue of food. If I continue to exist under the Liu family's name, I might as well be stabbed and remain oblivious. After speaking, Liu Yuandong's gaze pierced through Ho Shuwan like a sharp blade, and he took Su Baiting by the hand, leading her out of the courtyard. Ho Shujuan's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that Liu Yuandong would not come to plead with her, but would instead sever their relationship. Fine, you unfilial son. I do not believe you can survive without food in the Lupan Mountains. If you make it through this year, I, Ho Shuwan, will not be human. Her voice echoed throughout the courtyard as Liu Yuandong had already taken Su Baiting out, grasping the suggested wooden lever and heading toward the back of the village. There is a yellow mud house behind the village that my grandfather secretly left for me. We shall live there from now on. As Liu Yuandong spoke while walking, Su Baiting was too preoccupied to pay attention, her eyes fixated on the wooden lever. Is this an elk? Where did it come from? Liu Yuandong had actually hunted an entire elk? Seeing her astonishment, he smiled, perhaps understanding for the first time the significance of a man's struggle and perseverance. Chapter 3. Is this deer leg sufficient? In the village of Pan Mountain, the homes were devoid of light. The kerosene lamps had long extinguished. After all, retiring early spared them from the pangs of hunger. Liu Yuandong and his family trudged through the heavy snow, while the child gradually succumbed to slumber. After a quarter of an hour, the group arrived at the door of a yellow earthen house, its dilapidation somewhat masked by the thick layer of snow. Liu Yuandong gently pushed open the drafty wooden door and stepped inside. Under the moonlight, the earthen walls revealed their uneven surfaces, and a damp, musty odor permeated the air. The central earthen bed was strewn with ashes, and cobwebs faintly adorned the corners. As Liu Yuandong wiped the dust from a wooden chair, he gestured for Su Baiting to sit down. Baiting, I apologize for the inconvenience, but please stay here tonight. I will tend to the deer meat in the east room to ensure you and our daughter have something to eat. Is it truly the bad fortune of the two of us that has caused the rift between you and your family? Su Baiting pondered aloud, her face etched with distress. If I had given birth to a son, perhaps this family would not have fallen to such disarray. Ultimately, I must bear the blame for holding you back. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yuandong felt a pang of sorrow and wrapped his arms around Su Baiting. Baiting, neither you nor our child is at fault. Whether a boy or a girl, our child is still my offspring, and you shall forever remain my beloved wife. As the saying goes, men fear marrying the wrong woman, while women dread choosing the wrong man. Su Baiting's unwavering conviction lay in knowing she had not misjudged Liu Yuandong, no matter the circumstances. He would always stand by her side. This steadfastness was Liu Yuandong's greatest source of strength. After offering a few words of comfort, Liu Yuandong made his way to the east room, which had once served as a cooking area, though abandoned for many years. It still housed a large iron pot and scattered pieces of firewood on the ground. That will suffice. Without hesitation, Liu Yuandong lifted the heavy iron pot and set to work. He rinsed it with snow melt, chopped the deer meat, ignited the fire, and used the remnants of seaweed in his pocket to impart a hint of saltiness. After nearly half an hour, the east room was filled with rising steam, and the savory aroma of cooking meat wafted throughout the courtyard. Liu Yuandong carried the iron pot back into the house, where the previously disordered space appeared somewhat tidier. Su Baiting rolled up her sleeves, clutching a rag, while Liu Yuandong held the pot, and they exchanged a knowing smile. The deer meat was tender, and as the warm broth filled their bodies, they felt a comforting warmth. The child awakened and sampled a few bites, licking her lips in delight at the delectable flavors. That night, they nestled on the warmer earthen bed, wrapped in a blanket, gradually drifting off to sleep. Liu Yuandong gazed at his wife and daughter with a beaming smile, realizing that the life he had longed for in his past existence was simply to have a loving family by his side. The following morning, as dawn broke with a hazy gloom, Liu Yuandong ventured outside to gather firewood, enough to keep the earthen bed warm until late morning. He also reheated the deer meat over a gentle flame, ensuring that Su Baiting would not awaken to an empty stomach. Liu Yuandong swiftly completed his tasks, grasping an iron knife as he wrapped himself tightly in his cotton coat and took hold of 2 deer legs, making his way towards the Lupan Mountain commune. Although the presence of venison alleviated his hunger, their household was in dire need of various supplies. The children were still young, and Su Baiting required adequate nutrition. Presenting these 2 deer legs at the supply cooperative would indeed grant him considerable leverage. Lu Yuandong's figure gradually faded into the swirling snow, while in the distance, 2 individuals stood beside a mud house, furrowing their brows in concern. Indeed, I wondered how our village could smell of deer meat yesterday. It turns out this rascal managed to procure it. Who knows? Our family hasn't had meat in nearly a month, and the hunting team has been lethargic. Forget venison. We haven't even seen a bird. By the way, do you remember that the hunting team from the second house mentioned setting traps for moose in the mountains a few days ago? What if Lu Yuandong took advantage of those traps? The speakers were none other than Lu Yuandong's elder brother, Lu Yuanliang, and his wife, Wu Xiaohua. Lu Yuanliang, an uneducated man, married this woman from another village before he turned 20, despite her attempts to navigate the complexities of family dynamics. Lu Yuanliang remained obedient to her every word. Upon hearing this, he had no time to contemplate other matters. He spat on the ground and hurried towards the second house. Meanwhile, Lu Yuandong trudged through the snow for half an hour until he reached the commune's center. The supply cooperative, situated at a crossroads, was a 2-story brick structure adorned with several striking red slogans, with a horse-drawn cart parked at the entrance. Ah, isn't that Lu Yuandong, the second son of the Lu family? Here to scrounge for some tobacco scraps again? Don't cause a ruckus as I just opened the door, grumbled the old man at the cooperative, exhaling a cloud of smoke and irritation. Had it been in the past, Lu Yuandong might have engaged in a verbal spar with the old man. However, he was not in the mood for idle banter. Give me some milk flour, a pound of white sugar, 2 cotton quilts, a complete set of pots and pans, and a few yards of good fabric, none of that inferior quality, Lu Yuandong announced, surveying the surroundings. What on earth? So many items? How could he afford such luxury? The old man questioned incredulously. Ration coupons for fabric and grain might be commonplace, but in these famine-stricken times, who could be so extravagant? The old man knocked his pipe against his shoe and, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Listen, lad. It's not that I'm talking down to you. You're in the wrong place if you're looking for handouts. We don't owe anyone anything in this time." Who said anything about owing? Are these deer legs not enough? Lu Yuandong retorted, placing the snow-covered deer legs on the counter, revealing the vivid red meat beneath. What? Deer legs? Where did you steal these from? The old man exclaimed, taken aback. The hunting team hadn't collected any game in nearly half a month. Yet Lu Yuandong had the audacity to present this? The old man examined the deer legs closely, lowering his gaze as he asked, "Boy, did you acquire these through legitimate means? You want to trade? There are plenty of folks seeking deer legs these days. I'm not in need of just one." Lu Yuandong, lacking the patience for further delay, replied sternly, "Trade. Trade. Trade. Why has your temper flared up, my child? I will fetch it for you immediately. Furthermore, you have procured the prestigious De Guangrong brand. Indeed, it seems your fortunes have taken a turn for the better." A few minutes later, the old man laid out all the items that Lu Yuandong had instructed on the counter, including a pack of the white De Guangrong cigarettes. These cigarettes were not for Lu Yuandong's personal enjoyment. Rather, in these times of scarcity, while sustenance was paramount, the nuances of human relationships were equally significant. One inevitably found oneself needing a token such as cigarettes to bridge certain gaps. Just as Lu Yuandong was about to accept the De Guangrong cigarettes from the old man's hand, a shadow loomed beside him, snatching the cigarettes away. Lu Yuandong, even the captain of the commune cannot afford De Guangrong, and yet you indulge? You exchanged collective venison for personal gain. You must accompany us back to the brigade. What? Exchanging collective venison for personal gain? I risked my life to procure that venison. How can it be deemed collective? Lu Yuandong instinctively furrowed his brow and turned to face the intruder, who was none other than Lu Jiashu's second branch head, Lu Eru. Chapter 4. Excessive smoking leads to coughing. The true name of Lu Eru remains a mystery to all, but villagers speak of a tale in which he single-handedly vanquished 2 tigers, earning him the favor of the clan leader and the title of head of the second household. Although Lu Eru is renowned for his hunting prowess, his ascension to leadership has rendered him increasingly tyrannical, surrounded by a cadre of sycophants who orbit around him. "Ah, you little rascal, Lu Yuandong. Have you lost your mind to confront me over the communal deer meat? If the commune holds me accountable, I won't spare you." The old man, upon hearing these words, dropped his pipe with a clatter, his eyes wide with fury as he pointed at Lu Mingdong. In these times, the militia of the commune is well armed, and stealing communal grain is a crime punishable by death, even tenfold. Lu Eru then exchanged glances with 2 young men behind him, who swiftly advanced to subdue Lu Yuandong. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a gleaming iron knife reflected the light, plunging directly into the sturdy leg of the deer. Lu Er's brow furrowed, and he gestured for his men to halt. What is the meaning of this? Do you, Lu Yuandong, seek to defy me? Do you think I am easily intimidated? I shall witness how the head of the second household of the Lu clan is slandered and wronged in broad daylight. Have the heavens turned upside down on Lupan Mountain? Pray tell, what constitutes the theft of communal assets? This elk was hunted by my own hand in the back mountains. Could it be considered communal property? Lu Yuandong withdrew the iron knife, brandishing it across his chest, while the others paused, realizing that risking their lives over a petty quarrel was unwise. You hunted this in the back mountains? This contradicted what Lu Erlang had reported. Wasn't it a matter of taking advantage of the traps? At this moment, Lu Eru remained silent as his young companions puffed out their chests, scoffing. With your physique, you think you could hunt in the back mountains? If you hadn't exploited our traps, would this deer leg ever have come into your possession? Indeed, you, a harbinger of bad luck, wouldn't even dare approach a hazel grouse's nest, let alone tackle an elk barehanded. Everyone can boast, but it serves you right to confess at the commune. Who knows? We might just say a few good words to spare you from a bullet. Their taunts attracted quite a crowd, and the entire supply and marketing cooperative was encircled by onlookers. Such a scene would have terrified most, yet Lu Yuandong remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he reclaimed the glorious trophy that Lu Eru had attempted to seize, igniting a match and leisurely exhaling a plume of smoke. Traps, you say? The traps on Lupin Mountain are constructed of iron with 12 teeth, ranging from 15 to 30 centimeters in diameter. To ensnare prey, they must ensnare the animal's foot. Yet there are no marks of your traps on these deer legs. You wish to report to the commune? I shall see if the traps for the second household's hunting team have been properly arranged this year, while the members of the second household languish in hunger. While your hunting team feasts on the resources. Dear Elder Lu Eru, I respectfully address you as such. Today marks the auspicious occasion of worshipping our ancestors. I am uncertain from whom you have heard these rumors that have led you to confront me. If you still wish to engage in a standoff, I have ample time at my disposal and fear not the matter at hand. Each word spoken by Lu Yuandong struck against the face of his adversary with precision. As Lu Eru observed Lu Yuandong's demeanor, he could not help but feel his own imposing presence wane, bewildered by this individual's formidable aura that had emerged since yesterday. Furthermore, Lu Yuandong's assertions held merit. The two deer legs bore only the marks of a thigh being severed, with no injuries on the hooves. At that moment, the elderly man from the supply and marketing cooperative picked up his pipe, seizing the opportunity to take a few deep puffs while scrutinizing the deer legs back and forth. The surrounding crowd, including several members of the second household, began to murmur amongst themselves. Lu Eru's composure faltered, especially with the ancestral worship time drawing near. He turned away with a fierce demeanor, exclaiming, "Isn't the hunting team your responsibility? Have the traps been set or not? Ah, esteemed elder. In these past few days, the cold at Lupin Mountain has been unbearable, and my companions and I have been struggling to find sustenance. So, get to the point. And no, the traps have not been set." Upon hearing these words, the crowd ignited with indignation. After all, the villagers could only anticipate meat from the hunting team's efforts, and though it was understood that hunting was arduous, it seemed unreasonable to assign blame. Who would have thought they were merely lounging at home each day? What purpose does the hunting team serve then? Damn it, what was that young man saying? No traps set? No wonder the second household's fortunes have dwindled year after year. It appears they are merely sustaining a bunch of idlers. The head of the second household must provide an explanation. My children are nearly starving, and we demand accountability. Is it merely envy over Lu Yuandong's deer legs? It seems the head of your household is no better than the rest, reduced to a petty squabble with those beneath you. The crowd's ire was directed squarely at Lu Eru and his companions. Lu Eru silently cursed himself for heeding Lu Mingliang's words, only to find himself in this humiliating predicament. Why did you not speak up earlier? From this day forth, you two are expelled from the hunting team. As Lu Eru's words fell, he cast a glance around at the assembled crowd, then tightened his mink coat and strode towards the exit. The two young men behind him dared not linger, hastily following in a bid for clemency. After all, the hunting team members annually share a substantial portion of the catch, and should they be expelled, their parents would surely scold them mercilessly. As the two rushed outside, ready to plead, Lu Eru abruptly turned back for the next few days. Keep a close watch on that Lu Yuandong. This feud is now established. Even though he has withdrawn from the third household, this matter will be directed at them. The two, bewildered, nodded in agreement, puzzled by Lu Eru's sinister intentions. Meanwhile, the people in the supply and marketing cooperative began to disperse. And Lu Yuandong had no time to waste. He gathered the items prepared on the counter into his arms and made his way outside. Yuandong, have you considered exchanging that deer leg for something else? Remember to think of me in times of fortune, the old man bellowed. His tone a stark contrast to the sharp interrogation he had directed at Lu Yuandong moments prior. Lu Yuandong merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The deer leg had its own value. Now that the path to hunt in the mountains had been cleared, relying solely on his iron knife was utterly insufficient. A hunting rifle, that was the true sovereign of the hunt. In Lepantian village, while there were numerous single-barrel shotguns and bird guns, the fleeting nature of hunting opportunities rendered the slow reloading of such weapons potentially fatal. Only one family in the entire village possessed a double-barreled shotgun, and that belonged to the notorious Wang Xiaozi, the village's confirmed bachelor. Once, Wang Xiaozi had roamed the hunting grounds of Lepantian with his double-barreled shotgun, but, as fate would have it, he was injured by a bear and had since remained at home. Old Wang, Lu Yuandong called as he approached the entrance of the man's yard. Inside, Wang Xiaozi leaned on a wooden cane. Who is calling for me? It's me, Yuandong. You rascal. It's been ages since you last visited. I've run out of tobacco. Wang Xiaozi exclaimed, swinging open the wooden door. Uncle, smoking too much will make you cough. You should try this. Oh, you've brought out the big glory? Have you struck it rich? Or do you need something from me? Wang Xiaozi, now in his 60s, was well aware of Lu Yuandong's intentions. On ordinary days, Lu Yuandong would share his tobacco with the old man, and Wang Xiaozi readily accepted it. Uncle, I'll get straight to the point. I wish to borrow your double-barreled shotgun. Ah, that shotgun is my lifeline. Many have asked for it, and I've never lent it out. I'll return it after a short while. I'll give you this entire deer leg in exchange. A deer leg? It's a deal. I'll even throw in a small pack of bullets. Just be sure to use them sparingly. Wang Xiaozi, having little food stored for the winter and no time to hunt, realized that the deer leg would sustain him for quite a while. Their transaction was both simple and swift. The pack of Big Glory was left at Wang Xiaozi's home. Now armed with a hunting rifle and provisions, Lu Yuandong made his way homeward. After a considerable distance, Lu Yuandong finally arrived at the alleyway leading to his mud brick home. From afar, he could see a crowd gathered at his doorstep, with none other than Ho Shuwan, the woman who had sent him away the previous day, at the forefront. Behind her, Lu Yuliang carried a large iron pot, steam rising towards his face. Wasn't he that the deer meat soup he had prepared for Song Baishue and the children? Chapter 5, Afraid to Shoot? Confronted by a family that devours without remorse, Lu Yuandong was instantly engulfed in rage. Did they truly believe him to be a sickly cat simply because he refrained from showing his claws? Previously, he might have felt powerless against such a multitude, as the odds were heavily stacked against him. Even if he were to emerge victorious, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. He was the sole support of his wife and children. Should he sustain any injuries, they would face a fate as grim as in his past life, perishing in the frigid wilderness. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. He possessed strategies to confront them. Before approaching Lu Yuanliang and the others, Lu Yuandong set down the items on the sled. Without hesitation, he raised his hunting rifle, the ominous black barrel aimed directly at Lu Yuanliang, who was clutching a large iron pot. Put it down. Upon hearing the command, Lu Yuanliang halted, turning to face Lu Yuandong. Rather than feeling fear, a chuckle escaped him. What are you doing? Who are you trying to intimidate with that old gun? If you truly have the guts, go ahead and shoot me. Look, this ungrateful wretch has not only severed ties with the Lu family, but now he refuses to acknowledge his own parents, all while aiming a rifle at his elder brother. At that moment, Ho Shuan, who had been rummaging for deer meat in the yard, stepped outside. Spotting Lu Yuandong pointing the rifle at her eldest son from several meters away, she sank to the ground, entering a state of indignation. Heavens, please take this unfilial son from us. This heartless wretch. No wonder he wishes to sever ties with us. It appears he has resorted to underhanded methods to acquire deer meat, fearing he might have to share with us. Fellow villagers, is there such malice in the world? If he treats his own mother this way, how could he possibly be kind to others? Socialism espouses equality for all, yet this scoundrel chooses the path of capitalism. Is there truly no one to intervene? Lu Yuandong paid no heed to Ho Shujuan's lamentations. His unwavering gaze remained fixed on the steaming iron pot in Lu Yuanliang's possession. I will count to 3. You will place that pot back where you obtained it. If even a drop spills, I assure you, today you will be carried away from here. Though his voice was low, it resonated with authority. The onlookers began to stir, urging him on. Come on, shoot. It's been ages since our village has had a feast. If you shoot your brother, we'll all get a hearty meal. Tianming, you truly lack integrity. You caught a majestic moose. Surely you should share a portion with your mother? Lu Yuandong remained fixated on Lu Yuanliang. He understood that this moose was a prize he had risked his life to capture. Should Lu Yuanliang take any of it, his wife and children would suffer from diminished rations. In his previous life, he might have shown mercy, but in this life, he would not extend kindness to those who would devour him whole without a second thought. Lu Yuandong opened his mouth, uttering a 3-character exclamation. Lu Yuanliang, under Lu Yuandong's piercing gaze, felt an unsettling turmoil within. The ferocious expression on Lu Yuandong's face truly instilled fear of a gunshot. This type of shotgun could easily claim a life, whether it be his or that of a bear. While Lu Yuanliang's mind raced, weighing the decision to either seize the pot of venison or to comply, unexpectedly, Lu Jiangwo emerged from the yard, shouldering a deer leg. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, a dark expression enveloped Lu Jiangwo's face. Clenching his fists, he strode purposefully towards Lu Yuandong, questioning his intentions. Did he intend to rebel against the heavens? If you have the audacity to shoot, go ahead and take my life right here. You wretched scoundrel, have you not realized you are already rootless? Do you truly intend to turn against your own father? Before Lu Jiangwo could finish, Lu Yuandong bellowed a 2-character retort. Observing the fierce expression on Lu Yuandong's face, Lu Jiangwo's heart quivered, causing him to slow his steps. 3, 2, 1, I'll shout it for you. Come on, aim here and fire, Lu Jiangwo declared, pointing to his forehead with his free hand. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Lu Yuanliang's brow. He inhaled sharply, wetting his parched lips, and whispered to Ho Shuwan, Mother, this madman Wu Ti actually pulled the trigger, would he? Initially, Ho Shuwan was confident that Lu Yuandong would not shoot, but witnessing his expression now left her uncertain. Eldest, perhaps you should set it down for now. Lu Yuanyang licked his dry lips, glancing at the delicious venison stew, swallowing hard as he thought, had he known it would come to this. He should have snatched a piece of meat to relish earlier. Now, it seemed he might be forced to return it without having tasted even a morsel. Just as he hesitated to relinquish the pot, Lu Yuandong shouted a single character. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud. The onlookers in the village momentarily froze before hastily fleeing in all directions. Lu Yuanliang felt a jolt in his heart. His hands trembled, causing the heavy iron pot to crash to the ground, spilling the venison and broth onto the snowy ground. The deer leg on Lu Jiangwo's shoulder fell, landing squarely on his foot. The weighty limb, frozen solid in the winter chill, felt akin to a stone striking his instep. A sharp pain elicited a cry from Lu Jiangwo. Ho Shuwan stood in stunned silence, her mouth agape as she stared at Lu Yuandong. Once she regained her senses, she scrambled to her feet and rushed to Lu Jiangwo's side. Father, are you all right? Where did it hit you? Oh heavens! How could this heartless wretch shoot at his own father? Lu Yuandong's forehead was lined with tension as he readied the shotgun once more. Get lost. Lu Yuanyang dared not utter another word. Moments ago, he distinctly heard a bullet whizzing past his ear, producing a sharp whoosh, even sensing the air stirred by its passage brushing against his hair. Now, if he dared to engage in discourse with Lu Yuandong, it was entirely possible that, in the next heartbeat, Lu would indeed aim at his head and pull the trigger. Yet, as he contemplated fleeing, he discovered his legs had turned as weak as noodles freshly pulled from boiling water. The instant he attempted to move, his body succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Almost immediately, he felt a warmth between his legs, accompanied by the acrid stench of urine emanating from him, invading his nostrils. Please, do not shoot. Do not shoot. Chapter 6. The Essence of Existence. Fear. How could one not be afraid? Bullets are indiscriminate. Moreover, they are aware that Lu Yuandong, though not an official member of the hunting team, is renowned as a sharpshooter. As Lu Yuanyang wet his pants, Lu Jiangwo felt his legs trembling. The massive legs of the moose lay before him, yet he lacked the courage to pick them up again. The villagers who had initially fled, upon hearing the gunfire, believed someone had perished. Hiding away, they were startled by Ho Shuchuan's cries. The concealed villagers cautiously peeked out from their hiding spots. Lu Yuandong's expression remained stoic as he advanced steadily, shotgun in hand, toward his adversary. Upon reaching Lu Jiangwo, he halted, but before he could utter a word, Lu Jiangwo stammered, trembling, "What are you doing? Do you dare to shoot at me? I am your father, you wretched boy." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuandong pressed the barrel of the gun against Lu Jiangwo's forehead. Prior to his arrival in this world, he had come to the realization that he was no longer Lu Jiangwo's son, nor a member of the Lu family. He had no obligation to engage in futile dialogue with these ravenous individuals. With the gun aimed at his forehead, Lu Jiangwo fell silent, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Lu Yuandong, opening his mouth yet unable to utter a single coherent word. Observing the scene, Ho Shuan raised her voice, exclaiming, "Everyone, come quickly. This wretched boy truly intends to shoot his own father. Is there no one who will intervene?" "Oh, heavens, why?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yuandong merely shifted the gun slightly, positioning it beside her ear, and without a second thought, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed past her ear, producing a deafening sound that left Ho Shujuan's mind ringing. The villagers looked on in astonishment, particularly the young men who had contemplated taking advantage of the chaos. Witnessing Lu Yuandong's audacity to aim a gun at his own parents, they lost any courage to approach further. In such a circumstance, if they dared to draw closer, they might find themselves as the next target. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyang, seeing Lu Yuandong's gaze fixate upon him once more, hastily scrambled to his feet. Ignoring the biting cold, he placed his hands on the snowy ground and repeatedly bowed to Lu Yuandong. Initially, he had intended to flee, but his legs felt as though they had detached from his brain's control. Despite his efforts, they remained too weak to support him. In a desperate bid for survival, Lu Yuanliang resorted to the most profound gesture of respect, hoping for Lu Yuandong's forgiveness. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yuandong was no fool. Although the village was still under the patriarch's authority, this was no longer the old society. The commune upheld the law. Unjustly taking a life would undoubtedly attract scrutiny, regardless of the patriarch's stance. If things go awry, it seems he will soon find himself in peril once again after merely a few days in this new life. Hence, when he fired his weapon, he deliberately refrained from aiming at the adversary's head. Given his marksmanship, it was entirely plausible that with just one bullet, he could take down two individuals, Lu Yuanliang and Lu Jiangwo. Heed my words carefully. I made my stance abundantly clear in the ancestral hall yesterday. From this moment forth, I am no longer a member of the Lu family, nor your brother, and my life or death is of no concern to you. Likewise, your fates hold no significance for me. Should you choose to treat me as you did before, peddling tales that my wife has ruined the feng shui of our land, let it be known, if my family cannot survive, neither shall you find peace. Furthermore, if anyone wishes to challenge me to a duel, I stand ready. Lu Yuandong's declaration was not merely directed at Lu Jiangwo and Lu Yuanliang. It was intended for all those present. He understood that to improve his family's circumstances, he must rely solely on hunting, as they resided in a hunting zone with scant farmland. Foodstuffs such as flour and meat were traded for the game they procured. Now that he had severed ties with the collective, opting to go it alone, he could directly bring his catches to the supply cooperative in exchange for flour and other necessities. In this uncertain era, the leaders at the cooperative were indifferent to whether one was part of a collective or a lone wolf. Their primary concern was the ability to procure game. In these times, nothing surpassed the importance of filling one's belly. Unexpectedly, Ho Shuan, coming back to her senses, rubbed her buzzing ears and turned to glance at the old house where Lu Yuandong resided, exclaiming loudly, "Lu Yuandong, that house belongs to our family as well. Since you wish to sever ties, then you should vacate this property." This mention of the house gnawed at Lu Yuandong's very core. He recalled how, years ago, when Lu Jiangwo, that spineless man, married Ho Shuan, his grandfather was still able to labor in the fields, and the family lived together in relative harmony. However, half a year later, when his grandfather suffered a leg fracture while on the mountain and required care, Ho Shuan audaciously insisted on expelling him. Fortunately, his grandfather had some standing in the village, and a few elders helped construct these earthen houses to shield him from the elements after he left the Lu family. Yet, within 6 months of their completion, his grandfather passed away. What was even more infuriating was that after his grandfather's death, neither Lu Jiangwo nor his uncles were willing to organize the funeral. Ultimately, it fell upon Lu Yuandong, tears in his eyes, to kneel before each household in the village, gathering some funds to purchase a mat for his grandfather's burial. Memories of the past surged forth, and Lu Yuandong gripped his hunting rifle tightly. Fixating his gaze on Ho Shuan, and declared with resolute intensity, "Ho Shuan, how dare you speak of the house? I ask you, when you were renovating this house, did you and Lu Jiangwo merely shovel a handful of soil or cut a bundle of grass? You have committed the most shameless acts. And now you dare to claim this house is your own? If not for this matter, I could still suppress my fury. But speaking of this house truly makes me wish to end you right here, compelling you to seek this property from my grandfather." In order to prevent Lu Yuandong from succumbing to his uncontrollable rage and accidentally taking his own life, Lu Jiangwo felt a shiver of apprehension upon witnessing Ho Shuan. This madwoman, still intending to reason with Lu Yuandong. Chapter 7. Times are tough. Lu Jiangwo rose abruptly, without uttering a word, and struck Ho Shuan across the face. "You madwoman! This house was bequeathed to Xiao Dong by our father. What nonsense are you spouting here? Come on, help me walk." At this moment, Lu Yuanliang finally regained his composure. After gradually recovering a modicum of strength, he hurriedly stood up and addressed Lu Yuandong. "Well, didn't you tell me to scram? I'm leaving now." Disregarding Lu Jiangwo and Ho Shuan, Lu Yuanliang swiftly vanished into the frigid wilderness. Ho Shuan turned her head to glance at her eldest son, who had sprinted dozens of meters away. A flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes as she scolded, "You little brat, can't you at least hold on to your father and me?" With newfound clarity, Ho Shuan supported the injured Lu Jiangwo as they hastily departed. After walking a short distance, she feigned anger, saying, "You useless coward. This is your beloved son. And how are we supposed to hold our heads high in the village now? With our own son pointing a gun at us, are we ever to face anyone again?" Lu Jiangwo, seemingly irate, retorted, "Just shut your mouth. I told you this boy seemed possessed, but you wouldn't believe me. He used to be obedient. But ever since we left the ancestral hall yesterday, he seems like a different person." Ho Shuan, with a fierce tone, declared, "No matter how he changes, he is still a piece of flesh that fell from my body." The elderly couple leaned on each other as they made their way home. Meanwhile, Lu Yuandong observed as the villagers dispersed, and he picked up the frozen deer legs that lay on the ground, placing them into the sled before hastily returning home. Upon entering the room, he found Su Baiting sitting on the floor, holding their daughter and weeping. Seeing Lu Yuandong enter, she wiped her tears and choked out, "Tianming, are you all right? I was about to go out." Before Su Baiting could finish her sentence, Lu Yuandong noticed several red handprints on her face, her hair disheveled, and the once tattered floral cotton jacket, now revealing the stuffing beneath her arms. It was evident that Su Baiting had recently been assaulted. His simmering anger reignited upon seeing her in such a state. "Baiting, what happened? Those bastards, did they lay a hand on you?" Su Baiting attempted to appear nonchalant, saying, "Tianming, I was just afraid that you might act impulsively upon seeing me like this, so I didn't go out. I'm fine." With one arm cradling the child and the other gripping Lu Yuandong, she feared that in a fit of rage, he might chase after Lu Jiangwo and the others, leading to unnecessary conflict. Now that Lu Yuandong had chosen to sever ties with his clan, without the protection of his family, any confrontation with Lu Jiangwo and his ilk might result in a swarm of Lu family members descending upon him, leaving only himself to bear the consequences. Lu Yuandong saw through Su Baiting's concerns, tears welling in his eyes as he angrily cursed, "Those bastards will surely meet a dreadful end." Su Baiting forced a faint smile at the corners of her mouth and said, "All right, Tianming, please do not be angry. How about this? You hold the baby while I prepare some food for you." Lu Yuandong replied, "You comfort the child first. I will go and get us something to eat." With that, Lu Yuandong stepped outside and began to bring in items from the sled, one by one. Since their home only had an old, worn-out table, he placed the baby's belongings upon it before proceeding to kindle a fire nearby in preparation for their meal. At this hour, it was already late. The village of Panshaner had yet to be electrified, and after lighting a kerosene lamp, Lu Yuandong did not rest for a moment. He carried some firewood from the yard into the room and began chopping it. In the winter of Lepantian, it was common for the cold to be life-threatening, especially during these years of famine when people were already emaciated, their skin lacking sufficient fat to withstand the chill. Fortunately, there was no shortage of firewood in the vicinity. The trees on the surrounding mountains could be felled as long as one had the strength. Before long, the room, which had felt like an ice cellar, gradually warmed up. And after consuming some milk porridge, the baby had already fallen into a deep slumber. Su Baiting, her head wrapped in a scarf and cotton stuffed in her ears, noticed that the meat in the pot was cooked, so she scooped it out and served it to Lu Yuandong first. Just yesterday morning, Su Baiting had felt utterly despondent. The attitudes of her family had led her to believe she might not survive much longer. Yet unexpectedly, in less than 2 days, her life had undergone a remarkable transformation. All thanks to Lu Yuandong. Holding an axe and smiling, Lu Yuandong said, "You eat first. I will have mine later." Su Baiting thrust the bowl of rice into his hands, urging him, "Hurry, you've been busy all day. You cannot afford to collapse. If you wear yourself out, both Nini and I will truly be unable to survive." Lu Yuandong took the bowl and, while eating, remarked to Su Baiting, "Since the weather has been calm these past few days, I will venture into the mountains again tomorrow. If luck is on my side, I will bring back some game. Once I do, I will take it to the supply and marketing cooperative to exchange for more flour and millet. Relying solely on meat is not sustainable. We must also incorporate some dietary fiber." Clearly, Su Baiting had never heard the term dietary fiber before. "Tianming, what exactly is dietary fiber?" Lu Yuandong gazed at her, and it dawned on him that discussing dietary fiber with someone living in the 1960s was akin to speaking in an alien tongue. Nevertheless, he earnestly explained to Su Baiting, to maintain a healthy body, one must not only consume proteins, fats, and water, but dietary fiber is equally essential. To put it plainly, it refers to various vegetables and whole grains, which are rich in dietary fiber and a variety of vitamins. Su Baiting touched her head, looking at Lu Yuandong with a puzzled expression. "Tianming, why do I feel as though you have changed?" Lu Yuandong's heart sank, and he hastily asked, "What? Have I changed?" Su Baiting nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed, it has changed. Not a single word of what you just said resonated with me." Lu Yuandong chuckled, responding, "That's precisely the point. If you had understood, that would be the oddity. But rest assured, although you may not grasp it now, in a few years, you will comprehend everything." The young couple engaged in their playful banter, oblivious to the chaos unfolding at Lu Yuanliang's household, which had descended into utter disarray. Having married early, Lu Yuanliang and Wu Xiaohua, like many families in the village, chose to live independently after their nuptials. Over the span of 5 years, Lu Yuanliang had remarkably welcomed 3 children into their lives. Chapter 8. Is the child sick? The eldest is nearly 4 years old, the second is 3, and the youngest is just over a year old. Due to a lack of food, Wu Xiaohua's milk supply had long dried up after giving birth. The family managed to gather a few pounds of white flour, which they could only use to prepare thin porridge for the youngest. As for the elder two, they were now accustomed to the same meager diet as their parents, subsisting on cornmeal and wild vegetable gruel at every meal. The absence of any meat led to the 4-year-old consuming 2 full bowls at once. After such insipid fare, the child would inevitably find themselves needing to relieve themselves again shortly after. Last year's drought had already resulted in a scarcity of grain in the village, and now, in the depths of winter, people were struggling to stave off hunger. This vicious cycle left them too weak to hunt, resulting in even fewer provisions. Adding to Wu Xiaohua's despair was the fact that Lu Yuanyang had wet his only pair of cotton trousers today. Both children devoured the pot of vegetable gruel down to the last drop. Wu Xiaohua and Lu Yuanyang exchanged glances, knowing they had no choice but to add 2 bowls of water to the pot and boil it to fill their stomachs. As the water heated, Lu Yuanliang sat on the kong, wrapping himself in a tattered cotton quilt, while Wu Xiaohua seethed with resentment beside the stove, holding the urine-soaked trousers. "You pathetic fool," she hissed. "I sent you to find food, and you were so frightened that you wet yourself. What else can you possibly accomplish?" Today, Lu Yuanliang was left trembling with fear after a confrontation with Lu Yuandong. His complexion was pale as he sighed. "Don't say anything. Just returning alive is a blessing. A bullet grazed my ear. You cannot imagine how perilous it was." Wu Xiaohua shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "Could you not have urinated less? Look at this thick cotton trouser. It's completely soaked. How can you urinate more than a beast?" The children, innocent and unaware, played nearby. The eldest rubbed his belly and laughed. "My father is a beast. His bladder is huge." Without hesitation, Lu Yuanliang seized a feather duster from the kong and swung it towards the eldest's head, exclaiming, "You little brat, how dare you insult your father?" The child immediately burst into tears. Wu Xiaohua, known throughout the village for her fierce protection of her offspring, was instantly enraged at the sight of her son being struck. She threw the cotton trousers to the ground as she rose, shouting, "You bastard, why are you hitting the child? Are you coming home to unleash your frustrations on your wife and kids after being humiliated outside?" Before her words had fully left her lips, Lu Yuanliang, sitting beneath the quilt, sprang up, disregarding his lack of clothing, and rushed to the stove. It turned out that when Wu Xiaohua had tossed the trousers to the ground, she had accidentally knocked over the wood in the stove, which caught fire and fell onto Lu Yuanliang's only pair of trousers. Although one leg was soaked, the other remained dry. Yet, within mere seconds, a large hole had burned through the fabric. In a panic, Lu Yuanliang stomped his foot, exclaiming, "You blind woman! Can't you see? Hurry up, my cotton pants!" At this moment, Wu Xiaohua was flustered. She quickly turned and dashed to the bucket, seizing it with urgency. "Move aside." A bucket of water cascaded down onto Lu Yuangliang's cotton pants. Great! What was once a small puddle of urine, left by the fire to dry overnight, now drenched, would take until tomorrow night to dry, if at all. Lu Yuangliang stomped his feet in frustration. "What on earth were you thinking? Why pour water on it?" Wu Xiaohua, with her mouth slightly agape, gazed at the ruined cotton pants and murmured to extinguish the fire. Lu Yuangliang, gritting his teeth in anger, retorted, "Extinguish my foot. Don't you know to throw the pants outside into the snow?" Wu Xiaohua shot back. "Why didn't you think to toss the pants into the snow?" Lu Yuangliang glanced down at his legs, realizing he was completely exposed. "Do you want me to freeze to death out there?" With an air of exasperation, Wu Xiaohua chastised. "What are you posturing for in front of me? If you have the guts, go show off in front of your brothers." "Humph. They're feasting on venison while we're here with nothing but cornmeal porridge. Why did I ever set my eyes on a spineless individual like you?" Lu Yuangliang, grinding his teeth in silent fury, vowed to avenge this humiliation. Without uttering a word, he bent down to pick up the soaked cotton pants, wringing out the water before tossing them at Wu Xiaohua. "What are you waiting for? They must be dried tonight. We need to hunt tomorrow." Wu Xiaohua cradled the heavy pants in her hands and resumed her previous position by the fire to dry them. Unbeknownst to them, time passed. And soon it was the next day. Morning arrived, heralded by the crowing of roosters. Lu Yuandong concealed the remaining venison and informed Su Baiting of the hiding spot before preparing breakfast. Just as he was about to eat and set off into the mountains with his hunting rifle, Su Baiting, appearing startled, called out, "Tianming, come here. The child seems unwell." Lu Yuandong quickly approached, instinctively pressing his forehead against Nini's. Upon feeling the heat radiating from her forehead, he furrowed his brow deeply. "Dear, keep an eye on her. If her temperature rises too high, loosen her clothing." Lu Yuandong hesitated to take the child outside, aware that the morning air was bitterly cold. The infant's delicate skin could suffer frostbite in mere moments if exposed. As he spoke, Lu Yuandong made his way to the door, prompting Su Baiting to ask anxiously, "Where are you going?" "I'm heading to the supply store for medicine. The child has a fever," he replied. Without waiting for a response, he rushed to the firewood pile where the venison was hidden, swiftly retrieving the last remaining leg of deer meat, hoisting it onto his shoulder, and hastening towards the commune's pharmacy. He understood well that, in this era, even a seemingly trivial cold could prove fatal, given the lack of medical facilities and the scarcity of medicines. However, Lu Yuandong was acutely aware that he had no options left. He had just checked, and the child's temperature was at least around 39 degrees Celsius. The most prudent course of action was to swiftly procure some antipyretics. He hurried to the pharmacy, and upon entering, he found the doctor tending to the fire. Lu Yuandong glanced at the shelves of medicine and urgently inquired, "Doctor, my child has a fever. Is there any medication that can quickly reduce the temperature?" The doctor, unhurried, replied, "As it happens, we have a few tablets of anison left." Lu Yuandong's heart tightened at the mention of anison. The doctor nodded, smilingly remarked, "This is indeed an excellent remedy for fever, for headaches and fevers alike. One tablet works wonders." Chapter 9, A Desperate Solution. The village of Panshaner is nestled deep within the mountains, with the nearest neighboring village being Wangjiagu. However, Lu Yuandong is acutely aware of the circumstances in both villages. Their village possesses a scant supply of medicines. The local apothecary is merely a fade, and the situation is even more dire in Wangjiagu. Although there are 2 doctors in the village, one of them, sent by the authorities, is named Hu, affectionately referred to by villagers as Old Hu. Sporting reading glasses, he typically spends his time lounging in the sun by the apothecary's entrance, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of diagnosing and treating ailments. Unfortunately, he is the sole individual authorized to dispense the limited medicines supplied from above. The other doctor, a barefoot healer, has retreated into solitude in the hills behind the village since being ostracized during a past political movement, abandoning his practice entirely. Gazing at the 2 tablets of anodyne on the counter, Lu Yuandong felt a tumult of emotions. "Uncle Hu, are you not aware of my child's age? Can he take this anodyne?" Lu Yuandong expressed his frustration, who adjusted his spectacles and scrutinized Lu Yuandong for several moments before leisurely responding, "Ah, your child has been born." "Has he?" Lu Yuandong was infuriated to the point of physical discomfort. With a strained expression, he replied, "Uncle Hu, my child has barely left the confinement period." Hu nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, still in confinement, then? I wouldn't dare to use this anodyne indiscriminately. Yet," he continued, "as you can see, the only fever-reducing option on our shelves is anodyne. Otherwise, we would have to resort to penicillin, which, as I have heard, may cause allergic reactions." Impatience surged within Lu Yuandong, and he gritted his teeth, ultimately compelled to ask Hu for an axe. Hu instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, "An axe? What do you need an axe for?" "Let me tell you, young man, one must not act impulsively. Rashness can lead to dire consequences." Lu Yuandong had never felt such urgency before. Faced with Hu's sluggish demeanor, he could hardly wait for him to finish his sentence. "Goodness, can you spare us the unnecessary chatter? I may not have money, but I brought half a deer leg and these 2 tablets of anodyne. I can offer you a few pounds of venison as payment. What are you thinking?" Desperation compelled Lu Yuandong to consider the anodyne, despite knowing it was not advisable for such a young child. Yet, at this moment, it seemed the only swift and effective remedy to alleviate his child's fever. He recalled the unfortunate tales of children in Panshaner who had perished due to fevers stemming from mere colds, their lives extinguished by delayed treatment, their bodies discarded in the ravine, reduced to ashes. Upon hearing the mention of venison, Hu nearly salivated. "Oh, I see. All right, wait here. I will fetch you an axe right away. By the way, where did I put that axe?" Hu Laonian, stroking the back of his head in contemplation, was oblivious to the swift actions of Lu Yuandong, who had already procured an axe from a nearby pile of firewood. With a decisive swing, he chopped off a piece of venison weighing around 7 or 8 jin and tossed it directly to Hu Laonian. "Here's the deer meat for you. I must take the medicine and head back," he announced. Hu Laonian acknowledged with a nod, cradling the frozen, solid venison in his arms. As he watched Lu Yuandong leave, he called out loudly, "Oh, make sure to give the child just a little bit. Don't overdo it. After all, medicine can be toxic in excess." Hu Laonian, despite his shortcomings in medical knowledge, possessed a good heart. Yet, one cannot entirely fault him. In these times of scarcity, there was a profound lack of resources. Medications were scarce, let alone food. With the remaining deer leg and 2 tablets of anisin in hand, Lu Yuandong endeavored to calm himself on the way home. He understood that the likelihood of curing the child with merely these 2 tablets was nearly non-existent. He had to devise a plan to seek out Lu Laojian. Lu Laojian, once a respected barefoot doctor in the village, hailed from an illustrious lineage. His grandfather had been an imperial physician in the previous dynasty, amassing a fortune through his acupuncture skills. However, following the fall of the dynasty, the old man returned to his hometown, only to be branded a landlord and subjected to criticism. In recent years, Lu Laojian had occasionally treated villagers, but after one instance of attending to a young man, he was reported for allegedly practicing sorcery. Being a landlord's descendant, he was already vulnerable to criticism. Had it not been for the protection from the local landlord, he might have faced dire consequences. Since then, Lu Laojian had retreated to his small hut on the mountain, resigning himself to solitude. Yet Lu Yuandong was aware of Lu Laojian's genuine expertise, which eventually led him to become a renowned practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine in the Xing'an Mountain region, living to see the new millennium and reaching a venerable age of over 100. However, time was of the essence, and Lu Yuandong could not afford the day it would take to traverse from the village to the mountain. The child's fever posed an imminent threat to life, compelling him to return home swiftly with the anisin to lower the child's temperature before embarking on the journey to find Lu Laojian. Resolute in his decision, Lu Yuandong hurried home, arriving within the hour. Upon entering, he found Su bathing in tears, cradling their child tightly, repeatedly murmuring, "Nini, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Upon seeing Lu Yuandong, Su bathing quickly exclaimed, "Tianming, the child just had a convulsion. What are we to do?" Lu Yuandong, disregarding the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, hastened towards Su bathing in swift strides, meticulously cradling the child in his arms. Observing the infant's flushed complexion, he gently placed the child on the Kong, urging, "Do not fret. Keep a watchful eye on the little one." With that, Lu Yuandong promptly procured a small bowl, tossing a pill of analepte into it. Seizing a rolling pin, he ground the tablet into a fine powder in mere moments. then filled a cup with warm water from a nearby kettle. As the medication gradually dissolved, he took a small spoonful, instructing, "Quickly, take the child in your arms." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Baiting swiftly lifted the child and brought him closer to Lu Yuandong. Chapter 10. To the Back Mountain. The taste of the medicine was exceedingly bitter. As soon as it reached the child's lips, a piercing wail erupted. Fortunately, some of the medicine was still managed to be administered. After the child consumed the potion, Lu Yuandong turned and hurried to the door, urgency gripping him. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on the ground, gazing skyward. "Heavenly Father," he implored, "I, Lu Yuandong, have never placed faith in such matters, but this time, if you could spare my child from peril, I solemnly vow to devote myself to benevolence and the welfare of all." Having uttered these words, Lu Yuandong bowed 3 times before rising and returning to the child's side. Su Baiting, utterly distraught, was lost in a tempest of despair, muttering frantically to herself, "It's all my fault. I must be a harbinger of misfortune. Tianming, just end my life. If I perish, perhaps our Nini will recover." Initially, Lu Yuandong intended to leave the child in Su Baiting's care while he sought out Lu Laojian, but witnessing Su Baiting's state, he dared not leave. "Baiting, what nonsense are you speaking?" he reassured her. "The child is merely unwell. I promise you, as long as I am here, I will ensure you both live well." He then recalled there was some millet porridge at home. "You should prepare it and feed the child some of the rice oil." Lu Yuandong remembered a tale his grandfather had recounted about a dutiful daughter-in-law who, due to their poverty, always saved the thickest grains of rice for her mother-in-law, while she subsisted on thin broth. Over time, the old woman grew frilier, while the daughter-in-law became increasingly robust. The reason, he surmised, was that in an effort to make the porridge appear more substantial, they would cook it longer, extracting all the fats and nutrients from the rice into the broth. Though he had never verified the truth of this story, he was convinced that the layer of rice oil atop well-cooked millet porridge could indeed nourish a child. Many children in the village had thrived on such sustenance during their early years. Su Baiting, her mind a blank slate, sprang into action at Lu Yuandong's directive. Fortunately, when she finally brought the warm millet porridge outside, allowing it to cool in the snow before presenting it to Lu Yuandong, the tension on his face began to ease. He gently pressed his forehead against the child's head once more and smiled at Su Baiting, saying, "I told you not to worry, see. The child's fever has subsided." As he spoke, the child opened their eyes, their lips moving slightly. Su Baiting was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her cheeks as she began to feed the child. After nearly 2 hours of diligent care, Lu Yuandong, seeing Su Baiting finally composed, felt reassured enough to entrust the child to her once more. "My dear, remember, if the child has another fever, you must only give a small amount of the medicine. Too much could cause irreversible harm. This Western medicine merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. I am now heading to the back mountain ridge in search of old Lu, hoping he will descend to administer a few acupuncture treatments for Nini, and perhaps prescribe some herbal remedies as well." Su Baiting, filled with anxiety, confided in Lu Yuandong, "At dawn, I fear I cannot manage alone." Lu Yuandong approached Su Baiting, grasped her hands firmly, and gazed intently into her eyes, articulating each word with conviction. "I believe in you. You can certainly do this. We have a place to stay and provisions to sustain us. The days ahead will surely improve. The child merely has a common cold and fever. If you follow my instructions, everything will be fine this time." Su Baiting turned to glance at the child, hesitating for a moment before responding to Lu Yuandong. "Please be careful. I've heard from the villagers that there are bears and leopards in the back mountain ridge. Make sure to take the hunting rifle with you." Indeed. Gradually calming herself, Su Baiting recognized the necessity of treating the child's cold and fever to ensure a full recovery. Otherwise, as had just occurred, a sudden convulsion could prove terrifying. The notion of taking the child to a hospital never crossed her mind. Even if it did, it was a luxury beyond their means. In their village, when faced with ailments, the common practice was to endure. The only resident who had ever visited a large hospital was the head of the main household, who, aside from his status, served as a legitimate leader within their village, essentially a governmental official. He had sought medical attention at the county hospital before the new year and had yet to return, with rumors suggesting he might need to stay for at least 6 months to recover. After a brief interval, Lu Yuandong armed himself with the hunting rifle, packed the remainder of a deer leg into his satchel, and also included 2 pieces of cooked venison for sustenance along the way. Once prepared, He reminded Su baiting once more before swiftly making his way toward the back mountain ridge. Although the weather was clear, the frigid winds and icy terrain rendered the journey quite harsh, the snow crunching underfoot. As he surveyed the surroundings, aside from the birch trees in the forest and the distant oil pines displaying a hint of color, the rest of the landscape was a stark contrast of white and black. Not long into his trek, Yuandong began to feel discomfort in his eyes. Having been a soldier who faced the perils of battle, he recognized the signs. To prevent any lasting damage to his vision, he approached a birch tree. Tearing off a large piece of its bark, he fashioned it into the most rudimentary form of sunglasses, and upon donning them, he found his vision considerably more comfortable. The forest was devoid of many creatures. Though he occasionally spotted a rabbit or two, Yuandong had no inclination to hunt. His family awaited his return, and the thought of wasting time on hunting, potentially risking another fever for the child, seemed a trivial pursuit. Without pausing, Yuandong pressed on, reaching the summit of the back mountain ridge in under 3 hours, a journey that typically required 5 or 6. Standing atop the mountain, as he gazed into the distance, Lu Laogan's dwelling lay less than 100 meters away. At that moment, he finally exhaled in relief and quickened his pace. However, after only a short distance, Yuandong suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Logically, on such a frigid day, one would expect smoke to billow from the chimney of a house perched atop the mountain. Yet, before him, there was no sign of smoke emanating from the chimney of that very residence. Realizing this, a bead of sweat trickled down Yuandong's palm as he inwardly pondered. Could it be that Lu Laojian has passed away? Chapter 11. Lu Laojian in the tree. If this is truly the case, it seems that my journey has been in vain. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Yuandong fervently prayed that Lu Laojian was merely asleep and that the fire in the stove had extinguished. Moments later, Yuandong arrived at the doorstep of Lu Laogan's wooden cabin. He knocked on the door and called softly, "Uncle Laojian, are you there?" Inside, silence reigned. Gradually, Yuandong's heart sank, and he called out once more, pushing against the wooden door with force. As it creaked open, he stepped inside, only to find the room utterly devoid of life. Fortunately, the arrangement within suggested that someone had indeed been present that morning. The fire in the stove had not completely died out, and lifting the lid revealed a few embers still flickering. Yet, with Lu Laojian absent, where could he have possibly gone? Just as Yuandong pondered this mystery, a gust of wind swept through, carrying with it what seemed to be a cry for help. Help! Someone please! His heart leapt in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed outside. Once outside, he stood still against the biting cold wind, cupping his hands behind his ears to better discern the direction of the sound. Within mere seconds, he tossed his pack back into the cabin, seized his hunting rifle, and, panting heavily, sprinted toward the source of the call. In no more than 3 to 5 minutes, the sound grew increasingly closer. Yuandong raised his gaze toward the origin of the noise, and to his astonishment, there was Lu Laojian perched upon a branch of a birch tree, a good 10 meters above the ground. In his hand, he wielded a spear, while below him, a leopard appeared poised to ascend the tree at any moment. Lu Laojian, noticing Yuandong's presence, shouted, "Tianming, is that you rascal? Be careful. Do you see that? A leopard is lurking beneath." As he spoke, he relentlessly jabbed at the leopard's head with his spear, but the agile creature managed to evade each thrust. Yuandong, concerned, quickly inquired, "Uncle Laojian, are you hurt?" Lu Laojian, seemingly irked, replied, "I'm not injured. It's just that sitting on this branch is crushing the eggs in my bag." Yuandong couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle Laojian, at your age, even if they aren't damaged, you won't have use for them anymore." Lu Laojian retorted, "You cheeky lad, don't be absurd. I'm only 61 this year, still young. Who knows, in a few years, someone might fancy this old man, and I could remarry. Now, enough chatter. Hurry, help me scare off this leopard." Yuandong, rifle at the ready, positioned himself about 7 to 8 meters from the base of the tree and lifted his weapon, aiming carefully. Bang! With the sound of the shot, the scene unfolded. The leopard that had been perched on the tree plummeted to the ground, yet astonishingly, it did not succumb immediately. With a sudden shift in direction, it lunged towards Yuandong. A shiver ran through Yuandong's heart. The leopard's speed was overwhelming, leaving him no time to reload his hunting rifle. Fortunately, being young and nimble, he swung the rifles, but with all his might, striking the leopard on the head just as it pounced. After being knocked down once more, Yuandong stepped back, re-aiming his rifle at the leopard's head and firing again. The shot rang out bang. Only then did the leopard, lying in the snow, convulse a few times before expiring. Lu Yuandong was drenched in cold sweat, reflecting on how he had once been tricked into a perilous situation but had miraculously survived the encounter with a bear. How fortunate he had been. In these deep mountains, bears were second only to tigers in ferocity, and sometimes even more formidable. As for leopards, although they were fierce predators, the ones in the mountains were smaller and not as powerful as bears or tigers. Once Lu Laojin, perched on a tree branch, confirmed the leopard's demise. He let out a long sigh of relief. That was close, truly close, he muttered. Lu Yuandong, regaining his composure, looked up at Lu Laojin with curiosity and asked, "Uncle Laojin, what exactly happened? With your speed, there's no way the leopard could have caught up to you if you had climbed such a high tree first." Lu Yuandong was acutely aware of the leopard's swiftness. Once targeted by such a beast, escaping its clutches seemed nearly impossible. Lu Laojin slowly descended from the tree and stretched his limbs, seemingly annoyed as he replied, "Don't even mention it. I've run out of supplies these past few days and had nothing to eat. I thought I would sit in the tree and drop some bait below. Whatever came to eat, I could spear from above. But unexpectedly, as soon as I climbed up this morning, that beast below had its sights set on me. At first, it merely waited at the base, hoping I would tire and fall, becoming its meal. After a few hours, it too grew impatient and started climbing up. I wasn't about to throw my spear directly. If I missed, well, my life would be forfeit." At this point, Lu Laojin burst into laughter, exclaiming, "But today, it seems fate has spared me. You, young lad, have come up the mountain. Haha, come, let me prepare some leopard meat for you." With that, Lu Laojin nimbly descended from the birch tree. Lu Yuandong had little desire for leopard meat at that moment. Besides, he thought, the deer meat he had brought was far more delectable. "Uncle Laojin, I have some deer meat with me. Let us eat that first. The leopard meat has a rather unpleasant odor." Lu Laojin, now standing before Lu Yuandong, brightened at the mention of deer meat. "Deer meat? Indeed. Yesterday afternoon, I ventured to the village to borrow some grain. As I passed by your abode, I caught a whiff of venison. By the way, you have yet to disclose the purpose of your ascent to find me." Lu Laojin picked up his spear and, with a single hand, remarkably seized the leopard, tossing it onto his shoulder. After weighing it for a moment, he proceeded with steady steps towards the wooden cabin. At this juncture, Lu Yuandong spoke up, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "Old Jin, considering the distance I've traveled, what else could I possibly seek you for?" Although Lu Laojin possessed an eccentric temperament, he was hardly a fool. Upon hearing Lu Yuandong's words, the old man unexpectedly threw the leopard towards him. With a stern expression, he grasped his spear and continued to stride forward in silence. Chapter 12. The fragrance of confusion. Lu Yuandong was wholly unconcerned about the leopard abandoned in the snow. He quickened his pace to follow, murmuring, "Uncle Laojin, I am aware that due to the events of the past 2 years, you no longer treat patients. However, I implore you this time. My child, barely a month old, has a fever." Before Lu Yuandong could finish his plea, Lu Laojin, who had reached the door of the wooden cabin, retorted, "A fever is merely a fever. What does it concern me? Besides, isn't there a pharmacy in the commune? Why not seek Hulanyan there?" With a sense of helplessness, Lu Yuandong replied, "I have consulted Hulanyan, but he is but a half-baked practitioner. What does he know of medicine? He merely gave me 2 tablets of an analgesic. Though I understand this medication is unsuitable for such a young child, I had no choice. The fever was severe, so I administered it. While the fever has receded, this remedy merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Uncle Laojin, I am fully aware of your remarkable medical skills. This time, I beseech you, if you would be willing to treat my child, I promise to bring you some fine goods at the earliest opportunity." Lu Laojin remained resolute, his expression stern as he entered the cabin and began to stoke the fire with logs. "Enough. No matter how much you plead today, I will not descend the mountain to treat you." Seeing Lu Laojin's unwavering stance, Lu Yuandong resigned himself to sit beside the fire. He casually retrieved his discarded bundle from the ground, extracting 2 pieces of cooked venison. He also placed the remaining substantial portion of the deer leg alongside the hearth. Lu Laojin turned to glance at Lu Yuandong, feigning irritation as he exclaimed, "I have already stated that I do not treat patients. Why are you still here? Hurry and leave, you're obstructing my cooking." Lu Yuandong, unfazed, chuckled in response, "Uncle Laojin, that seems rather unreasonable. Were it not for my ascent today, You might have already fallen prey to that leopard. Now, as I sit here before your fire, enjoying a morsel, are you truly displeased? Lu Yuandong's reasoning left Lu Laojin without a retort. Observing Lu Yuandong using a branch to roast the 2 pieces of venison over the fire, Lu Laojin began to swallow hard. He took a kettle, stepped outside to fill it with snow, and upon returning, opened a nearby cabinet to retrieve a handful of salt, tossing it into the kettle. Though provisions were scarce, and while the leopard outside might serve as sustenance, Lu Laojin was a man of principle. He understood that consuming leopard meat would obligate him to treat Lu Yuandong's child. In less than 10 minutes, the room grew warm, the venison sizzling on the grill, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Lu Laojin watched as Lu Yuandong produced a small bottle from his pocket, unscrewing the cap to reveal salt and chili flakes within. Seeing this, Lu Laojin scolded with irritation. "You rascal, go eat somewhere else and don't tempt me here." Lu Yuandong chuckled as he sprinkled salt and chili powder over the venison, blew on it gently, and then took a hearty bite. "Uncle Laojin, if you agree to come down the mountain just once to tend to my ailing child, you will soon savor this delectable venison, and in addition, you'll receive the remaining half of the deer leg. This substantial portion could sustain you for at least 10 days if you ration it, stretch it a bit further, and it could last you half a month. Oh, and once my child recovers, I can return to hunting in the mountains. And any game I catch could be exchanged for millet and flour. If you ever need any, I will surely provide it." Lu Laojin poured the boiling soup from the sea cucumber into a bowl, blowing on it as he watched Lu Yuandong devour the meat. He himself took a sip of the soup. "You little rascal, I haven't treated anyone in years. I've long forgotten my medical skills." Lu Yuandong replied with a grin. "That's fine. Since you're reluctant to treat anyone, at the very least, allow me to fill my belly before I descend the mountain, will you?" Lu Laojin feigned annoyance, saying, "Eat, eat, eat. With such a large piece of venison, aren't you afraid you'll burst from laughing too much?" Lu Yuandong waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, come now. Young as I am, this piece of venison won't be my undoing. Not to mention, I could easily finish the other piece as well. Alas, it is a pity that I intended to save this piece for you." Lu Laojin, relishing the sea cucumber soup, turned away, while Lu Yuandong's eating was quite audible, punctuated by the occasional smack of his lips. Just as Lu Yuandong was about to indulge in a second piece of meat, Lu Laojin could no longer withstand the temptation. No matter how strong his willpower, his stomach was filled with liquid. "Damn it, leave that piece of venison for me," Lu Laojin exclaimed as he rose and snatched the warm venison from Lu Yuandong's hands. Ignoring the heat, he stuffed it into his mouth. As the meat entered his mouth, Lu Laojin slurped and muttered, "You little rascal, this time I've got you figured out. Let me make one thing clear. I will agree to descend the mountain to give the injection, but you must not breathe a word of this to anyone. Especially not to the head of your second branch. That scoundrel nearly brought me to my demise years ago." Lu Yuandong's anxieties finally eased, while Lu Laojin savored his meal. He thoughtfully poured a bowl of sea cucumber soup and placed it beside him. "Uncle Laojin, rest assured, if I divulge this matter to anyone, may I, Lu Yuandong, meet a most unfortunate fate." Lu Laojin devoured a few more bites, then abruptly lifted his head and shouted towards the ceiling, "This venison is truly delicious." Lu Yuandong smiled, replying, "Of course. Keep eating, I'll go fetch the leopard." Lu Laojin did not decline. Before long, when Lu Yuandong returned with the leopard's carcass, Lu Laojin had finished the piece of meat and turned his gaze towards the remaining large portion of deer leg. "Hey, can you wait a moment while I have a bit more before we head down?" Following the gaze of old Lu, one could see that the venerable man was fixated on the venison leg before him. "Uncle Laojin, it would be prudent to divert your attention from that leg. We should hasten our descent down the mountain. Upon our arrival at my home, there will surely be an abundance of cooked meat remaining. If you intend to prepare a meal and indulge thoroughly before descending, what will become of my children?" Old Lu let out a hearty belch, savoring a sip of the cooled sea cucumber soup. He then turned and moved to shift a cabinet located in the corner of the house, from which he unearthed the silver needles bequeathed by their ancestors. Chapter 13. A kind reminder. Once the silver needles were prepared, Lu Laojin inquired in detail about the child's condition. He then retrieved a cloth bag from outside, filled with various medicinal herbs he had foraged from the mountains. After selecting a few, he finally picked up his spear and said to Lu Yuandong, "Let us descend the mountain to tend to your child." By the time they made their way down, the afternoon had already set in. Despite Lu Yuandong's youth and swiftness, Lu Laojin, although aged, kept pace remarkably well. His understanding of traditional Chinese medicine had granted him knowledge of self-care. At just over 60, his physical vitality rivaled that of a young man. As dusk approached, Lu Yuandong led Lu Laojian to his home. Upon entering, Lu Laojian suddenly halted, gazing at the thatched cottage before him, and remarked thoughtfully, "I once stayed here for a couple of days when your grandfather was alive. Alas, how times have changed." Lu Yuandong, anxious and restless, urged, "Uncle Laojian, must you linger in nostalgia? Let us quickly enter and check on the child. Once the little one is well, you may reminisce to your heart's content." Hearing the child's cries from within the room, Lu Laojian smiled and said, "Listen, the child is still crying. That indicates the situation is not dire. Besides, I am already at the door. What are you worried about?" Before Lu Yuandong could respond, Xie Baiting, having overheard their conversation, called out, "Tianming, is that you and Uncle Laojian? Please hurry inside. The child seems to be running a fever again." Only then did Lu Laojian smile and step inside. Approaching Xie Baiting, he briefly assessed the child's condition before gently touching the child's forehead with his finger. He then smiled and instructed Tianming's wife, "Remove the child's outer garments and add some firewood to the stove. We mustn't let the room become too cold." Xie Baiting promptly followed Lu Laojian's directions. Meanwhile, Lu Yuandong remained by Lu Laojian's side, observing as the old man calmly prepared the silver needles and began to administer acupuncture to the child. As several needles were inserted, the previously distressed child appeared to find relief. Lu Laojian did not remain idle. He sat at the edge of the Kong and began to gently massage the child with his fingertips. Moments later, Lu Laojian said to Xie Baiting, "Fetch 2 urinals. The child is about to have a bowel movement." Xie Baiting glanced at Lu Yuandong, who nonchalantly handed her a clean urinal from nearby. He then asked Lu Laojian, "Uncle Laojian, how did you know?" Lu Laojian chuckled and replied, "Is that even a question? Can't you see I am helping the child detoxify?" Just as Lu Yuandong placed the urinal beneath the child's bottom, to his astonishment, the child indeed expelled a considerable amount of dark, foul-smelling matter, which seemed impossible for such a small body to produce. Lu Laojian, unfazed, leaned in for a closer look and then stood up to address Lu Yuandong, saying, "Be mindful not to feed the child any inappropriate food. After this, prepare some millet porridge for the little one and give him a bit of rice oil. Your wife lacks milk, does she? Allow me to prescribe a remedy. There is no need to visit the apothecary. While hunting, you might serendipitously discover common herbs in the mountains that are quite easy to find. After a few doses, I dare say she will produce milk. Subsequently, you may nourish the child with both milk and rice oil." Lu Yuandong silently rejoiced, feeling fortunate to have found the right person this time. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly, while Xie Baiting was busy tending to the child, cleaning up after the little one, and washing her hands. "Uncle Laojian, please sit down. I shall prepare something for you," she said. Lu Laojian nodded and approached to remove the silver needles from the child's body. Once the needles were stored away, Lu Laojian extended his finger and gently touched the child's forehead, chuckling, "The fever has subsided." Upon hearing Lu Laojian's seemingly nonchalant remark, Lu Yuandong was nearly moved to tears. Xie Baiting quickly leaned in, pressing her forehead against the child's, and indeed, the fever had truly vanished. "Uncle Laojian, thank you so much. I am exceedingly grateful." Xie Baiting wept as she expressed her appreciation. Lu Laojian, unperturbed, shifted the conversation, saying to Xie Baiting, "Do not only thank me. Let us be practical. Tianming mentioned that you have venison at home. Please hurry and bring me some." Xie Baiting promptly complied, making her way towards the stove. Meanwhile, Lu Laojian sat by the fire, warming himself, and remarked to Lu Yuandong, "Tianming, I must say, previously in our village, none would yield, but this time, I concede to you. You have indeed initiated a historical precedent for our Panshaner village by daring to withdraw from your ancestral hall. That is quite remarkable." Lu Yuandong was reluctant to discuss the matter, letting out a bitter laugh tinged with resignation. Why speak of this? It was simply a last resort. Lu Laojian had no intention of delving deeply into the topic. He merely wished to caution Lu Yuandong to be wary. "Tianming, this is not something I wish to dwell on. I merely want to remind you that withdrawing from the ancestral hall could potentially incite the ire of all your relatives from the Lu family. As you know, the head of the family is currently at the county hospital, and it remains uncertain when he shall return. Essentially, village affairs are dictated by the elder patriarch. However, he is aging and has delegated matters to the head of the second branch. Villages further down the mountain have begun to align with national policies. electing party secretaries and village heads. Yet here, the policies have yet to be implemented, and given our distance from the township, you must remain vigilant about certain matters. In response to Lu Laogan's well-meaning counsel, Lu Yuandong readily agreed, smiling as he replied, Uncle Lao Jin, rest assured, I am well aware of the circumstances you mentioned. After their meal, night had fallen. Lu Laojian, with 2 pieces of venison tucked away, disregarded Lu Yuandong's attempts to dissuade him and prepared to return to the back mountain with a spear in hand. Su Baiting and Lu Yuandong were naturally unable to ease their concerns. Reluctantly, they insisted that Lu Laojin stay temporarily in their room. However, by the early hours of the following morning, before dawn had fully broken, Lu Laojin conducted another examination of the child and, gathering his belongings, stealthily made his way towards the back mountain. After bidding farewell to Lu Laojin, Lu Yuandong and Su Baiting began to care for the child. Due to the child's illness, Lu Yuandong, who initially intended to seize the opportunity to hunt more game, found himself unwittingly delayed at home for 2 entire days. Chapter 14. A return to the mountains for hunting. It was only after confirming that the child had fully recovered that Lu Yuandong, equipped with his hunting rifle, set off alone into the depths of the mountains, having made all necessary arrangements at home. This time, he had made up his mind to hunt another rare elk, and ideally, procure several pheasants. The elk could be exchanged for food and essential supplies, and its fat could be rendered into elk oil for cooking. The pheasants, on the other hand, were primarily intended for nourishing soup for Su Baiting. 2 hours into Lu Yuandong's journey, a hunting party led by the owner of the second household, comprising 8 individuals, ambled towards the mountains. However, after a short distance, 2 members began to regret their decision. Dragging their heavy feet forward, they complained about the difficulty of finding game in such cold weather, lamenting their hunger that left their legs weak. Lu Eru, too, was reluctant to hunt in such frigid conditions. Yet, he felt compelled to do so, as his family was running low on provisions. If they did not quickly secure some game to exchange for food at the supply cooperative, he was indifferent to the fate of others. His own family might face starvation. You miserable lot, whose fault is it that your legs are weak? Lu Eru scolded. A few days ago, I instructed you to set traps. Did you do it or not? Our hunting team has only managed to catch 3 silly roe deer and 2 sika deer this year, while Lu Yuandong from the 3rd household, alone, has already secured a rare elk. 2 sika deer do not equate to 1 elk in size. Of course, the most sought-after game at the cooperative was not the deer or the elk, but rather the elusive bear. Unfortunately, hunting bears was no trivial matter. They possessed acute senses. And although they hibernated in winter, if the hunters misjudged their location or failed to strike a vital spot, they would be left in dire straits. Just as Lu Eru finished speaking, someone muttered, in the past, if Lu Yuandong had caught a rare elk, it would have been a matter of pride for the 3rd household. But now, he has withdrawn from the Lu clan's ancestral hall, no longer considered one of us. Another chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, it all boils down to luck. He manages to catch a rare elk, and he can afford to do nothing else for the rest of the year. Lu Eru cursed indignantly. What do you mean, afford to do nothing? The year is nearly over. Enough of your grumbling. Let us get moving. Even if we cannot catch a rare elk today, we should at least secure some roe deer. If we end up with nothing, someone might truly starve. In stark contrast to Lu Eru and his group's lethargy, Lu Yuandong, upon entering the forest, meticulously searched for signs of wildlife. Setting out in the morning, by noon, he had already shot 5 pheasants. Meanwhile, Lu Eru and his companions, hearing gunfire in the distance, mistakenly thought it came from another hunting party. The group sat beneath a large tree, glancing around restlessly. Lu Eru scolded in frustration. Damn it, with all this gunfire. The animals have been scared away. What are we supposed to hunt now? Someone lazily leaned against a tree trunk and suggested, perhaps we should just head back. At this rate, we won't catch anything. It's already this late, and we haven't even spotted a single pheasant. Nearby, another individual, chewing on a handful of snow, lamented. What will we do when we return? We haven't brought back anything, and the whole family is waiting for us to bring food. Lu Eru took a mouthful of snow, then stood up and declared, let us follow the direction of the gunfire and see if we can find any injured animals that managed to escape. Though he spoke with determination, his legs seemed reluctant to move. It wasn't he due to laziness. Rather, like his companions, he was famished, his stomach pressing against his back, leaving little energy for hunting. Those who farmed at the foot of the mountain believed that hunting was a leisurely pursuit, carrying guns through the woods, enjoying the scenery, and potentially bringing home food. Yet, They understood the truth. If farming were an option, they would not resort to hunting. Farming guaranteed at least a modest yield. A single corn seed planted could yield a robust ear of corn. In contrast, hunting, while occasionally rewarding, could result in a fruitless day, as was the case today. After hours of searching, they had found nothing, unbeknownst to Lu Eru and his companions. Lu Yuandong had already discovered the tracks of a moose and had followed them to another mountain, several miles away. In the depths of the forest, even a group of 70 or 80 individuals would struggle to find a single person, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Lu Yuandong, having arrived early and moved diligently without resting much, gnawed on some venison to quell his hunger and picked up snow from the ground to satisfy his thirst. If he felt a chill, he would sip a small amount of the sorghum liquor he had brought along. With meat and drink to sustain him, hunting became significantly easier. After securing 5 pheasants in his backpack, Lu Yuandong tracked the moose for a solid 3 hours. Upon crossing a ridge, he unexpectedly spotted a mature moose accompanied by 2 calves foraging in the woods. Under normal circumstances, he would not resort to such a deadly act, especially during a time of famine. However, survival took precedence above all else. The 2 calf moose were still small, barely larger than a fawn, indicating they had likely been born just days prior. Yet the adult moose was of considerable size. Fortunately, he was positioned downwind, allowing him to remain undetected. To ensure he could capture the moose, Lu Yuandong cautiously set down his backpack, then lowered himself onto the snow, gripping his rifle tightly as he inched closer. He was acutely aware of the necessity to maintain a safe distance. The moose is not as easily dispatched as the roe deer with a mere shot. This creature, unless struck directly in the forehead, will not succumb immediately even if hit in the heart. Instead, it will charge towards the origin of the gunfire, and at that moment, one's life may be forfeit. After all, an adult moose can weigh around 1,000 pounds, and the last time fortune favored me, the moose I encountered was a smaller one, yet it still weighed over 200 pounds. In contrast, a typical roe deer weighs only about 50 to 60 pounds. This comparison reveals the formidable nature of the moose. Upon approaching within 30 meters of the moose, Lu Yuandong raised his hunting rifle, crouched behind a large tree, took aim, and fired. Chapter 15. Is anyone prepared to reap the rewards? A sudden gunshot reverberated through the mountainous woods, followed by a series of piercing cries from the moose known as the Xing'an. The bullet struck the creature squarely in the heart, blood streaming down its thick fur as it bolted forward through the dense thicket, seemingly driven mad. In less than 3 seconds, the Xing'an moose had dashed an impressive 20 to 30 meters. 2 young calves stumbled after their parent, managing only 5 or 6 meters before halting in their tracks. Lu Yuandong felt a surge of relief for having sought refuge behind a tree. Had the moose caught sight of him, it would undoubtedly have charged with every ounce of strength, putting him at risk despite his marksmanship. After sprinting a considerable distance, the moose collapsed to the ground, falling silent. Only the nostrils and mouth remained active, exhaling steam like a kettle brought to boil. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuandong wasted no time. He dropped his hunting rifle and rushed forward, lunging at one of the calves before it could regain its composure, seizing its leg. The young moose fell, emitting a series of squeaks. Lu Yuandong quickly retrieved a rope from his pack, securing the calf before darting off in pursuit of the other. Fortunately, the 2 calves were diminutive, and given that moose typically give birth to a single offspring, the presence of 2 had left them somewhat weak. Nevertheless, it took him nearly an hour to capture the second calf. By the time he tethered it alongside the first, the wounded moose had succumbed to its injuries. Approaching the fallen Xing'an, which lay in the snow, Lu Yuandong reached out, feeling the residual warmth of its body. He sat beside the majestic creature and took a small sip from his flask of liquor. As he surveyed his surroundings, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Initially troubled by his inability to secure a kill, he now faced new worries. Alone, he pondered the daunting task of transporting the massive animal back to safety, knowing it would require multiple trips. In these remote mountains, dangers lurked beyond the moose. Tigers and packs of wolves roamed as well, though he felt little fear of leopards. Due to their smaller size and limited threat, tigers were a different matter entirely, instilling a sense of dread. As for wolves, their presence typically signaled a formidable pack, rendering any solitary defense with his rifle inadequate. Tigers were often solitary hunters, and if fortune favored him, he might be able to confront one. However, encountering a wolf pack was a perilous prospect he could hardly contemplate. If I were to disassemble the moose this time and bring back a portion upon my next visit, I would undoubtedly encounter two possibilities. The first being that the remaining meat would be devoured by wolves or tigers lurking in the forest. The second possibility would necessitate a confrontation for food with these formidable beasts. Contemplating this, Lu Yuandong found himself in a quandary. He slowly rose to his feet, casting a glance at the two young moose before shifting his gaze to the imposing moose before him. After a moment of deep thought, he resolved that, if all else failed, he would strive to bring back the four legs of the deer, fashioning a sled to haul them with all his might. This task should not prove insurmountable. As for the head and torso, he could only temporarily bury them in a snow pit, hoping that fortune would favor him and they would remain undiscovered by wolves and tigers. Should luck betray him, he would still be left with the four legs and the two young moose. It was a pity to lose so much moose meat. With determination solidified, Lu Yuandong retrieved the knife he had brought along, a significant improvement over his previous blade, which he had exchanged at the supply store. Just as he intended to begin the dismemberment of the moose before the meat had fully frozen, a sudden shout echoed from a distance. "Who goes there?" The voice belonged to none other than Wang Erju, a member of the second hunting team. Wang Erju was nearly the same age as Lu Yuandong, but had the unfortunate habit of being lazy and gluttonous. Lu Yuandong raised his head to see, to his astonishment, 7 or 8 individuals approaching. Leading them was none other than Lu Eru. Upon sighting Lu Eru, Lu Yuandong's heart skipped a beat. He had never anticipated that this scoundrel would appear in the woods. Had Lu Yuandong not spent time capturing the two young moose, Lu Eru and his companions would not have been able to trace him. However, due to the time lost in the capture, Lu Eru had the opportunity to follow the sound of gunfire. As the two groups drew nearer, Lu Eru spotted Lu Yuandong. Simultaneously, he noticed the massive moose lying before them, comparable in size to their tractor. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he circled the colossal creature, making sounds of admiration. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Erju, seeing the moose's chest still oozing warm blood, lunged forward, positioning himself atop the moose to indulge. The others stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Lu Yuandong's mind raced. He understood the peril of the situation. If handled adeptly, he might navigate the circumstances without dire consequence. Yet if mishandled, he could very well lose his life that day. True to form, before he could utter a word, Lu Eru spoke first, gripping his rustic firearm tightly, a sly smile playing on his lips as he cast a glance at Lu Yuandong. "Well then," he said, "how do you intend to divide this magnificent moose?" At that moment, Lu Yuandong suddenly raised his hunting rifle, without uttering a word, aimed it directly at Lu Eru's forehead. "You imbecile, this is something I accomplished alone. What does it have to do with you?" Lu Eru, however, remained unfazed. He glanced at the hunting team members flanking him and sneered, "Tianming, do not forget that you stand alone now. Just look at the number of us. And you wield a hunting rifle, but do we stand empty-handed? If you dare to pull the trigger now, you will meet your demise in an instant. At that moment, we shall both meet the king of hell. And as for this magnificent moose and its two young ones, they will be divided among us. When we emerge, we shall simply claim that we were unfortunate victims of a tiger while hunting. Who could possibly contest that narrative?" Chapter 16. No one wants to be a murderer. It must be said that Lu Eru is indeed ruthless in his endeavors. When he caught sight of Lu Yuandong and the majestic moose sprawling across the snow, he had already formed a resolute plan in his mind. As for the prey before him, aside from a few fine chickens, he would offer Lu Yuandong nothing else. If Lu Yuandong were agreeable, it would be one thing. However, if this young man insisted on confrontation, then so be it. He would not hesitate to take his life with a single shot. After all, as long as his subordinates could reap the rewards, they would undoubtedly keep their mouths shut upon returning. Moreover, Lu Yuandong had already distanced himself from the Lu family ancestral hall. No longer being a member of the Lu clan, should he perish, the only one seeking his remains would be Su Baiting, that young bride. A mere girl, huh? Even if she were to consume bear bile, she would not dare venture into this dense forest. And even if she did, what could she achieve? In this bitter cold, with tigers and wolves struggling to find sustenance, would these beasts not steer clear of a corpse? Therefore, even if Su Baiting were to somehow locate him in the mountains, she would likely be unable to find Lu Yuandong's body. However, Lu Yuandong had already discerned Lu Eru's intentions. After the latter finished speaking, he let out a disdainful laugh and addressed the few individuals present. "Do you truly believe that we are all fools? You think you can kill me? Do you not understand the saying, If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act unwisely. There is no wall that does not let the wind pass through. Such matters may remain concealed for a time, but once they are revealed, even those who did not pull the trigger will face consequences should they be discovered by the authorities. Furthermore, we live in a new society now. Do you still believe it resembles the old days? You think that if no one is searching for a corpse, then no one will care if you take a life? The authorities no longer tolerate the private execution of justice within ancestral halls, yet you still wish to kill me and seize my venison? Having grown up in the village, Lu Yuandong was acutely aware that among Lu Eru's hunting team, only Lu Eru himself would dare to actually pull the trigger. The others, despite their individual shortcomings, would certainly falter at the thought of taking a life. Thus, as long as he could subdue Lu Eru, he had no concerns about the rest. Lu Eru, unfazed, sneered, "Very well, if you do not believe me, then go ahead and shoot. If you do not pull the trigger today, you are merely a pawn in my game." Lu Yuandong chuckled, replying to Lu Eru, "Why should I fire a shot? Killing you would be a waste of ammunition." He then turned to the other members of the hunting team, smiling as he spoke. "Brothers, we are all from the same village. I, Lu Yuandong, harbor enmity towards the Lu family, but I bear no deep-seated hatred towards you. The head of the second branch wishes to seize my venison. I assure you, even if it costs me my life, I will not relinquish an ounce. However, if any of you assist me today in bringing this majestic moose back, I cannot make promises for anything else, but I will guarantee each of you 40 pounds of venison." Before me stand a total of 8 individuals, excluding Lu Eru, leaving 7 others, each weighing 40 pounds. I have only managed to distribute 280 pounds. Yet, this magnificent moose before us weighs at least 1,000 pounds. Consequently, I could effortlessly secure a minimum of 500 pounds of meat, while simultaneously fostering closer ties with the other villagers. Why would I not seize this opportunity? Indeed, as anticipated, upon hearing that Lu Yuandong was willing to offer each of them 40 pounds of venison, radiant smiles illuminated their faces. Particularly, Wang Erju, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Ah, I always said Tianming is a generous soul. Look at what he has accomplished. One cannot help but admire him. Just yesterday, we ran out of provisions at home. If I could bring back 40 pounds of moose meat, it would sustain us for at least 7 or 8 days." To ensure that these individuals wholeheartedly assist him in transporting the meat, Lu Yuandong added, "Gentlemen, in addition to the 40 pounds of venison, if we can bring this magnificent beast back today, I shall provide you with the heart, lungs, and other entrails. You can pool your resources. Bring along your wives and children, and enjoy a splendid feast together. After all, the organs cannot be preserved for long, and I alone cannot consume them with my family. How does that sound?" No sooner had Lu Yuandong finished speaking than another man laughed heartily, declaring, "Tianming, there is nothing more to discuss. We are in your hands. Indeed, we have truly benefited from Tianming's generosity this time. Let us not waste time chatting. The sun is setting. We must quickly prepare a large sled to transport this beast before darkness falls." The group swiftly began to mobilize. However, Lu Era suddenly shouted, "Everyone, halt. Are you all foolish? This moose weighs at least 1,000 pounds, and they are trying to buy you off with just 40 pounds each. Can't you aspire for more? From now on, you will heed my words. Whoever shoots it dead now will not only claim the moose, but also 2 smaller ones that accompany it. Each of us could easily obtain 70 or 80 pounds of meat." Before anyone could respond, Lu Yuandong pressed the barrel of his gun against Lu Eru's forehead and, seemingly nonchalantly, remarked, "Lu Eru, you truly are audacious. Are you willing to commit murder for a few extra pounds of meat? Have you not considered the consequences? Yes, by killing me, you might procure more meat, but what then? Even if you manage to keep this affair a secret and secure the promised 70 or 80 pounds, what will you do once it is gone? And ask them if they would willingly become murderers for a mere handful of meat, living the rest of their lives in fear and regret." Wang Erju observed Lu Yuandong suddenly fix his gaze upon him. He chuckled at Lu Erhu, saying, "Homeowner, let us not jest. This formidable beast was singularly subdued by Ren Tianming. By assisting him, we stand to gain 40 caddies of venison, which is akin to stumbling upon treasure." Another individual chimed in with a laugh. "Indeed, the authorities visited our village last autumn to disseminate information, forbidding the establishment of private courts. They repeatedly emphasized that any fatalities must be reported to the township, which would subsequently issue a death certificate. If we were to inadvertently cause his demise, we might find ourselves facing dire consequences." Chapter 17, Persuading Others to Assist. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuandong continued to chuckle. Lu Eru, did you hear that? You foolish man, it's truly baffling how the second household permitted you to assume the role of its master. After uttering these words, Lu Yuandong cast a glance at those present and, with a smile, remarked, as you can see, while I may not excel in various endeavors in the art of hunting within our Panshan Air village, I dare say I am unrivaled. Who could possibly claim the second position? Wang Erju eagerly nodded, laughing. Tianming, I wholeheartedly believe your words. Let us not delve into other matters. In just these few short days, you've managed to procure 2 magnificent hares along with 2 young ones. That is indeed a remarkable feat indeed, I too believe it. Tianming, it seems we must seek your counsel in the future, they said in unison, showering him with praise. In response to their flattery, Lu Yuandong smiled slightly. There is no need for counsel. This time, as you all assisted me in retrieving these hares, I shall share the meat among everyone. When I next venture into the mountains to hunt, I would be delighted to bring a few of you along. Since leaving the ancestral hall last time, Lu Yuandong had been contemplating eradicating the den of bears. In his previous life, he had nearly perished at the claws of these very bears. In this life, not only did he seek to provide a better existence for his wife and child, but he also yearned to exact revenge for the tribulations of his past. However, he realized that he could not accomplish this daunting task alone. Therefore, he needed to recruit several companions. This opportunity aligned perfectly with his intention to forge solid relationships with the legitimate members of the village hunting team. When the time was ripe, he could lead a group to eliminate the bear den. Upon hearing that Lu Yuandong planned to include them in his next hunting expedition, all present abandoned the notion of acquiring additional portions of meat. According to Lu Eru, they would only receive an extra 50 or 60 pounds of meat at most, and they would have to carry the psychological burden of being murderers for the rest of their lives. Conversely, if they heeded Lu Yuandong's words, although they might receive less meat this time, they would ultimately secure a greater bounty in the future, ensuring their livelihood. This calculation was clear to anyone with even a modicum of sense, especially Wang Erju, who, thinking of the prospect of his family enjoying ample meals in the future, exclaimed joyfully, Tianming, it's settled then. When we next enter the mountains, you must take us with you. Indeed, Tianming, while we may not be of much help, we can certainly assist you by carrying your gear, chimed in another. Lu Eru's mind was in turmoil. He had anticipated leading the second household's hunting team to break the record for Panshan Air Village by returning with a staggering 1,000 pounds of hares, accompanied by 2 young moose and 5 game birds. Yet, it was becoming increasingly clear that his concerns were unfounded. Hey, you lot. Do not forget that I am the master of the second household. How dare you disregard my authority in favor of this young man? You are turning the world upside down. With a wry smile, Lu Yuandong responded, Lu Eru, while it is true that you are the master of the second household, have you truly improved the lives of our fellow villagers in doing so? As far as I know, most families in the second house are struggling to make ends meet. But you, as the captain of the hunting team, how many prey have you managed to capture during this prolonged period? After uttering these words, Lu Yuandong addressed the remaining members of the hunting team. I will not make things difficult for you today. Observing your house leader, it seems he is resolutely determined to portray you as murderers, seizing my venison. Now, if anyone among you listens to him, feel free to shoot me dead. However, if you choose not to heed his call, in order to prevent him from shooting me in the back and turning you all into murderers, you should disarm him, bind him, and we shall take him back with us. As for what happens afterward, whether you present him to the old patriarch for resolution or deliver him directly to the commune, that is your affair and bears little relevance to me. Lu Yuandong. However, based on his actions today, should this matter reach the old patriarch, he will undoubtedly lose his position as the leader of the second house, and a new leader must emerge from amongst you. Similarly, if this escalates to the commune, he will likewise be unable to maintain his position, and he might even face severe consequences for his capitalist transgressions. Lu Eru was taken aback, staring blankly at Lu Yuandong. He had never anticipated that this seemingly honest fellow, who appeared so simple in the village, could wield words sharper than the fangs of a venomous snake encountered in the summer woods. In just a few phrases, he ignited excitement among his subordinates, potentially paving the way for his ascendance to leadership. Before Lu Eru could regain his composure, the hunting team members had already resolved to act. Without a moment's hesitation, 7 of them surged forward, seizing the hunting rifle from Lu Eru's grasp and pinning him to the ground. A prepared rope was handed over, and within moments, Lu Eru was bound tightly. Lying in the snow, Lu Eru shouted furiously, "You've all betrayed me. Haven to you? Just wait. Once we get out of here, I will report this to the patriarch. I will demand justice from him." Lu Yuandong smiled at the hunting team members present, saying, "Thank you all. Now let us hasten to prepare the sled. We must return before nightfall, no matter what." The team members eagerly began their tasks. Sitting before the bound Lu Eru, Lu Yuandong remarked with a smile, "Lu Eru, what exactly occupies your mind?" "Haha. Although I am no longer affiliated with our Lu clan's ancestral hall, I am still aware of its customs. Individuals like you, who plot to take lives for personal gain, are supposed to have their legs broken according to clan rules. And yet, you still dare to descend the mountain to seek out the patriarch? What audacity you possess! Look at your subordinates. Who among them does not aspire to become the leader of the second house? If you are eliminated, they will have their chance to rise. Would you not agree?" Lu Eru was visibly flustered. His eyes were filled with the stark terror of those two characters. After moistening his parched lips, he shouted at Lu Yuandong, "Lu Yuandong, you despicable wretch, you shameless coward, you little man." At that moment, Lu Yuandong rose to his feet and addressed Lu Eru, saying, "Eru, it seems you truly will not shed tears until faced with the grave. I had initially contemplated guiding you through this turmoil, at least to help you retain your status as the master of the second house. However, it appears that such an endeavor is now rendered unnecessary. Go ahead and hurl your insults. Once you return and find yourself before the clan leader or the commune authorities, you will find your voice silenced." With that, Lu Yuandong picked up a fishing net from the snow and strode toward the two young elk. Chapter 18. Preventing desperation. The two young moose bore no grudge against Lu Yuandong for the death of their mother. Upon seeing him extend the canvas towards them, they began to eat eagerly. Lu Yuandong regarded the little creatures with a sigh of resignation, reaching out to gently stroke one of their heads, murmuring, "I never intended for you to end up in this predicament, but nature is relentless. Fear not, for I shall care for you and help you grow." However, he refrained from disclosing to the young moose what would become of them once they matured. Nearby, Lu Eru lay bound in the snow, his body encrusted with frost. Gradually, as he regained his composure, a sense of unease began to settle within him. Indeed, it was clear that uniting the hunting team with Lu Yuandong against him was an impossibility. Given Lu Yuandong's earlier words to the team, anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that should this matter reach the elder patriarch or the commune, Lu Eru would not only be stripped of his position as head of the second house, but would likely face dire consequences for his very existence. Realizing this, beads of sweat began to form on Lu Eru's forehead. His entire family depended on him for survival. Should he be captured, how would they endure? The current year was already one of famine. Not just their village, but much of the nation was grappling with scarcity. The mere thought of his predicament was unbearable. As Lu Yuandong squatted nearby, feeding the two young moose while the other team members scoured the area for materials to construct a sled, Lu Eru gradually quelled his rising fury. He leaned closer to Lu Yuandong and whispered, "Tianming, brother, could you come over here for a moment?" Lu Yuandong turned, curiosity piqued. "What is it? Do you have something to discuss?" Lu Eru forced a smile, attempting to appear conciliatory. "Just come closer." Lu Yuandong complied, crouching beside Lu Eru and asking, "Speak, I'm here now." Lu Eru replied, "Could you help me up?" Feigning annoyance, Lu Yuandong retorted, "You certainly demand a lot." Yet, despite his words, he extended a hand to assist Lu Eru, lifting him to sit against a nearby tree. Lu Eru, seemingly embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile and murmured, "Brother, we are from the same village. I acknowledge that I have acted wrongly in this matter. I beg you, consider not only the opinions of others, but also the fact that my father once aided you. Please, spare me this time. You mentioned earlier that you had a way to preserve my position as head of the second house. Could you enlighten me?" Lu Yuandong shook his head, replying, "No, I will not. Why should I? Just moments ago, you intended to bring me to ruin, to seize my possessions. And now you expect me to assist you in maintaining your status as the master of the secondary residence? Are you not indulging in folly?" Yet, beneath this bravado, Lu Yuandong understands well that Lu Eru still holds considerable esteem in the secondary residence. Moreover, being the grandson of the former patriarch grants him significant leverage. Even if Lu Yuandong could usurp Lu Eru's position, he could not eliminate him entirely. In this era, one must eradicate the root of the issue. Failing to do so invites endless repercussions. Currently, the prospect of removing Lu Eru entirely is evidently beyond his grasp. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will leap over the wall. Lu Yuandong has yet to firmly establish his foothold in the village, and having just exited the Lu clan's ancestral hall, he lacks the clan's protection. Should Lu Eru feel cornered, he might act against Su Baiting and the children in Lu Yuandong's absence, leading to a lifetime of regret for him. Therefore, his confrontation with Lu Eru is merely intended to clarify his stance and avert future conflicts. Lu Eru, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "Brother, Tianming, you cannot proceed in this manner. You know my family is large, and everyone relies solely on me. If I were to be brought before the former patriarch or the commune leaders, what would become of my family? Should I let them all starve? Brother, if you release me now, I would even kneel before you in gratitude." Lu Yuandong furrowed his brow and replied softly, "But your words are not to be trusted. If I spare you this time, who is to say you won't devise some nefarious scheme against me in the future? It might be better for me to act decisively and ensure your family is left in ruins. Then, when you seek retribution, you will lack the means to do so, and I shall be at ease." Tears nearly welled up in Lu Eru's eyes as he hastily declared, "Tianming, I swear it shall not be in vain. If you spare me this time, may I be devoured by a bear if I ever wrong you again." With one hand resting on his chin, Lu Yuandong appeared to ponder. Lu Eru, sensing his hesitation, gritted his teeth and continued, "Furthermore, if I dare to commit any wrongdoing against you again, may my children share the same fate." Upon hearing this earnest plea, Lu Yuandong finally spoke, acknowledging Lu Eru's sincerity. "Very well, I shall extend my help this time. When we descend the mountain, I will speak on your behalf and request that they grant you a reprieve. However, should this occur again, I, Lu Yuandong, will show you no mercy." At last, Lu Eru breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully expressed, "Brother, thank you. I am truly indebted to you. Since you have granted me forgiveness, could you now release me?" Lu Yuandong shook his head, replying with a chuckle, "Releasing you is out of the question. In these remote woods, if I were to let you go, how could I trust that you wouldn't turn against me?" With a pained expression, Lu Eru implored, "But I have already sworn an oath. Even when I took my oath, I included my children at home. Do you still doubt my sincerity?" Lu Yuandong nodded and said bluntly, "Indeed, I do not trust you. As for the owners of the second house, I could persuade them to allow you to continue. But for this descent, you shall accompany us in this manner. Once we reach the village, I will ensure that they release you. Furthermore, do not blame me for my cautiousness. You are well aware of the actions you have taken against me before, and there is no need for me to enumerate them before you." Chapter 19, A Sensation. With a chuckle, I have laid my words bare before you. Whether you can comprehend them rests solely upon your discernment. After hearing Lu Yuandong's remarks, Lu Eru, not a fool by any means, understood that being forgiven by Lu Yuandong today was akin to a divine blessing. Were the roles reversed, had someone attempted to end his life and seize his possessions, he would have unhesitatingly resorted to violence. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuandong was far more astute than this reckless simpleton. A brute remains a brute, incapable of evolving into a sage, regardless of his circumstances. Before long, several members of the hunting team had prepared a substantial sled. With collective effort, they lifted the massive moose onto the sled, securing it with ropes, pushing and pulling as they made their way down the mountain. Strength in numbers proved invaluable. Had Lu Yuandong been tasked with retrieving such a large moose alone, the prospect would have been nearly impossible. However, with the concerted efforts of many, they successfully transported the moose to Lu Yuandong's doorstep before dusk. Lu Yuandong, leading the way, carried 2 small moose calves on his shoulders along with 5 plump chickens. The villagers of Pan Mountain, upon hearing of Lu Yuandong's latest hunt, were utterly astonished. Even the elderly patriarch, Lu Shiwu, upon receiving the news, rose in disbelief, leaning on his cane as he made his way to Lu Yuandong's home. In no time, a crowd of 50 or 60 gathered at Lu Yuandong's doorstep. As they gazed upon the immense moose, their eyes brimmed with envy. Simultaneously, they were bewildered. They could not fathom how Lu Yuandong had been so fortunate. According to prior village gossip, Su Baiting was considered an ill-fated woman, having disrupted the village's fortunes. As Su Baiting's partner, Lu Yuandong was expected to be the first to suffer. Yet, it appeared that rather than encountering misfortune, he had, in fact, turned adversity into opportunity. Observing Lu Yuandong's father, Lu Jiangwo, and elder brother, Lu Yuanliang, standing amidst the crowd, a myriad of emotions swirled within them. Lu Yuandong paid little mind to the villagers. as most of those present were from their own branch of the family. Once the moose was successfully moved into the yard, Lu Yuandong instructed several hunting team members from the second branch to fetch lanterns, for darkness was fast approaching, and he needed to expedite the butchering of the moose. If they did not swiftly divide the moose before it froze solid, the task would become exceedingly laborious. With red lanterns hung high, the hunting team members bustled about in the yard with great enthusiasm. Su Baiting, cradling a child, stood beside the moose, her joy evident. Lu Yuandong urged Su Baiting to take the child inside to soothe him and to boil water in preparation for later use. As for Lu Eru, having been released upon entering the village, he was already contemplating how to procure a share of the meat to bring home. In an unprecedented display of humility, he began to ingratiate himself with Lu Yuandong, donning a smiling visage and eagerly assisting him. Lu Shuwu gazed at the imposing moose, its mouth drooling with anticipation. Although he held the esteemed position of clan leader and his family's circumstances were somewhat better than those of others in the village, it had been quite some time since they had savored meat. The last time he heard that Lu Yuandong had hunted a moose, he contemplated sending his family to request a share, but the thought of the dealings with Lu Jiangwo made him hesitate. He believed that Lu Yuandong, having severed ties with the Lu clan, would soon regret his decision without the clan's protection. At that moment, he envisioned using this situation to humiliate Lu Yuandong, ensuring that he would never dare defy his wishes again. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuandong had managed to procure such a colossal and rare moose, even bringing along 2 moose calves. After pondering for a moment amidst the crowd, Lu Shuwu cleared his throat and stepped forward. Tianming, your third branch has hunted this magnificent creature. Why did you not invite your own kin to assist, yet enlisted the second branch's hunting team? As the old clan leader spoke, the members of the third branch instantly perked up, especially Lu Yuanliang, who completely forgot the incident from days prior when Lu Yuandong had held a gun to his head. He stepped forward, imposing himself before Lu Yuandong, and declared with a feigned authority, Tianming, our venerable clan leader is speaking. Are you deaf? Lu Jiangwo wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth and approached Lu Yuandong, feigning concern. Tianming, what are you still doing? Did you not hear the clan leader's words? He stated that this rare moose was hunted by our third branch, which indicates he has set aside past grievances and allows you to return to our fold. Shouldn't you kneel and express your gratitude? With a knife in hand, Lu Yuandong had begun to skin the moose. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, he casually replied, I have already made my position clear. I am now aligned with the state's policies and have formally withdrawn from the Lu ancestral hall. Therefore, the distinctions between the second and third branches hold no relevance for me. As for why I had members of the second branch assist me, it was merely a fortuitous encounter in the woods today, and they greatly aided me in bringing this rare moose back. Once I finish butchering it, I intend to share several dozen pounds of meat with each of them. Upon hearing Lu Yuandong's intention to share meat with the second branch as hunting team, members of the third branch erupted in outrage. Lu Yuandong, have you lost your mind? Why should the spoils of our third branch be shared with the second branch? Another voice shouted, Indeed, Lu Yuandong, do you not fear the wrath of our ancestors, risking divine retribution upon yourself? Unruffled, Lu Yuandong paused his task and turned to glance at the members of the second branch, then smiled and said, Gentlemen, did you hear that? I made my stance abundantly clear just now, and it seems they are not inclined to let me share the meat with you after all. At that moment, the villagers of Panshan were, for the most part, desperately hungry, their stomachs clinging to their backs. The members of the second house's hunting team had finally managed to bring back the moose, and they were on the verge of distributing the meat among themselves. However, to their astonishment, someone from the third house voiced dissent. Who could possibly endure such a provocation? Even Lu Eru, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards Lu Yuandong, could no longer contain himself. He was the first to step forward, vehemently rebuking the loudest dissenters from the third house. Are you out of your minds? Did Tianming's earlier statement not clarify everything? He has already withdrawn from the Lu family ancestral hall. He is no longer one of you from the third house. According to the current national policy, whoever has the ability to hunt the game rightfully claims it as their personal property. Chapter 20. Preparing to bring home the game. What is it? When you initially expelled Tianming from the third household, why didn't you declare him as one of your own? Oh, now that you see Tianming has captured some prey, you suddenly claim him as a member of your household. Do you not feel any shame? Let me inform you that all the game today was hunted solely by Tianming, and we are merely assisting him in bringing it home. Out of kindness. He agreed to share some meat with us, but now you wish to reap benefits without effort. There's no chance of that. Upon hearing this from Lu Eru, Lu Shiwu was taken aback. Typically, as the head of the second household, Lu Eru was the most domineering of them all. It was unexpected that he would stand up for Lu Yuandong in front of so many people today, a true rarity. In his fury, Lu Shiwu glared fiercely at Lu Eru, questioning his audacity to speak here. While Lu Eru dared to confront the third household, he shrank back upon hearing Lu Shiwu's words. Unlike Lu Yuandong, who had long since cast aside the concept of clan loyalty from his heart, Lu Eru had been indoctrinated with the ideology of kinship since childhood, viewing the clan leader as an authority figure. Thus, before the clan leader, he resembled a mouse before a cat. Despite harboring deep-seated resentment, he could only bow his head and retreat. Noticing Lu Eru's silence, Lu Shiwu, with a stern expression and leaning on his cane, addressed Lu Yuandong with conviction. Tianming, I, Lu Shiwu, am a man of principles. You are young and sometimes act impulsively, which I can understand. I have reflected on the previous incident, perhaps we. Before Lu Shiwu could finish his sentence, Lu Yuandong interrupted with a cold sneer. Old clan leader, spare me your words. I have already stated that I will not join the Lu clan's ancestral hall, and the matters of the second and third households are of no concern to me. We now live in a communist society, where the villages below emphasize production teams and collective efforts, rewarding the capable. Do not attempt to impose feudal ideologies upon me, expecting me to support the idle and the slothful who only consume and wait for death. After voicing these sentiments, Lu Yuandong ruthlessly addressed the assembly. In the future, if anyone wishes to accompany me in hunting, I might consider bringing them along. However, should anyone mention clan ties, ancestral halls, or generational hierarchy in my presence, they can go to hell. Do as you please. If you are dissatisfied, either come and eliminate me or take your grievances to the commune leaders. After delivering this harsh message, Lu Yuandong cast a glance at Lu Shiwu and continued. Oh, and isn't each household still required to pay taxes to the commune regularly? I am not one to lack awareness of policies. Tomorrow, I shall take a deer leg to the commune myself and pay my own taxes. I refuse to believe that the commune leaders would turn me away. Lu Yuandong was indeed a clever individual. He understood that most people were struggling to make ends meet, and the leaders of the commune depended on them for sustenance. When human lives are at stake, one cannot afford to ponder over the larger collective or secondary households. The mere arrival of sustenance is commendable, a true exemplar for the masses. Lu Shiwu's mind buzzed with turmoil, and witnessing his inability to sway Lu Yuandong, he turned sharply, directing his ire towards Lu Zhangwo, exclaiming, Lu Zhangwo, do you still aspire to be the head of the third household? Open your eyes and behold. This is the fine son you have raised, who has forsaken his roots and committed such a sacrilegious act. Is it any wonder that our Panshan village suffers from drought and hunger? Alas, the very feng shui of our village has been corrupted by your family of brutes. In the past, Lu Shiwu's words would have carried weight. However, now, after delivering his fierce proclamation, Lu Yuandong burst into laughter. With a seemingly nonchalant tone, he retorted, I say, old patriarch, you truly possess a talent for fabricating nonsense. Previously, you claimed that the feng shui of Panshan village was ruined by my wife, calling her a reincarnation of a harbinger of doom. By your logic, I, Lu Yuandong, being closest to her, should be the first to suffer misfortune and starve to death. Yet here I stand, not only alive but, to my delight, receiving visits from the esteemed Han Dahuan. Now you assert that I have tainted our village's feng shui. If I wielded such power, Panshan village would surely face extinction. Lu Shiwu's body trembled with rage as he thrust his cane into the snow, shouting, Lu Yuandong, you are outrageous. Unfazed, Lu Yuandong continued to peel the meat, grinning as he replied, let it be outrageous. Tonight, I shall feast on Han Dahuan's meat. Oh, I almost forgot. I no longer desire venison. I have grown weary of it. My dear, let us simmer some chicken soup tonight. We have 5 fine chickens, and for the past few days, we have enjoyed chicken broth with every meal. Upon hearing the mention of chicken soup, the members of the third household could no longer contain themselves. Some, in their frustration, bent down to scoop up snow from the ground and began to chew it vigorously. Lu Era had never experienced such exhilaration as he did today, witnessing the expressions of the elderly men, their beards bristling and eyes wide with indignation. He began to secretly admire Lu Yuandong. Previously, he had always considered the clan sacred and inviolable. Now, It seemed the call of the nation resonated profoundly. The time to dismantle all antiquated powers had become urgent. As Lu Yuandong busied himself, he maintained a dignified demeanor, saying, "Eru, do not dawdle. Leave a few individuals here to assist. You should send the others to your second household to gather the families of the hunting team members who participated today. They must bring large basins when they come. Otherwise, how shall you transport the venison back? Additionally, for the deer's innards, bring a cart to haul them back. Set up a large iron pot for cooking at your second household, and you shall share the meal." Lu Eru leaned closer to Lu Yuandong and whispered, "Tianming, what about me? Hee, could you overlook my previous transgressions and spare me a little something as well?" Seeing Lu Eru's rather obsequious demeanor, Lu Yuandong chuckled and replied, "All right. I shall allocate 40 jin of meat for you. However, do bear in mind that you must accept whatever is given, without being choosy." Lu Eru nodded vigorously, completely shedding the arrogance he had previously displayed as the head of the second household. Thank you, Tianming. You are truly a benefactor to my family." With that, Lu Eru called out to Wang Erju and another young man beside him. "What are you two dawdling for? Quickly gather everyone from your homes who can move, and prepare to take the meat back home." Chapter 21. Embrace a peaceful life. Upon hearing this proclamation, the smiles of the members of the second house radiated even more brightly. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the dozens gathered in the third house was one of despondency, particularly for Lu Shiwu, whose expression was more repugnant than that of someone who had just consumed something foul. Gripping his cane tightly, if glares could kill, Lu Yuandong would have met his demise countless times over. Unfazed, Lu Yuandong continued to methodically dissect the massive moose, carefully separating the hide around the ankle before skillfully slicing towards the abdomen along its four legs. Once the preliminary work was done, he gestured to Lu Eru and the others nearby, saying, "Come, lend a hand." The group diligently peeled the skin away from the flesh, and soon a pristine moose hide lay before them. Lu Shiwu watched in disbelief, glaring fiercely at the members of the third house as he declared, "Which of you in the third house can handle this rascal? If anyone can compel him to apologize and kneel before our ancestors in the ancestral hall today, I shall appoint them as the head of the third house." Many in the third house had witnessed the scene where Lu Yuandong had brandished a gun at his father and elder brother not long ago. Moreover, given that this young man had felled such a colossal moose, who would dare to confront him? A heavy silence enveloped the surroundings, as the members of the third house could only stomp their feet in frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Yuandong remained composed, continuing his work on the moose meat. The moose was dauntingly large, unlike a small pig or dog that could be dismembered in mere moments. After a substantial half-hour, Lu Yuandong finally began to eviscerate the creature. As the knife sliced through the abdomen, the warm entrails spilled forth, still exuding faint wisps of steam. At this juncture, Wang Erju arrived with the members of the second house. A few women, pulling a cart laden with several large wooden basins, joined them. Standing tall and taking a moment to rest, Lu Yuandong turned to Lu Eru, saying, "Eru, go fetch a scale. We shall begin distributing the meat now." The members of the second house erupted in cheers, feeling invigorated even before tasting the moose meat. After casting a fierce glare at Lu Yuandong, Lu Shiwu turned to the eagerly watching villagers of the third house and proclaimed with conviction, "Listen well, from this day forth, I have decided to appoint Lu Yuanliang as the head of the third house." Originally, the position should have belonged to Lu Jiangwo, but the old patriarch could not bear the thought. The second son of Lu Jiangwo was quite the disappointment. If Lu Jiangwo could not assume the role, then Lu Yuanliang, with his cunning disposition, would be a fitting choice. Granting him such authority might lead to a fierce rivalry between the two brothers, which would at least bring some satisfaction to Lu Shiwu. Lu Yuandong saw through Lu Shiwu's intentions. While he typically adhered to the virtues of respecting elders and cherishing the young, today, having already clashed with Lu Shiwu several times, he could not hold back any longer. In front of everyone, he continued to mockingly inquire, "I say, old patriarch, what are you attempting to accomplish?" Originally, Lu Jiangwo was supposed to be the master of the third household. Now, it seems that he has no way to deal with me and is contemplating letting Lu Yuanliang take over the role, hoping that we will clash while he observes the spectacle from behind the scenes. I find myself genuinely curious about who appointed you as the clan leader. It is one thing to harbor ill intentions, but to be so duplicitous is another matter entirely. Lu Shiwu felt a surge of anger, staggering back a few steps, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Lu Yuanliang, however, reacted swiftly, stepping forward to support Lu Shuo, whispering, "Old clan leader, please do not let your anger consume you. Rest assured, once I become the master of the third household, I will undoubtedly lead the hunting team, and within 3 days, we shall capture the elusive great horned elk." Upon hearing this, Lu Eru could not suppress a laugh. "Huh, Lu Yuanliang, it is not that I look down upon you, but with your caliber. Do you truly believe you can hunt the great horned elk? What have you been doing the past few days, confined indoors? I heard you even wet your pants last time. With such cowardice, how dare you make such grand claims in front of so many? Have you no shame?" Lu Yuanliang recognized that he was no match for Lu Eru and Lu Yuandong. He dared not confront them directly. Instead, he continued to support Lu Shuo and moved toward the back of the crowd. Yet, in his heart, Lu Yuanliang began to scheme. As the master of the third household, all 20-odd families within the third household, regardless of their lineage, would be compelled to heed his commands. After all, the master of the first household was absent. How naive of you, Lu Yuandong, to think you can hunt freely. However, you are still within our territory. Just wait and see how I will deal with you in the future. The villagers of the third household, sensing the tension, realized they were in a precarious situation. Moreover, the second household had already begun distributing meat. If a disturbance were to erupt now, it would undoubtedly lead to casualties. With the old clan leader departing, they found no reason to linger, thus turning to return to their respective homes. From the onset of dusk until past midnight, the courtyard finally fell silent. To ensure safety, Lu Yuandong moved the remaining venison and the day's catch into his room, along with the borrowed hunting rifle. Sitting on the edge of the Kong with Su Baiting, he glanced at their sleeping child and leaned in to plant a kiss on Su Baiting's cheek. This unexpected gesture caused her face to flush a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. Though they had been married for some time, such spontaneity still took her aback. Lu Yuandong, unfazed, stood up after the kiss and approached the pile of venison, continuing to carve it with his knife. As he worked, he reminded himself aloud, "This piece of meat will go to Wang Kazi tomorrow morning, as I promised him some of the catch. And this foreleg of the deer will be delivered to the commune at noon." Times have changed. While we may have relinquished our ancestral hall, it is essential to maintain amicable relations with the leaders of the commune. Having previously served in the military for many years, Lu Yuandong was well aware of the prevailing trends in policy development. It is now the year 1960, and for the common folk to genuinely aspire to a better life, it will require no less than 30 years. During this span, given his family's background, the likelihood of him making significant strides in the world is exceedingly slim. Moreover, he risks losing his life during the impending tumultuous times. The prospect of earning substantial wealth may only materialize 2 decades hence, as the household contract responsibility system did not commence until around the 1980s. Prior to this era of individual responsibility, during the collective economic period, his only recourse was to ensure that his wife and children lived a life free from want, while simultaneously building connections and creating momentum for future prosperity. Chapter 22. Never forget the well digger. Upon reflection, Lu Yuandong considered himself fortunate, for he was born in Panshan village rather than in the plains. Some might argue that the plains, with their fertile lands, provide a better life for the common folk. However, such a perspective is fundamentally flawed. Those who have genuinely experienced this era know that life in hunting zones like Panshan village is significantly more favorable than that in the plains. This drought, extensive and prolonged, has rendered most lands barren. Additionally, the rural populace is obliged to ensure that the urban working class is well fed to maintain the production of steel and machinery, leaving little grain for their own households. Yet, their situation is different. Designated as a hunting zone, while other villages must pay grain taxes, they are only required to submit their hunted game. Furthermore, they can barter their catches for food. As long as one possesses the skill, hunger can largely be averted. Moreover, the mountains offer another substantial advantage: the ability to excavate wild medicinal herbs for profit. Currently, heavy snow has cloaked the mountains, making it impossible to gather these herbs. But once the spring thaw arrives and the forest vegetation begins to sprout tender green shoots, they can hunt while simultaneously collecting valuable herbs like Cotinopsis, astragalus, and even precious ginseng. With a stroke of good fortune, they might even procure some reishi mushrooms. The prices offered by the supply and marketing cooperatives for these items are quite lucrative. As Su Baiting listened to Lu Yuandong's musings, she rose from her seat by the stove, lifted the pot lid, and upon seeing that the chicken had been perfectly cooked, she smiled and said, "Tianming, let us enjoy some chicken soup. You've been busy all day, don't wear yourself out." Lu Yuandong, feeling no need to be polite, eagerly accepted, for his stomach had begun to grumble from the day's labor. While they were relishing the chicken soup, two young moose unexpectedly began to relieve themselves at the doorway. As if protesting, Lu Yuandong could only smile wryly and set down his bowl to clean up the mess. There was little choice in the matter. Given the current conditions, he could not build a more substantial shelter for the winter, and he worried that if the young moose were tied outside, someone from the nearby houses might stealthily come at night to steal them. Furthermore, being so distanced from the village, with only their household nearby, there was always the risk of a tiger or leopard paying an unwelcome visit, which could spell disaster for the young moose. After shoveling away the moose droppings, Lu Yuandong returned inside, settled by the fireside, and remarked to Su Baiting, "We want to finish all this meat in 10 days or so. The weather has been decent lately, and once we wrap up tomorrow, I'll head up the slope the day after to chop some trees and build a wooden shelter next to our house, specifically for these two little ones." At that moment, Su Baiting suggested, "Tianming, could you buy a few Luohua chickens? As the children grow, having Luohua chickens at home would mean they could enjoy some egg custard." Lu Yuandong chuckled and replied, "Why buy Luohua chickens when we can raise them ourselves? Hee. Tomorrow afternoon I shall pay a visit to Yuan Shan's abode, bringing with me some venison, and in return, I desire 2 Luohua chickens." The Yuan Shan that Lu Yuandong refers to is the son of the main family's patriarch, Lu Shourun, and he and Lu Yuandong are contemporaneous brothers of the Lu clan, maintaining a cordial relationship. Ever since Lu Shourun fell ill in the mountains a few days ago and was taken to the hospital, Lu Yuanshan has accompanied him to the county hospital to provide care. Today, upon returning with the hunting team from the second branch, Lu Yuandong overheard Wang Erzhu mention that Lu Yuanshan had seemingly returned yesterday. Su Baiting, aware of the amicable rapport between Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan, smiled and remarked, "When you go over, make sure to bring a generous portion. After all, with so much meat, the two of us won't be able to consume it all at once." Lu Yuandong readily agreed. That evening, after they had dined on the meat, they both nestled into their blankets, spending the night in silence. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Lu Yuandong emerged from his cocoon, replenishing the firewood in the stove before donning his cotton coat and shouldering several dozen pounds of venison along with a sturdy chicken. He set off towards Wang Keizi's home. Upon arrival, he found Wang Keizi still asleep. The cold weather, coupled with the scarcity of food, allowed him to conserve energy by remaining tucked beneath his covers. Hearing a knock at the door, Wang Keizi didn't hasten to rise. Instead, he poked his head out from under the covers and inquired, "Who is it?" With a chuckle, Lu Yuandong responded, "It is I." Upon recognizing Lu Yuandong's voice, Wang Keizi smiled and said, "The door is open. Come in." Lu Yuandong pushed the door open and, upon entering, noticed Wang Keizi leisurely emerging from his blankets and dressing. As he placed the venison on the table, he smiled and teased, "Old man, why do you not lock your door at night? Are you not afraid that a wolf or leopard might come and carry you away?" Wang Keizi grinned. "If they carried me away, it would be splendid. Then I wouldn't have to." Before he could finish his thought, his gaze fell upon the venison and the chicken on the table, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, he incredulously asked, "Wait a moment, Tianming. You brought me food?" Lu Yuandong, feeling at home, walked over to the stove, took a nearby iron rod, lifted the lid of the stove, and added more firewood while smiling. "Did I not mention when I borrowed your gun that I would share the spoils of my hunt with you? Yesterday, fortune smiled upon me, and I managed to procure a large deer and this chicken. This meat amounts to about 50 pounds, plus the chicken. It should suffice for over 2 weeks." Wang Keizi, already salivating at the sight of the meat, quickly donned his clothing and hastily got out of bed. Approaching the bounty before him, "Tianming, you have the spirit of my youth. I'm not boasting. I was just as fierce back in the day, but alas, this leg has brought me nothing but misfortune." Wang Keizi was not exaggerating. In his youth, he was indeed a remarkable hunter in the village. "Old man, true heroes do not dwell on past glories," he said. "You should go prepare the water for boiling meat. I must take my leave." Lu Yuandong had numerous tasks awaiting him today, and he needed to seize every moment. Furthermore, the earlier incident with Lu Yuanliang stealing meat from his home had instilled a sense of trepidation in him whenever he ventured outside. After all, a person enduring prolonged hunger can easily resort to irrational actions. Seeing Lu Yuandong's intention to depart, Wang the Lame hastily called out to him, "Wait a moment. Why are you in such a rush?" Chapter 23. The organization will assist you. With a slight limp, he approached the cabinet, opened it, and rummaged through its contents. Finally, he retrieved 2 boxes of ammunition from beneath. "Here you go. This is of no use to me, as long as you can bring me some game. Feel free to use the shotgun and the bullets," he said with a chuckle. Wang Xiaozi's gesture piqued Lu Yuandong's curiosity. He accepted the ammunition with a smile and inquired, "Dear sir, just how many bullets do you possess? The last time you provided me with ammunition, you cautioned me to conserve it." Wang Xiaozi grinned broadly. "I advised you to be frugal because I was concerned you might not catch any game and waste my bullets. However, now that you can indeed hunt and have kept your word by sharing your spoils, I naturally must provide you with more ammunition. As for how many bullets I have, that is of no concern to you. So long as you do not take the shotgun into battle, these bullets, meant for hunting, will last you a lifetime." This was not mere boasting on Wang Xiaozi's part. He had genuinely seen combat in his youth. When soldiers came to their region to combat bandits, they used his home as a garrison, storing weapons and ammunition. Upon their departure, as a gesture of gratitude, they left him a double-barreled shotgun along with 2 full cases of bullets. Wang Xiaozi had never counted the exact number of rounds in those cases. But after using the shotgun for 7 or 8 years, he had barely consumed a fraction of the ammunition, having only utilized less than 1/10 of 1 box. The remaining bullets were partly hidden in his cellar and partly stored beneath the cabinet for easy access. However, there was no need for him to divulge such details to Lu Yuandong. Seeing that the older man had responded vaguely, Lu Yuandong did not press for further information. In any case, the 2 boxes contained a total of 200 rounds. Even if he took 30 rounds each time into the mountains, it would suffice for 6 outings. Moreover, even when carrying 30 rounds, he typically used only about 7 or 8 rounds, sometimes even just 2 or 3. For instance, during his trip to the mountains yesterday, he had taken 10 rounds and returned with 3 still in his pocket. "Well then, I shan't be polite. You go ahead with your business. I shall return home," he said, clutching the bullets. He swiftly made his way back. Upon returning home, Su Baiting had already prepared breakfast. Lu Yuandong, however, was in no hurry to eat. Instead, he stepped out to gather some corn stalks to feed the young moose. Only after that did he sit down with his bowl of rice. After finishing his meal, Lu Yuandong placed the deer leg he had prepared the night before onto the sled, secured it, and shouldered his shotgun as he prepared to leave. Just before departing, he instructed Su Baiting, "Remember, no matter who comes to see you today, do not engage in any disputes with them. Whatever they ask for, provide it to them." Lu Yuandong understood that after he left, if someone came to their home to steal, Su Baiting, being a woman, would be no match for them. If a conflict arose, it would ultimately be his wife who would suffer. Material possessions could be reclaimed upon his return, but if his wife were to be harmed, it would break his heart. Su Baiting, naturally aware of Lu Yuandong's concerns, nodded and reassured him, saying, "Go with peace of mind. After you leave, I will barricade the door from the inside. I will not open it for anyone." Lu Yuandong smiled and replied, "Just take care of yourself." Su Baiting wholeheartedly agreed and softly reminded him, "You too." After departing from home, Lu Yuandong made his way towards the commune, reaching the entrance of the commune courtyard in about half an hour. Beneath the Lupan Mountain commune, there were several large teams, essentially villages. The highest authority within the commune was the secretary, while the village's top leader was the village head, also known as the branch secretary. However, in the mountainous regions, clan influences had not entirely vanished. Villagers largely did not recognize the authority of village heads. Yet, the commune held a significant status in the hearts of the villagers, akin to the government offices of decades past. The commune secretary resembled a county magistrate, wielding power with soldiers, firearms, and law. Upon Lu Yuandong entering the courtyard with a nearly 100-pound elk leg in tow, a group of office staff rushed out upon seeing the spectacle. Leading the group was Zhang Ren, the secretary of the Lupan Mountain commune. "Oh my. This is Zhang Ren," gazed at the impressive elk leg, utterly speechless with astonishment. Lu Yuandong, with clarity and decisiveness, stepped forward to explain, "Leader, I am Lu Yuandong, a villager from Panshan village, and this elk leg is my personal contribution to the collective grain tax this year." Zhang Ren, momentarily taken aback, raised his head to scrutinize Lu Yuandong. Panshan village. This was one of the villages that had caused them considerable headaches. The clan influence within the village was exceedingly strong. And despite their repeated orders for the villagers to comply with commune leadership, the idea of transforming their second and third households into production teams had never been genuinely implemented. Moreover, the past 2 years had been difficult. People could barely afford to eat, and as a leader, he could only turn a blind eye to the situation. Yet today, unexpectedly, Lu Yuandong came forth voluntarily to pay the grain tax in his own name. Could it be that this young man possessed such advanced ideological awareness? If so, he would certainly warrant closer observation in the future. Young man, you say you are from Panshan village and share the surname Lu. Given that, why did you come to pay the grain tax alone? Wasn't he it previously? Zhang Ren paused. Lu Yuandong understood Zhang Ren's thoughts and replied, Leader, their mindset is erroneous. Steeped in outdated feudal traditions, labels of first house and second house, ancestral halls. These are all feudal superstitions. A few days ago, I withdrew from the ancestral hall and now fend for myself through hunting. I hold a firm belief that under your guidance, even without the protection of a clan, we ordinary folk can lead lives of abundance and contentment. One must speak in accordance with the times. Lu Yuandong's thoughts were as clear as a mirror. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Ren's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Excellent. Truly admirable, young comrade. In light of this, we shall accept this dear leg. I will arrange for a receipt to be issued, and consider this year's grain tax from your household settled. Furthermore, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to the organization. We shall assist you in resolving them. Chapter 24, Delivering Meat? Before long, Lu Yuandong had acquired a receipt from the commune. Although it was not particularly formal, this document rendered it impossible for anyone in the village to leverage the commune leaders against him. As for the ancestral hall, Lu Yuandong had long since disregarded it. After leaving the commune, he felt reluctant to wander aimlessly. Following the events of the previous night, anxiety gnawed at him, as he feared that trouble might find him again. With only his wife and child at home, he worried that should anyone take advantage of his absence, they would be vulnerable. In truth, when Lu Yuandong first returned to life, he contemplated relocating from Panshan village altogether. However, given the current socio-political climate, where could he possibly go? Some places outside were even less favorable than Panshan village. Moreover, being a hunter by nature, he found solace in remaining in Panshan, where he could still procure game to provide sustenance for his family. What options would he have elsewhere? Farming? The land belonged to the people, not to him. With the stringent policies in place, he risked severe consequences. He could not endanger his family by leading them into perilous situations. Fortunately, upon returning home, nothing untoward had transpired. Just as Su Baiting had mentioned before he left, she had secured the door and remained with their child in the warmth of their room. It was only when Lu Yuandong returned that she finally opened the door. He entered the room, enjoyed a warm meal, and hurriedly made his way to Lu Yuanshan's home. In stark contrast to several decades hence, when people traveled by car or motorcycle, or at the very least, by bicycle, it was a different era now. In Panshan village, only Lu Yuanshan's father owned a bicycle, a privilege bestowed by the commune for the village head, Lu Shoren, to facilitate his attendance at meetings. However, once the bicycle arrived at Lu Shoren's home, he deemed it too precious to ride, opting instead to keep it in his room, perhaps intending to pass it down as a family heirloom. Before long, Lu Yuandong arrived at the territory of the third house. The main house, situated on the northern hillside of the village, boasted a large, relatively flat area where the inhabitants had gathered to construct their homes, living through generations. In the central square of the village stood the remnants of the clay furnace from their steel production efforts last year, now a favored hide-and-seek spot for children. Due to the considerable distance between the main house and the second and third houses, interactions among the villagers were infrequent. Nevertheless, the residents of the main house recognized Lu Yuandong. This was not due to his notoriety within Panshan village, but rather because he had frequently played with Lu Yuanshan, often visiting the main house. Additionally, Lu Yuandong's courteous demeanor set him apart from other children in the mountains. He greeted people warmly, which gradually endeared him to the community, rendering him a familiar face. The Lu family resides in the heart of the village, adjacent to the expansive courtyard of the Pan Mountain Village Committee. This committee building is quite spacious, featuring a dozen brick and tile houses that were constructed 7 or 8 years ago. The courtyard comprises not only 2 offices but also the storage room, an emergency grain depot, and a facility for the militia's weaponry. However, at present, most of the doors are locked, a situation that arises from the fact that these rooms are largely vacant. The storage room contains merely 2 dilapidated tables, which no one would want even if offered for free. The grain in the emergency depot had been urgently requisitioned by the commune to support the workers in the city long before Lu Shorin went to the hospital. As for the militia's storage room, it still houses 2 cannons, though the villagers have no use for such artillery in hunting. Moreover, only the barrels and the frames remain, as the shells were used as fireworks during last year's New Year celebration by a few militia members. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuandong had already arrived at the doorstep of Lu Yuanshan's home. Compared to others, the Lu family's house is relatively large, consisting of 3 main earthen rooms topped with tiles, while most other houses still have thatched roofs. Additionally, there are 2 side rooms, one serving as a kitchen and the other as a storage room. Lu Yuanshan typically resides in the storage room. Is Daxian home? Lu Yuandong called out. Soon, Lu Yuanshan's voice echoed from the courtyard. Tianming, what brings you here? Come in quickly. I was just planning to come find you in a couple of days. As he spoke, Lu Yuanshan appeared at the door. Though he is a few months younger than Lu Yuandong, he does not possess the same robust stature. Standing before Lu Yuandong, he instinctively glanced at the sled behind him, which was laden with items obscured by branches, making it impossible to discern their contents. Come in. Come in. It's cold out here, Lu Yuanshan warmly invited. Accepting his hospitality, Lu Yuandong pulled the sled into the courtyard. He then turned to Lu Yuanshan and said, Please close the front door. Lu Yuanshan chuckled. What's going on? Why the secrecy? Bending down, Lu Yuandong untied the rope from the sled and lifted the branches aside. At that moment, Lu Yuanshan had already closed the door, and upon turning back, he was utterly astonished to see about 70 pounds of fresh crimson venison resting on the sled. Wow, Tianming, what have you done? How on earth did you acquire so much meat? Initially, Lu Yuanshan's voice was loud, but as he uttered the word meat, it noticeably softened. Lu Yuandong responded with a casual smile. I came to trade. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuanshan quipped. Trade for what? Are you planning to exchange your life, or make me your servant for the rest of my days? Goodness, did you actually manage to procure an elk? As Lu Yuanshan stepped out in the morning, he overheard villagers discussing that someone from the 3rd household had managed to procure some rare meat, and that individual happened to be Lu Yuandong. Initially, he was skeptical, but now, confronted with such an abundance of meat, disbelief was no longer an option. Lu Yuandong, appearing somewhat reluctant, chuckled and said, Could you refrain from jesting in my presence? Quickly now, lend a hand and let's carry this meat inside. With a grin, Lu Yuanshan replied, First, do tell me what you're willing to trade for this. Without your offer, I cannot accept. Lu Yuandong's gaze fell upon a group of 7 or 8 speckled chickens nearby, and he casually remarked, In exchange for this meat, I can offer you 2 of those speckled chickens. Although Lu Yuanshan feigned reluctance to accept, his sincerity prevailed as he stepped forward to assist Lu Yuandong in transporting the meat into the room. Chapter 25, Charity? You are at a loss here. So much meat for merely 2 of my Luowa chickens? Are you jesting? Let us settle this. I shall offer you 3, 2 hens and 1 rooster. Upon hearing Lu Yuanshan's words, Lu Yuandong retorted, Enough of this nonsense. Your family has only these few chickens left. I want 2, 1 male and 1 female. If you continue to prattle, I shall take the meat back, having grown up together, while not blood brothers. The bond between Lu Yuanshan and Lu Yuandong was akin to that of siblings. Moreover, Lu Shorin treated Lu Yuandong quite well. Whenever Lu Yuandong visited their home, he would always provide him with some food. In this era, few families enjoyed a prosperous life. As the head of the main household and currently the village chief of Panshan, Lu Shorin was somewhat better off compared to others. Nevertheless, even this semblance of prosperity was dwindling. The leaders of the commune fretted daily over food shortages, let alone a mere village chief. Just as the 2 had managed to bring the meat into the house, Lu Yuanshan's mother, along with his 2 younger brothers and his sister, rushed in. Among the 3 children, the eldest girl, though 14, appeared no older than 10 due to the chronic lack of nourishment. The 2 younger brothers were even smaller. One was 9 years old, and the other only 4. At that moment, the 4-year-old dashed over and began licking the meat. Lu Yuanshan's mother, filled with gratitude, addressed Lu Yuandong, Tianming, why have you brought so much meat? As she spoke, she swiftly lifted the 4-year-old child, who immediately burst into tears, sending the room into chaos. Lu Yuanshan, chuckling wryly, remarked, Mother, why not start cooking some of the meat? By the way, Tianming mentioned he wishes to trade this meat for 2 of our Luohua chickens. I will go catch them now. His mother hurriedly interjected, 2? That won't do. You should catch 4, 3 hens and 1 rooster. Lu Yuanshan replied, he only wants 2. Let me handle this. Amidst the commotion of the children, Lu Yuanshan's mother had to prioritize caring for them. But as she observed the 2 leaving, she called out, just don't shortchange Tianming. Lu Yuanshan acknowledged her words. Once outside, he led Lu Yuandong to the side room where he resided. Upon entering, Lu Yuanshan brewed tea for Lu Yuandong and smiled. What was going on with you the other day? I heard you truly withdrew from our ancestral hall. Lu Yuandong offered no explanation, merely smiling and replying, let bygones be bygones. Understanding Lu Yuandong's temperament, Lu Yuanshan refrained from pressing further. Instead, he placed the teacup before Lu Yuandong and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the nearby drawer. The economical cigarettes, priced at 6 cents a pack, lacked filters but were somewhat more palatable than raw tobacco. Aware that Lu Yuandong did not smoke, Lu Yuanshan lit one for himself and, after taking a puff, inquired, is your wife and child still residing in the old earthen house of your uncle? Lu Yuandong nodded in affirmation. Lu Yuanshan sighed and remarked, in truth, what you are doing is commendable. Lu Yuandong responded with a sigh. You are aware of my family's situation. There is simply no room for your sister-in-law and children at home. I cannot possibly disregard them, can I? Nevertheless, life has been treating us fairly well lately. The heavens have smiled upon us, for I have managed to hunt quite a bit recently. At the very least, we need not worry about food. With that, Lu Yuandong shifted the conversation and inquired about Lu Yuanshan's uncle, asking, by the way, how is your uncle doing? Is he recovering? Lu Yuanshan smiled faintly, much improved. He is now able to move one leg, though there may be lingering effects. I fear he may walk like Wang, the lame man from your village, in the future. Lu Yuandong nodded. Well, that is good to hear. Will you still be going to the county town? At this, Lu Yuanshan looked towards the courtyard with a wry smile, expressing a hint of resignation. What need is there to go to the county town? Our household funds have dwindled to nothing. Thankfully, the leaders of the commune intervened. Otherwise, I shudder to think of how much more we would have spent. As for home, well, I dare say you might find it amusing. But if you hadn't brought this meat today, by the time you return in a few days, those few Luohua chickens would have been consumed. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yuanshan continued with a note of gratitude. You know, these Luohua chickens have been a tremendous help to my family lately, especially those 6 old hens. In this frigid weather, they still manage to lay an egg each day. Although they are smaller in size, they at least provide a little income. When one is truly starving, a single egg can be more satisfying than a large bowl of rice. Alas, it is regrettable if this continues. I doubt we can keep these chickens for long. Our grain supply is nearly exhausted. Domestic chickens are not like wild ones. The latter can scratch through the snow in winter to find something to eat and barely survive. But domestic chickens cannot thrive on grass alone for long. With at least 2 months until the snow melts, these chickens will need to consume no less than 80 pounds of corn. If we had that amount of corn at home, we would have long since ground it into cornmeal for our own consumption, rather than leaving it for the chickens. Before coming here, Lu Yuandong had not anticipated the hardships faced by Lu Yuanshan's family. Had he known the situation was so dire, he would have brought more meat with him. Currently, there are over 500 pounds of venison at home, alongside 2 young moose and several wild chickens. The venison from his last hunt remains uneaten, mostly prepared as jerky for sustenance during his mountain excursions. How about this? He proposed, you come with me now, and I shall give you another several dozen pounds of venison. With that, Lu Yuandong rose, preparing to leave. Lu Yuanshan pinched the last segment of his cigarette with his fingernails and took a puff, but the remaining cigarette was rather short, and the hot smoke scalded his lips. Grimacing, he quickly placed the tiny stub into a nearby porcelain bowl, gently extinguishing it before carefully extracting the minuscule remnants of tobacco. Observing Lu Yuanshan's calm demeanor, Lu Yuandong urged, what are you waiting for? Let us go. Lu Yuanshan chuckled. Come now, you might as well slap me twice across the face. You have already delivered a staggering 80 to 90 pounds of venison to me, and now you wish to give me even more? How can I possibly face you and accept it? I am not lacking in limbs, after all. Lu Yuandong replied with a wry smile. Deshan, what are you thinking? To be frank, the moose I hunted this time weighed over 1,000 pounds. It took the combined effort of 7 or 8 members from the second hunting team to bring it back. Chapter 26. Has the little moose been stolen? I apportioned 40 pounds to each of them, including the entrails. Just a short while ago, I visited the commune again to deliver a foreleg and also brought some provisions to Wang, the lame man, as I had utilized his hunting rifle. Presently, there remains no less than 500 pounds of venison. In my household, it is merely my wife and I who consume meat. The children are currently unable to partake. With 500 pounds, and us consuming 6 pounds a day, it would sustain us for 2 to 3 months. The crux of the matter is, I cannot simply remain idle at home, can I? Furthermore, as the weather warms in the coming days, this meat will spoil without proper preservation. Come, take your 2 chickens and accompany me on a visit. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanshan was moved to tears. Tianming, you sigh. Very well. I shall heed your advice this time, but you must bring back 3 chickens. Should you insist on taking only 2, I shall sever ties with you. Lu Yuanshan, like Lu Yuandong, despised taking advantage of others. Moreover, he understood well that Lu Yuandong's words, though light-hearted, masked a more profound truth. Now that he had departed from the clan as protection, life in the village would prove more arduous than ever. If he had meat in hand, he could alleviate some difficulties with grain during tough times. As he spoke, Lu Yuanshan rose and made his way to the courtyard while continuing his conversation with Lu Yuandong. Consider this meat alone. When I, too, manage to hunt the elusive great moose, I shall share some with you. Lu Yuandong grinned and replied, let us not discuss sharing meat. If you truly intend to assist me, then when you find yourself with free time, come by. I wish to construct a wooden cabin beside my house. Lu Yuanshan chuckled. Excellent, I can help you at your place, and it will also save some grain for my family. Shortly thereafter, the two managed to catch 3 chickens, 2 hens, and 1 rooster, and set off towards Lu Yuandong's home. The inclusion of a rooster was not without reason. On one hand, roosters possess heightened vigilance. Upon detecting noise, they would alert the hens, allowing them to prepare accordingly. On the other hand, simply bringing home 3 hens would render it impossible to hatch any chicks. However, with the addition of a rooster, it would be a different story. By the arrival of spring next year, they could collect some eggs, hatch a few chicks, raise them, and thus a cycle of life would ensue. Chickens yielding eggs, and eggs producing chickens. What a delightful prospect. As the two engaged in conversation, they unwittingly arrived at Lu Yuandong's doorstep. To their surprise, before Lu Yuandong even stepped into the courtyard, he heard Su Baiting's voice calling out, Tianming, is that you? Her tone was laced with a cry. Lu Yuandong's heart sank, and he hurried inside, responding, yes, it's me. What is the matter? Su Baiting then opened the door, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, it seems that one of our little moose has been stolen. Woo. Lu Yuandong examined Su Baiting with concern and asked, are you all right? Su Baiting wiped her tears and replied, I'm fine, but one little moose has gone missing. You worked so hard to bring it back. What shall we do? Lu Yuandong finally released the tension that had been weighing on his heart. With a smile, he remarked, I was wondering what the fuss was about. As long as you and the child are unharmed, that's all that matters. As for the little moose, I will retrieve it shortly. At that moment, Lu Yuanshan set down the Lu Hua chicken he had been holding and addressed Lu Yuandong, saying, at dawn, let's go together. It's been years since anyone in Pan Mountain Village resorted to thievery, and now someone dares to steal from your home? When I find him, I'll take him straight to the commune. Damn it, I de-shoot this scoundrel on the spot. Lu Yuandong waved his hand with a chuckle, let us not rush. Just wait a moment, I'll go fetch the chicken coop my grandfather used to tend. Turning to Su Baiting, he added, stop crying. Look at you. Is it really worth shedding tears over a lost little moose? Su Baiting pouted, retorting, humph, you wouldn't feel the loss. Our little Nini would smile at the sight of the moose. Lu Yuandong couldn't help but laugh, replying, what does that tiny child understand? Upon entering the house, Su Baiting went to comfort the child while Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan carried the chicken coop outside. They placed it beneath the eaves and carefully placed the 3 Lu Hua chickens inside. After all, the chickens had only just arrived at Lu Yuandong's home, and being unfamiliar with their surroundings, they might escape and end up as someone else's meal. Once everything was settled, Lu Yuandong shouldered his hunting rifle and stepped outside with Lu Yuanshan. In the biting winter, searching for a lost animal was relatively easy. Although the little moose was only as large as a fawn, it still weighed around 100 pounds. Carrying it was out of the question. Most of the residents in the third house were likely starving, lacking the strength to carry a struggling 100-pound moose over a long distance. Since they couldn't carry it, they had to lead it instead. Leading it would leave footprints in the snow, and moose tracks differ from those of other animals, making them easily identifiable. Sure enough, the 2 men hadn't walked far before they discovered tracks in the snow. Following the prince, they soon found themselves at the doorstep of Lu Yuandong's elder brother, Lu Yuanliang. Faced with this situation, Lu Yuanshan was momentarily at a loss for words. If it were anyone else's home, he would have charged in to capture the thief and deliver him to the commune. However, Lu Yuanliang was, after all, Lu Yuandong's brother. The two were siblings, and if he acted rashly, it could jeopardize the friendship between him and Lu Yuandong. Of course, had Lu Yuanshan been at home instead of in the county a few days prior, and known about the conflict between Lu Yuanliang and Lu Yuandong, he certainly wouldn't have entertained such thoughts. Within moments of halting, Lu Yuandong heard the cries of the little moose from within the house. Simultaneously, he overheard Lu Yuanliang speaking in a hushed yet urgent tone. "Can you hurry up? You can't find a blade? If all else fails, just grab the kitchen knife." Wu Xiaohua responded, "A kitchen knife? Can a kitchen knife kill a moose? What if you fail to kill it and it escapes?" Though the sound was faint, the proximity of the main house allowed both Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan to hear it. Upon realizing this, Lu Yuandong raised the hunting rifle in his hand and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled Lu Yuanshan, who, after regaining his composure, looked at Lu Yuandong with astonishment and exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing, Tianming? Why did you fire so suddenly?" In the room, Lu Yuanliang and Wu Xiaohua turned pale, exchanging anxious glances. After a few moments, Wu Xiaohua trembled as she asked, "What should we do?" "They've come." Chapter 27, Not Stolen? Lu Yuandong brandished a shotgun, his brow furrowed with fury. "Dashin, there are circumstances you are unaware of, but you shall soon find out." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuandong shouted loudly towards the room. "Lu Yuanliang, Wu Xiaohua, you shameless scoundrels, get out of the room at once." His voice was thunderous, attracting the attention of nearby neighbors, who began to converge upon Lu Yuanliang's courtyard. Inside the room, Lu Yuanliang and Wu Xiaohua exchanged glances, both at a loss. In a flurry, Lu Yuanliang picked up the small moose that was still bleeding incessantly. However, once he had it in his arms, he was unsure where to hide it, merely pacing anxiously on the floor. Wu Xiaohua, observing Lu Yuanliang's cowardice, clenched her fists and scolded him. "What are you afraid of? You are now the master of the third house. The villagers are all obliged to heed your words. What do you have to fear? Can Lu Yuandong alone overturn this situation?" Lu Yuanliang's face was a portrait of helplessness as he cradled the small moose, murmuring, "What if this brat really pulls the trigger?" Though Wu Xiaohua was a woman, she was considerably more astute in a crisis than Lu Yuanliang. To fire a gun, one must have a reason, right? Does this small moose bear Lu Yuandong's name? Why not claim it was captured by you from the mountains? Lu Yuanliang paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He set the small moose down and chuckled. "Indeed, this little creature bears no mark of Lu Yuandong. Why on earth should I be afraid?" With that, Lu Yuanliang placed the moose down, straightened himself, and strode towards the door. Wu Xiaohua secured the moose to the window and instructed their 4-year-old child to keep an eye on it before hastening to follow Lu Yuanliang outside. As the couple reached the doorstep, Lu Yuanliang pointed at Lu Yuandong and bellowed, "Lu Yuandong, you bastard! What are you yelling about in my courtyard with that shotgun? Do you believe I summoned the villagers to deal with you right here?" Lu Yuanshan was taken aback by Lu Yuanliang's icy demeanor towards Lu Yuandong. After all, they were legitimate brothers, with Lu Yuanliang being Lu Yuandong's elder sibling. It was no wonder that Lu Yuandong had resorted to gunfire at Lu Yuanliang's doorstep. Who could feel at ease with such a domineering brother? Lu Yuandong's expression was stern, dark lines etched across his forehead. He declared emphatically, "Lu Yuanliang, if you know what's good for you, bring out the moose I captured at once. Otherwise, I swear I won't let you off lightly." Lu Yuanliang remained unfazed, a triumphant grin on his face. "Your moose? Go ahead and call out to it. Let us see if it responds. I tell you, there is indeed a small moose in my house, but I caught it myself in the mountains." At this moment, Wu Xiaohua stood with her hands on her hips, exuding the demeanor of an indignant woman, loudly berating, "Lu Yuandong, you wretched scoundrel. Today, considering that you and my husband are at least brothers by blood, we shall not make things difficult for you. If you have any sense, you will leave this place immediately, otherwise. The elders of the third house are not to be trifled with. You should be aware that my husband is now the head of our household. All the families in the third house must heed his authority." Lu Yuandong remained unperturbed. As the saying goes, the innocent cannot be implicated, nor can the guilty evade the truth. Having ventured here wielding a hunting rifle, he certainly had little to fear. Observing the unreasonable behavior of the couple before him, Lu Yuandong turned to Lu Yuanshan beside him and said, "Dashan, it seems I must trouble you." Lu Yuanshan had discerned the true nature of Lu Yuanliang and his spouse. Under normal circumstances, he might have intervened as a mediator, but now he hesitated not at all as he inquired of Lu Yuandong, "Tianming, what would you have me do?" Lu Yuandong replied with resolute clarity, "You must go to the commune and report a theft, requesting that they send someone over." Having conveyed his instructions succinctly, Lu Yuandong then faced Lu Yuanliang, stating, "You should be aware of the stringent policies in place. Should the commune discover that you have pilfered the game I hunted, you can expect dire consequences." A chill ran through Lu Yuanliang's heart as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Just as Lu Yuanshan turned to leave for the door, a sudden reprimand echoed from a distance. "Lu Yuanshan, halt at once." Hearing gunfire, Lu Jiangwo and Ho Shuan dared not hesitate and hurried towards their eldest son's home. Upon arriving at the doorstep, they overheard discussions of reporting the matter to the commune. Although the details of the incident eluded him, Lu Jiangwo understood that in these times, even trivial disputes could spiral into significant issues if the commune became involved. Clearly, they could not withstand an investigation by the authorities. As he spoke, Lu Jiangwo entered the courtyard, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yuandong before turning to Lu Yuanyang, questioning, "Yuanyang, what is going on here?" Within the third house, Lu Jiangwo still held a measure of respect. Otherwise, the former clan leader would not have appointed him as the head. Had Lu Yuandong, in this lifetime, foolishly heeded his parents' advice and gone to plunder the nest of the snowdrift, Lu Jiangwo would now be the head of the third house. However, though he did not attain that position, his eldest son, Lu Yuanliang, had already become the household leader. In his eyes, this was akin to holding the title himself. Lu Yuanyang, appearing somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Father, perhaps you should inquire of your cherished son. Today, after much effort, I managed to hunt a small moose from the mountains. Yet he arrived with a rifle, claiming the moose as his own and demanding I surrender it. Is this not akin to robbery? I do not object to bullying outsiders. Yet now, this has escalated to the point where it is directed at our own kin. How could you have allowed such insubordination within our household to go unchecked?" Lu Jiangwo is no fool. Although Lu Yuanliang speaks with righteous indignation, he knows all too well that this little moose was undoubtedly pilfered by Lu Yuanliang from Lu Yuandong's home. A father knows his sons best. He is acutely aware of the character of his two offspring. However, at this moment, Lu Yuandong is no longer connected to him, Lu Jiangwo, in any way. Thus, he shall not utter a single word in defense of his second son, in front of so many villagers from the third household. Lu Jiangwo fixed his expression and proclaimed with resolute authority, "Lu Yuandong, have you lost your senses? You have withdrawn from the ancestral hall, and the elder patriarch has spared you from having the entire village break your legs. Yet now, you dare to come here and seize the game that your elder brother has hunted? Do you believe that I will not go seek out the elder patriarch and have him adjudicate this matter?" Chapter 28. The darkness cannot turn white. Lu Yuandong let out a cold laugh and spoke deliberately. "Listen carefully. We now live in a communist society. Do you still believe we are in the old society of over a decade ago? Let me tell you, even if the old patriarch were to arrive, his words would carry no weight. Dashan, you are to go directly to the commune. I refuse to believe that when the commune sends someone, he will still claim that the moose was hunted by him." Lu Yuanshan understood well that if this matter reached the commune, soldiers would undoubtedly come to investigate. Such a situation could not withstand scrutiny. As long as they followed the footprints, the truth would be revealed. "Uncle, brother Yuanliang, I think you should stop this nonsense. If the commune sends someone, it could lead to fatalities." Lu Yuanshan was, after all, too straightforward. He was still trying to persuade Lu Jiangwo and Lu Yuanliang. Unfortunately, the father and son showed no appreciation for his concern, especially Lu Yuanliang, who declared emphatically, "Dashan, your father is the head of the main house and the village chief of Panshan village. Given the current situation, do you think we should first invite the old patriarch to mediate or seek the commune's leadership?" For a moment, Lu Yuanshan was at a loss for words. To suggest inviting the commune's leadership for an investigation would imply a disregard for the ancestral hall and the old patriarch. Yet, if he called upon the old patriarch, it was highly likely that the patriarch would place all the blame squarely on Lu Yuandong. As Lu Yuanshan pondered this dilemma, he heard the familiar sound of Lu Shuwu appearing nearby, leaning on his cane. "What? Is my authority as patriarch no longer effective? Must we rely on the commune to adjudicate?" Upon hearing Lu Shuwu's voice, the crowd gathered at the entrance parted to allow him passage into the courtyard. Lu Jiangwo quickly approached Lu Shuwu, recounting the entire sequence of events as described by Lu Yuanliang. Once Lu Jiangwo finished, Lu Shuwu furrowed his brows and turned to Lu Yuandong. Tianming, do you realize that forcibly seizing another's hunted game violates our clan rules? Such an offense could result in the loss of a hand. Lu Yuandong, however, was disinterested in engaging with Lu Shuwu and the others. He dismissively retorted, "Spare me the useless clan rules. I only recognize the law, and I am wholly aligned with the state." Dashin. This time, Lu Yuandong did not complete his thought, but merely called out Lu Yuanshan's name and gave him a meaningful glance. Clenching his fists, Lu Yuanshan had already made up his mind. However, unbeknownst to Lu Yuandong, Lu Shuwu, upon seeing Lu Yuanshan emerge, issued a command. Declaring loudly to the villagers of the third house gathered at the entrance, "Listen up, no one from the third house is allowed to leave here today." In a swift movement, the villagers encircled Lu Yuanshan. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and in apparent frustration, he shouted, "Get away. All of you clear out." Lu Shuwu let out a cold snort and addressed Lu Yuanshan. "Lu Yuanshan, do you mean to imply that my authority as clan leader holds no weight? Or are you planning to sever ties with our Lu family ancestral hall like Lu Yuandong?" Lu Yuanshan clenched his jaw and, after moistening his parched lips, seemingly with irritation, replied, "Old clan leader, you have always insisted that in any endeavor, one must harbor benevolent intentions and adhere to reason. Do you believe this matter is being handled with reason?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuandong interjected, "Dashin, do not engage in argument with them. Since they refuse to let you go to the commune, I am keen to observe whether our esteemed clan leader can manage this situation fairly today. If he chooses to act with favoritism in front of so many from the third branch, failing to address this matter according to clan regulations, it would indicate that your Lu family bears no distinction from bandits and tyrants, and that all members of the Lu family continue to exist in the old society, rather than under the red banner." Although Lu Yuandong's words might have seemed trivial decades ago, their implications in the current era were far from negligible. They were beyond what a mere clan leader could withstand. Lu Shuwu felt a jolt in his heart, gazing at Lu Yuandong in astonishment, pondering when this young man had become so assertive and principled. Before Lu Shuwu could fully process his thoughts, Lu Yuandong continued, "You from the third branch, bear witness today. If this young elk was indeed hunted by Lu Yuanliang, I, Lu Yuandong, will sever my right hand and permanently leave Panshan village. Thereafter, whether I live or die will be of no concern to you. Conversely, if this young elk was captured by me and stolen by Lu Yuanliang, if Lu Shuwu truly embodies fairness and justice as a clan leader, you shall deal with him according to clan regulations. Should Lu Shuwu continue to spew empty rhetoric, you will see his true nature, and I will take this matter to the commune for resolution." Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuandong had skillfully dug a substantial pit for Lu Shuwu, one that he was compelled to fall into. Lu Shuwu's heart raced, his face reddening with indignation. Lu Yuandong did not afford anyone the opportunity to speak further and directly queried Lu Yuanliang. "Lu Yuanliang, you claim this young elk is your quarry. When did you hunt it?" Lu Yuanliang's mind raced as he replied without thought, "Today." "At what time today?" "This morning." "And where did you hunt it?" "At the back mountain." "That's quite vague. Which specific area of the back mountain? Was it the mountainside, the Millstone Ridge, or the mountaintop?" Millstone Ridge." "When did you set out?" "Before dawn." Lu Yuandong's barrage of questions left little room for Lu Yuanyang to contemplate his responses. Just as Lu Yuanyang finished speaking, Lu Yuandong abruptly shifted the topic, asking, "What did you have for breakfast this morning?" Lu Yuanliang responded, "Cornmeal porridge." Lu Yuandong then inquired, "Who washed the pot?" At this moment, Wu Xiaohua interjected, "Of course, it was me." Lu Yuandong cast a glance at Wu Xiaohua, suddenly raising his shotgun, the barrel aimed directly at her head. "You're talking nonsense. That good-for-nothing Lu Yuansheng has always been the one to clean the pots. Can you even do that?" Wu Xiaohua's heart raced as she retorted, "What does it matter to you who cleans the pots in our household?" Lu Yuandong pressed on, "So, does that mean it was Lu Yuansheng who cleared the snow in this courtyard?" Wu Xiaohua's mind was racing, her guilt palpable, faced with such relentless questioning. Her thoughts became a chaotic whirl, and she could only respond, "Yes, he cleared it this morning." Chapter 29. Is he still a child? As the expressions on the faces of the two individuals before him grew increasingly tense, Lu Yuandong suddenly inquired, "Where exactly did you hunt the elk?" Are you certain it was from the mid-slope of the back mountain? Lu Yuanyang, taken aback, confidently asserted, yes, it was indeed from the mid-slope of the back mountain. Lu Yuandong nearly burst into laughter, pondering the naivety of the boy, whose intellect seemed scarcely larger than a walnut, daring to vie with him. Was this not courting disaster? Was it truly from the mid-slope, or was it from the grinding ridge of the back mountain? Why did you just claim it was from the grinding ridge? In the biting cold, beads of sweat formed on Lu Yuanyang's brow. He clenched his fist to wipe away the perspiration and hurriedly corrected himself. It was from the grinding ridge. I misspoke earlier. Lu Yuanyang scoffed and pressed on. When you brought the elk back, did you not encounter anyone? Lu Yuanyang replied, no. Lu Yuandong continued, with 2 young elk. Why did you only bring 1 back? Lu Yuanyang responded, I could only bring back 1. Lu Yuandong erupted into laughter and turned to Lu Shuwu, the venerable clan leader, stating, now, you must have some inkling whether this young elk was truly hunted by him, right? Not to mention, the grinding ridge of the back mountain is quite a distance from here. We are all aware of that. Even if he set out at dawn, or even in the dead of night, it is implausible for him to have returned so soon. Furthermore, the route from here to the grinding ridge not only passes through our 3rd house, but also the 2nd house. I refuse to believe he encountered not a single soul along the way. You can come with me to examine the elk tracks. They originated from my home. Now he claims to have hunted it from the grinding ridge, yet it hasn't snowed in recent days. We can certainly search for the tracks. Lu Yuanyang's previous responses were riddled with inconsistencies. Not only Lu Shuwu, but even the village's dimmest individual, Yang Yanming, now grinned foolishly, exclaiming, Lu Yuanyang really knows how to exaggerate. Him hunting a young elk? That's preposterous. If he stole it, why not just admit it? Lu Shuwu found himself in a precarious position. On one hand, Lu Yuanyang was the current head of the 3rd house, a position he had personally appointed. On the other hand, if he chose not to address the matter, Lu Yuandong would escalate it to the commune. Most critically, if he mishandled this situation, his standing in the Lu clan's ancestral hall would undoubtedly plummet. With this in mind, Lu Shuwu could only swallow his pride and, with firm resolve, asked Lu Yuanyang, Lu Yuanyang, you scoundrel, tell me, from where did this young elk truly come? Lu Yuanyang's heart raced. He understood that admitting the truth would mean facing the clan's punitive measures. His hand would surely be forfeit. Honorable clan leader, I truly hunted this from the mountain. If I am lying, may my parents never find peace in death. Upon hearing their eldest son's words, Lu Jiangwo and Ho Shuwan turned pale, particularly Lu Jiangwo, who nearly lunged forward, ready to deliver a harsh reprimand to Lu Yuanyang. Lu Yuandong appeared somewhat impatient as he remarked, enough. It seems that you, the old clan leader, have become quite muddled. How could you still inquire about the origins of this young moose? Huh, is this not a blatant display of favoritism? In previous dealings with others, you showed no mercy at all. Just 2 years ago, a young lad from the Wang family casually took a bun from someone, and you had him hung up and beaten for an entire day, causing him to cough up blood. Now, someone has stolen a moose, and you intend to exonerate him? The 3rd branch of our clan is watching closely, and under your leadership, it is no wonder you all are left to starve. His seemingly casual words immediately drew skeptical glances from the members of the 3rd branch towards Lu Shuwu. Lu Jiangwo listened with trepidation. He had never anticipated that Lu Yuandong would be so ruthless. Was he not clearly intent on rendering Lu Yuanliang incapacitated for life? Lu Yuandong, you are talking nonsense. Silence yourself. Lu Jiangwo thought to confront Lu Yuandong as he had done in the past, intending to teach him a lesson with his fists. However, as he charged forward, Lu Yuandong surprisingly raised his shotgun once more, aiming it at Lu Jiangwo, exclaiming, Old man, stand still. Since you refuse to reason, I shall seek someone who will. And as for you, 3rd branch, if anyone dares to obstruct me, I will shoot to kill. The villagers of the 3rd branch were utterly disheartened by Lu Shuwa's performance that day, particularly the few outsiders in the village, who had already begun to murmur among themselves. Observing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, Lu Shuwu hastily shouted, Lu Yuandong, stop right there. Who says I am unfair in my dealings? Today, I shall demonstrate that I, Lu Shuwu, treat everyone equally. With those fierce words, Lu Shuwu waved his hand and commanded several young men from his clan. Seize Lu Yuanyang and pin him to the ground. Lu Yuanyang panicked, urgently pleading, Old clan leader, please don't do this. I truly hunted this young moose. In a bid to maintain his standing in the ancestral hall, Lu Shuwu glared down at Lu Yuanliang, who was pressed to the ground, and enunciated clearly, Lu Yuanliang. Do you truly intend to have him report to the commune for an investigation? Let me inform you, if it is discovered that you have stolen someone else's prey, according to current policies, you shall face execution. Lu Yuanliang's face turned ashen. He quickly replied, Old clan leader, I admit my wrongs. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please do not punish me according to clan rules. I cannot afford to lose my hands. Lu Yuandong laughed heartily, saying, Listen, everyone, hear him. Huh. Now he has openly admitted that this young moose was stolen from my family. With that, Lu Yuandong turned to Lu Shiwu and said, Old clan leader. Now the members of the third branch and the main branch are all watching. How you choose to handle this situation will determine whether you are fit to be the clan leader of the Lu family ancestral hall. Lu Shiwu clenched his teeth in frustration, for he was now being led by the nose by Lu Yuandong. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for the inevitable confrontation. Lu Shiwu commanded, Bring me an axe and sever his left hand. Upon hearing these words, Ho Shujuan's legs weakened, and she collapsed into the snow, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Lu Jiangwo trembled, rushing forward to kneel before Lu Shiwu, grasping his legs with both hands. Elder, please do not proceed with this. Yuanliang is still but a child. If he loses a hand, how will this entire family survive? I beg you, I implore you. Chapter 30, must be punished severely. Lu Jiangwo knelt before Lu Shiwu, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. At this moment, Ho Shuwan rushed over, clutching Lu Shiwu's other leg, and wept, Old patriarch. Our Yuanliang is now the head of the third household, a position you bestowed upon him. He has merely committed a minor transgression. Can you truly bear to sever his hand? Lu Shiwu, in truth, did not wish to act so harshly. Yet, the dilemma was that Lu Yuandong had pushed him to the brink of a precipice. In a desperate bid for self-preservation and to uphold the authority of his position, he steeled himself and shouted, Proceed with the punishment. Lu Yuanshan felt a shiver run down his spine. He cast a glance at Lu Yuandong, who stood idly by, exhibiting no intention of intervening. The other villagers of the third household exchanged anxious glances. It was scarcely a few days since Lu Yuanliang had assumed leadership, and now he faced the prospect of losing a hand. Should this fate befall him, he would undoubtedly become the most unfortunate head of a household in recent years. The two young men restraining Lu Yuanyang, observing his desperate struggles, felt a pang of compassion. After all, he had 3 children to care for. If his hand were to be severed, how would his family survive? Wu Xiaohua cried out, attempting to pry the 2 young men away from her husband. Inside the room, Lu Yuanliang's children, the eldest aged 4 and the youngest merely 3, burst forth in tears, joining Wu Xiaohua's cause, tugging at the men who were pinning down their father. Let him go. Please, release my father. They wailed. Don't hurt my dad. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with the cacophony of cries. Lu Yuandong furrowed his brow as he observed someone approaching with an axe, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. At that moment, Lu Yuanshan, ever too kind-hearted, stepped forward and exclaimed, Old patriarch, we are in a new society, not the old one. To have someone's hand severed is a crime. He then turned to Lu Yuandong, speaking softly, Tianming, let it be. Consider the children. If Lu Yuanliang loses his hand, what will become of his family? I propose that Lu Yuanliang kneels and offers an apology, then returns the little moose to you. Lu Yuandong understood clearly. If the matter were resolved in such a manner, countless others would surely come to bully them in the future, especially in his absence. The villagers, driven by hunger, would undoubtedly resort to petty thievery. Moreover, after the last drawing of lots at the ancestral hall, the familial ties between him, Lu Jiangwo, and Lu Yuanliang had been irrevocably severed. Old patriarch, Lu Yuanshan interjected. You make a valid point, yet when a mistake is made, according to your clan's customs, someone must accept the consequences. Since Lu Yuanyang has lost his hand, he will no longer be able to provide for his family. Is it possible that there are no other members in his household? As Lu Yuandong's words echoed, the third branch was left in stunned silence. At that moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. Lu Yuandong's cruelty was beyond measure. If he could treat his own kin with such mercilessness, what fate awaited others? Lu Yuanliang understood all too well that their family could not escape the consequences this time. Ho Shuwan erupted in anger, exclaiming, Lu Yuandong, do you intend to drive your elder brother's family to their demise? Others have pleaded for your brother. Can you not utter a word on their behalf? With a cold snort, Lu Yuandong replied with unhurried composure, speak on their behalf. When your family conspired against me, Bai Ting, and my child, who spoke up for us. And when we were cast out into the frigid wilderness, left without a place to rest, who came to our aid? You claim he is my elder brother, yet it appears no one else in the village came to snatch my family's life-saving provisions, while my own brother now seeks to pilfer from me. Ho Shuwan, while it is commendable to defend your kin, you cannot favor one person to such an extent. Lu Jiangwo interjected vehemently, your brother has 2 sons, yet you have produced nothing but a burden, a calamity. Why should I favor your brother? After we are gone, should we allow a liability like you to tend to our graves? Initially, Lu Yuandong had contemplated letting the 3rd branch deal with Lu Yuanliang's family. But upon hearing Lu Jiangwo's words, a chill ran through him. It seemed that, even now, this family remained oblivious to the gravity of their transgressions. With that thought, Lu Yuandong ceased to engage further, instead turning to Lu Shuwu, the elder patriarch, stating, the matter stands as it is. How you choose to resolve it is your concern, not mine. I must see the little elk today. If I do not catch a glimpse of it within the hour, I shall resort to seeking the commune leaders for intervention. With that, Lu Yuandong shouldered his hunting rifle and strode out the door. Lu Jiangwo, his voice hoarse with rage, yelled, what a wretched creature. How could I, Lu Jiangwo, have given birth to such a heartless son? Lu Shuwu, already caught in the flames of conflict, gritted his teeth and coldly addressed Lu Jiangwo. Nephew, you initiated this uproar. How do you propose we handle this? Stealing from others must surely carry its punishment. Lu Yuanliang is young and still has a family to feed. Severing his hand would indeed condemn them all to starvation. At this point, Lu Shuwu turned to the surrounding villagers and sighed. 3rd branch, it is time for you to voice your opinions. A villager stepped forward, sighing, and said, Elder Patriarch, since ancient times, it has been said that a life must be paid for a life, and debts must be repaid. Moreover, there is an old adage that states a father's debts are repaid by the son. Now that Lu Yuanyang cannot be punished, let Lu Jiangwo, as the father, step forth to accept the consequences. Some proposed, and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the old chieftain should not impose punishment on Lu Yuanyang. If punishment were to be meted out, it ought to be directed towards Lu Jiangwo. Yes, I too believe Lu Jiangwo deserves to be punished. Yet severing his hand seems excessively cruel. If a punishment must be executed, perhaps removing a single finger would suffice, serving as a lesson for him. On the surface, the difference between amputating an entire hand and merely taking a finger is monumental. However, in this day and age, one must consider that even the loss of a fingernail could potentially result in fatal consequences. Chapter 31. Plans for the Future. Upon hearing the villagers' words, Lu Jiangwo felt a chill run down his spine, his entire being drenched in perspiration. Lu Shuwu, listening to the cacophony around him, tightened his grip on his cane and declared with authority, enough. Everyone, cease your clamor. Since you all plead for this family, I propose we proceed as discussed. Let us sever one of Lu Jiangwo's fingers. Yuanshan, you arrived here with Lu Yuandong. Take this young moose back to them now. This decision from Lu Shuwu represented the best possible outcome for Lu Yuanliang's family. However, Lu Jiangwo, still unsatisfied, shouted, Old Patriarch, you cannot do this. Severing a finger could lead to death. With a stern expression, Lu Shuwu replied, enough of your protests. If we do not sever the finger, I shall instruct Lu Yuandong to bring this matter to the commune leaders for resolution. Lu Jiangwo collapsed onto the ground. Yes, losing a finger might allow him to survive. But if the commune leaders intervened, his family could very well face dire consequences. Resigned to his fate, he hoarsely yelled at Lu Yuanliang. Lu Yuanliang, why did you have to act so foolishly? You little rascal, why steal from others? His words faltered as 2 young men raised their axes, and with a swift motion, a pinky finger was severed. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Lu Jiangwo fainted. Witnessing this, Lu Shuwu sighed, a note of helplessness in his voice. All right, carry him to a room. With that, Lu Shuwu felt he had fulfilled his duty as the elder patriarch. Leaning on his cane as he turned to leave, Lu Yuanshan led the young moose away from Lu Yuanliang, who displayed no semblance of sorrow on his face. He had long since abandoned any hope regarding Lu Yuandong. If this wretched individual could sever his own father's finger, it was likely he would eventually endanger someone's life. Just wait, he thought. Do not let me catch hold of your weaknesses. If I do, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end. Before long, Lu Yuanshan arrived at Lu Yuandong's home with the young moose. At that moment, Lu Yuandong was preparing lunch. After tethering the moose, He entered the house and sat on a rickety little stool. He pulled out a cigarette, took a drag, and then inquired of Lu Yuandong. Tianming, do you not wish to ask how this matter will be resolved? Lu Yuandong casually replied, what does it matter how they handle it? It has nothing to do with me anymore. Lu Yuanshan, seemingly lost in thought, remarked, they severed your uncle's finger. Continuing his chores. Lu Yuandong nonchalantly responded, they had it coming. Lu Yuanshan could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Lu Yuandong, asking each word with intent, Tianming, could you enlighten me on the events that transpired between you? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuandong, wishing to avoid any misunderstanding that might paint him as callous, picked up a ladle from the side. With only 2 bowls in the household, it would be impractical for Lu Yuanshan to reach into the pot to serve himself. After filling the ladle with food, Lu Yuandong handed it to Lu Yuanshan, saying, please eat first. I shall recount the details. For the next half hour, Lu Yuandong recounted how Lu Jiangwo and Lu Shuwu plotted to bring about his demise, and how they had expelled Su Baiting with the intention of leaving both her and the child to perish in the cold. After Lu Yuandong finished his tale, all of Lu Yuanshan's curiosity dissipated. His forehead creased with worry. He exclaimed in disbelief, is this still humanity? Even a tiger would not harm its own cubs. How could they commit such atrocities against you? However, Tianming, now that you have offended them, do you not fear they will devise other means to retaliate? After all, you stand alone, vulnerable. Lu Yuandong let out a cold chuckle, dismissing the notion, retaliate against me? Huh, we live in a new society. Can they truly establish a private court to capture me and execute me? Lu Yuanshan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Initially, he thought Lu Yuandong had been excessively ruthless, but now it seemed he had shown too much mercy towards the Lu Yuliang family. With a resigned sigh, he spoke earnestly. That may be true, but Tianming, what are your plans moving forward? Lu Yuandong gazed out the door, contemplating briefly before responding, I have already devised a plan. In this day and age, living well is not as difficult as it seems. We reside in a hunting area, as long as one is diligent. It is quite easy to fill one's belly. When spring arrives and the ice melts, we can hunt while also foraging for wild herbs. Furthermore, I intend to cultivate 2 or 3 mu of barren land on the hillside to plant some corn. Although Pan Mountain Village has limited arable land, the land that does exist is allocated among each homeowner. As I am no longer considered part of the 3rd household, I naturally cannot claim any land. Chapter 32, another devious scheme. However, the act of reclaiming wasteland is indeed permitted. Not only do the villagers remain silent, but the commune leaders also encourage the locals to cultivate land for grain. Yet, alas, the villagers are currently so famished that they lack the energy to embark on such endeavors. Upon hearing Lu Yuandong's plans for the future, Lu Yuanshan nodded in agreement, saying, well, that's acceptable. Once we complete our tasks, I shall consider it as well. If necessary, we can both engage in the reclamation of land together. Lu Yuandong did not decline. He was acutely aware of Lu Yuanshan's esteemed position in Panshan village. Lu Shoren, as the secretary of the village brigade, was selected by the people and the state in this new era. Although the village may still be governed by the clan elders for the time being, it will not be long before the village head's authority expands significantly, ultimately becoming one of the most influential figures in Panshan village within the next 7 to 8 years. For instance, Lu Shoren's recent injury in the mountains was directly addressed by the commune, which coordinated with the county hospital for his treatment and provided substantial medical expenses. Without such intervention, his life could have been in jeopardy. Furthermore, he had definitively fallen out with the 3rd household, while Lu Yuanliang had assumed the role of its head. If he were to venture into reclamation alone, there was no telling what mischief Lu Yuanliang might conjure. However, with Lu Yuanshan's involvement, he would have a companion, making laborious tasks considerably easier with 2 rather than 1. Very well, then. Let us agree that when spring arrives, we shall clear the vacant land ahead, plant grain, and share the harvest equitably. Lu Yuanshan readily consented. The 2 conversed for nearly an hour, and as dusk approached, Lu Yuandong gifted Lu Yuanshan approximately 50 to 60 pounds of venison. This time, Lu Yuanshan did not decline. Instead, he harnessed the sled and took the meat home. Days turned into weeks, and the young moose continued to grow. Unbeknownst to them, half a month had already passed. Once the weather cleared, the majority of villagers frantically ventured deep into the mountains. Lu Yuandong remained unperturbed. He still had a considerable amount of venison from his last hunt. Moreover, With the recent heavy snowfall, he recognized that it was not yet the prime time for hunting. The influx of hunters would only drive the animals further away. Thus, he dedicated the next 2 days to constructing a wooden cabin with Lu Yuanshan before planning another hunting expedition. With the young moose and 3 pheasants now sheltered from the elements, Lu Yuandong set out with a deer leg to the supply and marketing cooperative, trading it for half a bag of corn and other grains. Once all preparations were complete, on that fateful morning, Lu Yuandong ventured forth with his provisions and hunting rifle, ready to ascend the mountain. To his astonishment, upon reaching the village entrance, someone from the 3rd household bellowed, "Tianming, what do you intend to do?" Lu Yuandong replied nonchalantly, "What do you suppose I am going to do? The sky has cleared. Surely I must venture into the mountains to procure some food." As soon as these words left his lips, the man raised his voice and shouted, "Someone come. Tianming is about to go hunting in the mountains." Lu Yuandong was taken aback, staring incredulously at Lu Feng, who was shouting incessantly, "Lu Feng, have you truly lost your mind? Do I need your loud proclamations to go hunting in the mountains?" Lu Feng and Lu Yuandong were indeed kin, yet Lu Feng shared a notorious reputation for his laziness, rivaling that of Wang Erzhu. In response to Lu Yuandong's inquiry, Lu Feng explained, "Tianming, there are matters you may not yet comprehend. Just a few days ago, the 3rd branch announced, following the suggestion of our branch's head, that hunting areas would be delineated. Today, everyone is gathered at the ancestral hall. And since you are not a member of the 3rd branch, you are naturally barred from hunting in the mountains." Lu Yuandong was taken aback. To be denied access to the mountains simply for not being part of the 3rd branch seemed absurd. The Lupan Mountains belonged to the nation and the people. It had never been claimed by any single branch. "I will indeed go hunting today, and what can you do about it?" He was disinclined to engage in further banter, shouldering his hunting rifle and preparing to enter the mountains. Yet, Lu Feng, his face contorted with concern, implored Lu Yuandong, "Tianming, please do not make this difficult for me. If you truly intend to hunt, you must first go to the ancestral hall and see if the 2nd or 1st branch will take you. The heads of all 3 branches and our elder patriarch are currently conferring on this matter." It turned out that ever since Lu Jiangwo had lost a finger and barely survived, his frustration had only grown. Unable to bear it, he conspired with Lu Yuanliang and ultimately resolved to partition the entire hunting area of the Lupan Mountains. Each branch would claim its own peaks. Thus, the 3rd branch would operate solely within its designated hunting grounds, barred from encroaching upon those of the 2nd or 1st branches. Likewise, the 2nd and 1st branches could only hunt within their own territories, with any transgressors facing lethal consequences. The sole intention behind this scheme was to prevent Lu Yuandong from hunting, effectively leading his family to starvation. This plan was undeniably ruthless. Everyone was aware that Lu Yuandong relied on hunting to sustain his family of 3. Moreover, relations between the 3rd branch and Lu Yuandong had soured. And although Lu Eru from the 2nd branch appeared to show respect, a history of grievances lingered between them. As for the 1st branch, with Lu Shouren absent, even if Lu Yuanshan had a good rapport with Lu Yuandong, the villagers of the 1st branch would undoubtedly be reluctant to share their provisions with him. Therefore, once the hunting grounds were delineated, Lu Yuandong's demise was all but assured. Chapter 33. The division of the mountain peaks within the ancestral hall, the heads of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd households gathered together. Lu Shiwu, as customary, sat in his chair with his hands tucked into his sleeves, wearing a stern expression, resembling a clay statue placed upon the offering table. The matter at hand was proposed by the head of the 3rd household, Lu Yinliang. "The current situation has been laid out before you. Now, let us deliberate. Our village, Panshaner, revolves around these few mountain peaks. How do you intend to divide them?" As Lu Shiwu began to speak, Lu Eru erupted in agitation. "Old Patriarch, during our recent hunting excursions, our hunting teams have scoured the mountains extensively, and yet, the instances of capturing game have dwindled. You suddenly propose to divide the mountain peaks among us. If I have hunted on our designated peak, how am I to pursue my quarry should it flee to another's territory? Should I engage or refrain?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yinliang grinned broadly. "Eru, your concern is noted. You fear that the game might escape to another's domain, yet we share the same apprehension. Is not every issue reciprocal? You worry that the game will venture onto our territory. We, too, worry that it will take refuge on yours. Therefore, once the rules are established, let us refrain from straying and endeavor to capture our prey within our own lands." Lu Eru, his forehead creased with frustration, retorted emphatically, "Oh, So we are to allow certain scoundrels to benefit at our expense? Lu Shuwu let out a cold grunt, rapping his cane against the nearby table leg, and scolded. What are you all bickering about? Tell me, who among you has successfully hunted recently? A few days ago, heavy snowfall blocked the mountains, preventing your access. Now that the skies have cleared, how many of you have ventured forth and captured any game? Lu Eru, with a hint of pride, replied. Our second household's hunting team is not idle. Just yesterday, we captured a wild boar. To Lu Eru's surprise, Lu Shuwu turned to him and said, Eru, as the head of the second household, having caught a wild boar, do you not think it proper to show some respect to our elders in the ancestral hall? Feigning ignorance, Lu Eru, confronted with the patriarch's demand, might have offered an apology in the past. However, he had now learned to be shrewd. Old patriarch, you cannot say that. After we captured the boar, the first blood was offered to our Lu family's ancestors in the ancestral hall. How can you claim we have not honored our elders? His words nearly brought laughter to those in the hall, while Lu Shuwu was nearly driven to exasperation. He felt that had he been a decade younger, he would have rushed over to knock out Lu Eru's teeth. Yet, he could not bring himself to shamelessly demand meat from Lu Eru. Instead, he swallowed his anger and returned to the previous topic, saying curtly, well, in my view, the suggestion put forth by the third household is commendable. This mountain must indeed be divided, lest outsiders from other villages, or even those beyond our third household, take advantage. Lu Shuwu nearly uttered Lu Yuandong's name in direct thanks. At this moment, Lu Yuanshan had come to understand his family's stance towards Lu Yuandong. Whether there was a division of factions was of little concern to him. Ultimately, it would yield the same outcome regardless of division or unity. The pressing issue, however, was the fate of Lu Yuandong. After the factions were established, where would Lu Yuandong go to hunt? If tasked with confronting the Lu Zhengwo family, given the boy's capabilities, he could undoubtedly bring them to their knees. Yet, if the factions were divided, Lu Yuandong would then be required to contend with the entire populace of Panshan village. Contemplating this, Lu Yuanshan spoke up and inquired of Lu Shuwu, old clan leader, what shall we do about Tianming? Once the factions are divided, where will he hunt? Lu Shuwu, taken aback by the mention of Lu Yuandong, furrowed his brows and responded emphatically, Lu Yuandong? Is he still considered a member of our Lu clan? Does he belong to the third branch? Since he willingly chooses to become a rootless wanderer, there shall be no place for him in Panshan village or within the Lu clan's ancestral hall. In a low voice, Lu Yuanshan remarked, but he is still one of us from Panshan village, and moreover, we now live in a new society that values equality. At this moment, Lu Yuanliang sneered, Lu Yuanshan, I am well aware of your close ties with that scoundrel Lu Yuandong. If you believe he has nowhere to hunt, once the factions are divided, you can simply let him hunt in your branch's territory. Lu Yuanshan felt a sense of uncertainty in his heart. Although his father was the head of the primary branch, every household struggled to make ends meet. Moreover, with Lu Yuandong's family involved, any game they caught would have to be shared. He personally did not mind, for Lu Yuandong had shown him kindness. Yet, what about the others from the primary branch? Would they be as generous as he? That remained an unknown. Chapter 34. The struggle for power. As the era progressed, the soldiers arrived at Panshan village, and, after a period of campaigning, Lu Shoren, the head of the Lu family, was elected as the village chief. Since that moment, Lu Shuwu felt a constant sense of unease, fearing that his position as clan leader could be usurped by Lu Shoren at any moment. Moreover, with the establishment of the militia and the distribution of firearms, Lu Shuwu sensed that his authority was gradually being eroded. As he watched the situation spiral out of control, an unprecedented drought struck, leaving the villagers hungry and preoccupied with survival, thereby granting him an opportunity to reclaim his power. Having served as clan leader for decades, the old man may have been inept in other matters, but he was undoubtedly a master at navigating interpersonal dynamics. Lu Eru, known for his fiery temper, abruptly stood up amidst the lively discussions in the ancestral hall, declaring emphatically, if we are to divide, let us do so swiftly. There are but a few hills to consider. I propose that the third branch hunts on the back mountain, the second branch on Fenghua Mountain, and the main branch on Laoi Peak. Each mountain has its ravines. Let us use them as our boundaries. At that moment, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall. It was none other than Lu Yuandong. Carrying a hunting rifle and a piece of cooked venison in hand, he leaned against the doorframe and took a bite of the meat before the assembled crowd. The sight of the succulent venison caused many in the hall to salivate. Lu Shiwu felt a surge of irritation, tightening his grip on his cane as he furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" Lu Yuandong, undeterred, smiled amiably and replied, "I merely came to take a look." Through gritted teeth, Lu Shiwu retorted, "This is our Lu family ancestral hall. What do you have to observe? Leave at once." Lu Yuandong glanced down at his feet and, lifting them slightly, smiled at Lu Shu. "You see, I haven't entered your ancestral hall. I am merely watching from the doorway. Once you conclude your division, I will remember it well. Otherwise, if I inadvertently wander into your designated hunting grounds during a hunt and you shoot me, where would I have to complain?" Lu Yuanshang showed no regard for brotherly ties. Rising with a derisive laugh, Lu Yuandong, "Let me make myself clear. If you wish to hunt in the future, keep your eyes wide open. Should you dare to trespass into the third branch's hunting area, our hunting team will not hesitate to put you down." Upon first hearing from Lu Feng about the old clan leader's decision to divide the mountains, Lu Yuandong had been seething with anger. Armed with his rifle and storming toward the gathering, he gradually analyzed the situation, and his fury began to dissipate. Although he had distanced himself from the ancestral hall, he recognized that this was a new society, one vastly different from the old. In the bygone era, the ancestral hall stood as the supreme authority within a village. Whenever the elder clan leader spoke, not a soul dared to utter a word of dissent. However, we now find ourselves in a new society. Were it not for the widespread hunger that grips the populace, and the upper echelons being preoccupied with governance, individuals like Lu Shiwu would remain oblivious to the trials that lie ahead, particularly in 6 years hence, as the movement gradually spreads nationwide. It would be extraordinary if Lu Shiwu retains his current stature. In a past life, although Lu Yuandong eventually found success in the military, he was acutely aware that this movement ultimately erupted in Lijiakan, leading to the ancestral hall being consumed by flames. As for the elder clan leader, Lu Shiwu, he perished within 3 days of the movement's onset. Indeed, even the heads of the first, second, and third families in the village were not spared. Considering the impending events, Lu Yuandong understood that in order for his wife and children to secure a prosperous future, he must adopt a more humble demeanor. Otherwise, he too could become embroiled in the turmoil. This awareness drove his decision to withdraw from the ancestral hall and voluntarily shoulder the burden of tax contributions to the commune. Regarding the division of the mountain territories, he harbored little concern. Setting aside other matters, his recent prowess in hunting was well observed by the villagers from all 3 families. He found it hard to believe that the villagers from the third family were all foolish. After witnessing Lu Yuanliang's smug demeanor, Lu Yuandong, with a hint of amusement, addressed Lu Yuanliang and the others candidly. "Rest assured, if you truly do not permit me to hunt in the mountains, it matters little to me. However, if any of your families are willing to allow me to hunt on your mountain, I can assure you of an abundance of game. You are all aware of my hunting skills. Who in Pan Mountain Village can match my ability to procure such a bounty in such a brief period?" Having delivered this seemingly casual remark, Lu Yuandong pressed on. "Can we expedite the division? Once completed, I would like to ascertain which mountains belong to you." Just as he was concluding, Lu Yuan Mountain ultimately withstood the mounting pressure and stepped forth, addressing the crowd, stating clearly, "Since our first family has been allocated Laoi Peak, we accept it. As for Lu Yuandong, I will persuade the villagers of our family to allow him to hunt at Laoi Peak." Lu Yuanliang was utterly taken aback by Lu Yuan Mountain's unexpected decision. His eyes widened in disbelief as he incredulously questioned Lu Yuanliang. "Are you out of your mind? You actually intend to let him hunt for your family? Let me remind you, the first family does not operate solely on your whims." Lu Yuan Mountain replied nonchalantly, "That is not your concern. Although I do not have the final say in our family's matters, I believe that the 20 or so families in our first family possess more humanity than those of other families." After harshly delivering his words, Lu Yuanshan turned to Lu Shiwu and inquired, "Old Patriarch, have we now finished allocating the mountain peak? If so, I shall take my leave. The hour is still early, and if possible, I would like to take our main hunting team to explore Laoyi Peak." In truth, Lu Shiwu harbored intentions akin to those of Lu Yuanliang and others. His actions were, on one hand, aimed at diminishing the power wielded by Lu Shuren's faction, thereby establishing his own authority within Panshan Village, allowing him to continue his previously dominant position in the community. Eliminating Lu Yuandong, without a doubt, represented the most effective means to bolster his reputation. Chapter 35, No One to Shelter? To everyone's astonishment, Lu Yuanshan, this impetuous youth, was willing to take in Yuandong Mountains. Was my earlier statement merely a waste of breath? He pondered. Do you not consider that the game on the mountain is already sparse? How will the villagers of our clan accept Yuandong joining our household? However, Yuanshan was beyond such considerations. Before Yuandong's arrival, he had contemplated the villagers' potential objections. Yet now, with Yuandong before him, if he hesitated, would he still be human? Yuandong had reached out to assist them in their direst moment. While he himself would not stand idly by like the other scoundrels in the village and watch Yuandong march towards his demise. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yuanshan declared, Elder Patriarch, spare us your words. Since my father is the head of our household and the village chief, and he is currently in the hospital, I must shoulder the responsibilities of our clan. The mountain shares have already been divided, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and strode towards the door. Beside him, Yuanyang fanned the flames, feigning exasperation as he addressed Lu Shuwu, Elder Patriarch. These young ones are becoming increasingly unruly. In the past, who would dare defy you when you spoke in our ancestral hall? But now, look, first it was Yuandong, and now Yuanshan emerges. They are clearly disregarding the sanctity of our hall. Though Lu Shuwu was equally incensed upon Yuanshan's departure with Yuandong, he let out a cold snort and assured those present, rest assured, the folks from our clan are not fools. They will not sit idly by while Yuandong competes with them for sustenance. As Lu Shuwu had anticipated, events unfolded accordingly. Yuanshan, his heart heavy with trepidation, brought Yuandong to the storeroom of the main household, where the hunting team had gathered. At that moment, the 8 members of the hunting team were basking in the sun on the steps. Upon seeing Yuanshan return, one of them looked up with a grin and inquired, How did it go, Dashin? Did we manage to secure Laoi Peak? Yuanshan nodded in affirmation. The man, with a hint of pride, remarked, See? I told you we'd get Laoi Peak. You all doubted it, but it's conveniently close to our household and with plentiful wild boar up there. If luck is on our side, we might hunt one today. As the members of the hunting team buzzed with excitement, Yuanshan suddenly interjected. I wish to discuss something with you all. The members turned their curious gazes towards him, falling silent for a moment before one quietly asked, Dashin, what is it that you wish to discuss? Yuanshan stated plainly, As you know, Tianming is an excellent hunter, so I propose that he temporarily join our household's hunting team to accompany us into the mountains. The expressions on the faces of those present underwent subtle transformations. Some furrowed their brows, casting a glance towards Yuandong. Soon, Lu Guotai, a prominent figure and cousin of Lu Shoren, spoke first. Standing at nearly 9 meters tall, he had earned the nickname Giant among the villagers of Panshan. Dashin, your father is not here at the moment. I believe it would be prudent to wait for his return before discussing this matter. After Lu Guotai expressed his stance, Lu Qing nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, Dashin, although we all recognize Tianming's prowess in hunting, you may be unaware of the recent developments in our village. Thus, it is best to wait for your father's return so that we can deliberate together. The others also voiced their dissenting opinions. Yuanshan found himself caught in a dilemma. As he earnestly urged, our hunting team primarily seeks to secure prey. You all know Tianming's skills. If he were to join us, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. With more prey, we would not have to endure hunger, would we? Unfortunately, Lu Guotai and the others clung to their old notions. Without delving into other matters, they were acutely aware that Yuandong belonged to the 3rd branch of the family. His sudden appearance at the 1st branch would elicit unspoken resentment from the 3rd branch, despite their outward demeanor. Being part of the same family, if they allowed personal grievances to disrupt their relationships, how could they continue to coexist in Panshan village? Moreover, the recent incident at the ancestral hall, where Yuandong had confronted the elder patriarch, had already spread. From their perspective, if Yuandong disregarded the elder, how could they trust him as part of their hunting team in the future? Yuandong perceived the concerns of the crowd and did not wish to further complicate Yuanshan's predicament. Before anyone could press him to persuade Yuanshan further, Yuandong stepped forward and smiled at the assembly, saying, It is perfectly fine. You may take your time to contemplate this matter. The vast expanse of the 6 Xing'an Mountains, of which the few peaks allocated today are but a drop in the bucket, may not be accessible for hunting near the village. However, I can venture farther afield. It is getting late. You should set off soon, while I will scout ahead. With that, Yuandong hoisted his hunting rifle and strode ahead. Lu Yuanshan's face reddened with frustration as he glanced at the hunting team members before falling silent for a few seconds. Finally, he declared, "Second uncle, I will refrain from joining this hunting expedition. You know my bond with Tianming. I cannot allow him to venture into such perilous territory alone. Please take our first branch members into the mountains to hunt, and remember to exercise caution upon your entry." Lu Guotai did not hesitate to agree, nodding with a smile. "Very well, you may go. We too shall set off shortly." Lu Yuanshan quickly caught up to Lu Yuandong. Noticing Lu Yuanshan's approach, Lu Yuandong inquired, "What brings you here?" Lu Yuanshan chuckled and said, Sending you so far to hunt makes me uneasy. Come, let us venture further together." Lu Yuandong replied, "Isn't that inappropriate?" Lu Yuanshan candidly retorted, "What is inappropriate about it? Come along. Only by following you shall I enjoy the spoils of the hunt. Let those foolish ones wander aimlessly in the mountains." Turning back, Lu Yuandong glanced at Lu Guotai and the others who had already ventured far, then lifted his gaze to the distant horizon. After a moment of contemplation, he finally addressed Lu Yuanshan. "How about this? We shall proceed ahead, and let us hasten our pace. If we can catch a few pheasants today, we shall return early. You should also call out to them, urging them not to stray too far. It seems the weather may not be favorable today." Chapter 36 Fresh Footprints. Lu Yuanshan, without further contemplation, called out loudly to his distant uncle, Lu Guotai, in accordance with Lu Yuandong's words, "Second uncle, do not venture too far up the mountain." Tianming mentioned that the weather may not be favorable today. Upon hearing the call from behind, Lu Qing turned to Lu Guotai and said, "Second uncle, it's Yuandong calling from the back." Lu Guotai, not being hard of hearing, naturally caught the distant shout. He gazed skyward and, with a dismissive tone, replied, "Rest assured. Just look at the sky, clear as can be. What is there to fear? Follow me." Lu Qing and the others also looked up towards the heavens, and, confirming that not a single cloud marred the azure expanse, quickened their pace, hastening into the depths of the mountain. Lu Yuandong led Lu Yuanshan and another companion towards the distant mountain peaks. The Lupan mountain hunting area sprawled over nearly 100 kilometers, with thousands of peaks dotting the landscape. Although the surrounding hills had been allocated to the local families, the unassigned regions accounted for the vast majority. However, the primary drawback of these mountains was their remoteness. While it was relatively easy to drag back prey such as wild chickens, roe deer, or sika deer, capturing larger game like bears or wild boar posed a significant challenge due to the distance. Additionally, the hills surrounding the village were less populated by wolves, tigers, and leopards, creatures that were acutely aware of human danger. Conversely, the more distant peaks harbored an abundance of such predators, increasing the peril of hunting expeditions. At present, Lu Yuandong found himself with no alternative. He recognized his own vulnerability. With the mountains now delineated, venturing into hunting territory without permission could lead to dire consequences, possibly even fatal ones. While his own demise might not weigh heavily upon him, the fate of his wife and children was of paramount concern. If he must keep his distance, then so be it. Yet, he remained confident that in due time, even if the third faction continued to ostracize him, the second and first factions would undoubtedly vie to include him. As they progressed towards the distant peaks, Lu Yuanshan spoke with a hint of resignation. "Tianming, I sincerely apologize for today's events. I never anticipated that the first faction would choose to act in such a manner." Lu Yuandong, not one to harbor grudges, responded, "Do not take this to heart, Yuanshan. They have their reasons for rejecting me. You are aware that, currently, each household in our village is navigating financial straits. The game within these mountains is limited. Adding another hunter means a smaller share for everyone, and naturally, they would be reluctant." Lu Yuanshan retorted, "But they failed to consider their skills versus yours. How many individuals from Panshan village have successfully hunted wild boar over the years?" Lu Yuandong waved his hand with a chuckle. "Let us not dwell on this any longer. We should hasten our steps and strive to return with some game soon." Lu Yuanshan nodded thoughtfully, and after regaining his composure, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "By the way, Tianming, you just mentioned that the weather is poor today, yet the sky is devoid of a single cloud. How do you know it's bad weather?" Lu Yuandong chuckled and replied, "Did you see the moon last night? There was a vast halo surrounding it. Just wait and see. Before 4 o'clock this afternoon, the weather will surely take a turn." Lu Yuanshan turned around, glanced back along the path they had traversed, and then looked up toward the distant peaks. "If we come this far to hunt, will we be able to return?" With unwavering confidence, Lu Yuandong assured him, as long as we move swiftly, we will certainly make it back. Under Lu Yuandong's guidance, the two spent a full 2 hours before finally arriving in the forest. Breathless, Lu Yuanshan came to a halt, surveyed his surroundings, and retrieved a cigarette, intending to light it for a moment of respite. To his surprise, Lu Yuandong quickly interjected, "What are you doing? You're not planning to smoke, are you?" With a mischievous grin, Lu Yuanshan replied, "You saw me take out the cigarette, didn't you? Why even ask?" At that moment, he had already produced a match. Seeing this, Lu Yuandong exclaimed urgently, "Don't be foolish. The sense of smell in these animals is far more acute than ours. If you light that cigarette, they'll catch the scent from a distance. Today, as you accompany me here, we're not aiming to hunt moose. At the very least, we should be able to bring back a few grouse," Lu Yuandong continued. Lu Yuanshan glanced at the unlit cigarette in his hand, scratched the back of his head, and mused, "Can smoking really affect our hunting?" Lu Yuandong, already scanning the forest for animal tracks, replied, "Of course it can. Just trust me." Reluctantly, Lu Yuanshan put the cigarette away for the time being. Simultaneously, Lu Yuandong spotted tracks in the distance. He approached stealthily, bent down, and gently blew over the tracks with his mouth, watching as the snowflakes danced in the air, a radiant smile spreading across his face. "Looks like we need to hunt grouse today," he declared. Curious, Lu Yuanshan asked, "What do you mean?" He joined Lu Yuandong, peering down at the tracks beneath them, and chuckled, "Aren't these the prints of a foolish roe deer?" Lu Yuandong nodded. "Indeed they are. You stay here while I go after it." Lu Yuanshan, with a strong craving for a smoke and given the frigid weather, rarely bathed, which left him with a pronounced scent of tobacco. If the wind had been blowing against them, it wouldn't have mattered much. However, the direction of the tracks was aligned with the wind, meaning their scent would be carried ahead to the animals. Once the animals caught wind of the odor, they would swiftly flee. Ultimately, even if they managed to follow the tracks to the prey, it would likely take them several hours to do so. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yuandong recognized the urgency of the situation. He could not afford to waste time in tracking the quarry. Little did Lu Yuanshan know of these intricacies. He spoke each word with deliberation. "Tianming, surely you ought to allow me the opportunity to learn, wouldn't you? After all, it is a rare occasion for me to venture into the mountains with you. You discover the game and dash off to hunt alone, leaving me here to wait. I am not merely idling about." Lu Yuandong chuckled wryly and replied, "Dashin, are you apprehensive that I might not share the spoils with you? Or perhaps that you would be of no assistance? To be frank, the winds are favorable now. You often smoke, and the lingering scent of tobacco clings to you. If we were to pursue together, the foolish roe deer would only flee farther away. By the time we caught up, darkness would likely have fallen. If I were to go alone, I could manage to chase for no more than 300 meters. The footprints we saw earlier are still quite fresh." Chapter 37. The snowstorm approaches. "Listen to me," Lu Yuandong instructed solemnly. "When you hear the gunshot, follow my footprints and hurry over. On the way back, you can help carry the foolish roe deer." After Lu Yuandong earnestly delivered this message, Lu Yuanshan refrained from further objections and nodded. "All right then. But are you certain you can find this foolish deer within 300 meters? With unwavering confidence, Lu Yuandong replied, "Of course. Just wait and see." Having said this, he swiftly followed the footprints. Indeed, as anticipated, upon ascending a slope, Lu Yuandong spotted a foolish roe deer lifting its head and gazing curiously about. This location was less than 200 meters from where Lu Yuanshan stood. Seeing this, Lu Yuandong rose to his feet. Had it been a sika deer or another creature, it would have long fled from such a distance. However, the foolish roe deer was different. Its limited intellect made it less wary of human scent. Advancing carefully with his hunting rifle, Lu Yuandong approached within 20 meters of the deer, which astonishingly showed no intention of fleeing. At this moment, Lu Yuandong felt a twinge of reluctance to shoot the deer. With such low intelligence, he thought it a miracle that this creature had not yet faced extinction. Nonetheless, recalling that he had come for the hunt and fearing that if he did not take it down, he might lose the chance altogether, he raised his rifle. Bang! In the depths of the forest, a muffled sound echoed, and the deer collapsed into the snow. At that moment, Lu Yuanshan, hearing the gunshot from afar, could not help but shout, "Tianming, did you get it? Is it a roe deer?" With a smile, Lu Yuandong replied, "Hurry up and come." Moments later, Lu Yuanshan arrived beside Lu Yuandong, his face alight with joy at the sight of the fallen roe deer. He quickly unfastened his water bottle, poured out its contents, and positioned the bottle over the wound to collect the blood. For hunters, the blood of the roe deer and sika deer was considered the finest supplement. Once taken home, it could be used to brew wine or mixed with flour and spices, enhancing the flavor of any dish prepared. The roe deer was not particularly large. Once the bleeding subsided, Lu Yuandong urged, "All right, let's lift it and head back." Lu Yuanshan complied, securing the water bottle to his waist, bending down to grasp the deer's legs, and effortlessly tossing it over his shoulder. After adjusting it for balance, he set off, chuckling, "Tianming, you truly are impressive. No wonder you manage to catch prey every time you venture into the mountains. Just now, you mentioned that the roe deer was less than 300 meters away from us. I was skeptical, thinking you were surely exaggerating. Yet, to my astonishment, this foolish roe deer was, by my estimation, merely around 200 meters distant. By the way, I find it perplexing how you gauge the distance." Lu Yuandong, without any hesitation, earnestly shared his insights with Lu Yanshan, stating, "As you just observed, after discovering the roe deer's tracks, I bent down and blew gently. Given the current cold weather, the impressions left by animals' feet in the snow freeze together in less than 10 minutes, making it impossible to blow them away. However, just now, with a gentle puff, the snowflakes above were lifted, indicating that the foolish roe deer had dashed away within the last 10 minutes. In that brief span, it could only have ventured 200 or 300 meters at most. Of course, if it were a sika deer or another creature, the situation would be different. In the same amount of time, a sika deer could easily have traveled several hundred meters. Yet, a roe deer, lacking in wit, typically runs a mere few dozen meters before pausing to glance back at its surroundings." Lu Yanshan, utterly impressed, chuckled, "I concede, I truly concede." Lu Yuandong then turned to Lu Yanshan with a slight smile, advising, "Dashan, I must mention something without causing you any distress. If you wish to hunt more successfully in the future, I believe it would be best for you to quit smoking. On one hand, smoking is detrimental to your health, and on the other, it complicates the act of hunting." Lu Yanshan grinned, "We shall see, haha. You know, I've been smoking for nearly 10 years now." This was not mere bravado. In his earlier years, he lacked the means to purchase cigarettes and would often scrounge for tobacco remnants from the village elders while tending cattle in the mountains. As he matured and began to save money, he eventually took up smoking. By now, it had indeed been nearly a decade. Upon witnessing Lu Yanshan's attitude, Lu Yuandong refrained from further persuasion. The two took turns carrying the foolish roe deer, and just as they reached the foot of the mountain, they noticed several clouds drifting over the nearby hill, accompanied by a howling wind that began to sweep through the forest. Lu Yanshan, glancing at the ominous clouds behind him, stood frozen in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape as he remarked, "It's barely spring, and we already have a thunderstorm?" Lu Yuandong turned to observe the clouds atop the mountain and replied, "This isn't a thunderstorm, it's merely a blizzard." Lu Yanshan's heart sank. He was aware that Lu Guotai and others had ventured into the mountains to hunt. In such weather, if they did not return promptly, they could easily become lost in the wilderness. With the wind howling and the blizzard raging, the footprints they left behind would be concealed by fresh snow. And with visibility diminished, even seasoned hunters could succumb to the cold in the woods. "Tianming, it was fortunate that you prompted me to call out to Lu Guotai and the others today. Otherwise, this group would surely have faced dire consequences upon entering the mountains." Lu Yuanshan murmured softly. Lu Yuandong urged, "Let us hasten our departure. As for them, I can only hope they emerge from the mountains after we descend." However, to the astonishment of both Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan, no sooner had they arrived at the mountainside where the main house stood than snowflakes began to fall from the sky like goose feathers. A fierce wind howled, sweeping through the forest and producing an eerie cacophony. Looking up, they could see that what had once been an expansive forest mere moments ago was now obscured. Visibility reduced to less than 20 meters ahead. Chapter 38. Indeed, they have not returned. Most of the households in the village had closed their doors tightly. The smoke from the chimneys, barely escaping, was swiftly torn apart by the wind, leaving no trace of its presence. Lu Yuanshan hastened his steps, anxiously heading home. "Tianming, hurry to my house. Wait for the wind to die down before you return," he urged. Lu Yuandong was still worried about his wife and child. With such fierce winds, if the thatch on their humble abode were to be uprooted or the windows shattered, Kabating would surely struggle to manage alone. "Dashan, I must return first. My sister-in-law and child are at home, and I cannot rest easy." Lu Yuanshan seized Lu Yuandong's arm and insisted, Tianming, even if you go back, you ought to bring the game with you. Come on, let us go inside. I will share half of the roe deer with you. Recently, Lu Yuandong had grown weary of moose meat. The hares he had encountered were far less delicate in texture. He turned back to glance into the distance, nodding, very well. Let us make haste inside. Once we divide the game, I shall return. However, upon entering the room, they were taken aback to find several villagers gathered there, all relatives of the members of the hunting team. Before they could utter a word, Lu Guotai's wife rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, and implored Lu Yuanshan, Dashan, didn't your second uncle go hunting with you? Why has he not returned yet after such a long time? Yes, Dashan, where is my husband? With this ferocious snowstorm, they should have returned by now. Oh dear, if they haven't come back by nightfall, they might freeze in the mountains. The room was suddenly filled with cries of despair, leaving Lu Yuanshan in stunned silence. He dropped the hapless roe deer from his shoulder and questioned, wait, are you saying that my second uncle and the others have not returned? Lu Guotai's wife nodded. Indeed, if they had returned, I would not be here looking for you. By the way, weren't you all together? Dashan, what on earth is happening? With a heavy heart, Lu Yuanshan replied, Auntie, you must not worry. Today, when we set out to hunt, I intended to take Tianming and my second uncle with me. You know Tianming is skilled at hunting, and I hope to gather more game to share with everyone. However, my second uncle objected and insisted Tianming stay behind. Thus, I went to the distant mountains with Tianming while they went to Laoi Peak. Before we left, Tianming urged me to remind my uncles about the bad weather and to return early. But now, Lu Yuandong peered through the crack of the door and noticed that the snowstorm outside had not abated. In fact, it had intensified. Considering their predicament, he turned back to the group and declared, Andy, do not fret. I shall go with Dashan to search for them in the mountains. Moreover, regarding this foolish roe deer, you may as well divide it amongst yourselves. At this moment, Lu Yuanshan hastily interjected, Tianming, this prey was taken by you. What will you eat if we split it? In truth, Lu Yuanshan's words were entirely intended to lay the groundwork for Lu Yuandong's acceptance by the main household. While others may be oblivious to Lu Yuandong's current circumstances, he was well aware. Given Lu Yuandong's situation, possessing this foolish roe deer or not made little difference. His family currently had ample meat to consume. Indeed, upon hearing this, the family members of the hunting team expressed their surprise to Lu Yuanshan, saying, Dashan, are you saying that this foolish roe deer was captured by Tianming? Lu Yuanshan nodded, affirming, is that not the case? Otherwise, I would not have permitted Tianming to join our hunting team. With that, he added, there is no time for idle chatter. Tianming and I must head into the mountains to find our second uncle. As he spoke, Lu Yuanshan retrieved a flashlight from a nearby drawer and handed it to Lu Yuandong, while he himself lifted a lantern, saying, Tianming, I must trouble you this time. Lu Yuandong replied candidly, what are you saying? Though I am not from the main household, I was raised in Panshan village. I cannot stand idly by while my fellow villagers face such matters. However, after expressing this, Lu Yuandong appeared somewhat anxious, saying, but a few of you aunts and uncles, could you please accompany my wife and children at my home? My child is delicate, and given the instability of our thatched roof, I worry about unforeseen incidents with such strong winds. Lu Guotai's wife, being a sensible woman, promptly stepped forward, wiping her tears as she said, Tianming, as long as you can assist us in Dashan in searching for people in the mountains, I will take care of your wife and children. We will divide this roe deer shortly, and when we head to your home, I will bring a hind leg of the deer for your wife. Afterward, I shall not return until you find the others. Lu Yuandong expressed his gratitude profusely. He then shouldered his hunting rifle and ventured out with Lu Yuanshan, making their way toward the direction of Laoi Peak. At this point, there was less than an hour until nightfall. In the northern regions, dusk arrives early, especially during the season, when it often darkens by 5 or 6 o'clock. Lu Yuandong quickened his pace, braving the wind and snow, and took out his machete to mark the large trees. In such fierce snow, it was evidently impossible to leave footprints as markers. Within a mere 50 to 60 meters, their previous tracks would be obscured by the falling snow. To avoid losing their way, they could only proceed by this method, feeling their way forward amidst the howling wind. As darkness descended, Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan reached the mid-slope of Laoi Peak, standing amidst the thicket as they scanned the surroundings. Yet they could discern no signs of human presence. Lu Yuanshan was filled with trepidation. Despite the frigid weather, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. for this was his first experience facing such severe wind and snow. Tianming, there is not a soul in sight. The night has fallen. When shall we find anyone? Lu Yuandong switched on his flashlight, directing its beam toward the heavens. After a moment's contemplation, he handed the flashlight to Lu Yuanshan. You shall shine it toward the sky, turning it off every 30 seconds, then wait 30 seconds before reigniting it. Lu Yuanshan received the flashlight and began to illuminate the sky as instructed. Meanwhile, Lu Yuandong was not idle. He took down the hunting rifle from his shoulder and commenced firing into the night sky. Bang! Chapter 39. Repaying Hatred with Virtue. Second uncle, Lu Qing. Lu Yuanshan began to shout at the top of his lungs. However, the moment his voice emerged, it was swiftly drowned out by the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops. In such circumstances, unless a deity were to descend, the likelihood of locating Lu Guotai and the others was exceedingly slim. For ordinary individuals, finding them amidst the mountains in such an environment was nearly impossible. At this juncture, they could only rely on Lu Guotai and his companions to discern the glimmer of light and follow the beam of the flashlight, along with the sound of gunfire, to navigate towards safety. Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan proceeded forward, taking measured steps. Approximately every 5 minutes, Lu Yuandong would fire a shot into the air. As for Lu Yuanshan, he diligently followed Lu Yuandong's instructions, repeatedly switching the flashlight on and off. The flashlights of that era utilized batteries, emitting a yellow glow. Although the brightness was not particularly intense, this yellow light possessed greater penetration in the darkness than white light. Deep within the forest, Lu Guotai and his companions also caught sight of the distant beam of the flashlight. They had initially intended to return in the afternoon. However, after entering the mountains, they had encountered a spotted deer. As they pursued it, the deer eluded them, and soon after, a blizzard descended upon them. Realizing the imminent danger, Lu Guotai attempted to lead everyone back, but it was already too late. The ferocity of the blizzard had taken them by surprise, and before they could react, heavy snow had sealed off their escape. The 7 of them moved forward, one person grasping another's hand. Amidst the uncertainty, Lu Qing turned to Lu Guotai, filled with confusion, and asked, Second uncle, who could possibly be searching for us? Lu Guotai sighed. I am uncertain. I suspect it might be Dashan. Lu Qing replied softly, that seems unlikely. Today, Dashan proposed that Tianming join us, but we declined. Moreover, Dashan went hunting with Tianming. In this blizzard, how could he dare venture into the mountains alone? Faced with Lu Qing's inquiries, Lu Guotai too was at a loss for the specifics. He licked his parched lips, bent down to scoop up some snow, and placed it in his mouth before saying, let us not dwell on that. We must hasten our steps. Judging by the distance, we have less than 1,000 meters to go. Although the distance was indeed less than 1,000 meters, traversing through the deep mountains in the dark posed significant challenges. It took them a full half-hour to cover that seemingly short distance. When they finally glimpsed the flickering lights in the distance, tears streamed down Lu Guotai's face. Just as night fell, he had feared that he and Lu Qing would perish in these woods. But now, seeing 2 dark figures ahead, he knew they were at last saved. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Guotai shouted towards the distant figures, who goes there? Upon hearing a voice, Lu Yuanshan hurriedly illuminated the area with his flashlight, directing it toward the source of the sound. Upon seeing 7 individuals appear before him within a mere 50 meters, Lu Yuanshan's anxieties dissipated entirely. He quickened his pace and hurriedly approached, calling out to Lu Guotai. Uncle, is everyone back? Lu Guotai replied affirmatively. Yes, they are all here. As he spoke, Lu Guotai's gaze fell upon the person accompanying Lu Yuanshan. Coming to a halt, he rubbed his eyes and scrutinized Lu Yuandong, only to feel a flush of embarrassment wash over him as he stammered, Tianming, you, how come? Before Lu Guotai could finish his sentence, Lu Yuandong waved his hand and smiled. Let us not dwell on that now. We should hasten our return. With such a fierce snowstorm, it could very well lead to our demise in these woods. Lu Guotai inquired, is it still possible to find the way down? In response to Lu Guotai's question, Lu Yuandong reached out, took the flashlight from Lu Yuanshan, and chuckled, not to worry, I marked the trees on my way here. With that, Lu Yuandong directed the beam of the flashlight onto the trees before him, searching for the marks he had made. Unlike the footprints on the ground, which were now indistinguishable, the trees provided a contrast. Their dark bark had been stripped away, revealing the white heartwood beneath, making the search considerably easier. Following the markers, the group spent over 2 hours descending the mountain. When they finally reached the village's path, Lu Guotai's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, clutching his head and weeping. "Oh, the mountains. Tianming, do you know? As night fell, I thought I would perish in these woods. I never expected. I truly never imagined you would come looking for me. Tianming, especially you, I am not worthy." Seeing Lu Guotai in such a state of remorse, Lu Yuandong sighed and stepped forward to help him up from the snow, speaking earnestly. "Uncle, I understand your intentions. You acted for the good of our kin in the main house. Moreover, you are still part of the Lu family, unlike me, who has withdrawn from the ancestral hall. If you were to shelter me, you could face scrutiny from the elder clan leaders." At this moment, Lu Qing and the others looked upon Lu Yuandong with admiration and gratitude for his actions that day. Once Lu Yuandong finished speaking, Lu Qing declared firmly, "Tianming, there is nothing more to discuss. For what you have done today, if we were to deny you the opportunity to hunt on our grounds, we would be less than human. Today, I shall express my position, regardless of whether others in the main family agree or disagree. I am the first to consent to your hunting on our territory." With Lu Qing taking the lead, Lu Guotai, upon being encouraged by Lu Yuandong, earnestly declared, "Tianming, from now on you shall hunt on Laoi Peak. I apologize for the previous matters. Furthermore, if anyone from the main family objects, I shall handle it personally. Should they remain obstinate, let Dashin or his father, upon his return, persuade them." Lu Yuanshan, standing nearby, finally revealed a look of satisfaction as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and smiled as he offered it to Lu Guotai. Chapter 40. Safely home. Lu Yuanshan smiled and said, "Second uncle, matters concerning the main house are largely decided by the hunting team. As long as we all agree to Tianming's inclusion, the others in the main house will certainly concur. Hee, it's getting late. We should head back soon. Furthermore, I have delightful news to share. Today, Tianming and I managed to catch a rather foolish roe deer. Just a while ago, upon our return, Aunt and the others were at my house, and Tianming asked them to divide the deer meat. You all will at least enjoy a hearty meal when you get home tonight." Upon hearing this, Lu Guotai felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Bowing his head, he choked out, "I have lived my entire life and never imagined I would make such foolish decisions in my old age. Tianming, I need not say more. From now on, the main house will embrace you just as warmly as the third house does. If the second and third houses cannot accommodate you, rest assured, the main house will most certainly welcome you." Lu Yuandong, moved by these words, expressed his gratitude. "Uncle, since you have said so, I too shall declare my stance. As long as you permit me to hunt on the main house's grounds, I will share a portion of my catch with you each time. Our main house is not large, but I believe that with a little diligence, we can ensure that the villagers of the main house enjoy meat with every meal." Lu Guotai replied with a smile, "Good, we shall heed your counsel this time." Before long, Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan led everyone to his home. At this moment, Lu Guotai's wife and Lu Qing's wife had already taken a leg of the roe deer to Lu Yuandong's house. However, the families of the other hunting team members had not yet departed. When the door opened, the women, upon seeing their men return safely, burst into tears. As Lu Guotai scanned the room, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. To him, it seemed that the wives of others had come to wait, while his own had chosen to return home to feast on the deer meat instead. Lu Qing, known for his fiery temper, could not suppress his anger, exclaiming, "Damn it! Why hasn't my wife come? I nearly perished in the mountains, and she doesn't even bother to check on me." Seeing Lu Qing's clenched fists, as if he were ready to storm back and unleash his fury upon his wife, Lu Yuandong hurriedly grasped Lu Qing's wrist and smiled, saying, "Lu Qing, please do not act rashly. Your shower and Aunt Xiaofeng have gone to my house." Upon hearing Lu Yuandong's words, Lu Qing looked at him with curiosity and asked, "Tianming, what are they doing at your house? Don't you dare fabricate a story to avoid a confrontation between us. Look at our fellow brothers in the hunting team. All of them with wives have their partners waiting here for them." Yet, it was evident that Lu Qing was genuinely furious. However, one could not entirely blame him for his outburst. After all, people were already struggling to fill their bellies, and their spirits were low. Family had become the last bastion of support for them. These men, risking frostbite in the mountains to hunt, would find their suffering utterly meaningless if their women did not show concern for them. Lu Yuandong understood Lu Qing's feelings at that moment. With a smile, he explained, "When Tianming and I came to find you, the wind was quite fierce in the village. As you know, my house is not very sturdy, and with only my wife and child at home, I worried that the strong wind might tear off the roof. Thus, I asked Aunt Xiaofeng and Xiu'er to help look after the children. Seeing Lu Yuandong's words, Lu Qing's expression visibly softened. He grinned and asked, Tianming, are you telling the truth? Lu Yuandong replied earnestly, of course, it's true. Would I deceive you about such a matter? Now let us hurry back. I want to check on my wife and child. The members of the hunting team escorted Lu Yuandong out, while Lu Guotai and Lu Qing followed closely behind. The three braved the wind and snow towards Lu Yuandong's home. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at Lu Yuandong's doorstep. The light from the horse lamp inside illuminated the surroundings. Through the paper-covered windows, they could faintly see the silhouettes of people sitting on the kong. Lu Yuandong quickened his pace and, upon reaching the door, gently knocked. Inside, the three women who had been chatting fell silent at the sound of the knock. A few seconds later, Su Baiting softly inquired, Tianming, is that you? In response, Lu Yuandong smiled and said, yes, we are back. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps approached, and it was none other than Lu Guotai's wife, Lu Xiaofeng, who opened the door. Upon seeing Lu Guotai, tears streamed down her face. Wiping her tears, she choked out, you old fool, what were you thinking? Young people know to return early when the weather is bad. Tianming and Dashan warned you about the poor weather, urging you to come back sooner. Yet what did you do? Lu Guotai's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Lu Yuandong interjected with a smile. With the wind so strong, let us discuss this inside. Once inside, the warmth of the room enveloped them. The fire in the stove blazed brightly. Additionally, a cast-iron pot sat atop the stove, containing a leg of roe deer that Lu Xiaofeng had brought when she visited Lu Yuandong earlier. This pot had been simmering for nearly 3 hours, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Recently, Lu Guotai and Lu Qing had been subsisting on little more than thin porridge made from cornmeal, devoid of any meat. The sudden wafting scent of the cooking meat nearly overwhelmed Lu Guotai. Lu Qing, entranced by the sight of the roe deer meat in the pot, wiped away the drool forming at the corner of his mouth with his fist. Noticing Lu Qing's fixation, Xiu'er quickly approached and poked him in the ribs, saying, what are you staring at? Let us hurry back. Our family got over 2 jin of meat today. I'll cook it for you as soon as we return. Although Lu Qing was on the verge of succumbing to hunger, the thought that Lu Yuandong had successfully hunted a roe deer today and generously shared the meat with them made it difficult for him to partake in the feast. Just as Lu Qing was about to turn and leave, Lu Yuandong chuckled and said, Uncle Heir, Lu Qing, there's no need for you both to leave. I cannot possibly consume all this meat by myself. Come, sit down, enjoy some food, and have a warm bowl of soup to invigorate yourselves before you head back later. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing wiped away the drool from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Well, I suppose it would be rather impolite to refuse. Chapter 41. Are we reduced to eating elm bark? Xiu'er hurriedly interjected. Indeed, Tianming, please do not feel obliged to host us any longer. This afternoon, upon our arrival, Sister Baiting graciously treated both me and Aunt Xiaofeng to a sumptuous meal of elk meat. Please keep this roe deer leg for yourselves. After all, it was you who hunted it and graciously shared with us. It would be rather impolite for us to impose further on your hospitality. Lu Yuandong stepped forward and shut the door, then turned to retrieve a gourd of liquor from beneath a nearby table. This high-quality sorghum liquor was procured during his visit to the supply and marketing cooperative, intended specifically to ward off the chill while hunting in the mountains. Andy, Xiu'er, since you've already dined, why not sit by the kong and chat with my wife? By the way, I have some jerky. Please serve it to Annie and Xiu'er as a snack. My brothers Lu Qing and Uncle Guotai and I will enjoy a drink here to warm ourselves. It is indeed quite extraordinary in this frigid weather. Lu Yuandong spoke casually, arranging the stools beneath him. Lu Qing and Lu Guotai, recognizing that they could not refuse, felt a mix of trepidation and surprise, their stomachs devoid of sustenance. As they approached Lu Yuandong's home, their legs had trembled uncontrollably. Should they venture back into the biting wind and snow, they would likely require support from their wives to make it home. Lu Guotai, a man of easygoing disposition, was the first to take a seat on a nearby chair. He casually remarked to Lu Qing, since Tianming has suggested it, I believe we should not decline. Let us sit and share a drink with him to warm ourselves before heading back. After addressing Lu Qing, he turned to Lu Yuandong and said, Oh, Tianming, please do not mock me for this, but I must confess, my belly has been half filled with elm bark lately. This descent from the mountain has been quite arduous. In this era, Families were typically blessed with numerous children, and Lu Guotai's household was no exception. He had married later in life, and his eldest child was merely 9 years old, with 3 more children, each only a year older than the last. With so many mouths to feed, sustaining the family was a daunting challenge. The children barely had enough to eat, let alone him. Fortunately, he was industrious. Recently, when food was scarce and fearing ridicule, he had ventured out under the cover of night to gather a large bundle of elm bark. He meticulously peeled away the white inner layer, drying it atop the Kong, and then ground it into powder using a stone mortar. When hunger became unbearable, he would mix a handful of cornmeal with a few handfuls of the ground elm bark, adding water to create a fluffy mixture. He then boiled a large pot of water, mixing in this concoction to create a porridge-like dish. One can only imagine the struggle of subsisting on such fare day after day. Lu Yuandong was well aware of these hardships. He recalled that upon returning from military service, the elm bark in the surrounding village had been entirely stripped away, a situation that would take decades to rectify. While natural disasters played a role, the primary cause was human folly. However, calamities caused by humans are often shrouded in silence. Some can be articulated, while others, alas, remain ineffable. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Yuandong resolved to cultivate the land himself. Although such a decision could easily be misconstrued as a venture down the path of capitalism, he had long before devised strategies to counter any such accusations. Upon hearing Lu Guotai's words, Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he eagerly inquired, "Uncle Guotai, you cannot be jesting, can you? Is the bark of the elm tree truly edible?" Lu Guotai lowered his voice, hastily cautioning Lu Qing, "Keep your voice down, lad. Elm bark is a rare commodity around our village." At that moment, Lu Qing scratched the back of his head and whispered, "I recall someone mentioning that wild boars have come down from the mountains to gnaw on elm bark. I never imagined it could be consumed by humans as well." Lu Shaofeng, seated on the Kong while savoring dried venison, feigned annoyance and retorted, "Lu Qing, you should be learning the art of hunting from Tianming rather than following in Uncle Guotai's footsteps. After all this time in the mountains, he hasn't even caught a single pheasant, yet I'm left to endure this fare." Lu Qing grinned and replied, "Auntie, in these times, as long as there is food, one ought to be grateful. Why do you complain?" Lu Shaofeng, still feigning irritation, countered, "Humph, you know nothing. While it's true that this bark is edible, it slides down your throat effortlessly, but extracting it later is quite the ordeal." Lu Guotai, chuckling softly, interjected, "And you have the audacity to speak? Just the other day, I asked you for a stick, yet you chose one that was crooked and thorny. In the dark, I failed to notice, and amidst my pain, I ended up with a thorn lodged in me." Lu Qing erupted in laughter, remarking, "Uncle, I noticed your gait seemed off recently. I thought perhaps your trousers were ill-fitting." Lu Shaofeng chimed in, "Let us not air your embarrassing moments. Why do women seek men? Isn't it simply for sustenance? What purpose does marriage serve otherwise?" Lu Guotai, lifting a piece of meat with his chopsticks and blowing on it, quipped unexpectedly, "What use is there in marriage between men and women? What else but for procreation?" The room was filled with individuals who had all been wed, yet Su Baiting, like a naive child, took a moment to grasp the implication of his words. However, upon realization, she too succumbed to laughter, while Nini, who typically stayed up late, lay on the Kong, curiously observing and occasionally bursting into giggles. Indeed, in the present day, although many lead lives marked by hardship, individuals consistently manage to discover joy amidst their struggles, perceiving adversity as a form of fortitude in life. In stark contrast, decades hence, while material needs may be fulfilled, the spiritual realm of individuals has become increasingly hollow. A single leg of roe deer, though meager in flesh, sufficed to restore the vitality of Lu Guotai and Lu Qing. It was not until the early hours of the morning that the two, their complexions flushed, bid farewell to Lu Yuandong with the support of their respective wives. Chapter 42. A grateful return under the night sky. Su Baiting wore a radiant smile as she nestled in Lu Yuandong's embrace. She had never imagined that one day she would be living such a blissful and serene life with him. The howling wind outside continued its fierce lament, while the flames within the stove danced high and bright, warming the room. The little child had fallen asleep, allowing Su Baiting and Lu Yuandong to share tender whispers meant only for their ears. Unbeknownst to them, the rooster in the neighboring yard had already heralded the dawn with its clear crow. It was only then that Lu Yuandong closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. As dawn broke the following day, Lu Yuandong awoke to find Su Baiting had prepared breakfast. 2 eggs accompanied a generous bowl of millet porridge enriched with dried venison, an undeniably sumptuous meal for a farming household. However, Lu Yuandong did not hasten to eat. Instead, he stepped outside to gaze at the sky. Remarkably, after a night of swirling snow and wind, the weather had transformed into a sunny spectacle in just a few short hours. Yet, the once pristine courtyard was now blanketed with snow, piled up to 2 feet deep. To facilitate his travels, Lu Yuandong retrieved a wooden shovel and a sled from the nearby wooden shed. In the village, prosperity had increased, and most households possessed shovels and carts to manage the snow accumulation with relative ease. However, when he left his original family, he had taken nothing but his wife and child, along with tools that his grandfather had surreptitiously crafted. Although the wooden shovel was cumbersome, and the sled was more laborious to pull through the snow than a cart, having something was better than having nothing at all. Su Baiting had intended to assist him, but as she stepped outside, Lu Yuandong promptly urged her back in. After all, the child needed tending, and considering the hardships she endured during childbirth, her body was still weak and unsuitable for strenuous tasks. The courtyard was extensive, and the snow was too abundant for him to clear in a short time. It was not until noon that he finally managed to remove the snow, just as he prepared to return indoors for a meal. He was surprised by the arrival of several members from the hunting team, led by Lu Yuanshan and Lu Guotai, followed closely by Lu Qing and Lu Erden. Upon reaching Lu Yuandong's courtyard, Lu Guotai cheerfully remarked, "Tianming, you truly are industrious. I just walked over, and your yard is the cleanest of all." Feeling a mix of curiosity and disbelief, Lu Yuandong inquired, "Uncle, what brings you here?" Lu Guotai lifted his gaze to the thatched roof of Lu Yuandong's home and replied with a smile, "Did you not mention last night that your roof is unstable? We had no opportunity to hunt in the mountains today, so we discussed it privately and decided to come and help you reinforce your roof." Lu Yuandong could hardly believe his ears and asked incredulously, "Uncle, you are not jesting with me, are you?" Lu Guotai shook the axe in his hand, while Lu Qing raised the nails he was holding up to display. Lu Yuanshan chuckled and said, "Tianming, do we appear to be jesting with you? Fortunately, your courtyard has been tidied up, so let us act without delay and commence immediately." Lu Yuandong's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "Uncle, Dashin, you are aware that I have only recently moved here. My home is devoid of essentials. We lack thatch, and even the jute twine is in short supply." At that moment, Lu Guotai, having removed his coat, expressed a hint of impatience, saying, "Tianming, my boy, why do you speak so excessively? Just step outside and take a look. Those 2 carts of thatch should suffice, don't you think? Rest assured, we won't require you to provide anything. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply treat us to a hearty meal." Lu Qing then burst into laughter, saying, "Uncle, we dined at the host's expense last night. Do we dare to impose again today?" Lu Guotai chuckled, "We too have eaten, but what of Dashin and Erden? Let them enjoy the benefits of Tianming's hospitality today." Laughter erupted among the group. Lu Yuandong was taken aback by the unexpected generosity stemming from his unintentional actions. The thatched cottage, built by his grandfather, had aged considerably. Unlike tiled roofs, thatch deteriorates rapidly when uninhabited. However, if occupied, the thatch could last 2 to 3 years before needing replacement. If left unoccupied, it required changing annually to prevent leaks. Upon moving in, Lu Yuandong realized the roof needed repairs, but, as he had mentioned, he lacked sufficient resources. Although he had hunted a fair amount, bartering for such miscellaneous items proved unfeasible. Now, much to his astonishment, Lu Guotai and Lu Yuanshan had come to assist in repairing the roof. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Lu Guotai had already climbed onto the roof with Lu Qing and Lu Erden. Armed with wooden forks, they began clearing the accumulated snow from the top of the roof. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Lu Yuanshan and several others had already started unloading thatch from the carts outside the gate, piling it onto the vacant hill, and began transporting the snow that had slid off the roof. Before long, the thatch on the roof became visible, and the courtyard was left immaculate. At this time, Su Baiting was also industrious, unable to prepare a meal inside. She instructed the 2 young men to construct a stone stove in the corner of the yard using a few stones. They placed a large iron pot atop it, filled it with water, and retrieved several large pieces of frozen meat from the nearby snow, tossing them into the boiling pot. Time passed swiftly. Once the thatch was entirely removed from the roof, the young men began sorting the bundled thatch, tying it into smaller bundles with jute twine, and laying it down on the roof. Subsequently, they similarly bundled the freshly delivered thatch and placed it atop the previous layer. After a flurry of activity that extended until past 6 in the evening, the group finally came to a halt. Lu Yuandong stood in the courtyard, gazing at the newly installed roof, a glimmer of gratitude evident in his eyes. He turned to Lu Guotai and the others, expressing, "Uncle, I cannot thank you enough for today. Last night, I was quite anxious about the impending thaw. I feared that the roof would surely leak. However, it appears that I can now rest easy." Su Baiting, cradling a child in her arms, interjected, "Tianming, refrain from conversing with your uncles for the moment. Let them wash their hands quickly. The venison should be ready by now. Also, do we still have any sorghum liquor? If so, please bring it out for them to enjoy." Chapter 43, A Bunch of Beasts. Just as Su Baiting's words echoed, a group of villagers from the third household, who had gathered outside the door, began to mock and jeer. After all, it was evident that the woman was strikingly beautiful. "Look, the people from the first household have come to our third household to help repair the roof. Humph, that harbinger of misfortune. Whoever assists their family is bound to face calamity. Lu Erden, be cautious. You are so thin that your chest touches your back. Do not provoke Tianming's wife." The folks from the third household were seething with indignation. Lu Yuandong was undeniably one of their own, yet he had distanced himself from them, and, after capturing prey, he chose to entertain the first household instead of sharing with his own. However, they lacked the courage to directly confront Lu Yuandong. Spotting Su Baiting serving meat to the first household, their envy flared, and without a second thought, they began to attack her. Previously, when Su Baiting resided at Lu Jiangwo's home, she was consistently looked down upon, struggling to survive in a narrow space. Over time, the once vivacious girl had grown taciturn. Hearing the insults from the third household, tears streamed down her face. At that moment, Lu Guotai glanced at the emaciated villagers outside and, clenching his fists, scolded them with ire. "Mind your own affairs. Look at what a state you've become. If you truly possess any ability, focus on improving your own family's circumstances and ensure your wife and children have food to eat." When Lu Guotai remained silent, no one dared to provoke him. However, upon hearing his words, someone from the crowd shouted back, "Lu Guotai, what did you eat at Tianming's house last night? Did you steal milk from Tianming's child? Can you believe it? The first household comes to our third household and dares to lecture us?" Lu Guotai's forehead was instantly lined with anger as he pointed at the person who shouted from the back, bellowing, "You scoundrel! If you have the guts, say that to my face instead of shouting from behind. You worthless wretches, do you even consider yourselves human? Tianming helped you capture so much prey when he was here. Others may be unaware, but surely you know in your hearts." Laughter erupted among the crowd, with someone mockingly saying, "Huh, look, our second uncle is getting agitated. It seems what Erjuzi said earlier was true. Perhaps our second uncle really did steal milk from Tianming's child." A woman then, with a scornful expression, added, "Humph. Who knows whether it was stolen or if that vixen willingly presented herself for the feast. Indeed, in my view, it was offered willingly. Otherwise, how could the first household be so kind as to come here to repair their roof?" Filthy words reverberated around the courtyard. Lu Yuandong was consumed by rage. He wished to confront these people, but upon seeing Su Baiting rush into the room, holding their child and visibly distressed, he grew concerned for her safety. With no other choice, Lu Guotai stepped inside to comfort his wife. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed vehemently, "You beasts, a whole pack of you. Let me tell you, during the blizzard yesterday, I led the hunting party from the main household, and we lost our way in the mountains. It was Tianming who, at dawn, took it upon himself to search for us and brought us back to safety. Furthermore, upon our return, he generously shared the roe deer meat he had hunted, dividing it evenly among us." At this point, someone from the crowd raised their voice, questioning, "Then why, if that is the case, did you come to Tianming's house in the middle of the night? Is it not because you have designs on his wife?" Lu Guotai retorted loudly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Last night, my wife and Lu Qing's wife, Xiu'er, were worried about Tianming's wife. With such a fierce blizzard, we felt guilty towards Tianming for any misfortune that might have befallen her, hence we went to his house. After we returned, we followed Tianming over here." At this moment, Lu Qing stepped forward, adding, "Indeed, after we arrived at Tianming's home, not only did he cook roe deer meat for us, but he also provided us with plenty of dried meat. Uncle Guotai and I even enjoyed a few cups of sorghum liquor. You tell me, after such kindness, can we not assist Tianming in some way? Do you truly believe that our household is like yours?" You ungrateful wretches. In this era, nothing is more enticing than food. The villagers from the third household, who had previously been vociferously protesting, found themselves silenced by the mention of roe deer meat, dried venison, and sorghum liquor. Their mouths watered excessively, rendering them incapable of completing a sentence. The most compelling aspect was that a large pot was currently set up in the courtyard, filled with nothing other than moose meat. The aroma had been wafting through the air for nearly an hour. We don't believe you. If you want to convince us, show us a piece of meat. Hearing this, Lu Guotai turned to the man in the crowd, his mouth agape in disbelief as he asked, "Wait a moment, Lu Sanner. What kind of foolish dream are you having? You think you deserve a piece of meat? Who do you think you are? You've been standing at the door for so long. Has anyone come in to lend a hand? Now that the work is done, you still have the audacity to come asking for meat. Turn around and take a piss. See if you've grown a mouth worthy of eating meat." To his astonishment, Lu Sanner, without a moment's hesitation, unbuckled his belt and, before the astonished crowd, produced his member and relieved himself. "Look here, Lu Guotai, I'm urinating now. And I've realized I do indeed have a mouth for eating meat. Villagers, don't just stand there. This scoundrel Lu Yuandong has no sense of loyalty. He hoards the meat for himself while denying it to our third household. We cannot indulge such treachery. Let us go." For the meat is presently simmering in the pot within the courtyard. Everyone should rush in and take a piece. As Lu Sanner proclaimed this, he instinctively hoisted his trousers and raised his right hand, letting out a resounding cheer reminiscent of a warrior charging forward. However, it was evident that this enthusiasm did not originate from our side. It was undoubtedly characteristic of the little lives over there, stumbling and dashing into Lu Yuandong's courtyard. At the entrance, the villagers from the third household stood frozen, their eyes wide in astonishment as they witnessed Lu Sanner sprinting into the yard. Though they too felt the pangs of hunger, they had yet to reach the frenzied state that Lu Sanner exhibited. Chapter 44. Has he taken himself for the county magistrate? Meanwhile, Su Baiting had gradually regained her composure. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, Lu Yuandong picked up his hunting rifle and strode towards the door. However, before he could step outside, he was abruptly seized by Su Baiting. "Tianming, do not act impulsively. Killing someone now could lead to severe consequences," she cautioned. Lu Yuandong smiled at Su Baiting, reassuring her, "Having wielded this hunting rifle for quite some time, do you truly believe I would take a life? Rest assured, I merely intend to intimidate them." With that, he loaded the rifle and confidently approached the doorway, which faced the courtyard gate. Lu Sanner, dazzled by the prospect of food, rushed forward, his mind consumed with images of savoring tender venison. Indeed, it had been 3 long days since he had adequately filled his stomach. Recalling yesterday, he had consumed a large bowl of seaweed, only to regurgitate it entirely later that night. The day before, he had managed half a cornbread and drunk 3 bowls of cold water. As for the day prior, it was a blur of uncertainty regarding whether he had eaten at all. Today, since arriving at Lu Yuandong's abode around 2 in the afternoon, he had sat against the wall, inhaling the delectable aroma of meat simmering in a pot, filling his mouth with saliva while gnawing on a substantial chunk of snow beside the wall. At this moment, one thought consumed him. He was determined to risk everything for a taste of meat. Indeed, nothing in the world could rival the sheer ecstasy of indulging in meat. He felt that if the most alluring woman in the village were placed in his bed, he would dismiss the notion with disdain. He would willingly relinquish even the throne to anyone willing to trade a morsel of meat with him. 10 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. The distance to the enormous iron pot seemed to diminish with each passing moment. The venison within appeared to beckon him, but suddenly a gunshot rang out, and a bullet whizzed overhead. Bang! The first sound was that of the bullet firing from the barrel. The second was Lu Sanner collapsing to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. Witnessing Lu Sanner fall, Lu Yuanshan and Lu Guotai, along with others, were left dumbfounded. Initially believing that Lu Yuandong had fatally shot Lu Sanner, the villagers gathered at the entrance were equally stunned, staring blankly at Lu Sanner sprawled on the ground, at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Yuandong felt a rush of anxiety, pondering the absurdity of it all. His aim was precise. He had been targeting above Lu Sanner's head, yet here he was, lying on the ground. Just as his curiosity piqued, Lu Sanner, having regained his senses, succumbed to terror. His body trembled, and he lost control, soiling his trousers. He clambered up from the ground and knelt before Lu Yuandong, pleading, "Tianming, grandfather, my dear grandfather, I beseech you, have mercy on me and grant me a morsel of meat." I can no longer endure this hunger, sobbing. Tianming, I am truly starving. It has been 3 or 4 days since our family has run out of provisions. For the past few days, I have survived solely on cold water. Tianming, you are my ancestor, my divine being. I was wrong. I, Lu Sanner, have acted disgracefully, and I should not have defamed you and my grandmother. I bow before you. Please grant me a piece of meat, and do not shoot me. Lu Yuandong was taken aback. Lu Sanner, known for his unruly behavior, was someone whom few dared to provoke. Coupled with his lineage as a third-generation poor farmer, he was often left unchallenged. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Sanner had now reduced himself to this state. Li Guotai, standing nearby, finally breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, Tianming, I thought you had just shot this fellow dead. Lu Yuandong furrowed his brow, managing a wry smile as he replied, I nearly believed I had killed him too. But, Lu Sanner, get up. I am not a landlord. Besides, this is a new society where kneeling is no longer appropriate. Moreover, I share your status as a poor farmer. My circumstances are hardly better than yours. If you wish for meat, seek assistance from your family head, or if that fails, go to the elder of the clan and let them devise a solution for you. In truth, Lu Yuandong knew he would have to provide Lu Sanner with some meat today. It was not out of compassion, but rather due to the unsettling nature of Lu Sanner's earlier behavior. Furthermore, given the current stringent policies, he could not afford to witness someone perish on his doorstep, especially considering his precarious position in Panchon village. He feared the repercussions that would inevitably follow. Of course, while he intended to provide meat, it could not be given so readily. Before doing so, he needed to elevate his status within the third household while simultaneously diminishing the ancestral hall's influence over the villagers. Only by achieving this could he venture out to hunt with peace of mind and secure a better life in Panchon village. One might wonder why he felt compelled to remain in Panchon village rather than relocate to a bustling city. Lu Yuandong too desired to leave, but the policies simply did not permit it. What era was this? It was not a time where one could freely choose their destination. Not only was traveling far prohibited, but even a trip to the county town required formal leave from the village. Once outside the county, one had to present a letter of introduction and various credentials. Most critically, the outside world was far more chaotic than village life. Currently, he could not amass any money, so his only concern was ensuring his family was fed and clothed, while also avoiding any treachery. In these past 2 years, as hunger plagued the populace, perhaps no one would engage in foolishness. However, after a few years of waiting, once the movement commences, he must seize the opportunity to cultivate connections and elevate his status within the village. Otherwise, he may very well meet a dire fate. Of course, these are matters for another time. At present, upon hearing Lu Yuandong's words, Lu Sanner, wiping away his tears, lamented, Tianming, the current head of the third house, how can your useless elder brother possibly procure any game? And as for our old clan leader, he is even more despicable, relying on his seniority in the village to indulge himself while we suffer from hunger. He can feast on cornmeal porridge, and what is infuriating is that, do you know, while this old scoundrel enjoys his porridge, he even has pickled vegetables to accompany it. Moreover, this old wretch, with no teeth, still insists on having his pickled vegetables finely shredded, and he deigns to drizzle them with sesame oil. Lu Erden, an outsider, feigned disbelief at Lu Sanner's words, interjecting with mockery, what? He adds sesame oil to his pickled vegetable shreds? Does he truly consider himself the county magistrate? Chapter 45. Clear grudges and resentments. The villagers from the third branch exchanged glances, some feeling a sense of discontent. However, recognizing that Lu Shuwu was the patriarch of the Lu family, they refrained from expressing their frustrations openly. Yet, the famished Lu Sanner, driven by hunger, disregarded such considerations. What patriarch? What head of the household? To him, anyone who could offer him a morsel of food was akin to a deity. Timing. I know you are a good person. I implore you. You cannot just stand by and watch me perish here, can you? If you could provide me with a piece of meat today, I swear I will serve you as a grandson from now on. Lu Yuandong surveyed the crowd before him. Noticing that the villagers from the third branch had fallen silent, merely standing quietly at their doorstep, he stepped forward. At that moment, Lu Sanner, seeing Lu Yuandong approach, instinctively took a few steps back. Observing this, Lu Yuandong halted and, addressing the villagers with conviction, proclaimed, Listen well, people of the third branch. Firstly, we now reside in a communist society, no longer the old world. Today, we uphold the principle of equality for all, regardless of gender. A great educator once remarked that women hold up half the sky. Henceforth, if anyone dares to speak ill of my wife in my absence, or if anyone bullies her or spreads unfounded rumors, I shall not let them go unpunished. Pausing to allow the villagers to absorb his words, Lu Yuandong continued, of course. I, Lu Yuandong, am not ungrateful. Dashi has assisted me, and I will share meat with him. The villagers from the main branch have welcomed me, allowing me to hunt on their land, and I shall share my spoils with them as well. As for you, as long as you do not oppose me, if your family finds themselves without meat, I can certainly spare a few pounds. With that declaration, Lu Yuandong turned and retrieved a large, steaming piece of venison from the pot, tossing it directly to the kneeling Lu Sanner. Lu Sanner, take this meat home. And remember, if you dare to fabricate stories and tarnish my wife's reputation again, I will not hesitate to deal with you. As it stands, there are only 3 of us at home. If anyone dares to bully us to the point of desperation, then let us all perish together. Upon receiving the meat, tears streamed down Lu Sanner's face like a torrential flood. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, oblivious to the scalding meat as he hastily brought it to his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Yuandong chose not to elaborate further and instead turned to Lu Guotai and the others, saying, Uncle, wash your hands. Let us partake in the meat as well. The remaining villagers from the 3rd branch stood at the doorway, helplessly watching Lu Yuandong and the villagers from the main branch enjoy their meal in the courtyard. With each passing moment, their discomfort grew, waiting until Lu Guotai and the others had their fill. Lu Yuandong escorted them out the door and agreed to meet again tomorrow morning to hunt at Laoi Peak. Inside the pot, there remained several fist-sized pieces of venison along with half a pot of meat broth. At this moment, several individuals from the 3rd household were still lingering at the entrance. Lu Yuandong scanned the crowd and addressed those who had previously uttered not a word at the door. Uncle Wang, Uncle Lao, Aunt Hu. You who have never spoken ill of us can come in now. There are still a few pieces of meat left in this pot. You may share them, as we cannot possibly finish it all ourselves. Uncle Wang, Uncle Lao, and Aunt Hu were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, they recovered and hurriedly expressed their immense gratitude as they entered, quickly gathering around the large iron pot. Meanwhile, those who had earlier spoken disparagingly of Su Baiting exchanged glances, their faces filled with regret. If only they had known, they would have refrained from such idle gossip. However, there were those among them with thicker skins who, with a grin, approached and whispered, Tianming, there is still so much meat left. Could you spare each of us a piece? Our families have had a decent relationship in the past, wouldn't you agree? Lu Yuandong cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, Lu Hua, and retorted with a cold smirk. Lu Hua, if we were to consider lineage, you would indeed be of my uncle's generation. Taken aback by this remark, Lu Hua initially assumed Lu Yuandong intended to share meat with him. He quickly forced a smile, saying, Tianming, come on, we are not that far apart in age. You need not address me as uncle. However, since you still acknowledge me as such, could you possibly spare me a piece of meat? As he spoke, Lu Hua's legs had already begun to move toward the iron pot. Observing this, Lu Yuandong snorted and declared emphatically, stop right there. Lu Hua was taken aback. Lu Yuandong positioned himself in front of Lu Hua and stated firmly, you were the most vociferous in the crowd just now. And now you dare to partake of my family's meat? Lu Hua hastily attempted to explain, Tianming, this isn't tea about you, all right? Besides, you just mentioned that I am still your uncle. Lu Yuandong interrupted him sharply, rebuking, you are a fool, a scoundrel. Now you acknowledge your status as my uncle? When you were slandering me and my wife, did you ever think of that? He continued, let me make this abundantly clear. I, Lu Yuandong, am principled. I will share meat with those who support me, but for anyone who maligns me, even if I were to feed this meat to dogs, I would not grant them a single bite. With a face full of helplessness, Lu Hua sighed, Tianming, you must understand, this entire episode stemmed from your elder brother and his family spreading rumors in the village. We were merely influenced by them. So you cannot place all the blame on us, can you? Lu Yuandong coldly responded, let me lay down the truth. All this meat will be given to Uncle Wang and the others. If any of you wish to partake of meat from my household in the future, I will be watching your conduct closely. If I perform well, who knows when I might catch more prey, I would call him over and share 3 or 5 pounds of meat with him. However, if he continues to act the same way, looking at me with a furrowed brow as if I had thrown his child into a well, I certainly want to share my meat with him. At this moment, Uncle Wang and the others had already divided all the meat in the pot. As soon as they received their portions, they began to eat heartily. There remained half a pot of broth, which Lu Yuandong did not keep for himself, as it held little value for him. Yet, for Uncle Wang and the others, it was a treasure, rich with flavor. If they could take it home and mix it with a bowl of cornmeal, the resulting porridge would be infused with the aroma of meat. Uncle Wang, I have a water bucket at home. I'll give you the remaining broth. You have more children, so take it back for them to enjoy. Uncle Wang, filled with gratitude, choked up as he replied, Tianming, thank you. I truly appreciate it. Very well, I will shamelessly take this broth home. Lu Yuandong went to his room to fetch the water bucket and distributed the broth to Uncle Wang. He did not pay attention to the crowd outside, but instead, he walked into the snowy yard, added some clean snow to the pot, and used it to wash the pot thoroughly. However, when he poured the snow used for cleaning at the doorstep, several villagers rushed forward, without a word, to gather the snow into their arms and hurried home. Indeed, it contained some meat essence. As for the villagers who did not manage to grab the cleaning snow, they conspired in private, angrily heading towards the home of Lu Yuanliang, the new head of the third household. Lu Yuanliang was now in charge of the third household, and their well-being was his responsibility. He was secretly observing the scene from a short distance away at Lu Yuandong's house. As he saw the villagers approaching, a sense of unease washed over him. Before he could devise a clever plan, the villagers had surrounded him. In this situation, Lu Yuanliang, displaying some cleverness, spoke firmly before the villagers could voice their grievances. Fellow villagers, I understand that you have suffered grievances today at Lu Yuandong's place. However, rest assured, I have already discussed with our hunting team from the third household, and tomorrow morning, we will venture to the back mountain. We will surely return with prey. Once we have hunted, there will be food for our third household. A member from the third household stepped forward, raising his voice to Lu Yuanliang. You always say this. But what has come of it? When have you ever led us to a successful hunt? Let me tell you, if you cannot bring us back prey this time, we will seek out the old clan leader and appoint someone more capable to lead the third household. Yes, I believe we should even consider inviting Tianming back to our third household. His abilities are evident. I heard he hunted a foolish roe deer in just half a day yesterday. Though Lu Yuanliang felt a deep-seated resentment, he found himself powerless, having brought the situation to this point. Had he succeeded in hunting previously, the villagers of the third household would not have adopted their current demeanor towards him. As such thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Yuanliang earnestly vowed, fellow villagers, I, Lu Yuanliang, stand by my word. If I fail to bring back game from the mountains tomorrow, let you all continue to suffer from hunger, and I shall willingly resign as the head of the household. As for who you wish to appoint next, that decision lies with you. Though he uttered these words, uncertainty gnawed at him. Yet, in this moment, he felt compelled to pacify the villagers' sentiments. After much persuasion, Lu Yuanliang reluctantly returned home. Upon seeing him enter with a despondent demeanor, Wu Xiaohua inquired curiously, what troubles you? With a heavy sigh, Lu Yuanliang lamented, what else could it be? I simply cannot fathom how Lu Yuandong, having married the ill-fated Su Baiting, could be so fortunate. I had thought that once the mountain territory was divided, no one would take in that scoundrel. Surely, his family would starve without a place to hunt. Yet, to my bewilderment, the first household has not only invited Lu Yuandong to hunt on their grounds, but today, Lu Yuanshan and Lu Guitai even came to repair his roof. Wu Xiaohua, exasperated, glared at her husband and retorted, who is to blame for your incompetence? If you truly possessed the capability, you would venture into the mountains and hunt down a wild boar, ensuring our family dines on meat at every meal. By the way, I overheard your conversation with the villagers earlier. What were you saying? Lu Yuanliang sighed and recounted his exchange with the villagers. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaohua scolded, Lu Yuanliang, have you lost your mind? After finally becoming the head of this third household, you now contemplate stepping down? Defiantly, Lu Yuanliang replied, who said I would resign. Let me assure you, I have a plan. I already told you, my promise to the villagers is to ensure they do not go hungry. Whether I manage to hunt successfully tomorrow is of little consequence. It would be ideal to succeed, but if luck eludes me, I possess a means to provide the villagers with sustenance for a time. Wu Xiaohua cast a scornful glance at him, retorting, you may boast here, but if you truly had the ability to feed the villagers, then you would be the one in charge. Our family cannot even afford a single hearty meal. Yet you dare to make such grand claims before the villagers? Are you not afraid of digging your own grave? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanliang, With a hint of a smile, responded, "My dear wife, it seems there are matters of which you remain unaware. Let me enlighten you. Our Panshan village still possesses a modest supply of grain. Chapter 46 must return fully loaded. After all, it is not just our household that consumes food, but rather the several dozen families from the 3 houses. Even if there were to be dire consequences, it would not befall just us, but many families." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaohua surprisingly displayed a trace of admiration on her face and softly remarked, "I didn't expect your mind to be quite resourceful at such a crucial moment. Well then, when you go hunting in the mountains tomorrow, do take care." Time slipped by unnoticed into the following morning. Su Baiting was aware that Lu Yuandong was to go hunting today, so she rose early to prepare food for him. After he awoke, she placed the meal by the Kong and earnestly cautioned, "At dawn, please be cautious during your hunt. I've heard that the terrain near Laozu Peak is quite treacherous." Lu Yuandong nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Rest assured. By the way, we may need to spend the night in the mountains, so be careful at home tonight." Su Baiting responded softly, "You need not worry. I will take good care of myself and the children." After exchanging a few words, Lu Yuandong gathered his hunting rifle and ammunition, along with some meat and jerky that Su Baiting had prepared for him, and naturally, half a flask of sorghum liquor, before swiftly heading towards the main house. The hunting parties of the 2nd and 3rd houses were also busy, gathering together to make their way to their designated mountain peaks. Arriving at the earthen furnace in the village where the main house was located, Lu Yuandong found Lu Yuanshan and Lu Guotai waiting for him. As he approached, they eagerly welcomed him. "Tianming, let us set off quickly." Lu Yuandong glanced at the group and said, "Uncle, I believe we should spend an extra day in the mountains this time." Lu Guotai inquired, "What is the matter?" Lu Yuandong explained, "Most of the villagers here have run out of provisions, and I thought we might venture farther into the mountains today to hunt more game, returning tomorrow afternoon. Make sure to bring plenty of food, and most importantly, bring along more traps. We can set them up in suitable places as we enter the mountains, and by the time we come out, we should be able to catch some game overnight. I hope that after this outing, every household in the main house will have enough meat to last them for about 10 days. Lu Guotai and Lu Yuanshan exchanged glances, and before they could respond, Lu Qing, with a wry smile, said, "Brother Tianming, while that sounds good, the reality is that you know the situation of each household. Who has any surplus grain left?" Realizing the truth in Lu Qing's words, Lu Yuandong thought, indeed, who among them still had extra provisions? Yet, he quickly reassured himself, smiling as he said, "Since there is no grain, we might as well bring along more traps and some ropes as well." Lu Guotai asked, "Wait, with so many supplies, are you truly planning to not return tonight?" Lu Yuandong confirmed, "Yes, we cannot return tonight." Lu Qing then queried, "Then what shall we eat tonight?" Lu Yuandong candidly remarked, "Rest assured, I am confident that within a single day we shall procure the game that you all will feast upon this evening." Observing the unwavering confidence etched upon Lu Yuandong's visage, Lu Guotai clenched his fist, as if resolutely making a significant decision. With a grand gesture, he addressed several of the younger men, instructing, "Go, return home, and inform your families that we shall not be returning tonight. Bring all the traps from your households. And if there are any provisions left at home, bring those as well. This time, we are venturing forth with Tianming." With Lu Guotai's words resonating, the young men, driven by the prospect of ensuring a hearty meal for their families, hastily turned and made their way back home. Half an hour later, the 8 members of the Defy hunting team, including Lu Yuandong, had all gathered. At Lu Yuandong's command, the team promptly set forth towards Laoi Peak. The snow lay thick, nearly reaching their knees. The group struggled to reach the foot of Laoi Peak, and as they gazed across the undulating mountains, Lu Yuandong surveyed the surroundings before addressing Lu Guotai, "Uncle, take Lu Qing and Air Dan and head north. The paths there are somewhat easier to navigate. Additionally, there is a relatively flat clearing along the mountainside, with a small path on its southern side frequented by roe deer. Make sure to place 5 traps along this path, and then proceed further. To the left of the old duck cave, there is another clearing. I recall that beneath the snow lies a thick layer of moss, a delicacy for both roe deer and rabbits. Search for locations to set both traps and snares, and remember to mark them well to avoid any mishaps among our group." Upon hearing Lu Yuandong's directives, Lu Guotai, filled with admiration, inquired, "Tianming, I recall your visits to this area have been infrequent. How do you possess such intimate knowledge of the mountain?" Lu Yuandong replied with a smile, "Though my visits have been few, during Uncle Shorin's time, I accompanied him to Laoi Peak on several occasions. Follow my instructions, while Dashin and I take the remaining members and ascend this side of the mountain. Along the way, we should be able to hunt some pheasants and rabbits. With a stroke of luck, we might even encounter a wild boar. We will reconvene at the Old Man Cave on top of Laoi Peak and spend the night there. The members of the hunting team nodded in agreement. And as they ascended the mountain, the youngest among them, Lu Shuhua, curiously asked, "Brother Tianming, do you know why this mountain is called Laoi Mountain?" Lu Yuandong turned back to glance at Lu Shuhua, chuckling. "Are you flattering me? Haha, as a resident of Panshan Village. How could I possibly be unaware of the origin of the name Laoi Mountain? Legend has it that atop this mountain once resided an elderly Taoist who cultivated for over a century, ultimately achieving immortality. Henceforth, the mountain was named Laoi Mountain by the people." Lu Shuhua raised his head and glanced at the mountain peak, then earnestly asked, "Brother Tianming, do you believe that one can truly cultivate oneself to attain immortality?" Lu Yuandong chuckled lightly. "Nonsense. A person is merely a person. How could one achieve immortality through cultivation?" He continued with a hint of humor. "However, in life, one must maintain a sense of reverence towards all things in the universe. If one must speak of anything achieving immortality, it is merely a reflection of humanity's aspirations towards a certain spiritual realm." Lu Yuandong's words were profoundly intricate, leaving Lu Shuhua and the others utterly bewildered, gazing at him with blank expressions. Chapter 47: A Flock of Wild Chickens. On the northern side of Laoi Peak, Lu Guotai swiftly led Lu Qing and the others to the location described by Lu Yuandong. Gazing at the chaotic array of sika deer tracks before them, Lu Qing could not help but exclaim, "That rascal Tianming is quite remarkable. He mentioned there were sika deer here, and look at all these tracks." A radiant smile adorned Lu Guotai's face as he encouraged, "Let us not dawdle. We must act quickly." Lu Qing and another young man promptly set to work. Before long, they placed traps along the path frequented by the sika deer. The behavior of sika deer differs slightly from that of the foolish roe deer. While the latter tend to dart about erratically, sika deer generally follow consistent routes, especially when foraging. They often traverse the same paths. Thus, by selecting suitable locations and positioning the traps appropriately, one can expect a fruitful yield. Times have changed. Sika deer are now scarce. However, around the 1960s, wild animals were abundant in the mountains. There is a saying, "A stick can strike a roe deer, and wild chickens can fly into the pot." This was no mere jest back then. Meanwhile, Lu Yuandong, accompanied by Lu Yuanshan and others, had arrived at the wild bamboo flat, a necessary passage to Laoi Peak. During his previous visit with Lu Shoren, Lu Yuandong had captured numerous wild chickens and hares in this very area. Less than 50 meters from wild bamboo flat, Lu Yuandong halted, turned, and smiled at Lu Shuhua and the others, saying, "You wait here for a moment, Dashi, and I will proceed ahead." Lu Shuhua, gripping his firearm, replied with a grin, "Let us go together." Lu Yuandong waved his hand. "There are too many of us. It may create too much noise. Hunting these small creatures is different from pursuing larger game. With larger animals, more people can be beneficial, but with smaller ones, too many will not only frighten them off, but may even endanger ourselves." The firearms held by Lu Shuhua and the others were not comparable to Lu Yuandong's proper hunting rifle. A hunting rifle, once aimed, can discharge a single bullet, whereas their firearms were loaded with iron shot, dispersing widely upon firing. Lu Shuhua and the others had intended to persist and accompany Lu Yuandong in the hunt. But before they could voice their thoughts, Lu Yuanshan interjected, "Let us not argue. We shall leave this matter to Tianming." Lu Yuandong chuckled, "I understand your concerns. You fear that if I catch something, you may feel embarrassed to share. However, there is no need for embarrassment. Since we came here together, any game caught will be shared equally." A hint of disappointment surfaced in Lu Shuhua's voice as he said, "Tianming, we merely wish to follow you and learn." Lu Yuandong replied candidly, "You are already learning by following me." "All right, enough of this chatter," Lu Yuanshan urged. "Tianming and I must hurry ahead, otherwise, we shall not reach Laoi Cave in time." Lu Shuhua and the others found it unwise to continue arguing and decided to heed Lu Yuandong's instructions, remaining in place temporarily. As Lu Yuandong advanced, he passed his shotgun to Lu Yuanshan and casually inquired, "Are you familiar with this type of shotgun?" Lu Yuanshan chuckled, "Of course. Though my marksmanship may not be as refined as yours." Lu Yuandong waved his hand with a smile, "That is of little consequence. Even if your aim is not perfect, once we ascend, You can use the shotgun for larger game, and I shall employ your firearm for smaller creatures. At this moment, the area around Yuandong was not only home to bamboo chickens, but possibly wild pheasants as well. Bamboo chickens typically roamed alone or in pairs, whereas wild pheasants often traveled in flocks. Should they encounter wild pheasants, using the firearm would prove significantly easier than the shotgun. A single shot could potentially take down 3 or 4, while the shotgun would only yield a solitary pheasant per shot. By the time one reloaded, the rest would likely have fled. Nodding in acknowledgement, the two men cautiously approached the direction of Yuandong. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the foot of a slope adjacent to Yuandong. Climbing the incline would grant them a clearer view of the area ahead, revealing any potential game. Lu Yuandong gestured to Lu Yuanshan, and they ascended the slope together. Upon peering over the edge, they were delighted to spot several wild pheasants foraging in the snow just a few meters away. In the depths of winter, food was scarce. Yet beneath the bamboo thickets lay an abundance of weeds, now concealed by a layer of snow. For the pheasants to survive, they had to dig through the snow to uncover seeds and edible grasses below. Elated by the sight, Lu Yuandong promptly raised his firearm and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet soared forth like a downpour, striking the cluster of wild pheasants. Startled, several took flight, while 5 others tumbled to the ground, injured. A few remained rooted in place, perhaps too weak from hunger to escape, burying their heads in the snow. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuandong sprang to his feet and dashed toward the grounded pheasants. Lu Yuanshan, quick to react, followed suit, opting to strike the pheasants with the butt of his gun rather than fire. He aimed carefully at the pheasant with its head buried in the snow, its rear exposed. As for the injured ones, neither Lu Yuandong nor Lu Yuanshan feared they would escape. They ensured every last pheasant hidden in the snow was accounted for before broad smiles illuminated their faces. Lu Yuandong gathered the injured birds and, retrieving a length of rope from his belongings, strung them together before calling out to Lu Shuhua and the others in the distance, "Hurry up and come here." Lu Shuhua and his companions soon approached Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan. Upon witnessing the total of 7 wild chickens they had shot, they were utterly astonished. Although they had previously hunted wild chickens numerous times, they had only managed to capture 4 or 5 at most on each occasion. Yet, Lu Yuandong had astonishingly downed 7 with a single shot. Tianming, how are you so exceptional? You only fired once, yet you managed to hit 7 wild chickens. Indeed, Tianming, I am thoroughly impressed. Had we known of your remarkable prowess, we would have welcomed you into our group much sooner. Chapter 48, The Wild Boar Herd. Lu Yuandong handed a wild chicken to Lu Shuhua, smiling as he said, "Take this with you. We shall feast on these wild chickens tonight." Lu Shuhua chuckled. "Then we can indulge ourselves later." As Lu Yuandong spoke, his peripheral vision swept across the snowy ground, and he soon spotted tracks of wild boars not far away. Recognizing the situation, Lu Yuandong remarked, "Forget about the wild chickens for now. Look, there may be wild boars nearby. Everyone, be on high alert." The group nodded in agreement. Lu Yuandong took the lead, passing through the bamboo grove and continuing towards the summit of Laoi Peak, where Laoi Cave awaited. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun had begun its descent behind the western peaks. Less than 100 meters from Laoi Cave, Lu Shuhua, gazing at the dark opening in the distance, whispered, "Brother Tianming, do you think there could be bears inside Laoi Cave?" Lu Yuandong shook his head, uncertain, and replied, "Just be cautious once we arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuandong faintly heard the grunting sounds of wild boars emanating from the thicket. Peering down the slope, he was astonished to see 7 or 8 wild boars sprinting about 50 meters ahead. In a swift motion, Lu Yuandong signaled for silence, then crouched low, moving nimbly towards the edge of the slope. Lu Yuanshan also observed the scene below and saw Lu Shuhua preparing to raise his firearm. He hurriedly intervened, whispering, "Do not move." Yet, Lu Shuhua, still too young and impulsive, disregarded Lu Yuanshan's warning. He maneuvered around, concealed himself behind a large tree, and took aim. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, Lu Shuhua's eyes widened as he anxiously turned to the wild boar herd. Lu Yuandong's heart raced, and he quickly shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" Just then, the startled wild boars reversed direction and charged up the slope towards them. The leading boar, seemingly frenzied, barreled forth. In mere seconds, beads of sweat began to form on Lu Yuandong's forehead. Having ventured into the mountains numerous times, he understood that while wild boar meat is abundant, there is a saying among locals: 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. This wisdom is not unfounded. It is born from centuries of experience, often sealed with blood. Unlike bears and tigers, which typically flee when injured, wild boars react to fear or injury not by retreating, but by attacking anything that moves around them. In these mountains, wild boars are known for their tusks, and should one be pursued by such a creature, the chances of survival are exceedingly slim. The 7 or 8 wild boars charged exuberantly towards Lu Yuandong and his companions. Lu Shuhua stood frozen, mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Lu Yuandong clenched his teeth, fully aware that fleeing was no longer an option. The only recourse was to concentrate all firepower and shoot with urgency. Contemplating this, Lu Yuandong raised his shotgun, aiming first at the head of the wild boar charging at the forefront. He then shouted to Lu Yuanshan and the others behind him, "Don't run. Aim together and fire quickly." As he spoke, Lu Yuandong pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed as the leading wild boar was struck dead, collapsing to the ground. Its body topped before it kicked its hind legs a few times and succumbed. However, the remaining boars did not flee. Instead, they surged forward towards the source of the gunfire. Lu Yuandong swiftly reloaded his shotgun and took aim once more. At that moment, Lu Yuanshan regained his composure, hurriedly taking cover behind a large tree before firing at the approaching boars. The others were not idle either, promptly raising their firearms to shoot. Unlike shotguns, these firearms could only fire one shot at a time. To fire again, they needed to be reloaded with black powder and sand. Even for seasoned hunters, this process typically consumed at least 1 or 2 minutes. Fortunately, the wild boars were ascending a slope, meaning they had to climb from below to reach them. Moreover, Lu Yuandong's shotgun could hold 2 rounds at once. Having already dispatched one boar, he aimed again, and with precision, another boar fell to the ground. Coupled with the shots fired by Lu Yuanshan and the others, which, although not striking vital areas, nonetheless weakened the boar's combat effectiveness. The woods were soon filled with the anguished cries of the wild boars. On the other hand, Lu Shuhua remained dazed behind the tree. He had only joined the hunting team last year and had never encountered wild boars before, having only hunted roe deer and sika deer. Faced with wild boars for the first time, he had not anticipated such a dire situation. Just as a wild boar, panting heavily, charged towards him. Ready to topple him over, Lu Yuandong acted without hesitation. He loaded a bullet, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The boar that had just reached Lu Shuhua collapsed at his feet. At that moment, the remaining boars finally began to scatter in flight. Once the wild boars had retreated, the group, except for Lu Yuandong, who remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any further threats, slumped to the ground. Lu Shuhua, particularly frightened, began to cry like a child. Once assured that the danger had passed, Lu Yuandong let out a sigh of relief. As he approached Lu Shuhua, intending to give him a few kicks to instill some sense, he noticed steam emanating from the boy's trousers. He lowered his foot, exasperated, and turned to Lu Yuanshan, saying, "Quickly, help him to the cave. Build a fire so he can dry his pants." Lu Yuanshan gradually rose from the embrace of the ancient tree. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his face etched with anxiety as he inquired, "Tianming, is everything all right now?" Lu Yuandong surveyed the surroundings before dismissively gesturing, "Rest assured, the danger has passed." After speaking, he cast his gaze towards the direction of Laoi Cave. However, upon reaching the entrance of Laoi Cave, remember to fire a few shots inside before entering. Lu Yuanshan nodded in agreement, but just then, a voice echoed from the direction of Laoi Cave, calling out, "Tianming, is that you?" Lu Yuandong replied affirmatively, "Yes, have you all made it up there?" Chapter 49. Preparing to capture the bear-blind Lu Guotai chuckled, "As you suggested, we have indeed ascended. Additionally, we managed to catch a rabbit on our way up, so we shall have a feast tonight." It was evident that Lu Guotai took great pride in his catch. At this moment, Lu Yuanshan smiled and remarked, "Uncle, you and Lu Qing should hurry down to lend a hand." Lu Guotai and Lu Qing were already making their way towards Lu Yuandong and the others. Upon the arrival of the 3 men, they were taken aback by the sight of 3 wild boars lying in the snow, along with 7 pheasants that Lu Shuhua had shot down. In particular, Lu Guotai could hardly believe his eyes and inquired, Did you all catch these on your way up?" Lu Yuandong replied with a grin, "Uncle, let's not dwell on that just yet. Instead, you and Lu Qing should accompany me. Let the others head to the old man's cave to start a fire and bring these game up." Lu Guotai, mouth agape and wiping the sweat from his brow, asked, "What else are we going to do?" Lu Yuandong, gazing at the bloodstains on the ground, smiled. We just encountered a herd of wild boars and managed to take down 3. It appears there are still 2 injured ones that fled ahead. We should see if we can catch up to them. If we wait until tomorrow morning, I fear that a tiger or leopard might seize the opportunity first. Lu Erden eagerly interjected, then I shall accompany you as well. Lu Yuandong pondered for a moment before agreeing. That works. Having more hands will make it easier to retrieve them once found. After saying this, Lu Yuandong did not forget to remind Lu Yuanshan, Dashan, be sure to exercise caution as you ascend. Lu Yuanshan nodded, assuring him, rest easy, you lead them to search. With a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, Lu Yuandong led Lu Guotai, Lu Qing, and Lu Erden along the trail marked by blood. As they walked, Lu Guotai, filled with curiosity, asked, by the way, Tianming, what exactly happened back there? Lu Yuandong sighed. It was Lu Shuhua. That lad has likely never encountered wild boars before. Upon seeing the herd, he excitedly fired a shot at them. The boars were enraged and charged at us in a frenzy. Thankfully, we had the numbers, and this weapon of mine proved effective. Otherwise, we could have faced casualties today. Lu Guotai couldn't help but exclaim, that was a close call. Why is that boy so clueless? I recall advising him previously that when he encounters a herd of wild boars, he must find a sturdy tree and climb it before firing. Lu Yuandong chuckled. Experience is the best teacher. I'm certain he'll remember this lesson. As they continued walking about 50 meters further, Lu Yuandong bent down to closely inspect the blood on the ground, subsequently quickening his pace. At that moment, Lu Qing whispered, Tianming, should we slow down? What if the wild boars are merely injured and resting? If we approach too closely, what will we do if they suddenly attack us? Lu Yuandong smiled and said, rest assured, I've just checked. The wild boar should be within a 20-meter range ahead. Lu Qing inquired, how do you know that? Turning to the side, Lu Yuandong looked at Lu Guotai and remarked, let uncle explain. Lu Guotai, an adept hunter, pointed to the blood on the ground, chuckling as he said, look here. The blood on the ground is clearly filled with small bubbles, indicating that the bullet struck the pig's lungs. In such cases, a wounded boar usually can only run 100 to 180 meters at most. Of course, this varies with the seasons. Now it's winter, and the snow is quite thick, so it can hardly run that far. However, in summer, without snow, a wild boar with lung injuries could potentially flee 300 to 500 meters. We have already pursued for about 70 or 80 meters from the front, and this wild boar. Just as he spoke, Lu Qing spotted the carcass of the wild boar lying in the snow, still struggling for life. Once Lu Yuandong halted, to ensure the boar's passing was swift and their own safety upon approach, he aimed his gun at the boar's head. After firing, he casually remarked, all right, now we can drag it away. Lu Qing grinned beside him, exclaiming, I never expected hunting to involve such profound knowledge. Lu Guotai chuckled. You young lads today should learn diligently. In our time, the old hunters were even more formidable, just like Lu Laojin from Panshan village, who could even tackle a bear. As Lu Qing and Lu Erden approached the boar and began to lift it with a rope, Lu Qing jested, if only we had a hunting rifle. We might even catch a bear. Lu Guotai shot them a disdainful glance and replied, you? Haha, let me tell you. Capturing a bear is not a task for just 1 or 2 people. Moreover, it's not something you can achieve simply by wielding a rifle. You must set traps. And these traps are not the sort that ordinary people can lay out. Even I have only heard of specialized traps for bears, and I wouldn't know how to set one myself. At that moment, Lu Qing turned to Lu Yuandong and asked, Brother Tianming, can you do it? Lu Yuandong smiled faintly. I can, but I'm not very experienced. Lu Guotai laughed heartily. How could you possibly know? Did Lu Laojin teach you? Lu Yuandong waved his hand dismissively. Not exactly. Lu Guotai casually remarked, that's true. Lu Laojin's skills are a family heirloom, and he wouldn't pass them on to outsiders. It seems to me you were just boasting before us. In reality, Lu Yuandong was not boasting. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he had joined the army at this age and had even become a standout within the ranks. He recalled that the traps for bears, known as the King of Hell's Pit, were taught by their company commander during their participation in field operations. Upon learning of such traps, they adeptly dealt with tanks, achieving remarkable success. One can only imagine how effortlessly they would manage the more ordinary bears. Naturally, in the face of skepticism from Lu Guotai and others, Lu Yuandong felt no need for explanation. He simply smiled and remarked, in a few days. When the weather warms and the bears awaken from their slumber in search of food, I shall take you all to catch a couple of them. Upon hearing Lu Yuandong's tone, Lu Guotai turned around, his expression one of astonishment as he inquired, "Wait a moment, can you really procure black bears?" Chapter 50. Indeed a skilled hand. Lu Yuandong smiled lightly and remarked, "Whether we can do it or not will be revealed through trial." Although he spoke nonchalantly, he was acutely aware, as Lu Guotai had just mentioned, that capturing the bear was no trivial feat. Moreover, the Yanwang cave could not simply be excavated at will, especially now when the ground was frozen 3 feet deep. They would have to wait for spring's thaw before they could properly set their traps. However, he found no reason to dwell on this matter at present. With a hunting ground secured and a multitude of capable individuals from the big house to assist him, he could choose the moment to tackle the bears whenever the opportunity arose. Before long, Lu Yuandong and Lu Qing, along with others, returned, dragging 2 wild boars to meet the rest. They had gathered 5 wild boars, 7 wild chickens, and a rabbit. The sight of such a bounty left Lu Guotai and the others in disbelief. Having ascended the mountain numerous times before, their best luck had yielded only a couple of foolish roe deer. Yet, astonishingly, they had amassed this considerable haul without even formally starting their hunt. The remaining group gazed in awe at the spoils, some nearly drooling at the sight. Observing their expressions, Lu Yuandong chuckled, "Stop staring, everyone. The frigid air is closing in, and night is fast approaching. Let us first transport our catch to the Lord's cave. Additionally, we must remain vigilant tonight. Fortunately, our numbers allow us to take turns on watch." Regaining his composure, Lu Guotai waved his hand and urged, "Enough staring. Let's get moving." In no time, they had transported all the game to the Lord's cave and gathered enough firewood nearby to keep warm through the night. They lit a bonfire at the cave's entrance, and once the flames roared to life, they shed their snow-soaked garments and began to roast their catch. With a total of 8 individuals, the 7 wild chickens and 1 rabbit were just sufficient to share. Approximately 2 hours later, the aroma of roasted chicken and rabbit wafted through the air, reaching everyone's eager hands. Lu Guotai, gazing at the wild chicken he held, could not help but exclaim, "It has been ages since I enjoyed such a hearty meal. Tonight, we truly feast." Lu Yuanshan grinned, saying, "See, I told you Tian Ming is a skilled hand. From now on, life at the big house will surely improve." Taking a bite of the wild chicken, Lu Guotai then retrieved a small pouch from his pocket, containing chili powder and salt. He pinched some between his fingers, sprinkled it over the chicken, and took a hearty bite. Beside him, Lu Qing chuckled and extended his hand. "Share some with me." Lu Guotai, ever generous, placed the pouch beside him and said with a smile, "Anyone who wants some, feel free to take." Several of them eagerly reached out to enhance the flavor of their meat. Once their bellies were full, Lu Yuandong assigned Lu Qing and Lu Erden to the first watch. The two settled near the cave entrance, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The remaining individuals sat a little further in, gathered around the flickering flames of the campfire to warm themselves. At this hour, it was still too early for slumber. In the north, night descends swiftly, while dawn lingers. The journey ahead is long and arduous. If they were at home, perhaps they could indulge in the comforting presence of their wives. Yet, deep within this mountain wilderness, such comforts were unattainable, though it did not prevent the gentlemen from sharing a few risque jests. Amidst their idle chatter, Lu Yuandong seemed to recall something and turned to Lu Guotai, inquiring, "Uncle, I remember our village once had a vast expanse of land down by the mountain. In my childhood, I believe we even cultivated wheat there. Why is it now that no one tends to those fields?" Lu Guotai, pulling his thoughts back, poked at the fire with the stick in his hand, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Ah, that story is rather lengthy. Indeed, our Panshan village once boasted over 1,000 acres of tribute land, which is now merely a vast field of grass at the foot of the mountain. Initially, it was the best irrigated land in our commune. However, several years ago, we experienced an earthquake, and following that, the river that once flowed from our village diverted its course towards Wangjia village. With the loss of irrigation, coupled with the social unrest over the years, the once fertile tribute fields have succumbed to wild weeds." Lu Yuandong interjected, "I am aware of the river's diversion, but surely it can be redirected?" Lu Guotai replied matter-of-factly, "It can be redirected, of course, but the people of Wangjia village would never permit such a change, and one cannot force it." At this moment, Lu Yuanshan chuckled, "Hee, I heard my father mention this before. He too wished to redirect the river to flow past our Panshan village, but when he approached the village leader of Wangjia village to discuss it, he was met with a blow that nearly knocked him senseless. Lu Guotai grinned. That was a bit foolish of your father. Who doesn't know how much the people of Wangjia village value feng shui, especially their current village leader, who, in his quest to secure a favorable burial site for his father, has earned the nickname three-year grave mover. Lu Yuandong had not heard of this before. After all, Wangjia village was a considerable distance away from Panshan village, and the two communities seldom crossed paths unless they ventured to the commune for market days or to witness a game of land cards. Typically, there was little interaction. What is this three-year grave mover? Lu Yuandong asked. Lu Guotai laughed. Every 3 years, he claims to follow the earth's veins in search of auspicious feng shui, rallying the village elders to relocate his father's grave. As far as I know, this has occurred 3 times already. Just consider, under such circumstances, how could he allow anyone to redirect the river? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuandong began to contemplate deeply. He understood that living as a hunter in the mountains was not a sustainable path. While it was a necessity for survival at present, the profession of hunting would inevitably face obsolescence with the passage of time. The crux of the matter was that they were primarily lacking in food. Even if he could hunt, it would be impractical to subsist solely on meat at every meal. Since his rebirth, the very thought of consuming meat has begun to induce a sense of nausea within him. Just last night, he dreamt vividly of holding a large bowl and indulging in the savory delight of oil-splashed noodles. Alas, the current era of scarcity makes even cornmeal difficult to procure, let alone white flour. Even if he were to acquire some white flour, he would hesitate to prepare a sumptuous dish for himself, prioritizing instead the nutritional needs of his wife and children. As time inexorably flows by, it has unknowingly progressed to past 11 o'clock in the evening. Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan, feeling a bit drowsy, instructed Lu Qing and Lu Erden to retire for the night, while they took the place of the two. Chapter 51, Frightened to Tears. In the depths of the mountains, a chilling wolf howl echoed from afar, its resonance unmistakably close, no more than 800 meters away. Lu Yuandong steeled himself and turned to his companion, Lu Yuanshan, saying, "Dashin, hand me a cigarette." Although Lu Yuandong was not a smoker, he found it essential to rouse his senses. If the cave merely housed their group, the wolf howl would be of little concern. Their numbers could deter a pack of wolves with a few gunshots. However, the situation was dire. Within the cave, they were not alone. Several bleeding wild boars lay nearby. Wolves, with their acute sense of smell, could easily trail them. Unless they managed to eliminate the alpha wolf, the pack would undoubtedly seek to satiate their hunger. Lu Yuanshan, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly produced a cigarette and handed it to Lu Yuandong, whispering, "Aren't you averse to smoking?" Lu Yuandong slowly rose, instinctively grasping the hunting rifle beside him. He ignited the cigarette with a burning branch from the fire, realizing that abstaining was no longer an option. At that moment, Lu Guotai stirred from his slumber. An elderly man, he had already been struggling against sleep, and with a hearty dinner weighing on him, he noticed Lu Yuandong peering into the distance. "Are the wolves coming?" he inquired. Lu Yuandong replied softly, "It seems the sounds are coming from the hillside ahead." A wave of tension washed over Lu Guotai as he muttered anxiously, "This is bad. We should have discarded one of the wild boars nearby instead of bringing them all into the cave. Those beasts will surely track us down by the scent. With the recent inclement weather and deep snow, they must be desperate for food." His gaze drifted to the young men blissfully asleep. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested to Lu Yuandong, "At dawn, I should rouse them. If the wolves approach, we must be prepared." Lu Yuandong glanced at the slumbering Lu Qing and the others, waving his hand dismissively. "Let them sleep a little longer. Dashin, you and Uncle Air, ensure all the rifles are loaded and positioned by the cave entrance." After issuing the command, Lu Yuandong turned to stoke the fire, then moved to the cave entrance, peering into the distance, fervently hoping the wolves would not arrive. However, the inevitable transpired. Less than half an hour after he heard the howl, Lu Yuandong spotted 2 gleaming green eyes in the snowy expanse ahead. Approximately 30 to 50 meters away, there was no mistaking it. The wolves had come. "Dashin, quickly, wake everyone. The wolves are here," Lu Yuandong exclaimed, raising his hunting rifle and illuminating the distance with his flashlight. Without hesitation, Lu Yuanshan shouted loudly, "No more sleeping. Get up, everyone. The wolves are coming." Lu Qing rubbed his bleary eyes and turned over, adjusting himself into a more comfortable position, dismissing the notion of a wolf's arrival. Lu Yuanshan, exasperated, strode over and, without a word, delivered a sharp kick to Lu Qing's backside, exclaiming, "Get up! The wolf is here!" At that moment, several young men, deep in slumber, abruptly stirred awake. Lu Qing's eyes widened in alarm as he peered towards the entrance, anxiously shouting, "What? The wolf is here? Where is it?" Lu Yuandong, concerned that the drowsy individuals might fire their weapons recklessly, urged them to remain calm. "Don't panic. The wolf is still several dozen meters away. Wake up first. Just now. Dashin and second uncle have already loaded the guns with powder. Gather here at the entrance. Remember, if a wolf charges at us, don't all shoot at once, understood?" He was acutely aware that the firearms in their possession required time to reload with powder and shot after each discharge. Veterans like Lu Guotai could manage to reload within 3 minutes, but younger ones like Lu Shuhua and Lu Qing would struggle to do so in less than 5 or 6 minutes. The critical concern was that in the chaos, someone might accidentally discharge their weapon. After issuing his warnings, Lu Yuandong still felt uneasy and turned to Lu Yuanshan and Lu Guotai, saying, "Dashin, second uncle, keep a close watch. Make sure they exercise caution. We cannot afford any mistakes." Lu Guotai understood the gravity of the situation. If only 1 or 2 famished wolves were present, it would be manageable. Their group could easily dispatch them. However, if a pack were involved, they faced a dire threat. The wolf packs in the Lupan Mountains often comprised large numbers, typically around 15 to 20 wolves, with a dozen or so being formidable fighters. In such a scenario, if the pack attacked, a lack of coordination could lead to dire consequences. In the past, many villagers had fallen victim to wolf attacks, with incidents where wolves even ventured into the village, abducting children. After hearing Lu Yuandong's instructions, Lu Guotai turned to the group behind him and shouted, "Hurry over here. Remember what Tianming said, if the wolves attack, take aim. When Tianming calls out a name, the person fires. If anyone shoots recklessly, I won't let them off lightly." Faced with the perilous situation, everyone acted with utmost seriousness. Young Lu Shuhua, overwhelmed by fear, dropped to the ground and began to sob. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yuandong turned to him and asked, "Why are you crying?" Lu Shuhua, choking back tears, replied, "Tianming, do you think we will be eaten by wolves? Alas, I have yet to wed. If I were to be devoured by wolves, our family would face extinction." Lu Yuandong cast a sidelong glance at Lu Shuhua and chuckled, "Fear not, as long as you are willing to heed my counsel today. It is entirely possible that we shall descend the mountain adorned in fine wolf pelts. Ha ha. Consider it a delightful acquisition of new garments. Garments fashioned from wolf fur are even warmer than those made from sheep's wool." However, to those present, Lu Yuandong's words were perceived merely as jest. Confronted by a pack of wolves, their foremost concern was surviving the encounter. The notion of donning wolf pelts seemed a frivolous distraction amidst such peril. Chapter 52: The First Wave of Attack. Lu Guotai forced a bitter smile and remarked, "Tianming, at this hour, please refrain from jesting with everyone. Just look at how many wolves are approaching." Lu Yuandong was meticulously observing the situation before him. Just moments ago, there had been merely a pair of glistening green eyes. Yet as they conversed, over 20 pairs of such eyes had gathered a mere 30 meters ahead. Before Lu Yuandong could utter a word, Lu Yuanshan trembled and said, "Second uncle, it appears there are indeed over 20. A chill ran through Lu Guotai's heart. Even with impeccable coordination, they might struggle to defend a cave against such a number. However, in an effort to instill calm among the group, Lu Yuandong reassured them, "Do not worry. When the wolves come, they will not charge all at once. Besides, you are armed with firearms, which can cover a wide area. As soon as the pack draws closer, I will call out names for you to fire, ensuring the wolves do not breach the cave." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuhua choked on his words, asking, Can we really do that?" Lu Yuandong replied with unwavering confidence, "Of course. Just keep your spirits high. They are merely wolves, not a horde of tigers rushing at us." Yet, despite his words, a sense of unease gnawed at Lu Yuandong's heart. As time slipped away, the wolf pack did not hastily rush towards the cave. Instead, they circled around, observing intently. Nearly half an hour later, Lu Qing, who was lying on the ground, exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, are they coming or not? I'm frozen stiff lying here." Lu Yuandong chuckled softly and urged, "Stay vigilant. Do not lower your guard. These creatures are certainly assessing us. They will likely charge soon." Sure enough, mere minutes after his words, a wolf's howl echoed nearby, clearly the command of the lead wolf. As the sound faded, Lu Yuandong distinctly saw a wolf stagger towards the cave entrance. Frowning, He deduced from the wolf's gait that this creature was an elder from the pack. The wolves were known for their strategic approach. Typically, it was the older wolves that ventured forth to scout the area, as their contributions in battle were limited compared to the younger, more vigorous wolves. These seasoned wolves were tasked with observing the enemy's strength and, if sensing danger or a superior foe, relaying signals back to the pack. As the elder wolf drew closer, Lu Yuanshan whispered to Lu Yuandong, "Tianming, what do you think? Is it time to fire?" Lu Yuandong shook his head, stating, "Not yet. We must wait until this elder approaches a bit closer before we can shoot. It is still too early." Beside him, Lu Qing gently touched the back of his head and whispered, "Brother Tianming, considering the multitude of wolves, why has only one approached us? Moreover, observe the gait of this wolf. It appears so famished that it can barely maintain its footing. Even if the remaining wolves were to come, I believe that with just 2 or 3 of us, we could easily handle them all." Lu Guotai, despite his advancing years and wealth of experience, candidly responded to Lu Qing's observation. "Bear in mind, the wolves that venture forth first are typically the elder ones of the pack. They come not only to gauge our strength, but also to ensure the future of their pack, contributing their remaining vigor." Lu Qing chuckled and teased Lu Guotai, "Uncle, this is akin to your own behavior, isn't it?" Lu Guotai retorted with mild irritation, "What nonsense are you spouting? How can you compare me to them?" Lu Qing countered, "When we arrived at the old master's cave today, weren't you the one eager to enter and assess the situation first? It seems you two intend to exert your remaining energies." Lu Yuandong, noticing the group's casual banter, began to feel a sense of unease creeping in. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he admonished Lu Qing, "Can you keep your chatter to a minimum? Focus now. The wolves are almost upon us. You will be the first to fire, do you understand? Aim carefully. When I say shoot, you shoot directly. Remember, it must be a single, fatal shot." Lu Qing nodded earnestly. "Do not worry. If I can't handle a single ferocious wolf, then what use am I?" As the old wolf approached to within 15 meters of the cave entrance, Lu Yuandong sensed the moment was ripe and instructed Lu Qing, "All right, now you may fire." Without hesitation, Lu Qing pulled the trigger. Bang! With a resounding crack, a brilliant flash erupted from the muzzle, and the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air as the famished wolf collapsed, emitting mournful howls. The pack behind it was clearly agitated. Initially, most of the wolves had been fixated on the cave entrance, but upon witnessing their elder fall, they suddenly began to roam restlessly. Lu Yuandong, observing the shimmering green eyes in the darkness, took a deep breath to steady himself before addressing Lu Qing. "Lu Qing, reload. The next one is yours. Dashin, prepare to fire next. After you. Erden, be ready. Remember, do not rush. Whoever I call upon must shoot." The group tensed once more, nodding in agreement. In the distance, the alpha wolf's howl echoed again. This time, before the sound faded, the famished wolf charged towards the cave entrance. Lu Yuandong, not daring to hesitate, began calling names as the wolves approached within a 20-meter range. Every 15 seconds or so, he would announce another name. Gunfire erupted around them as the charging wolves fell one by one. Timing his shots precisely, Lu Yuandong fired his hunting rifle as the others reloaded. In less than 2 minutes, 7 or 8 of the ravenous wolves lay dead before them. The starving wolves, having collapsed in the snow, emitted anguished howls of despair. The lead wolf, concealed in the distance, perhaps upon witnessing the heavy toll on its pack, let out a mournful cry. At the sound, the wolves that had been advancing towards the cave's entrance suddenly turned and retreated. Observing this, Lu Qing, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "They fled. Quick, look. We've driven the pack away." Lu Yuandong, with a rueful smile and a hint of resignation, replied, "Fled? Nonsense. These creatures have merely moved to a safe distance, preparing for their next assault. Keep alert, load your weapons, and maintain the formation we had moments ago." Lu Qing tentatively inquired, "Really? You can't be serious. Do you mean these wolves will charge at us again?" Chapter 53, A Great Supplement. Lu Yuandong remarked, "Of course, if you don't believe me, just wait and see." As Lu Yuandong stated, wolves rarely abandon their pursuit once they have targeted their prey. Observing the several famished wolves groaning in the snow before him, Lu Guotai expressed with a trace of sorrow, "Men die for wealth. Birds perish for food. These wolves strive hard for a morsel to eat." The unexpected reflection from Lu Guotai stirred a pang of empathy in Lu Yuandong's heart. Indeed, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. If these wolves were not in dire straits, how could they possibly encircle and attack them? Turning around, Lu Yuandong's gaze fell upon several wild boars behind him. Suddenly, he pivoted and approached one of the wild boars, saying to Lu Yuan, "Dashan, lend me a hand." Lu Yuanshan turned back, his face a mask of confusion, and queried Lu Yuandong, "Tianming, what do you intend to do?" Lu Yuandong replied earnestly, "Let us throw out a wild boar for them to eat." At this moment, Lu Qing widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What? We worked hard to obtain this prey, and you want to give it to these wolves?" Lu Yuandong sighed. "Consider it an act of kindness. If these wolves do not manage to find a meal today, it appears they will not leave. Although we could slay them all, it might be better to provide these creatures with a morsel." Lu Erden, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, interjected, "Tianming, we have no food ourselves. Once these wild boars reach the foot of the mountain, there won't be enough to share. Now, giving a wild boar to the wolves is sheer folly." However, Lu Guotai then stepped forward, addressing the young ones before him. "This time, you should heed Tianming's advice. All living beings possess a spirit. Sacrificing one wild boar is not a significant loss for us." The members of the hunting team from the main house were inclined to listen to Lu Guotai. Once he finished speaking, they found it difficult to voice any objections. Lu Yuanshan approached, and together with Lu Yuandong, they carried a wild boar to the mouth of the cave. The cave's entrance was conveniently located at a small slope. The wild boar rolled down the incline for several meters before coming to rest in the snow. Standing at the cave's entrance, Lu Yuandong called out loudly, "If you wish to eat, come over and eat. Once you've finished, leave promptly. If you dare to attempt to snatch food from us, your fate will be the same as that of your fallen comrades." Lu Yuanshan was amused by Lu Yuandong's words. Clutching his recently loaded firearm, he scanned the surroundings warily and chuckled, "Tianming, do you think shouting like that is effective? Do you truly believe these creatures can comprehend your words?" Lu Yuandong smiled and replied, "If they can understand, that would be splendid. If they do not, and they are still unsatisfied, should they charge at us again, we can slay them all, and our hearts will feel a bit lighter." At this moment, Lu Qing could not help but laugh and tease, "Tianming, in my opinion, you are simply too kind-hearted. Otherwise, you would not have been bullied by the second house to this extent." At this moment, Lu Guotai cast a glance at the young men from the main family present, adopting the demeanor of an elder, and spoke with measured calmness. "You should all take a lesson from Tianming. Let me tell you, as hunters, we inherently bear a heavier burden of sin. If we lack a sense of reverence for all living things, we shall ultimately reap no good fruits. Wolves, as ferocious creatures, would not attack us unless we encroach upon their territory to seize their prey, especially in recent years, with poor harvests. We hunters have been compelled to hunt the animals in the mountains for sustenance. When prey is plentiful, wolves do not go hungry, but with the current scarcity of animals, they too must suffer from hunger." Lu Yuanshan and the others merely smiled in silence. Yet Lu Yuandong felt a deep respect for Lu Guotai. In the entirety of Panshan village, few shared Lu Guotai's reverence for nature. As Lu Guotai spoke, the lead wolf finally emerged from the distance. Lu Yuandong clearly observed a robust, majestic gray wolf stepping out from the thicket, cautiously raising its head to survey the cave entrance. The group positioned themselves, aiming their rifles at the creature. Lu Yuandong cautioned everyone, "Be careful. As long as the wolf does not charge at us, no one should fire." "For safety's sake," Lu Guotai added, "Did you all hear what Tianming said?" The young men nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, Uncle," they replied, exchanging remarks with a sense of disbelief at their current predicament. The lead wolf approached the wild boar, sniffed it, and began to feed. The other wolves circled around, waiting for a signal from their leader before daring to partake. Only after the lead wolf had consumed several bites did it emit a grunt, at which point the other wolves rushed in. In less than 40 minutes, the wild boar was reduced to mere remnants of skin and fur. While the bones were carried off by the wolves, the snow was stained with a vivid crimson. The previously injured wolves now lay still, lifeless. As the pack vanished without a trace, Lu Yuanshan chuckled, "I never imagined these wolves could understand human speech." Lu Guotai smiled kindly beside him, saying, "It is not that the wolves comprehend our words. Rather, when driven by hunger, one may resort to desperate measures for food. Yet, when one's belly is full, who would commit murder or arson for a morsel?" Lu Shuhua, still shaken, cautiously inquired, "Tianming, Uncle, do you think the wolves will return?" Lu Yuandong replied with a smile, "They likely will not. Everyone can rest now. Tomorrow morning, we will venture behind the old master's cave and try our luck at hunting. If we are fortunate enough to catch something, That would be splendid. If not, we shall hastily return along the direction of Yezhuping. Lu Yuanshan chuckled and remarked, "By the way, do you think the traps in the wild bamboo flat will catch any prey?" Lu Yuandong stretched lazily and replied, "That remains uncertain. But it shouldn't pose much of a problem. There are quite a few sika deer in that area. We might just manage to capture one or two." Lu Guotai, gazing at the lifeless wolves before him, inquired of Lu Yuandong, "What shall we do with these wolves?" Lu Yuandong responded with a smile, "What else can we do? Once dawn breaks, we shall gather them all together, leaving 2 individuals to guard the spoils at the old master's cave, and we will carry everything back down the mountain." At this moment, Lu Guotai chuckled and remarked, "You silly boys, wolf meat is quite the delicacy. It is immensely nourishing, especially for those of you who are married. Of course, for those who are not, I would advise against indulging, as consuming it might lead to some rather troublesome consequences during the night." Chapter 54, Fortune Smiles. Upon witnessing the expression of Lu Guotai as he spoke, Lu Yuandong could not help but chuckle. "Dear uncle, since you are already aware of this, what was the purpose of your earlier inquiry regarding the wolf meat?" With a broad grin, Lu Guotai replied, "Haha, I merely wanted to ascertain whether you had previously tasted wolf meat." Meanwhile, Lu Yuanshan sighed beside them, hearing your conversation. "I find myself rather hesitant to try wolf meat." As laughter filled the air, young Lu Qing had already ventured towards a few deceased wolves in the distance, flashlight in hand. Observing this, Lu Guotai hastily called out, "Lu Qing, what on earth are you doing?" With a mischievous grin, Lu Qing responded, "I intend to drag these wolves back. It would be a shame if we fell asleep and some other creature devoured them." Lu Guotai scolded, "Quickly return, you fool. In this pitch darkness, if a wolf were to spring upon you from the shadows, would you even survive?" Startled by the warning, Lu Qing immediately turned back and returned to the cave. Lu Yuandong then smiled and suggested, "Let us take turns resting tonight. It seems dawn is approaching. Before daybreak, we should eat something to fill our stomachs and prepare ourselves to hunt for more prey by midday tomorrow." Looking at the slain wolves and the 4 wild boars outside, Lu Guotai grinned. "In truth, these catches already amount to a bountiful harvest. If we gather too many, we shan't be able to carry them all back." To this, Lu Yuanshan responded without a moment's hesitation, "No matter how much we procure, we can always bring it back. If necessary, we can exert a bit more effort to fashion a larger sled. With so many of us, I am confident we can haul these spoils back." The group was filled with joy, their spirits markedly elevated in contrast to their previous despondency when food was scarce. As time elapsed, the sky began to lighten imperceptibly. Lu Yuandong, having dozed off briefly, awoke to the crackling sounds emanating from the fire. Opening his eyes, he saw Lu Guotai already awake, tending to the flames with a stick to make them blaze brighter. Noticing Lu Yuandong's awakening, Lu Guotai glanced towards the east and softly remarked, "Daylight is upon us. You may rest a little longer. You hardly slept last night. I shall prepare some food and call you when it's ready." Lu Yuandong slowly rose and waved his hand, saying, "Let us prepare together. We still have some leftover meat, and I brought along some venison when we entered the mountains. Let us roast it over the fire." With that, Lu Yuandong produced a sizable chunk of venison. Lu Guotai accepted without hesitation, saying, "Very well, you handle the venison, and I shall venture outside to find some clean snow to boil for tea. Haha, this time I brought along some tea leaves." Lu Yuandong responded with a smile. And soon, the duo had prepared breakfast. The time had now approached nearly 5 in the morning, with dawn breaking early in this region, as the sun would typically rise around 6 o'clock. After rousing the few individuals who were resting, everyone began to savor the warm venison while sipping tea. Lu Yuandong then commenced his arrangements. "Lu Qing, you, and Lu Shuo will stay here to guard the cache. We shall venture to the back of Laoi Peak and try our luck at obtaining more game. If we are fortunate enough to secure additional prey, it would be splendid. If not, we shall return here by noon and descend the mountain." At this point, Lu Guotai interjected, "Allow me to add a few words. You two should not linger idly here. While we go hunting, you ought to gather some vines in the vicinity to prepare the sled. After all, we cannot carry all this back, can we?" Lu Yuandong nodded in agreement, smiling as he added, "Indeed, you should be capable of handling the sled, right?" Lu Qing confidently replied, "Rest assured, Brother Tianming, I can manage that." Once the instructions were given, Lu Yuandong and Lu Guotai, having satisfied their appetites, set off towards the back mountain of Laoi Peak. They navigated past Laoi Cave, traversing less than 500 meters through the dense forest in a northeast direction until they arrived at the back mountain of Laoi Peak, which was considerably more level than the front. Following the trail left by the wolf pack's retreat the previous night, they ventured about 700 or 800 meters when Lu Yuandong suddenly halted, pointing ahead at a distance of several dozen meters. "Look, there is a herd of sika deer," he exclaimed to Lu Yuanshan and Lu Guotai. The others also caught sight of the group of 8 or 9 sika deer foraging in the thicket. Quickly, they crouched down. Lu Yuanshan plucked a hair from his head and tossed it into the air. After assessing the wind direction, he instructed Lu Guotai and Lu Yuanshan, "Dashin, you take 2 people and circle to the left. Second uncle, you take 2 others and circle to the right. I will remain here. Remember, once you have encircled them, do not fire your weapons. Drive the deer towards me. By the way, Dashin, hand me your musket. You keep the hunting rifle." Lu Yuandong understood that a musket would be more effective against such a herd than a hunting rifle. After all, a hunting rifle could only discharge a single bullet at a time, whereas a musket could unleash nearly 100 pellets in one shot. Although the range of a musket was not as far, once the deer charged, he would have merely seconds to shoot. Using a hunting rifle, he could hit at most 2 deer. However, with a musket, there was a possibility of striking 2 or 3 if the distance was close enough. At this moment, Lu Guotai suggested, "You may use my musket as well. This way, you won't have to reload and can fire twice if you act swiftly." Lu Yuandong gladly accepted, and as the others departed, he earnestly reminded them, "Remember to be quiet and absolutely do not fire your guns." Lu Yuanshan nodded, assuring him, "Rest easy, Tianming, I understand." As Lu Yuanshan and Lu Guotai led their companions to circumnavigate the herd of deer, Lu Yuandong crouched beneath a large tree in the snowy expanse, bearing 2 rifles. In an effort to mask his scent, he cast aside the thick blanket of snow and gradually covered himself with it. There was no alternative. Although he was a reborn soul, he was still a mortal being, not a deity, given the era in which he lived. His foremost concern was how to satiate his hunger and provide a warm, comfortable home for his wife and children. A little chill was bearable. The current discomfort would be but a fleeting moment, for once he achieved a bountiful harvest, he could embrace his wife in the warmth of their bed. Gritting his teeth, he intently observed the movements of the deer ahead. In his heart, he silently prayed for the chance to secure at least 2 sika deer. Achieving this would not only spare him the need to hunt in the mountains for the next fortnight, but it would also allow the villagers in the main house to enjoy several hearty meals. Chapter 55, Utter Madness. Within the dense jungle, a thick blanket of snow enveloped the earth, while the birch bark rustled softly in the gentle breeze. Lu Yuandong cautiously peered from behind a towering tree, his gaze fixated intently ahead. His fingers rested firmly on the trigger, poised for action at any moment. In the distance, Lu Yuanshan and Lu Guotai, accompanied by members of the hunting party, endeavored to stealthily maneuver around the herd of deer from behind. The deer, ever vigilant, would raise their heads at the slightest sound, scanning the surroundings with caution. At such moments, Lu Yuanshan and Lu Guotai stood as still as statues, waiting patiently until the herd relaxed. Lowering their heads once more to forage for grasses beneath the thick snow, before they accelerated their approach towards a more distant position. Approximately 20 minutes elapsed, and Lu Yuandong felt his hands growing numb. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to move. The success of this hunt rested solely upon his shoulders. Should he falter and stir before the herd charged forth, revealing their presence, all their prior preparations would be rendered futile. Thus, he relied solely on his formidable willpower to endure. As an experienced hunter, Lu Guotai understood the predicament Lu Yuandong faced. On the surface, they appeared to be merely traversing the terrain, seemingly engaged in physical labor. However, the true burden lay squarely on Lu Yuandong at this juncture. His palms were clammy with sweat, and deep within, he fervently prayed for the success of their endeavor. Once they circled to the rear of the deer herd, Lu Guotai halted and awaited Lu Yuanshan's arrival at the designated position. Only then did he signal with a wave of his hand. Following this cue, several members began to shout loudly. The startled deer promptly bolted in the direction of Lu Yuandong. As the herd surged toward him, Lu Yuandong recognized that the moment had arrived. Yet, rather than hastily rising, he remained still, watching intently until the deer were within 30 meters of his position. Suddenly, he sprang up from the snow, raising his firearm and aiming at the approaching herd. Bang! The echo of the gunshot reverberated, and the deer scattered frantically in all directions. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuandong discarded his firearm and swiftly grasped another rifle that lay beside him. Bang! Another shot rang out. One of the spotted deer dashed forward, stumbling just a few meters before collapsing to the ground, convulsing. The remaining deer continued their frantic escape in various directions. Lu Yuandong cast aside his firearm and quickly mobilized his body. He was acutely aware that even if he sprinted after them, he would not catch up. Now, it remained to be seen whether his previous 2 shots had struck any other deer. If they had, the wounded deer would not be able to flee far. And with winter upon them, tracking injured prey in the snow would prove relatively easy. Lu Guotai and Lu Yuanshan swiftly approached Lu Yuandong. As they reached his side, they were met with the sight of Lu Yuandong's hair frozen stiff with snow melt, his face tinged with a purplish hue from the cold. With his icy hands, he rubbed his cheeks incessantly, attempting to restore warmth to his body. In a hurry, Lu Guotai produced a flask of homemade white liquor and handed it to Lu Yuandong, urging, "Drink up, quickly." Without hesitation, Lu Yuandong accepted the gourd and gulped down several mouthfuls. The liquor, brewed from sorghum by the villagers, boasted an alcohol content of around 60 degrees. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, igniting a warmth within. As he scanned the vicinity, Lu Yuandong spotted 2 sick deer, one less than 20 meters away in the snow, the other further off at over 30 meters. Bloodstains marred the ground around them. With a grin, Lu Yuandong exclaimed, "I'm fine. Everyone, let us hurry and follow the blood trail. We might secure at least 4. As Lu Yuandong had anticipated, Lu Guotai and Lu Yuanshan set aside their concern for him and began their pursuit of the quarry. Approximately an hour later, Lu Yuanshan returned, hoisting a sick deer over his shoulder and dropping it into the snow. The expressions on their faces were a mix of excitement and shock. 5 deer. They had only fired 2 shots yet managed to take down 5. Even Lu Guotai, a seasoned hunter with decades of experience, was rendered speechless by the astonishing sight. Lu Yuandong, seemingly unfazed by the turn of events, felt warmth spreading through him. He noticed Lu Yuanshan leaning over the deer's wound to sip its blood and promptly seized him by the collar. "Dashin, have you lost your mind? Get away from there." Lu Yuanshan stood up, wiping the blood from his lips, and grinned. "They say this stuff is a great tonic." Lu Guotai chuckled. "While it may indeed be nourishing, indulging like that could lead to a nosebleed, and before you know it, you'll end up with a head full of gray hair like mine." Lu Yuanshan laughed. "Is it really that serious?" Lu Yuandong smiled and replied, "If you don't believe me, give it a try." After exchanging a few more lighthearted jests, they set aside their banter and took turns carrying the 5 sick deer back toward the direction of the old cave. Although hunger often plagued them, the villagers were generally strong. Furthermore, the sick deer were not exceedingly heavy, weighing no more than 200 pounds at most. Particularly for robust young men like Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan, carrying 200 pounds was manageable. They could easily traverse 500 to 600 meters without much strain. Before long, they arrived at the mouth of the old cave, where Lu Qing and Lu Shuo were left astonished at the sight of 5 sick deer. They could never have imagined that within just a morning, Lu Yuandong and his companions would manage to procure such an astonishing number of sick deer. Lu Qing, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes as he gazed at the several deer sprawled on the ground. He hurriedly inquired, "I heard you only fired 2 shots. How could you have obtained so many?" Lu Guotai, filled with satisfaction, chuckled, "Indeed, it was merely 2 shots. But you must consider who pulled the trigger. I must say, this lad Tianming has truly impressed me. After years of hunting, I have never experienced anything like today, securing 5 sick deer with just 2 shots." Lu Qing was even more astounded. His eyes widened in disbelief, and after moistening his parched lips, he whispered, This is utterly insane, isn't it?" Chapter 56, Bad Luck? Lu Yuandong chuckled lightly. "Hee, let us not dwell on that for now. We should hasten our preparations and return promptly." At that moment, Lu Qing regained his focus and promptly informed Lu Yuandong and the others, "By the way, we have prepared the sleds. There are 3 in total. Please take a look." However, Lu Yuandong was not inclined to examine the sleds at this juncture. He was aware that before returning, he needed to venture towards the direction of Yezhooping to check whether the traps set there had yielded any prey. "Dashin, remain here with Lu Qing and assist them in loading the game onto the sleds, then drag them down the mountain. My second uncle, Lu Shuo, and I will head towards Yezhooping to see if we can secure 1 or 2 captures, should fortune favor us." Within less than 40 minutes, Lu Yuandong, Lu Guotai, and Lu Shuhua made their way to Yezhuping. Thanks to Lu Guotai's marking of the trap locations, they quickly identified the corresponding spots. As they approached, Lu Yuandong distinctly spotted a spotted deer struggling in the distance on the snowy ground. Moreover, a rabbit had also been ensnared in the trap. However, this type of trap was intended for medium-sized game, and the rabbit had no chance of survival. At this point, Lu Shuhua began counting on his fingers. With 5 spotted deer, 7 wild wolves, and 4 wild boars, combined with the current spotted deer, they had remarkably amassed a total of 17 game, which weighed over 100 pounds. If divided equally, each household in the main branch could receive nearly a whole game. Lu Guotai was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears welled in his eyes, and he could not help but exclaim, "Tianming, what on earth is happening? Why couldn't we achieve such a bounty in the past?" Lu Yuandong smiled and replied, "That remains a mystery. Perhaps we are simply fortunate this time." As Lu Guotai excitedly approached the traps, he remarked to Lu Yuandong, "Even if luck is on our side this time, it is still your good fortune that has brought us this bounty." Unbeknownst to them, the clock had inched past 5 in the afternoon. Members of the second and third hunting teams returned one after another from their respective hunting grounds. The second branch, led by Lu Eru, had good fortune this time, managing to catch 4 wild chickens and a foolish roe deer after 2 days of effort with several companions. In contrast, the third branch faced their usual misfortune. Over 2 days, under Lu Yuanliang's leadership, 7 or 8 individuals could only manage to capture 3 wild chickens, while they had spotted traces of spotted deer, wild boars, and other game in their hunting area. The animals seemed to sense their presence and vanished without a trace before they could approach. Pursuing these elusive creatures in the dense forest was evidently impossible. Upon returning to the village with 3 wild chickens, Lu Yuanliang was quickly surrounded by the villagers of the third branch. As they beheld the 3 wild chickens he bore on his shoulder, disappointment flooded their faces. Several elderly villagers could not contain their tears, having endured prolonged hunger. They had believed that this hunting party would yield a bountiful harvest, but to their astonishment, after 2 full days, they returned with only a meager catch. Those with irritable tempers could no longer contain their frustration and began to voice their grievances. "Yuanliang, you are now the representative head of our third household. Is this how you conduct your duties? As the head, you cannot even ensure we have enough to eat. How can you claim to be in charge? Frankly, I believe it is time for a change in leadership in our household." Lu Yuanliang, with a stiffened neck, cast a cold glance at the vociferous individuals before him and replied icily, "What is it you wish to achieve? Do you all intend to rebel? Do you think capturing game is an easy task? In this frigid weather, we ventured into the icy wilderness to procure food for you while you sat warm by the fire. Do you think we do not wish to bring back game? We have managed to catch 3 pheasants. Although it is not much, at least tonight every household can enjoy a hearty bowl of chicken soup. What more do you desire? I tell you, if anyone is dissatisfied, they may venture into the mountains themselves and hunt. Do not expect us to sustain you." At this moment, several members of the hunting party were also growing irate. Like Lu Yuanliang, they had ventured into the mountains, and as hunters, they too wished to secure game. Yet, these creatures were elusive, darting about, leaving them powerless in their pursuit. Faced with the villagers' complaints, one member retorted, "Let me clarify, not only have we failed to catch much, but even the second household, with Lu Eru, has not fared significantly better. You all know Lu Eru's prowess. Even he, during 2 days in the mountains, managed to catch only 4 wild chickens and a roe deer." At this juncture, a voice murmured in discontent, "Well, why didn't you catch a roe deer? If we had that, each household could at least have 2 to 3 pounds of meat." Observing the increasing resentment from the villagers of the third household, and feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at him, Lu Yuanliang contemplated for a moment before addressing them with apparent sincerity. "Dear villagers, I understand that times are tough for everyone. My family has also been unable to put food on the table for several days. However, rest assured, as the head of the third household, I will do everything in my power to ensure you are fed. I propose that tonight, everyone come to my home, and we shall cut up these 3 pheasants and prepare a large pot of chicken soup for a hearty meal. Tomorrow, I will consult with the head of the second household to see if we can procure some food." The villagers, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What do you plan to obtain?" Lu Yuanliang, exuding confidence, responded, "This is not a concern for you. As the head of the third household, it is my duty to ensure your bellies are full. I assure you that I will secure provisions for you in the coming days." Just as Lu Yuanliang made this solemn promise to the gathered crowd, a voice called out loudly, announcing that the hunters from the large house had returned. Everyone turned, their curiosity piqued, to gaze at the man who shouted. Someone inquired, intrigued, about the bounty of the large house. The man, visibly irritated, replied, "The large house, under the leadership of Tianming, has managed to hunt 4 or 5 wild boars, 7 or 8 wolves, along with 7 or 8 cicadere." As his words settled in the air, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Even Lu Yuanliang, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed with conviction, "What? Are you joking? Could Lu Yuandong truly possess such remarkable prowess?" Chapter 57. Still contemplating beautiful things? A man spoke candidly. "As I passed by the big house, I witnessed firsthand that they had 3 sleds, all brimming with game. Goodness! Every household on that side seems to have claimed an entire piece of prey." The villagers from the third house fell into a profound silence. At this moment, they could hardly contain their resentment towards Lu Yuanliang. Just imagine, if Lu Yuanliang had managed to mend his relationship with Lu Yuandong. The one leading their hunting party now would be Lu Yuandong himself. In the entire Panshan village, who does not know that Lu Yuandong is an exceptional hunter? Yet now, it was too late for regrets. However, some began to murmur complaints. Had Tianming known there would be no hunting grounds available at dawn, we should have let him hunt in our third house's territory instead. Indeed, Tianming is an adept hunter. Yet what use is there in saying this now, when Tianming has already ingratiated himself with the big house? Lu Yuanyang gritted his teeth and declared emphatically, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Lu Yuandong manage to gather so much game in such a short time alongside the big house?" A man from the back retorted plainly, "If you don't believe it, go see for yourself." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuanliang thought to himself that if he brought the people from the third house along, perhaps they could procure some food from Lu Yuandong. With this idea in mind, he tossed the 3 chickens he was holding to Wu Xiaohua beside him, then turned to the people of the third house with earnestness. "Listen carefully, everyone. Lu Yuandong is one of our own from the third house. Now that he is hunting with the big house, even if he manages to catch something, he ought to share a piece with us." Upon hearing Lu Yuanliang's words, some nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, indeed, he belongs to the third house, and any game caught should be shared with us." The head of the house added persuasively, "It makes sense. Let us go see for ourselves." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Eru from the second house had also heard the news of the bountiful harvest from the big house. He had just distributed meat to the villagers of the second house, with each family receiving a little over 2 pounds. The villagers had scarcely left when, upon hearing the news from the big house, someone stepped forward and said to Lu Eru, "Eru, I believe we erred in our allocation of the hunting grounds this time. Indeed, had we known, we should have claimed the area around Lei Weifeng. Eru, let us go over and renegotiate. In the future, let our second house hunt around Lei Weifeng." Lu Eru was no fool. He understood well that the journey to Lei Weifeng was considerably longer than to Xing'an Mountain, and the terrain was much steeper, making it more challenging to hunt there. Yet, he too was puzzled by Lu Yuandong's remarkable fortune. They had spent 2 days in the mountains with little success, while similarly, Lu Yuandong's hunting party, with fewer members than theirs, had managed to procure such an abundance of food. Who wouldn't feel envious? Listening to the villagers' suggestions, Lu Eru, with a stern expression, exclaimed, "What are you all clamoring about? How many times have you ventured over to Laoi Peak?" "Humph, I have made numerous trips in that direction before. Not only is it a great distance away, but the terrain is also steep. Hunting there is far from as easy as it is at Xing'an Mountain." Upon hearing this, some villagers tentatively inquired, "Then why are they able to catch so many while we have only managed this little?" A frown creased Lu Eru's forehead as he firmly retorted, "What? Are you questioning my prowess in hunting? Let me assure you, hunting relies on luck. This time, our fortune was lacking, but next time, I will undoubtedly lead our second house hunting team to catch as many as they do. Now, hurry back and stop this noise." While he spoke thus, Lu Eru began to contemplate in his mind. It seemed necessary for him to seek out Lu Yuanshan or Lu Yuandong later. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he dismissed the villagers and instructed his wife to prepare some meat before leisurely making his way toward the main house. Speaking of the main house, all the villagers had gathered in front of the earthen kiln at the center of the village. They surrounded the members of the hunting team, where Lu Guotai, accompanied by several young skilled hunters, was busy preparing the game. However, before the division of spoils, Lu Guotai made an important announcement in front of the crowd. "Villagers, I must clarify a few points. This time, our main house ventured into the mountains for hunting, and the majority of this game was brought back by Tianming guiding us. Given the abundance of prey, I have decided to allocate to Tianming a plum deer, a wolf, and a wild boar leg. The remaining game will be evenly distributed among our main house. The villagers of the main house were not unreasonable. Moreover, having never encountered such a bounty before, they were already quite satisfied with the prospect of sharing so much game, thanks to Lu Yuandong. However, before they could nod in agreement, Lu Yuandong spoke up first. Smiling at Lu Guotai, he said, "Uncle, let us forego the wild boar. Just give me a plum deer and a wolf." In truth, Lu Yuandong did not particularly enjoy wild boar meat. While it may sound delectable when cooked, preparing wild boar to taste good requires a considerable amount of seasoning. Currently, the only spice available at home was Sichuan pepper, which could not mask the strong odor of wild boar. However, deer and wolf meat were different. Although Lu Yuandong had never tasted wolf meat before, he had heard that it only needed to be cooked with scallions to be palatable. As for deer meat, it was delicious no matter how it was prepared. To the villagers of the main house, Lu Yuandong's words demonstrated his consideration for them. At that moment, Lu Guotai was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes as he addressed Lu Yuandong. "Tianming, you must not say that. Others may not know how hard we worked for this game, but I am well aware. Originally, each item was supposed to be provided in its entirety. But due to the scarcity of wild boars, coupled with..." Before Lu Guotai could finish his sentence, Lu Yuandong interjected with a smile, saying, "Uncle, let's refrain from discussing this matter any further. I will take one each of the sika deer and the wolf. The rest can be divided among you." Having been away for 2 days, it was now nearing dusk, and he felt the urge to return home to see his wife and children. Lu Guotai did not wish to press the issue further, so he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall defer to your decision." Just then, a voice echoed from a distance, "Wait. Everyone, hold on." The crowd turned to see Lu Yuanliang approaching with over a dozen individuals from the third branch, all exuding an imposing presence. Upon witnessing this, Lu Guotai cast a wary glance at Lu Yuanshan and the others, silently conveying the need to be prepared. Chapter 58. For a bite to eat. Lu Yuanliang and others quickly gathered around. Lu Yuandong surveyed the group from the third household, and when his gaze fell upon Lu Sanner and the others, their eyes noticeably began to evade his. It was understandable that they felt guilty. The last time they had gone to Lu Yuandong's home to snatch some meat, he had generously provided them with an abundance of food, while Lucano had knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with gratitude. Yet, only a short time had passed, and they were now troubling Lu Yuandong again alongside Lu Yuanyang. The greatest distinction between humans and animals is that humans possess emotions. Now, facing Lu Yuandong and contemplating the scene that was about to unfold, Lu Sanner and the others found it difficult to hold their heads high. However, thoughts of food gradually eased their apprehension. Indeed, in these trying times, what could possibly be more crucial than securing a morsel to eat? Sometimes, dignity cannot be consumed. As they gazed at the heaps of game laid out before them, an insatiable hunger sparked in Lu Yuanliang and his companion's eyes. With Lu Shuren absent, the affairs of the main household were predominantly dictated by Lu Guotai and Lu Yuanshan. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Guotai stepped forward, adopting a stern expression, and addressed the approaching group from the third household with authority, demanding to know their purpose. Lu Yuanliang was the first to speak. He cast a glance at the game scattered on the ground and, with deliberate clarity, inquired, "Second uncle, who is responsible for these game?" Without hesitation, Lu Guotai revealed with a hint of pride, "It was Tianming leading our main household's hunting team at Laoi Peak." "What of it?" At this, Lu Yuanliang let out a derisive laugh, retorting, "Oh, what of it? Second uncle, how can you even ask? Is Lu Yuandong not a member of our Lu clan's ancestral hall?" Lu Guotai turned to Lu Yuandong, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Yuandong, however, smiled nonchalantly and replied, "I have long since withdrawn from the Lu clan's ancestral hall, so of course, I am no longer considered one of its members." Without a moment's thought, Lu Yuanliang began to reprimand him publicly, asserting that since Lu Yuandong was no longer affiliated with the ancestral hall, he had no right to hunt on the territory of Panshan village. "Second uncle, as a senior member of our Lu clan's ancestral hall, surely you understand this principle? Sharing resources with outsiders while our fellow villagers are starving is unacceptable. Shouldn't we prioritize our own?" Before Lu Yuanliang could finish, Lu Yuandong interrupted him, saying, "Lu Yuanliang, stop your meaningless prattle in my presence. If you have something to say, just say it. No need for all this circumlocution." Lu Yuanliang's eyes remained fixed on the game before them as he stated plainly, "What is there for me to say? As the head of the third household, I have the obligation to ensure that my fellow villagers are fed. You, as an outsider, leading the main household's hunting team to hunt in the mountains, have already breached the regulations of our Lu clan's ancestral hall. Therefore, all the game you have acquired must be surrendered and equally distributed among all villagers by our elder." Lu Yuanliang truly possesses a stubbornness that is astonishing. In the presence of so many from the main house, he audaciously demanded that the spoils they had hunted be evenly distributed among the entire village. Upon hearing these words, the members of the main house, before even considering whether Lu Guotai and Lu Yuanfeng would agree, were incited as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, swiftly brandishing their weapons and advancing towards Lu Yuanliang and his companions. Leading the charge, Lu Qing furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed intensely on Lu Yuanliang. "What did you just say? You dare to suggest we share our hard-earned prey? Come, say it again in front of me." Lu Shuhua, brimming with youthful fervor, rushed forward and seized Lu Yuanliang by the collar, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea how much we risked our lives to secure these animals? And now you propose we split them? On what grounds? I demand to know." As the tension between the two sides escalated, Lu Guotai intervened swiftly to prevent a violent confrontation that could lead to fatalities. He forcefully pried Lu Shuhua's hand away from Lu Yuanliang's collar. His brow furrowed in concern as he admonished, "Release him. Do you think we will simply divide what we have? Humph, the prey is still ours. Besides, with Shorin absent from the main house, I and Dashin are here. Today, I will see which insolent wretch dares to stir trouble on our territory." In a world where survival hinges on the acquisition of resources, food is far more valuable than mere currency. Though Lu Yuanliang's heart raced and his legs trembled, upon hearing Lu Guotai's declaration, he steeled himself, summoning an air of defiance as if to say he would rather perish than leave without sustenance. "Come, if you have the courage, end my life here. Without food, I shan't live much longer anyway. I want to see if the people of the Lu ancestral hall still possess any sense of compassion." Lu Yuanfeng scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt as he regarded Lu Yuanliang. "Lu Yuanliang, how dare you invoke the notion of compassion? Let me remind you. Who was it that proposed the division of hunting grounds in the first place? Was it not you? And who, by all means, sought to expel Tianming from the third house? Was it not your family? Now, both the third and second houses refuse him and banish him from your hunting grounds, while we from the main house welcome him to hunt alongside us. Why is it that, despite sharing the same bloodline, the disparities between you are so vast?" Lu Yuanliang, infuriated, retorted loudly, "Lu Yuanfeng, do not forget that you are also a member of our ancestral hall." Lu Yuanfeng, feigning disdain, replied, "Indeed, I acknowledge my ties to the Lu ancestral hall, but our ancestral teachings advocate for kindness and benevolence, not for wielding power to oppress others and commit acts of villainy. Furthermore, pay heed to my words, for we now inhabit a new society, distinct from the old. In this era, the principle of equality prevails. While the outside world may still categorize individuals by class, our mountainous region does not adhere to such divisions. The local populace relies on hunting for their sustenance. The hunting grounds of Panshan village do not belong to any particular ancestral hall or clan. They are the property of the state and the people. Lu Yuanliang, heed my warning. If you continue to assert that the hunting grounds belong to the Lu clan's ancestral hall, I shall not hesitate to approach the commune leaders and declare that you are pursuing a capitalist path." Chapter 59. Someone starved to death. Lu Yuanliang felt a tightening in his chest. He was acutely aware that if this label were to be placed upon him, his life would be irrevocably ruined. In fact, it was quite possible that he would find himself in dire straits long before the end of his days. However, upon further reflection, he realized that failing to secure food would lead to the very same fate. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuanliang quickly decided to summon Lu Shuwu, Elder Patriarch. "Why are you all standing there in a daze? Someone go fetch the Elder Patriarch for me." Although socialism had been established for 11 years, in the relatively impoverished and backward mountainous region of Panshan village, the authority of the Patriarch still held considerable weight. Lu Yuanliang now found himself placing all his hopes upon the Elder Patriarch, wishing that he would step forward to support him and compel the main house to relinquish the spoils of their hunt. However, before the third house could take any action, Lu Yuanshan scoffed and retorted, "What are you doing? What good will summoning the Elder Patriarch do you now? Do you really think that his arrival will endorse your pursuit of a capitalist path? Look at you. You actually dare to attempt to reclaim the land of the people and the state for your clan. Aren't you afraid of losing your head over this? Let me be clear. When my father departed, he made it abundantly clear that everything in Panshan village belongs to everyone, not to the ancestral hall or any individual. The reason we cooperated with the elder patriarch to delineate hunting areas was, on one hand, to honor him, and on the other, to facilitate future hunts and prevent unnecessary journeys. Yet here you are, intending to monopolize those hunting grounds. You truly have the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. As the son of the village chief, Lu Yuanshan spoke with a proximity to policy that surpassed that of an ordinary villager. Lu Yuanliang licked his dry lips, yearning to refute him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, just as he was about to raise his voice again, Lu Yuanshan continued, "Furthermore, let me reiterate, Tianming is one of our own from Panshan village, a citizen of the nation. He has the right to hunt anywhere in our village. Do not think that just because you are in the direction of the main house, you can dictate where he hunts. Even if he were to venture to Xing'an Mountain or the back hills, no one has the right to impede him. Anyone who dares to do so would be undermining unity, violating policies, and disrupting the people's commune." Lu Yuandong, standing nearby, was taken aback, astonished that Lu Yuanshan, typically not so incisive in his speech, was now so eloquently persuasive in this critical moment. Lu Yuanliang, in a state of agitation, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He turned to the fellow villagers from the third house who had accompanied him. Since their arrival, he had been fighting this battle alone and, perceiving his disadvantage, had expected these people to rise and argue alongside him against the main house. To his dismay, they stood there in silence, as if rendered mute. Seeing this, Lu Yuanliang could not help but exclaim, "Have you all gone deaf? Is there no one willing to speak up?" The villagers from the third household exchanged glances, contemplating what words could still be uttered in their current predicament. On one side stood Lu Yuandong, bolstered by the support of the village chief, Lu Yuanshan, and the esteemed elder, Lu Guotai. Yet, on their side, there was merely Lu Yuanliang, who lacked any significant influence. Moreover, they had all previously benefited from Lu Yuandong's generosity. Just as they were mulling over this, unexpectedly, Uncle Wang's son, Huzi, came rushing towards them, wailing loudly. Before he could reach the crowd, he called out to Uncle Wang, Dad, you must hurry back. My mother has passed away." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang's legs buckled, and with a quivering voice, he turned to Huzi and asked, "What did you say, Huzi? What happened to your mother?" Huzi, wiping his tears, sobbed, "She just collapsed on the ground. My brother said she starved to death. You need to hurry back." With this news, Uncle Wang's heart was no longer in the trivial disputes with Lu Yuanyang. Continuing to argue over meat would yield nothing, and should a conflict arise between the two factions, it could lead to bloodshed. Furthermore, the first household had recently enjoyed a fair share of food, while the villagers from the third household had scarcely been able to fill their bellies. If a fight broke out, the third household's villagers would surely be overpowered by the first household. Additionally, this was indeed the territory of the first household. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Uncle Wang stumbled forward a few steps, only to collapse into the snow. Yet, the uncertainty of his wife's fate compelled him to muster his strength and rise again. Just as he was about to turn away, Lu Yuandong felt a stirring in his heart. He realized that his long-standing estrangement from the villagers would inevitably impact his future in Panshan village. In this era, he had nowhere else to go. The only viable option was to remain here. Besides, he had maintained decent relations with many from the third household, including Uncle Wang's family, with whom he had never had significant conflicts. Uncle Wang, being a son-in-law and an outsider, was known for his straightforward and earnest nature. With this in mind, Lu Yuandong called out to Uncle Wang, who was now several meters away, "Uncle Wang, please wait." Uncle Wang, tears still in his eyes, turned back and asked, "Tianming, do you have something to say? Is there anything you need? I must return to check on my wife. She has tea eaten properly in 4 days and has been surviving on mere scraps. Woe is me, it's my inadequacy." As he spoke, Uncle Wang appeared utterly distraught. Lu Yuandong did not hasten his response. He approached Lu Qing, took a knife from her hands, and swiftly walked over to the deer that had just been allocated to him. With a single, deft stroke, he quickly severed a leg from the deer. As he approached Uncle Wang, holding a deer's leg, he candidly remarked, "Uncle Wang, returning empty-handed will not save your wife's life. Take this deer's leg and hurry home to prepare some broth for Andy." The villagers from the third household, witnessing this scene, were utterly astonished. Particularly, Lu Yuanliang was transfixed, his eyes gleaming with envy as he fixated on the deer's leg in Uncle Wang's grasp, as if he longed to seize it for himself. However, he was acutely aware that daring to snatch the leg from Uncle Wang would jeopardize his own standing as the head of the household, and he might very well meet his demise at Uncle Wang's hands today. Chapter 60. Crisis Averted. After Uncle Wang obtained the deer leg, he looked at Lu Yuandong in disbelief, tears streaming down his face, his lips trembling. Tianming, you. Lu Yuandong gently patted Uncle Wang's shoulder and candidly advised him, Uncle Wang, you should head back now. It's getting late. Hurry and check on Annie. Overwhelmed with emotion, Uncle Wang grasped hold of Hu Zai beside him, and together they knelt before Lu Yuandong. While bowing, Uncle Wang instructed Hu Zai, remember this, when you grow up, you must learn from your brother Tianming. He is our family's benefactor. Hu Zai, sobbing, bowed to Lu Yuandong and wiped away his tears, saying, Brother Tianming, thank you. Lu Yuandong stepped forward, assisting both Uncle Wang and Hu Zai to rise, and earnestly said to them, Please don't act this way. I, Lu Yuandong, am clear about gratitude and grievances. Although you came here with Lu Yuanliang today, you have never spoken a word against me. Now that something has happened at home, I cannot turn a blind eye. He urged, Now quickly return home. With the deer leg in hand, Uncle Wang hurried back home. The majority of those who had come from the third household, witnessing this scene, lost their desire to confront Lu Yuandong. Indeed, every household was struggling for food today. Uncle Wang's wife had fainted from hunger, and who could guarantee that tomorrow someone in their own family would suffer the same fate? If they could mend relations with Lu Yuandong now, should such a situation arise, they might come to him for assistance, perhaps even kneeling for food to sustain them. Conversely, if they continued to clash with Lu Yuandong like Lu Yuanliang, when times grew dire, even if they were to bow before Lu Yuandong, he might refuse to offer them a morsel. Realizing this, some from the third household began to turn away, lost in thought. Lu Yuanliang, agitated, stamped his feet and shouted at those departing, You Haven Tea secured a single bite to eat, and you're planning to head back? Stop. All of you stand still. But regrettably, no one was inclined to heed his words. Even Lu Sanner sighed, casting a parting smile towards Lu Yuandong before turning away. Lu Yuandong understood the art of winning hearts. Noticing Lu Sanner's flattering expression, he smiled back and said, Lu Sanner, could you help me pull this wolf and the remaining deer back on the sled? I'll share some of the entrails with you for soup. Lu Sanner was elated. Bounding over to Lu Yuandong, Brother Tianming, you are truly a good person. In all of Panshan village, you have the kindest heart. Haha, I'll help you bring them home right away. With that, Lu Sanner eagerly set to work, tossing the remaining deer leg and the stiff wild wolf onto the sled. Then grasping the reins, he began to lead the way forward. Lu Yuandong turned to Lu Guotai and Lu Yuanshan with a smile, saying, Dashan, second uncle, you may divide the meat here for now. The hunting trip has concluded. In 3 to 5 days, when the weather improves, I shall return to seek you out. Oh. Dashan, come here. I have a few words to share with you. Lu Yuanshan quickly approached Lu Yuandong and inquired softly, Tianming, is there something else? In a hushed tone, Lu Yuandong replied, I just noticed that Lu Eru is lurking not far off. Remember, once everyone from the third and second households has departed, you must keep aside 2 pig legs and 1 deer leg to deliver directly to the commune leaders tomorrow morning. Lu Yuanshan was instantly brought back to reality. Had it not been for Lu Yuandong's reminder, he might have entirely forgotten this matter. Their village, Pan Mountain, was a hunting zone, distinct from the villages below, which primarily relied on agriculture. Those in the lower villages toiled in the fields throughout the year, awaiting the autumn harvest, when the production team would allocate grain based on labor points. Moreover, the lower villages currently operated on a communal meal system, with most of their grain surrendered to the state, leaving only a meager portion for the villagers. Thus, they did not have to deliver provisions to the commune as frequently as the hunters did. Although there was no formal requirement for the hunters to submit a specific quantity of meat to the commune, consistently failing to do so would result in the commune withholding supplies, even if they had grain. This was especially true now, as the villages below were facing a food shortage, making it unlikely they would allocate resources to the hunters. Additionally, Lu Yuandong was acutely aware that it was the year 1960, and he suspected that by next spring, communal meals would no longer be sustainable. Instead, they would be met with an even greater famine. This famine would persist until the following year, after which a period of turmoil would ensue. If they did not cultivate a good relationship with the commune leaders now, life would undoubtedly become more arduous once the famine subsided. Of course, Lu Yuanshan was oblivious to this broader context. He perceived Lu Yuandong's advice merely as a means to ensure he did not compromise himself before the commune leaders. Haha, your foresight is commendable. I shall follow your instructions, he replied with a nod. After Lu Yuanshan assented, Lu Yuandong turned and departed. Soon, the scene of meat distribution was left with only Lu Yuanliang, the head of the third household. Realizing his position had weakened, he clenched his fists and, with a huff, turned to leave. However, he had not ventured far when he heard Lu Eru calling out, "Yuanliang, wait a moment." Upon hearing Lu Eru's voice, Lu Yuanliang halted, turning to face him as he approached. In truth, he had already noticed Lu Eru's presence earlier. Once Lu Eru reached him, he feigned annoyance and asked, "Eru, why didn't you speak up earlier? With so much game, even if we divided it among all the villagers, each household could receive at least a dozen pounds of meat." Lu Eru, with a smirk that held an air of mockery, replied, "Can't you see it yet? The main house regards Lu Yuandong as their guardian deity. Moreover, why should they share the spoils of their hunt with the second and third houses?" As Lu Yuanliang made his way towards the third house, he remarked with irritation, "But without any provisions, we shall surely go hungry." Lu Eru replied in a hushed tone, "What can be done? It is merely the fortune of that brat Tianming." Noticing the relaxed expression on Lu Eru's face, Lu Yuanyang inquired softly, "What is the current situation in your house?" Lu Eru retorted, "What situation are you referring to?" Lu Yuanliang replied, "What else could it be? As you may have seen, our third house is on the brink of starvation." Chapter 61. Do it boldly and fearlessly. Lu Eru chuckled wryly and replied, "It's the same." Lu Yuanliang responded, "Then what do you suggest? We can't just sit idly by and watch people starve to death, can we? As for others, it doesn't matter, but in my family, we have also run out of food." At this moment, Lu Eru turned to Lu Yuanliang and proposed, "How about this? Let us combine our two families. There is strength in numbers. In a few days, we can venture into the mountains and devise a means to procure some substantial game." Lu Yuanliang grimaced and said, "Ha, a few days? In a few days, people will be dead from hunger." Lu Eru asked, "Then what should we do?" At this time, Lu Yuanliang, with a hint of mystery, whispered, "I do have a plan, but it requires your collaboration." Lu Eru became intrigued and promptly inquired, "Speak quickly, what is your plan?" Lu Yuanliang paused, glanced towards the village center of Pan Mountain, and then whispered, "I recall there might be some grain stored there." However, unbeknownst to them, the emergency supplies in the warehouse had already been discreetly transported to support the workers in the county factory, following directives from the commune leaders. Prior to Lu Shoren's hospital visit, although it appeared that 30 or so bulging sacks were piled in the warehouse, they were filled not with grain, but with a mixture of sand and sawdust. The two quickly reached a consensus. After returning to their respective villages that afternoon, Lu Eru and Lu Yuanliang gathered everyone from both the second and third households, including the elderly patriarch, Lu Shiwu. When Lu Shiwu learned that these two young men had decided to lead the villagers in seeking out the emergency grain, he was utterly taken aback. Despite being the elder, he understood that this was no longer the old society. If they were to pursue this course of action, and it caught the attention of the commune authorities, the instigators would surely face execution. Realizing this, Lu Shiwu hastily warned Lu Yuanliang and Lu Eru, "You two must think this through. This is not the old society. The authorities still wield considerable power." Before Lu Shiwu could finish his statement, Lu Yuanliang interjected, "Elder, the situation is already dire. If we do not act swiftly to secure some grain, people in the village will indeed starve to death. The first household has captured much game and refuses to share. If we do not seize the emergency grain from the warehouse, how can we survive?" After a few seconds of silence, Lu Shiwu asked, "What if something goes wrong?" At this moment, Lu Yuanliang began to dig a pit for Lu Shiwu, ostensibly speaking earnestly before the crowd. "Elder, you are the most esteemed figure in our Lu family. You cannot stand by and watch as our lineage faces extinction. Should calamity befall us, you can step forward and plead for mercy on behalf of our descendants. I am certain that if you intervene, even the commune leaders will show you some respect." Lu Shiwu was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Lu Yuanliang, thinking to himself, "Isn't this akin to pushing me into the fire? What a wretched situation. This young man harbors ill intentions." Yet, fully aware of this, Lu Shiwu found it difficult to counter, for as Lu Yuanyang had just stated, He is the elder patriarch, and in such circumstances, he cannot afford to remain indifferent. Should he refuse now, his position as patriarch would undeniably be jeopardized in the future. Realizing this, Lu Shiwu could only grit his teeth and concede, "Very well. I shall acquiesce to your wishes this time." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yuanliang proclaimed loudly amidst the crowd, "Did everyone hear that? Our esteemed patriarch has given his approval for this matter, so let us proceed with confidence and vigor." Chapter 62. The shameless Lu Guangquan. Lu Shiwu was on the verge of exploding with rage. What did it mean that the old patriarch had agreed? From the very beginning, he had not been involved in the decision-making process. It was solely Lu Yuanliang and Lu Eru who orchestrated everything. Yet now, listening to Lu Yuanliang's words, it seemed as though this matter was being led by him, the patriarch. Although he was aging, he understood that current policies were markedly different from those of a decade ago. With this thought in mind, Lu Shiwu quickly devised a plan. As Lu Yuanliang and Lu Eru summoned the villagers to head towards the village office, he whispered to his son, "Guangquan, you must go find the eldest son, Lu Yuanshan, and inform him that the second and third branches plan to secretly divide the emergency rations." Lu Guangquan scratched his balding head and replied softly, "Father, isn't this a bit unethical?" Lu Shiwu frowned and asserted, "What is unethical about this? I tell you, if the eldest branch doesn't find out about this, we might end up suffering the consequences, especially me. Don't forget, I am the old patriarch of the Lu clan. If anything goes awry, I will be the first to bear the responsibility." Lu Guangquan furrowed his brow and conceded, "Fine, I will go find Lu Yuanshan now." At that moment, Lu Yuanshan, having just finished distributing the meat with Lu Guitai and others, watched as everyone returned home with their portions. He then placed the meat meant for the commune on a sled and took it to the yard, burying it in the snow. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanshan's mother was in the kitchen boiling the meat. His two younger sisters and brother had already gathered around the pot, eagerly waiting for the meat to be ready. Just as the meat was about to be served, Lu Guangquan shouted at the entrance of Lu Yuanshan's home, "Dashan, come out quickly." Hearing Lu Guangquan's call, Lu Yuanshan frowned, a look of helplessness crossing his face. His mother quietly asked, "What does your uncle Guangquan want with you?" With a wry smile, Lu Yuanshan replied, "That old rascal. Always scheming, relying on his father being the patriarch, taking advantage of others. Mother, don't worry, I will go see what he wants." His mother sighed, "Child, how can you speak like that? He is still your elder." "An elder? My foot. If I had such a relative, I would have long since put him in his place," Lu Yuanshan retorted. Upon stepping outside, he confronted Lu Guangquan directly, stating, "Uncle Guangquan, whatever you have to say, you can say it here." Lu Guangquan circumvented Lu Yuanshan and continued towards the room, saying, "Dashan, I must tell you, I am here on a matter of utmost urgency." As he spoke, Lu Guangquan attempted to enter, his eyes fixated on the pot of meat. "I've come all this way. I must first indulge in some braised meat." Lu Yuanshan chuckled and replied, "Uncle Guangquan, you can speak your mind in front of me. As for the meat, if you can manage to eat it in its current state, then by all means, go ahead." Lu Yuanshan thought to himself that the meat was still raw, and Lu Guangquan would have no chance of eating it. Little did Lu Yuanshan anticipate that as soon as his words fell, Lu Guangquan would smile and say, "This meat is still raw and certainly inedible. Since you have permitted me to consume this piece from your home, let us consider it a gift to me. You see, if I were to continue cooking this meat in your pot, it would only waste your firewood, and I am a person who despises taking advantage of others." Chapter 63. A catastrophe unfolds. "So, once I divulge this monumental news to you, I shall return home with this piece of meat to prepare a meal. This way, your family can conserve some firewood, cannot they?" Lu Yuanshan was taken aback. Good heavens! He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. He was poised to snatch the meat away, but his mother, considering their shared village and the fact that they were both descendants of the Lu family, addressed Lu Guangquan, saying, "Guangquan, do share what is on your mind swiftly. Once you've spoken, hurry home to enjoy the meat. Consider this our gift to you." Lu Guangquan, however, remained unperturbed and replied, "I have already stated that I do not wish to take advantage of others. It is inappropriate for you to say it is a gift. My father is the clan leader. I cannot simply partake of your family's provisions without due cause. I have come bearing significant news." Lu Yuanshan's expression darkened considerably as he emphatically inquired, "Pray tell, what is this momentous news?" Upon observing a slight change in Lu Yuanshan's demeanor, Lu Guangquan feared that the lad might seize the meat from him, so he tucked it securely into his bosom before responding. The head of the second house and the head of the third house, along with the villagers from both factions, are currently at the village granary distributing emergency rations. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanshan's body bristled with alarm. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Guangquan, demanding with fervor, "What did you just say? Distributing the granary's emergency rations? Have they lost their minds? Those rations belong to the state. Who would dare touch them? Such an act could cost one their head, unless sanctioned by the authorities. If caught, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences." Lu Guangquan chuckled nonchalantly. "You see, I told you this was monumental news." Lu Yuanshan felt an overwhelming urge to crush Lu Guangquan in that moment. Such a grave matter. And he had delayed revealing it for a full 20 to 30 minutes. Was his mind addled by a donkey's kick? With this thought in mind, Lu Yuanshan dashed towards the door, instructing his mother, "Mother, you must hurry to Uncle's house and have him bring the militia along with their firearms to the village office immediately." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanshan's mother rushed forward, grasping his arm with tears in her eyes, pleading, "Xiaoshan, do not act recklessly. Your father is not here, and whether it is the second house or the third, they are all our kin. What will it signify if you lead the militia there? Besides, most villagers are currently without food. These emergency rations were intended for them. Let them take what is rightfully theirs. Once this matter is resolved, you should inform the commune's leaders, and they will handle it as they see fit. If you rush over there and a conflict ensues, it could result in fatalities." Indeed, Lu Yuanshan's mother had a point. They were all from the same village, and Lu Yuanshan did not wish to stand idly by while others faced starvation. However, the most pressing issue at hand is that if he does not act swiftly to intervene, the absence of his father could lead to dire consequences. Should Lu Eru and Lu Yuanliang discover the discrepancies in the grain stored in the warehouse, it could indeed result in fatalities. And it would not be strangers who would suffer, it could very well be their own kin. Realizing this, Lu Yuanshan noticed that Lu Guangquan was still fixated on the meat in the pot. Suddenly, he turned and rushed to Lu Guangquan's side, exclaiming with irritation, "What are you staring at? Hurry and inform your father. If he intends to disregard his responsibilities as clan leader, he might as well stand by and watch as Lu Yuanliang and Lu Eru wreak havoc." Lu Guangquan had not anticipated Lu Yuanshan's urgency. A pang of anxiety gripped him as he asked, "Dashin, are you trying to frighten me? Could this truly lead to someone losing their head?" Lu Yuanshan replied emphatically, "Let me make this clear. This is not a mere possibility. If things escalate, someone will undoubtedly pay the price. Your father, as the clan leader, may think he can afford to be reckless, but if chaos ensues, it could very well implicate you and your son as well." Upon hearing this, Lu Guangquan panicked and swiftly turned to rush outside, declaring, "Dashin, I will go back and warn my father to take precautions." Lu Yuanshan urged him on, "Make haste, and run swiftly." After watching Lu Guangquan scamper away, Lu Yuanshan took a deep breath and spoke directly to his mother, "Mother, there are matters here of which you are unaware. I need you to listen to me carefully. Take the children to Tianming's house immediately. No matter what happens in the village, do not come out." Lu Yuanshan's mother was taken aback. With curiosity, she regarded her son and quietly inquired, "Dashin, what is happening? Is it truly that serious?" Lu Yuanshan, with a troubled expression, replied, "Please, do not ask further. Just hurry to Tianming's house. If we delay, I shudder to think of what the villagers might do to us." In truth, Lu Yuanshan had long been aware of the grain being misappropriated by the commune leaders and his father, sent to the city to support the workers. He had kept this from the villagers, fearing their disapproval. Initially, he had planned to replenish the stores once the grain was allocated from above, but to his dismay, there had been no signs of any grain being dispatched. If the villagers were to discover that the emergency supplies were missing and replaced with sand and sawdust, they would undoubtedly suspect his father of embezzlement. He could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue should a mob of starving villagers descend upon their home. As his mother hesitated, Lu Yuanshan pressed, "Mother, do not linger. Please go at once." As he spoke, Lu Yuanshan turned and proceeded to gather all the meat allocated to him, placing it into a basin. He then retrieved the meat from the pot and added it to the basin, before swiftly exiting the house with the meat in tow. He hurried to a secluded corner, burying it beneath the snow. After completing this task, Lu Yuanshan dashed into the courtyard, where he found his mother still holding the child, seemingly frozen in place. With tears welling in his eyes, he implored, "Mother, why are you still dawdling? Hurry." Upon hearing his words, Lu Yuanshan's mother wiped her tears and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Lu Yuandong, in the afternoon, with the assistance of Lu Sanner, dragged the spoils back home, and as previously agreed, he distributed some of the entrails to Lu Sanner. Chapter 64. A Midnight Plea for Help. After receiving her food, Lu Sanner expressed her heartfelt gratitude and departed. Meanwhile, Lu Yuandong commenced the dissection of venison and wolf meat within the confines of his room. After slicing several substantial pieces, he handed the wolf meat to Su Baiting. Su Baiting, gazing apprehensively at the wolf before her, inquired, "Tianming, do you think this wolf is safe to eat?" Lu Yuandong chuckled and replied, "Just omit the latter character from your question. This creature is undoubtedly edible. Moreover, you should indulge a bit more tonight." Upon observing the mischievous expression on Lu Yuandong's face, Su Baiting's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching down to her neck. She shyly retorted, "What are you trying to imply?" Lu Yuandong grinned widely. "What do you think I'm implying? Surely, it's permissible now, isn't it?" Su Baiting rolled her eyes at him, huffing, "You wish. I'll be fine tonight." Though she feigned disinterest, she dutifully turned to fill her water kettle. Curiously, Lu Yuandong asked, "Why aren't you cooking the meat? What is the purpose of boiling water?" Su Baiting casually responded, "Aren't you planning to clean up?" As the young couple engaged in their playful banter, an unexpected, urgent knock resounded from the door. Simultaneously, Lu Yuandong's mother-in-law's voice trembled, "Tianming, are you home?" The sound of her voice sent a jolt of anxiety through Lu Yuandong. It was evident that something troubling had prompted her visit at such a critical moment. With this thought in mind, he quickly rose to open the door. Upon seeing Lu Yuandong's mother-in-law accompanied by 3 children, yet no sign of Lu Yanshan, he hastily inquired, "Aunt, what has happened?" With tears in her eyes, Lu Yanshan's mother entered the room, recounting the recent incident involving Lu Guangquan in detail. After listening, Lu Yuandong's thoughts mirrored those of Lu Yanshan's mother. He stated plainly, if it concerns physical safety, why not just send Lu Yanshan to inform the commune leaders directly? Why involve the militia? Shaking her head, Lu Yanshan's mother replied, "I am unsure, but it seems that Shaoshan implies there may be more to this matter. Tianming, what should we do? If this escalates and someone gets hurt, your uncle isn't home, and I cannot bear the thought of what might happen. Furthermore, Deshan has asked me to seek refuge at your home. I truly don't know what to do." After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yuandong recognized the gravity of the situation. He pondered briefly before addressing Su Baiting, "You tend to the children. The meat will be ready soon, so eat first. I will go assess the situation." Concerned for her partner's safety, Su Baiting hurriedly approached him, saying, "Tianming, please be careful. If things seem amiss, just run, all right?" Lu Yuandong reassured her with a smile, "Don't worry, nothing will go awry." With that, he hastened towards the village office. However, upon his arrival at the entrance, he found the scene in utter chaos. The villagers from the 2nd and 3rd households surged into the warehouse like a frenzy, with the heads of each family hefting burlap sacks weighing around 200 pounds as they hurried home. Lu Yuanshan, wielding a rifle from the militia, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Do not snatch. Put everything down. This is emergency grain. Please do not take it." However, his cries were drowned out by the cacophony of the crowd. A few local militiamen stood nearby, casually observing with smirks while holding cigarettes, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. In fact, they might have even welcomed the villagers raiding the warehouse, as it could mean a chance for each of them to procure some grain. For safety's sake, Lu Yuandong quickly approached Lu Yuanshan and grasped his wrist firmly. Lu Yuanshan's face was ashen as he turned to Lu Yuandong, asking in disbelief, "Tianming, what brings you here?" Without uttering a word, Lu Yuandong pulled Lu Yuanshan to a secluded spot and candidly inquired, "Dashan, what on earth is happening?" Tears welled in Lu Yuanshan's eyes as he glanced at the throng of people ransacking the grain. Acknowledging his powerlessness to rectify the situation, he confessed to Lu Yuandong, "Tianming, this time we have truly crossed a line." Lu Yuandong replied impatiently, "In such cases, simply take a few militiamen to inform the commune leaders. Let them handle it. With you armed, if a conflict arises, the villagers, driven by hunger, could resort to anything. Moreover, it's pitch dark. Are you not afraid someone might strike you in the shadows with a stone?" Though Lu Yuanshan was apprehensive, he was far more fearful of an outright assault from the entire village. After surveying the surroundings once more, he leaned closer to Lu Yuandong and whispered, "Tianming, to be honest, there is no grain left in the warehouse." Taken aback by this revelation, Lu Yuandong stared incredulously at Lu Yuanshan, with tears streaming down his face. Lu Yuanshan recounted the grim reality of the warehouse. Once Lu Yuanshan finished, Lu Yuandong inhaled sharply, finally understanding why Lu Yuanshan had insisted his mother bring the children to his home. Indeed, Lu Shoren, the village's party secretary, had seen his influence grow under the guidance of commune leaders and his own efforts over the past decade. The village committee, as the locals would say, was effectively under Lu Shoren's control. In such circumstances, if all the emergency grain that the villagers contributed mysteriously vanished, how would they react? They would undoubtedly suspect that Lu Shoren had embezzled the village's emergency supplies. If that were to happen, it was likely that Lu Shoren's family would face dire consequences. And even the elder patriarch Lu Shiwu would be powerless to intervene. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuandong gradually calmed himself and said to Lu Yuanshan, "Dashin, remember this. Now that the situation has unfolded as it has, the truth cannot be concealed. Your aunt and your younger siblings are in my home, and no one would suspect they are hiding here, so there should be no issues. You must immediately go to the commune and inform the leaders there about our predicament. Since the decision to confiscate the grain was made by the commune's leadership, they must also bear the corresponding responsibility for this incident. Given the circumstances, there is little else we can do." Lu Yuanshan, feeling the weight of the moment, gritted his teeth and earnestly reminded Lu Yuandong as he was about to leave. "At dawn, I entrust my mother and family to your care. Please look after them well." Chapter 65. Set the house ablaze. Lu Yuandong nodded solemnly to Lu Yuanshan, assuring him, "Rest assured, you must hasten to inform the leaders of this matter." Without a trace of hesitation, Lu Yuanshan dashed off towards the commune. Meanwhile, Lu Yuandong stood nearby, meticulously observing the villagers as they continued to ravage the grain supplies. However, as he had anticipated, there exists no secret that remains undisclosed. Barely 10 minutes had passed when a villager, burdened with a sack, stumbled homeward. Overcome by hunger, his legs gave way, causing him to collapse to the ground. As if that were not enough, the sack he carried burst open upon impact. In the dim light of dusk, the man exclaimed, "Quick, someone bring a flashlight. This is grain we are dealing with." Yet, as he reached for the contents of the sack, he was met not with wheat or corn, but a mixture of soil and wood shavings. Stunned, his eyes widened as the beam of a flashlight illuminated the scene, revealing the disheartening truth within the sack. In a fit of desperation, he seized the corners of the sack, yanked it forcefully, and watched as the soil and wood shavings spilled onto the ground. "This is not grain. What we have here is not food at all. Everyone, stop seizing it," he shouted, rushing to another villager and pulling the sack from his shoulders. Upon opening it and discovering the same disheartening contents, he cried out, "Heavens! Where has our emergency grain gone? Why is there nothing but soil and wood shavings? My God, this will surely lead us to starvation." Upon hearing the commotion, others hastily abandoned their sacks. As they opened them to reveal the same bleak contents of soil and wood shavings, despair washed over the crowd. Lu Yuanliang, who had just returned with a sack of grain and was preparing to fetch another, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Upon discovering the contents of his sack, rage surged through him. He could hardly comprehend that his arduous efforts had yielded nothing but this travesty. Who was responsible for this? Lu Yuanliang bellowed in fury. Meanwhile, Lu Eru had rushed into the warehouse, tearing open the remaining sacks, only to find them filled with the same wretched mixture. Overcome with despair, he collapsed onto the ground. Villagers from the second and third households rushed to the warehouse, staring in disbelief at the sacks filled with soil and wood shavings. They were engulfed in profound hopelessness. Lu Yuanliang soon joined them inside the warehouse. Upon witnessing the absence of even a single grain, he turned to Lu Eru and demanded, "Why are you still sitting there? Do you not grasp the gravity of our situation?" I pondered why the despicable Lu Shoren had yet to return from the hospital. This wretched scoundrel had evidently pilfered the grain from our warehouse, fearing our discovery, thus choosing to hide away. When one finds themselves in a state of hunger, their temperament is prone to volatility, and in such extreme hunger, it escalates further. Upon hearing Lu Yuanliang's words, Lu Eru, with trembling arms propped against a nearby sack, stood up unsteadily. Straightening his back, he pointed at the villagers from the second household, declaring with fervor, "Villagers from the second household, there are those who wish to see us perish. We shall not hold back any longer. Let us march to Lu Shoren's home. I am determined to uncover where this scoundrel has concealed our grain." At this moment, Lu Yuanliang also shouted to the villagers of the third household, "Villagers from the third household, I am willing to risk my life to ensure everyone has a few hearty meals. It is evident that there are those in this world with utterly wicked hearts. Let us move forward and drag this villain out. He must return our grain. It is often said that impoverished lands breed cunning folk. However, this does not imply that the inhabitants are inherently devious. The crux of the matter lies in their lack of legal awareness. To them, anyone who seizes their food is deserving of retribution, and they believe it their duty to eliminate those who steal their sustenance, regardless of legality. As Lu Yuandong observed nearly 100 individuals from the second and third households marching fervently towards Lu Yuanshan's home, his heart raced with apprehension. Fortunately, no one was at Lu Yuanshan's residence at that moment. Even if they were to arrive, they would merely be carrying away the belongings from his house. When the leaders from the commune arrived, they could retrieve whatever was taken from the second and third households. He trailed behind the crowd at a distance. Upon reaching the vicinity of Lu Yuanshan's front door, Lu Yuandong halted to observe. Lu Yuanliang and Lu Eru, accompanied by the villagers, rushed into Lu Yuanshan's home. Discovering the empty rooms, Lu Yuanliang bellowed, "Look here." Their guilty conscience betrays them. Everyone, search thoroughly. With such a quantity of grain, it must be hidden within these rooms. Under Lu Yuanliang's leadership, the villagers began frantically searching the premises for food. However, as it turned out, Lu Yuanshan had already hidden away the scant provisions that remained, and they could not find anything. After a thorough search yielded no food, the foolish Lu Era ventured into the courtyard, shouting, "Lu Yuanshan, you wretched scoundrel, come out. You distributed the village's emergency grain prematurely, which is why you stopped me from sharing it. You better come out now and clarify this matter, or I shall set your dilapidated house ablaze." At this juncture, Lu Yuanliang approached Lu Eru, equally raising his voice, "Lu Yuanshan, do not think you are safe by hiding away. The emergency grain belongs to all the people of Panshan village, not just your family. Come out at once. Do you hear me?" The crowd was seething with righteous indignation. Lu Eru and Lu Yuanliang had been shouting in the courtyard for quite some time, without anyone emerging. Eventually, Lu Eru actually fetched a torch, lit it, and approached the house. "So, you cowardly wretch, hiding away, are you? Very well. Today I shall set your dilapidated abode ablaze. After all, I have no hope of survival now. Before I succumb to starvation, I shall take a few of you down with me." Just as Lu Eru stepped into the house, intent on igniting it, Lu Yuandong, sensing the impending disaster, rushed over and shouted, "Stop." Chapter 66, Halt. Upon hearing Lu Yuandong's urgent call, the villagers turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. Lu Yuanyang and Lu Eru, their eyes glinting with malice, fixated on the approaching Lu Yuandong. Lu Yuandong was not one to meddle unnecessarily. After all, his relationship with Lu Yuanshan was amicable. However, witnessing Lu Eru and Lu Yuanyang's intent to set fire to Lu Yuanshan's home stirred a sense of moral obligation within him. He could not simply stand by, for even if Dashin remained silent, his conscience would weigh heavily. Crucially, the instigators of this heinous act were not the Dashin family, but rather the leaders of the commune. To allow the Dashin family to bear the brunt of such blame, to reduce their generations of toil to ashes, would be an act of cruelty beyond measure. Reaching Lu Eru, Lu Yuandong swiftly seized the torch from his grasp and fixed his gaze firmly into Lu Eru's eyes, asserting with conviction, "Lu Eru, have you lost your senses? Do you grasp the gravity of this situation? You come here with your cohorts to incinerate another's home. Mark my words, should you ignite that fire, not only will you seal your own fate, but your family may also suffer dire consequences." Before Lu Eru could respond, Lu Yuanyang lunged forward, seizing Lu Yuandong by the collar and coldly retorting, "Lu Yuandong, who do you think you are? You have withdrawn from the Lu family ancestral hall. Why should you concern yourself with our family's matters?" Lu Yuandong, undeterred by Lu Yuanyang's provocations, refused to indulge him, though they were brothers by blood. Their fraternal bond had been severed since the incident at the ancestral hall. Without hesitation, Lu Yuandong lifted his foot and kicked Lu Yuanyang to the ground. Lu Yuanyang quickly scrambled to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yuandong and shouting, "You scoundrel! How dare you act this way? Do you believe I cannot summon the villagers from the third household to deal with you?" Unfazed, Lu Yuandong felt the effects of his earlier generosity. Most of the villagers from the third household had benefited from his kindness, and they were aware of his promise to assist anyone in need, provided they did not oppose him. Thus, despite Lu Yuanyang's bluster, no one was inclined to join him against Lu Yuandong. Surveying the crowd, Lu Yuandong smirked and declared, "Lu Yuanyang, if you possess any ability, Then today let us see if the villagers from the third household dare to lay a hand on me. It is not my intention to belittle you. The villagers, though perhaps not the wisest, are not foolish enough to act against their own interests. With that, Lu Yuandong addressed the villagers earnestly. Dear friends, listen closely. The matter of the grain in the warehouse has nothing to do with the Dashan family. Dashan has gone to the commune to speak with the leaders, and when they arrive, he will clarify the situation regarding the grain to all of you. As you all create such a ruckus, have you considered the consequences when the commune leaders arrive? This is no longer the old society where the ancestral hall dictated everything. Now, the people and the state hold sway. With a mere command from the commune leaders, you might find yourselves dragged away for public denunciation. Lu Yuanliang swiftly sprang to his feet, his fists clenched. Although his face was emblazoned with defiance, he lacked the courage to confront Lu Yuandong in a physical altercation. He understood that, given his own fighting prowess, he would surely be no match for Lu Yuandong in a fair fight. Thus, after taking a couple of steps forward, he paused, fists clenched, declaring, Lu Yuandong, you scoundrel, do not think for a moment that we are unaware. You and Lu Yuanshan are colluding. The grain from our village's granary has undoubtedly been pilfered by you. At that moment, Lu Eru also regained his composure, fists clenched, his brows furrowed as he proclaimed emphatically, indeed, it must be so. Every household in our village is short on grain, while your family feasts on meat at every meal. Do you dare claim there is nothing suspicious about this? Lu Yuandong replied with a cold smirk, you just acknowledged that my family enjoys meat. As for the source of this meat, do you truly remain oblivious? Although Lu Eru was robust, he was not particularly astute. Faced with Lu Yuandong's question, he opened his mouth but could not articulate a response. Indeed, everyone in the village was aware of how Lu Yuandong's family procured their meat. It was all acquired through hunting in the mountains. However, Lu Yuanliang was different. His mind was quick. Noticing Lu Eru's bewilderment, he seized the opportunity to press on. Lu Yuandong, true, your family does have meat. But do you eat your grain in front of the entire village? And do you think I am unaware of why your family has meat at every meal? There are many hunters in the village, and both the second and third households have their own hunting teams. Why is it that we cannot catch anything while you seem to have no trouble? Is it truly because we lack the ability? I think not. Lu Yuandong was taken aback and could not help but inquire. Then, pray tell, if it is not due to your incompetence, what else could it possibly be? Lu Yuanliang replied with conviction, to put it plainly, it is because you all have grain to eat, allowing you to fill your bellies and possess the strength to hunt in the mountains. Meanwhile, we have scarcely eaten for so long that we can hardly walk, let alone hunt for game. Lu Yuandong was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that Lu Yuanliang would connect the act of hunting with their meals. However, he was now aware of where the grain had gone and felt no urgency to explain himself. Observing that most villagers had calmed down, he addressed them clearly, fellow villagers. Do not be swayed by others. If you believe in me, Lu Yuandong, let us wait here. When the commune leaders arrive, the truth will surely be revealed. As the villagers from the second household witnessed their counterparts from the third household retreating towards the entrance, they too found themselves compelled to back away. Upon observing this scene, Lu Eru and Lu Yuanliang's expressions grew increasingly grim. Beneath the inky night sky, the flickering flames of torches and the beams of flashlights cast stark shadows upon their faces, suggesting that they might devour Lu Yuandong whole at any moment. Exchanging a glance, Lu Yuanliang was the first to turn away, addressing the retreating villagers with a resounding voice. What are you imbeciles still gazing at? Chapter 67. The Remarkable Comrade. This time, after much effort, we have managed to procure some food. Have you considered what your families will eat when you return home if we fail to gather anything? As soon as Lu Yuanliang uttered these words, unexpectedly, Lu Sanner stepped forward and quietly remarked to him, Yuanliang, I believe Tianming has a valid point. Even if the Dashan family were to take away a substantial amount of grain, they would have nowhere to conceal it. Moreover, if they did manage to carry away a few bags, it would suffice for their family's needs. Why would they need to take all of it? In my opinion, we should wait for the leaders from the commune to arrive before addressing this matter. At that moment, Lu Guotai finally emerged from the crowd and addressed everyone from the second and third households with deliberate clarity. Indeed, I can attest that the Dashan family has been out of grain for quite some time. If they had any food, they would certainly share a portion with us. As we are genuinely related, our family is also without food, and surely that young man from Dashan would not stand by and watch us starve. Lu Yuanliang and Lu Eru exchanged glances, their expressions fierce. Lu Eru pointed an accusing finger at Lu Guotai, declaring emphatically, "Lu Guotai, even if they were to provide you with grain, would you dare to proclaim it before all of us?" Lu Yuanliang added, "Indeed. You would likely keep such matters tightly under wraps." As Lu Eru and Lu Yuanliang persisted in their relentless pursuit of this issue, Lu Yuandong found himself unable to calm them down. Suddenly, distant beams of flashlights illuminated the area, accompanied by someone shouting, "The commune has sent people." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuandong finally felt a sense of relief. He knew that with the arrival of the commune's representatives, this situation would soon reach a resolution. Before long, Zhang Ren, the commune's secretary, arrived at the doorstep of the Lu family, accompanied by several cadres and a contingent of militia. He first glanced at the agitated villagers before swiftly making his way into the courtyard. Upon standing still, Zhang Ren turned his gaze towards Lu Yuandong, who made a favorable impression on him. This young man had previously gifted the commune a leg of an elk, providing them with several hearty meals. A kindness he had not forgotten. Lu Yuanliang and Lu Eru, who had been vociferous moments before, now felt uncertain upon seeing Zhang Ren and his entourage. With the villagers from the second and third households retreating to the outer courtyard, only the two of them remained at the forefront. If they continued to confront the commune leaders, it was clear that they would be the ones to suffer the consequences. Realizing this, Lu Yuanliang composed himself and, as calmly as possible, addressed Zhang Ren. "Leader, you have finally arrived. I wish to report an incident. The village head of Panshan is embezzling public grain for personal gain." Zhang Ren was already well aware of the situation in Panshan village. In truth, many villages within the commune were grappling with similar issues. Recently, the county leaders issued a directive urging each commune to exhaust all means to ensure that the workers have sufficient food. What methods could they possibly conceive? The only recourse was to lay their hands on the emergency grain reserves. Furthermore, having previously relied on communal kitchens, most households found themselves devoid of surplus grain. Although communal dining has ceased, collective labor persists, with grain distributed according to work points. The surplus grain is predominantly surrendered, with only a small portion retained in the warehouses of various brigades as emergency reserves. Hence, the only available grain consists of these emergency stocks. In order to heed the call, Zhang Ren, like other commune secretaries, covertly negotiated with the brigade leaders to discreetly relocate the emergency grains. Initially, the county leaders had assured that the emergency grain would be replenished promptly, yet after surrendering it, they have yet to see any allocation of grain from above. This time, the revelation from Panshan village has exposed this explosive issue, and it is likely that other villages will soon become aware of it. At that point, the situation could become dire. However, at this juncture, Zhang Ren could only articulate the reality of their predicament, as he found no alternative course of action. When Lu Yuanliang expressed his intent to report the matter, Zhang Ren straightforwardly addressed everyone present, stating, "Comrades, not only has the emergency grain from Panshan village been requisitioned to support the workers in the city, but nearly all emergency grain from our commune's brigades has also been sent to the county seat. I understand that life is difficult for everyone, but the commune is also enduring hardships. I hope you can elevate your awareness and, for the sake of surpassing the West and ensuring we are not oppressed, make some sacrifices." Zhang Ren aimed to prompt everyone to return home and seek solace within their families. Unfortunately, upon delivering this message, neither Lu Yuanliang nor Lu Eru were inclined to heed his words. Lu Eru defiantly retorted, "Leader, our village is on the verge of starvation. How can you expect us to make sacrifices? Are you truly suggesting we should starve to death?" Zhang Ren furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Lu Eru before responding calmly. "I believe that sacrificing for the nation is indeed honorable. I hope you understand that, especially in these critical times, we must unite and overcome hardships, eschewing capitalist mindsets that only concern individual gains and losses. Anyone who dares to disrupt the peace is indulging in capitalism and is counter-revolutionary." With these two heavy accusations, both Lu Eru and Lu Yuanliang were instantly subdued. From Zhang Ren's tone, it was evident that if they continued to resist and escalate the situation, it could lead to dire consequences. Observing the silence among those present, Zhang Ren glanced at Lu Yuandong and continued, "I am aware of the circumstances in Panshan village. It is absolutely unthinkable that anyone here would perish from hunger. Just a few days ago, Comrade Lu Yuandong from your village delivered a rare leg of game to the commune. This clearly illustrates that with a willingness to labor and venture into the mountains for hunting, one can procure sustenance. Unlike the autumn harvest teams and farmers in the valley, who are at the mercy of the heavens and face dire shortages during frigid weather, you have the mountains to rely upon, with an abundance of game available. And as far as I am aware, the militia's firearms at your disposal along with an inexhaustible supply of ammunition. Why is it that exceptional individuals like Comrade Lu Yuandong can secure food while you struggle to do the same? Chapter 68. Cultivating Relationships in Advance. The nation educates us that only through diligent effort can we achieve self-reliance. If you do not strive and instead wait idly at home for opportunities to fall from the sky, is that truly feasible? Zhang Ren's words effectively silenced Lu Yuanliang and Lu Eru, leaving them exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Ren continued, if anyone has something to say, step forward now. We are in an era that values democracy. Do not later claim that I, as the commune secretary, stifled your voices. Lu Yuanliang and Lu Eru felt a deep resentment boiling within them. What more could they possibly say at this juncture? A single additional word could brand them as counter-revolutionaries. Silence enveloped the crowd, while a bittersweet smile crept upon Zhang Ren's face. Although he wished to refrain from addressing his fellow villagers in such a manner, the prevailing circumstances left him no choice. If he did not find a way to stabilize the situation, it could inevitably lead to far greater turmoil, potentially resulting in numerous fatalities, not just one or two, but a multitude. All right, it is getting late, so everyone please disperse, he urged. However, I assure you that I will press the county to expedite the allocation of emergency grain. Once the grain arrives, I will ensure it is distributed among the villagers. Hope must always be offered, albeit it may be exceedingly faint. Hearing this, Lu Yuanliang and Lu Eru could only leave in dejection. Once the villagers had departed, Zhang Ren's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the steps outside. Lu Yuanshan approached with a troubled expression and, handing a cigarette to Zhang Ren, candidly inquired, Leader, what shall we do now? As you are aware, every household is facing a food shortage. Moreover, hunting is largely a matter of luck. Venturing into the mountains does not guarantee a successful catch. Zhang Ren, trembling as he lit the cigarette, took a deep inhale and turned to Lu Yuanshan, gravely stating, Indeed. This food scarcity is not confined to our Six Plateau Mountain region. It is a widespread crisis. To be frank, during a recent meeting in the county, I learned that in some northern areas, many villagers have already succumbed to starvation. Sighing, he continued, in these past 2 years, do not rely on external assistance for sustenance. It would be a considerable achievement if we managed to avoid a complete crop failure next year. To Lu Yuanshan, Zhang Ren's words might have seemed alarmist. However, Lu Yuandong understood that Zhang Ren's statements were not only accurate, but also understated. In this era, drought and various other factors have led to significant fatalities from starvation in several northern grain-producing provinces. This hunger crisis is likely to persist for nearly a decade. Though after 10 years, people may not perish from lack of food, issues of malnutrition and declining productivity will endure for a prolonged period. Of course, Lu Yuandong dared not voice such grim realities in front of the crowd, particularly not in the presence of Zhang Ren, the commune leader. One cannot rule out the possibility that on a given day, the other party may be in a foul mood and unjustly brand one as a disruptor of socialism. Lu Yuanshan sat beside Zhang Ren, lost in thought, and after casting a glance into the distance, he quietly inquired, Leader, what if someone truly starves to death? Zhang Ren sighed and responded, At this moment, we can only rely on ourselves. There are certain things I cannot disclose to you. Given the current situation, we must all persevere with fortitude. With that, Zhang Ren stood up and, as he was leaving, patted Lu Yuanshan on the shoulder, saying, Dashan, with your father absent, please keep a close watch on matters in Panshan village. If you encounter any difficulties, come to me at once. After this, Zhang Ren's gaze shifted to Lu Yuandong, and he smiled, saying, By the way, should you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to seek assistance from Comrade Lu Yuandong. He is a good comrade with a high level of ideological awareness. Lu Yuandong smiled in gratitude. Zhang Ren, enveloped in the night, made his way toward the commune. Not long after Zhang Ren had departed, Lu Yuandong approached Lu Yuanshan and quietly urged, Dashan, why are you still dawdling? What about the items I asked you to prepare? Lu Yuanshan appeared momentarily stunned, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he asked, Items? What items? Lu Yuandong, with a wry smile, reminded him. What do you mean, what items? Surely you haven't forgotten about this matter? It was only then that Lu Yuanshan regained his senses, albeit with a hint of reluctance as he replied softly, It's dawn already. What use is there in preparing anything for them? I believe it would be better to keep it for ourselves. Lu Yuandong understood well the significant power that the commune leaders would wield in the future. If they failed to establish good relations with them now, they would face difficult times ahead. Considering this, he candidly told Lu Yuanshan, Dashin, if you trust my judgment, follow my instructions, and act quickly. Ultimately, Lu Yuanshan chose to believe Lu Yuandong. He redirected his course and dragged out the meat he had concealed for the commune leaders using a sled. As he hurried toward Zhang Ren's direction, he called out softly, Leader, please wait a moment. Zhang Ren halted and turned to see Lu Yuanshan approaching with a considerable amount of meat in tow. He could hardly believe his eyes and incredulously asked, How? Is there so much meat? Lu Yuanshan, no fool, knew how to respond to his leader's inquiry. Glancing at the meat on the sled, he smiled and said, Leader, our hunting team is required to pay taxes to the commune periodically, correct? This meat is precisely what we acquired during the day under the guidance of Comrade Lu Yuandong. We distributed some to the villagers, and the remainder is all for you. You can decide how to allocate it among the leaders of the commune. Zhang Ren's face lit up with delight. He hurriedly smiled at Lu Yuanshan and said, Dajan, I must say that both you and your son possess a commendable level of ideological awareness. And this young comrade Lu Yuandong, you truly are the backbone of our nation. With your presence, I firmly believe that achieving common prosperity is not a daunting task. As Zhang Ren spoke, he promptly arranged for someone to bring the people over. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Ren, along with those he brought, left, carrying the meat that Lu Yuanshan had provided. Lu Yuanshan, feeling a pang of concern as he watched Zhang Ren turn and depart, eventually returned to the courtyard, where he joined Lu Yuandong in the room to add some firewood to the stove. Chapter 69, Preparing to Hunt the Bear. The two sat beside the hearth, basking in the warmth. Soon, Lu Yuanshan recalled something and turned to go behind the house, retrieving a portion of the meat allocated to his family, which he then placed on the stove to cook. Although the room was not overly warm, it was quite cozy. While puffing on a cigarette, Lu Yuanshan wore a troubled expression and remained silent for a long while before finally speaking to Lu Yuandong. Don, what are we to do now? I truly do not know how long we must endure these days without food. Lu Yuandong stirred the corn kernels on the stove with a stick to prevent them from burning, and in a low voice, he replied, Dashin, some situations are not as simple as you think. To speak frankly, our fellow villagers will need to rely on themselves to have enough to eat. This is why I mentioned cultivating the wasteland with you some time ago. Lu Yuanshan sighed in resignation, shaking his head. Upon reflection, I realized this approach is also unfeasible. Originally, I had intended to help you till some land, but now, with collective labor, if we were to cultivate land, we might be reported, and that would truly lead us down a capitalist path. Being criticized is one thing, but losing face is trivial compared to the possibility of severe consequences. Initially, Lu Yuandong had viewed the matter with some simplicity, but after considerable contemplation, he recognized that the current circumstances did not permit him to cultivate land, especially near the village. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuandong suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He looked at Lu Yuanshan earnestly and said, Dashin, what do you think of this idea? Afterward, we can privately discuss the matter with Zhang Ren. Our village primarily relies on hunting, while farming is merely supplementary. We can propose to submit our catches on time as required, but they must also allow us to cultivate private plots. Moreover, under the pretext of hunting in the mountains, we could discreetly seek out a few trustworthy households to venture deep behind Laoi Peak and discover a substantial area suitable for planting crops, which we could then cultivate. However, Lu Yuanshan suddenly chuckled at Lu Yuandong and remarked, Don, how is it that sometimes you are quite clever, and at other times, you seem rather confused? Have you not considered that if the land behind Laoi Peak were cultivable, our fellow villagers would have rushed to farm it long ago? How could it remain barren? Upon witnessing the expression on Lu Yuanshan's face, Lu Yuandong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, not to mention that the land behind Laoi Peak was unsuitable for cultivation. The lands surrounding their village could barely sustain the secret planting of potatoes and corn for a year, without waiting for the autumn harvest. They would be ravaged by wild boars and other creatures from the mountains. If crops were sown in the mountains, one might fear that before the seedlings could sprout, animals would have already dug up the seeds to consume. Realizing this, Lu Yuandong used a stick to dislodge the fragrant corn kernels from the stove, placing them in his palm to cool before offering some to Lu Yuanshan with a smile. In light of this, it seems our only option at present is to focus on the cultivated fields at the foot of the mountain. After all, come spring, we must plant crops. If this continues, it won't be long before the supply cooperative runs out of grain. Lu Yuanshan consumed a few kernels of corn and, noticing the water in the pot had reached a vigorous boil, he chuckled resignedly, saying, "Let us first indulge in the meat. The matters of farming can be addressed later." Days turned into weeks, and the protracted winter was nearing its conclusion. As the ice and snow began to thaw, the famine plaguing the village showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified. Within a mere month, 4 or 5 elderly villagers had succumbed to starvation. Fortunately, due to Lu Yuandong's presence, the situation at the main house was somewhat better, as no one had yet perished from hunger. However, the second and third households faced dire straits. Their hunting skills had always been subpar, and following the failure of their last scheme to divide the grain, tensions between the hunting team of the third household and Lu Yuanliang escalated. One day, upon learning that Uncle Wang's wife had ultimately perished from hunger at home, Lu Yuandong felt a pang of sorrow. Indeed, they were all members of the same village. Although he bore a grudge against the Lu Yuanliang family, he held no deep-seated animosity toward others. If he remained indifferent while watching his neighbors starve to death, even if he and his wife and children were well-fed and free from worry, his heart would not find solace. The day after the villagers buried Uncle Wang's wife, Lu Yuandong sought out Lu Yuanshan. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Lu Yuandong revealed the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, Dashi nearly dropped his eyes in disbelief, staring at Lu Yuandong in astonishment, and asked, "Tianming, do you truly intend to take our household to hunt those bears?" Lu Yuandong nodded, his face etched with seriousness, and candidly proclaimed, "You are aware that recently, villagers have been dying from starvation at alarming intervals. If this situation continues, by the time autumn harvest arrives, there may be scarcely anyone left in our village. The elusive bear is a rare opportunity. Now that spring has arrived, the bears have begun to stir in the mountains. If we can capture a few, we could exchange them on the black market for food, or, if that fails, one bear would suffice to feed our village for several days." Lu Yuanshan responded, "From your words, are you suggesting you will aid the villagers from the second and third households?" Lu Yuandong smiled slightly and replied, "There are some whom I must assist, while others, even if they starve, I will not extend my help." Lu Yuanshan furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, directly told Lu Yuandong, "Tianming, you make a valid point. However, hunting those bears is no trifling matter. We must be adequately prepared." Lu Yuandong retorted, "There is nothing to prepare for, haha. I know of a location with a snow den where 3 bears are hidden. In his previous life, he had nearly perished at the hands of these very bears. In this life, since he had the opportunity for vengeance, and after dispatching these bears, he could also treat his wife and children to a rare delicacy. What could be more delightful?" Lu Yuanshan quickly inquired, "Pray tell, where are these bears located?" Lu Yuandong spoke earnestly. "After crossing the back mountain and climbing over the rocky outcrop, follow the stone gorge deeper in. There lies a snow pit, and behind it is a cave. The 3 bears are concealed within that cave." Upon hearing Lu Yuandong's precise account of the bear's location, Lu Yuanshan appeared somewhat incredulous and inquired, "Tianming, are you jesting? How do you know this so thoroughly? Furthermore, when we last delineated the hunting zones, the back mountain was assigned to the third household. If our first household ventures there, and they happen to fire upon us, we might very well meet our demise." Chapter 70, Ready to Depart. Upon witnessing the deep concern etched on Lu Yuanshan's face, Lu Yuandong merely smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, I have meticulously planned our route. We shall set out from here and proceed directly to Old Master Cave. Once we reach the vicinity of Old Master Cave, we will continue forward along its northern path. After descending the slope, we will arrive at Shizhua Gully. From there, we need only to advance along Shizhua Gully. I am aware of the hunting team from the third household. Even if they were to run far, they could never reach Shizhua Gully, as that place is simply too distant. Not only would they lack the stamina to make the trek, but I suspect they would also lack the courage to attempt it." Indeed, events unfolded just as Lu Yuandong had predicted. Although the third household had engaged in hunting numerous times, they invariably confined their efforts to the peaks of the back mountains, seldom venturing even to the rear slopes. Seeing that Lu Yuandong had already charted the course, Lu Yuanshan refrained from further objections, letting out a sigh before solemnly stating, "Very well, if that is the case. Let us prepare today so that we may set off tomorrow." In an effort to ensure everything was in order, Lu Yuandong earnestly advised Lu Yuanshan, Big Mountain, "You must remember this. First, do not reveal our plans to anyone, under any circumstances. Second, when selecting members for the hunting team, ensure you choose a few strong young individuals. We shall be digging the king of Hell's pit, which is a labor-intensive task. Avoid taking anyone older. The journey is too long, and given the frigid conditions upon our arrival, I fear they might not endure." Lu Yuanshan nodded, pondering for a few moments before inquiring, "What about Uncle Guotai? His experience is invaluable. Should we not take him along?" Lu Yuandong shook his head and replied, "Let us not. Uncle Guotai is, after all, quite advanced in years, and we cannot be certain we will even encounter the bear. It would be quite the ordeal for him to traverse such a long distance." Before Lu Yuandong could finish his thought, a hearty laugh echoed from outside. Lu Guotai entered, having overheard the discussion about hunting bears. He glanced at the scheming Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan, picked up a cigarette from the nearby table, lit it, and sat down with a grin directed at Lu Yuandong. "Morning. What is this? Do you think I'm too old for your plans?" He chuckled. "Such a significant undertaking as hunting bears. Do you truly believe you can succeed without my presence?" It turned out that Lu Guotai had noticed Lu Yuandong's visit to Lu Yuanshan earlier, but he had been occupied with his meal at the time. After finishing, he eagerly made his way to Lu Yuanshan's home, well aware that Lu Yuandong's purpose for seeking Lu Yuanshan was nothing less than another hunting expedition. Previous hunting trips into the mountains under Lu Yuandong's guidance had yielded abundant rewards. With spring approaching, it was imperative to seize the opportunity to venture into the mountains before the snow melted. Once the ice and snow had thawed, replicating their previous success in hunting would prove far more challenging. To his surprise, as soon as he arrived at the doorstep, he heard Lu Yuandong dismissing anything related to aging. Lu Guotai was inherently resistant to the notion of growing old. Moreover, at just under 60, he hardly considered himself part of the elderly demographic. These hunters, despite their advancing years and the resulting physical limitations, possessed a wealth of experience. Observing the expression on Lu Guotai's face, Lu Yuandong smiled and remarked, "Second uncle, it's not that I don't want to take you along, but as you know, the location for hunting the bears is quite distant. It will take us 2 days just to walk there. Once we arrive, we will need to dig traps, and overall, we will likely be gone for about 10 days. Lu Guotai chuckled, "What of 10 days? In my youth, I once got lost in the mountains while hunting for half a month without succumbing to hunger. Now, if it's merely 10 days, and with all of you accompanying me, how could it possibly exhaust me? Let me be clear, young men, regardless of your arguments, I am determined to join you in the mountains. Frankly speaking, if I were to perish from exhaustion out there, I would consider it a noble end." A chill ran through Lu Yuandong at these words, prompting him to quickly interject. "Second uncle, please, we haven't even set off yet. Let's refrain from such ominous talk." Lu Yuanshan promptly spat a few times towards the door and urged Lu Guotai, "Second uncle, you should do the same." Lu Guotai laughed, "You two young lads, enough with the spitting. Tianming, I will ask you once more, are you truly set on taking me with you?" Given the weight of Lu Guotai's words, Lu Yuandong found no further reason to decline. He nodded and said, "Very well, if that is the case, you may accompany us. Now, we are 3. Who else shall we bring along?" Lu Guotai began to ponder seriously, saying, 3, let me think. We should also include Lu Shuhua and Lu Qing, along with Lu Erden. That would make a total of 6 of us, which should suffice." Lu Yuandong nodded with a smile. "Excellent, let us take those 3. So, we shall be 6 in total. As for supplies, I'll mention them now. You two should take note and prepare them for our departure tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Guotai interrupted with a serious demeanor, "Tianming, are you absolutely certain we are to dig the Yanwang pit?" Lu Yuandong, with an air of certainty, replied, "To tackle such formidable prey, what other choice do we have but to dig the Yanwang pit? After all, many from our Panshan village have lost their lives while hunting bears." Curiously, Lu Guotai scratched the back of his head and inquired, "But as far as I know, only Lu Laojian in Panshan village has the expertise to dig the Yanwang pit. I recall you and Lu Laojian don't share much camaraderie. When did he ever impart such a skill to you?" Lu Yuandong candidly stated, "Uncle, I did not learn this from Lu Laojian. As for where I acquired this knowledge, I shall refrain from disclosing that. Nevertheless, when the time comes, I will lead you to uncover the king of hell's cellar, and we shall capture those 3 bear-like fools. Observing the confidence radiating from Lu Yuandong's expression, Lu Guotai chuckled and replied, "Well then, since you speak with such assurance, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Please, tell me what materials we shall require, and I will make arrangements with Dashan promptly." Lu Yuandong nodded, and then, before the 2 men, began to earnestly articulate his thoughts. Chapter 71. A shared affection. Once Lu Yuandong had finished mentioning the items he required, Lu Yuanshan found himself momentarily at a loss, awkwardly stating, "Haha, wait a moment. Let me find a pencil." Hearing this, Lu Yuandong nearly burst into laughter again, candidly remarking, "I say, Dashan, there aren't that many items. Do you truly need to search for a pencil?" Dashan chuckled as he stepped outside, adding, "You know my memory. I simply cannot retain things." After Dashan hurried out, Lu Yuandong turned to Lu Guotai. However, before he could utter another word, Lu Guotai decisively interjected, "Don't look at me, nor inquire. I am definitely going." Faced with this situation, Lu Yuandong had no choice but to remain silent once more. Before long, Lu Yuanshan returned with paper and a pen. Reluctantly, Lu Yuandong reiterated the necessary items. Once he had finished, Lu Yuanshan examined the list, reading it attentively before smiling and saying, "Well, there aren't many items. We should surely be able to gather them by tomorrow." He then inquired, "By the way, what time shall we set off tomorrow?" Lu Yuandong replied earnestly, "We shall depart at dawn. We must prepare all the food we will need for the coming days. If our luck is poor while hunting in the mountains, we might very well starve after traveling such a distance." Lu Yuanshan laughed reassuringly, "Haha, worry not. That is a certainty. I shall go find Lu Qing and inform them about this matter." At this moment, Lu Yuandong stood up, stretched lazily, and smiled as he walked towards the door, saying, "You needn't wait to find them. Just go directly. It's getting late, and I must return home to prepare." After leaving Lu Yuanshan's home, Lu Yuandong hurried back. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found Su Baiting feeding 2 young piglets with a basket of corn husks. These little creatures had grown quite large in a short time and now required a substantial amount of food daily. Fortunately, Su Baiting had recently regained her strength. In this era, farmers were all skilled laborers, and she was no exception. However, when Lu Yuandong was home, he seldom allowed Su Baiting to engage in strenuous tasks, as he cherished her well-being. When he was away, though, they naturally supported each other in their daily lives. "Let me handle it," Lu Yuandong said as he took the basket from Su Baiting's hands. She smiled and asked, "Did you speak with Dashan? What did he say? Did he agree?" While pouring the feed for the piglets, Lu Yuandong smiled with a hint of resignation. "As you know, times are tough for every household. Recently, many from the 3rd and 2nd families have faced starvation. If we can manage to catch those 3 bear cubs, it will certainly help alleviate the suffering of at least a few." At this moment, Su Baiting suddenly approached Lu Yuandong, grasping his hand with profound affection in her gaze as she looked intently at the capable man before her. In a hushed tone, she implored, "Tianming, there is something I need to share, but please don't be upset." Curiosity piqued, Lu Yuandong inquired, "What is it? Speak freely." Su Baiting, moistening her parched lips, quietly confided, "This morning, our mother came to the house asking for meat." Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Lu Yuandong's face, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, "You didn't give them any meat, did you?" Su Baiting, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes as she replied, "She even knelt before me. How could I refuse her? Besides, we have 2 deer legs hanging from the beam and plenty of jerky. I thought, with spring arriving, if we don't consume it soon, it might spoil." Lu Yuandong retorted sharply, "You have such a good heart. Let me tell you, that entire family are ingrates. Though I am their biological son, when have they ever treated you and me as their children? Now that they're out of meat, they come seeking help. Did they ever consider the consequences of their actions back then?" Su Baiting remained silent, tears of grievance streaming down her cheeks. Seeing her cry, Lu Yuandong recognized that his words had been too harsh. He gently embraced her and whispered, "It's all right. I'm not blaming you. I know you have a good heart. Not just her, but if anyone from our village comes seeking your assistance, you wouldn't turn a blind eye. However, remember this. In the future, even if the old clan leader's family comes asking for food, we may provide, but for Lu Yuanyang's family, they shall receive not a morsel. Su Baiting delicately extricated herself from Lu Yuandong's embrace and murmured, Tianming, when will the cycle of grievances end? In my view, if we can lend them a hand, we should, despite their past wrongs. After all, they are your biological parents. If they were to starve, we could never show our faces in the village again. You know how it is. Though spittle may not drown a person, it can still choke them. To alleviate Su Baiting's emotional burden, Lu Yuandong endeavored to maintain a smile, assuring her, rest assured, I will manage this matter with discretion. Moreover, they are not yet at the brink of starvation, are they? I heard that a couple of days ago, that scoundrel Lu Yuanyang, along with the third household, was fortunate enough to hunt some game in the mountains. Each family should receive a few dozen pounds of meat. While it may not last them long, at least it ensures that no one will starve, right? Hearing this, Su Baiting found it difficult to argue further. She turned to enter the room and softly remarked to Lu Yuandong, Tianming, I will go prepare provisions for your journey into the mountains. By the way, we have some flour left at home. I'll make you a few flatbreads to take along. Lu Yuandong hurriedly intervened, smiling at Su Baiting. Please, do not put me in a difficult position. Aren't there steamed corn buns? Just whip up a few, and perhaps you could prepare some white flour pancakes for me. When it comes time to eat, how should I explain it to Dashin and the others? If I share with so many people, it simply wouldn't suffice. Yet if I don't, while we all venture into the mountains to hunt, they gnaw on their corn buns while I indulge in my pancakes. What a disgraceful sight that would be. Su Baiting, feeling a pang of sympathy for her man, replied with tear-filled eyes, but you won't find anything good in the mountains either. Enduring hunger and cold each day, it truly breaks my heart. Chapter 72. The kneeling of Guanquan. Lu Yuandong gently kissed Su Baiting on the cheek, smiling as he assured her, do not worry, the mountains are abundant with delightful delicacies, such as wild chickens and rabbits. If fortune smiles upon us, we might even catch a couple of foolish roe deer, which could provide us with several hearty meals. Su Baiting, however, was not a naive girl. She understood that Lu Yuandong was merely teasing her. If the mountains truly held such treasures, the villagers would have all flocked there to live, rather than enduring hardship outside. As they were conversing, the little girl, Nini, began to cry from the Kong. Lu Yuandong hurriedly picked her up and made his way outside to the yard to see Handahan. Although this little one was quite small, she had a fondness for animals, and upon seeing Handahan and the old hen running around the yard, she would burst into joyous laughter. Meanwhile, Su Baiting busied herself in the room, preparing provisions for Lu Yuandong's mountain venture. Unexpectedly, a distinctive braying laugh resonated from outside, belonging to Lu Guanquan. Gangkong. Gangkong. Tianming, are you home entertaining the child? Oh dear, it hasn't been long since we last met, and I can hardly believe how much she has grown. Just look at that little face. She resembles you so much. Lu Yuandong turned to Lu Guanquan and couldn't help but retort, she does not resemble me. Should she resemble you instead? Just to clarify, she is my daughter, and if she were to look like you, she would have a bald head and might never find a suitor. Lu Guanquan merely chuckled, grinning as he replied, Gangkong. Tianming, you must not speak like that. I merely stated that the child is clever. Besides, if she were to look like me, I would have to be her elder brother. Upon hearing Lu Guanquan's laughter, Lu Yuandong had already deduced the man's intentions. There was no doubt, he had come seeking food, rather than engaging in idle chatter. Lu Yuandong got straight to the point. Uncle Guanquan, my family is on the verge of running out of provisions. Have you come to deliver some food to us? If so, I would be most grateful. Lu Guanquan immediately wiped the smile off his face and said to Lu Yuandong, Tianming, spare me, please. In our Pan Mountain village, who does not know that your family is the wealthiest? It is said that on your roof beams. At this point, Lu Guanquan even poked his head into the room, glancing up at the beams, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, this is no mere rumor. It is a fact. Just look, you have meat hanging from your roof beams. Tianming, with so much meat in your home, how can you not spare me a little? Lu Yuandong smiled and replied, spare you a little? Huh, are you perhaps my daughter Nini's elder brother? If it had been earlier, Lu Yuandong would not have dared to jest with Lu Guanquan, who might have taken off his shoes and hurled insults in Lu Yuandong's courtyard. But now, with his own family lacking food, one must bow down when sheltering under another's roof. Tianming, if you could truly share some meat with me, I wouldn't mind being your daughter Nini's elder brother. Lu Guanquan truly possesses remarkable fortitude, enduring humiliation without a hint of anger. Instead, he shamelessly gazes at Nini, nestled in Lu Yuandong's arms, wearing an ingratiating expression and reaching out to touch Nini's small hand. Nini, look, I am your elder brother. It seems Nini perceives a hint of fear in Lu Guanquan. Upon hearing his words, Nini bursts into tears. At that moment, Lu Yuandong chuckles and remarks, Uncle Guanquan. Did you see? My Nini has no desire to acknowledge you as her elder brother, so it would be wise for you to abandon that notion. Just then, Su Baiting emerges from the room and, noticing Nini in tears, hastens over to take the child from Lu Yuandong's embrace. Tianming, you and Uncle Guanquan should discuss matters in the room. Before Lu Yuandong can respond, Lu Guanquan disregards everything and boldly enters the room. Fearing that the old man might surreptitiously pocket food from his home, Lu Yuandong quickly follows him inside. Upon entering, Lu Yuandong is momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. To his astonishment, Lu Guanquan has collapsed to his knees, weeping profusely. Tianming, my father, that old scoundrel, is truly despicable. When he conspired with your father to harm you, I tried to dissuade him, but he insisted it was for the sake of our village's feng shui. Now it appears that was entirely unfounded. Although you were expelled from the ancestral hall, our village's feng shui remains unchanged. Tianming, your uncle Guanquan kneels before you today, pleading for sustenance. I have scarcely eaten in 2 days. Please, show some compassion and share a morsel of food with my family. Rest assured, should you grant me this kindness, I shall remember it for the rest of my life. Lu Yuandong finds himself at a loss for words. Lu Guanquan's father, Lu Shuwu, is the venerable patriarch of their clan, a figure of great authority in the village. In Lu Yuandong's memory, both Lu Shuwu and Lu Guanquan have always been prominent figures in their community. Yet now, such a notable personage is kneeling before him, pleading for a mere morsel of food. Although he harbored no fondness for Lu Guanquan, he momentarily sets aside his grievances, reaching out to grasp Lu Guanquan's wrist. Please, rise. Lu Guanquan hesitates to stand, remaining on his knees, tears streaming down his face as he gazes imploringly at Lu Yuandong. Tianming, I understand this may cause you to look down upon me, but I find myself utterly powerless. Your uncle Guanquan values his dignity. I had initially intended to kneel in the courtyard, but I feared it would draw too many eyes and negatively impact both you and me. Thus, I kneel here in this room, begging for just a bit of food. I could endure it myself, but you know my family has children too. This morning, my child was so hungry that he was down on his knees in the yard, gnawing on dirt. As he utters these final words, Lu Guanquan is overcome with tears. Lu Yuandong crouched before Lu Guanquan and inquired, didn't he, the third household, just catch some game a couple of days ago? Each family should have received at least 12 pounds, right? How could it be consumed so swiftly? If it weren't for this matter, Lu Guanquan might have felt somewhat at ease. However, upon hearing Lu Yuandong mention it, Lu Guanquan gritted his teeth and exclaimed, damn it. Don't even get me started on that hunting team. When they returned with the game and divided it, we, the villagers who did not partake in the hunt, were left with nothing but entrails, hooves, and heads, essentially, mere scraps of meat. Chapter 73. Melting away past grievances? They all received a share of fine meat, and they even hoarded some of the game, much like my family, who ended up with some intestines and 4 hooves. One might wonder just how much meat could possibly be found on such scraps. Lu Yuandong furrowed his brow and continued to inquire, isn't your father the clan leader? Can he demand a fair distribution from Lu Yuanyang? At that moment, Lu Guanquan, with a darkened expression, retorted, clan leader? Humph, what use is a clan leader? Once they secure the game, they divide it amongst themselves in the mountains, rather than waiting to distribute it upon descending. The human heart has grown cold, alas. In years past, everything was decided by the ancestral hall, but now, it is the capable who dictate terms. Who still cares for the ancestors? Who still regards the ancestral hall? As he spoke, Lu Guanquan noticed a subtle shift in Lu Yuandong's expression. Realizing he had misspoken, Lu Guanquan quickly amended, Tianming, please do not take offense. I harbor no blame towards you. I understand your withdrawal from the ancestral hall was beyond your control. Lu Yuandong sighed, then exerted a firm pull to lift Lu Guanquan off the ground. He turned and retrieved a hefty chunk of deer meat, marinated in deer fat, from a nearby vat, approximately 7 or 8 pounds. After handing the meat to Lu Guanquan, he fetched a black porcelain bowl and filled it with deer fat. Presenting both the bowl and the meat to Lu Guanquan, Lu Yuandong earnestly advised, Uncle Guanquan, take these back with you. When you dine, you can add a bit of deer fat to your meals. It will at least lend some flavor to your food. Lu Guanquan was momentarily taken aback, holding the greasy deer meat and gazing at the bowl of deer fat that Lu Yuandong had offered him. He suddenly understood who in Panshan village was genuinely kind and who was not. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he knelt before Lu Yuandong once more. If his earlier kneeling had been tinged with an element of threat, this time it was a heartfelt gesture of thanks for Lu Yuandong's life-saving act. Lu Yuandong waved his hand, saying, "All right, there's no need for you to kneel again. Quickly take your things and head back. Your wife and children are waiting for you." Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Lu Guangquan rose and solemnly declared to Lu Yuandong, "Tianming, I won't say much more. From this day forth, if I find out my father continues to oppose you, I will sever all ties with him." Lu Yuandong chuckled softly, replying, all right, no need for such fervor. Just be on your way." Truth be told, Lu Yuandong felt a mix of emotions regarding Lu Guangquan. However, as he watched Lu Guangquan's departing figure, his heart was filled with conflicting sentiments. In his previous life, he had joined the military during this era. Despite the hardships, at least he had the assurance of a full meal. In this life, having altered the course of his destiny, he had come to truly understand the struggles and difficulties faced by the common folk of this era. Just consider it. Lu Guangquan is the son of the former clan leader, yet he has been driven to such straits. How much more arduous must life be for an ordinary citizen? What troubles Lu Yuandong the most is that, despite his desire for change, he finds himself lacking in strength and influence to effect any transformation. At times, he secretly feels fortunate to have been reborn in the hunting area rather than the farming region down the mountain. Had he been reborn in a village focused on agriculture and near the county seat, he would likely have been compelled to engage in a plethora of chaotic activities. However, his current surroundings are somewhat advantageous. The isolation shields them from external slogans and movements that may otherwise infiltrate their lives. Even if such ideas were to penetrate, the villagers' awareness remains rather subdued. Most of the youth are consumed by the pursuit of hunting, naturally disinclined to partake in any so-called movements. This, after all, may be regarded as a unique blessing bestowed upon Panshan village by fate. Seeing Lu Yuandong lost in thought, Subating approached him and softly inquired, "Tianming, what are you gazing at?" Lu Yuandong, moved by his own reflections, sighed and replied, I wish to see when the skies will clear." Subating, unaware of the true depth of Lu Yuandong's sentiments, mistook his words for a sign of fever. She reached out to touch his forehead and gently exclaimed, "You must be feverish. What nonsense are you talking about? Look at this brilliant sun. What more do you desire in terms of clear weather?" At that moment, Lu Yuandong realized he had misspoken, and with a wave of his hand, he chuckled, "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly." Subating shot him an exasperated look, responding, "Please don't scare me like that. I thought you were ill with a fever." Meanwhile, after leaving Lu Yuandong's home, Lu Guangquan paid no heed to the possibility of the meat staining his clothes. As he stepped outside, he hastily tucked the meat into his embrace while covering the deer fat in the black ceramic bowl with his hand. He swiftly returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, he found Lu Shuo, leaning on a cane and seated in a grand chair in front of the main house, who sternly questioned, "What were you doing?" Lu Guangquan furrowed his brow. He had previously held his father, the clan leader, in high regard. However, in light of recent events, he suddenly perceived his father's leadership as rather feeble. In response to his father's inquiry, he retorted with irritation, "What else could I be doing? It has been days since we've had any food, and you seem utterly unconcerned." Lu Shuo frowned, maintaining his stern demeanor. "Me? What do you expect me to oversee? Do you wish for this old body to carry a gun up the mountain to hunt?" As Lu Guangquan approached, he cast a cold glance at his father. Noticing the unusual expression on his son's face and the hidden item in his embrace, Lu Shuo's instincts kicked in. He slammed his cane onto the ground, producing a deep thud. "Stop right there." The old clan leader still possessed the authority befitting his status. Although Lu Guangquan felt a surge of anger toward his father, he had no choice but to endure it for the moment. Complying, he halted and asked, "What is it?" Lu Shuo cast a sidelong glance at Lu Guangquan, inquiring, "Pray tell, what is it that you hold in your embrace?" Realizing that the matter could no longer be concealed, Lu Guangquan replied candidly, "What else could it be?" "Meat." Upon hearing the word meat, Lu Shuo nearly drooled, yet he managed to restrain himself. With a stern expression, he fixed his gaze upon Lu Guangquan and asserted, "What did you say? Meat? From whence did you procure such a delicacy?" I must remind you that although our household currently faces a scarcity of provisions, it is imperative that you refrain from actions that contravene the ancestral rights and principles. Chapter 74, father and son's rift? Upon hearing those words, Lu Guanquan completely erupted. With a darkened countenance, he declared emphatically, "Father, pray tell, what actions of mine contravene our ancestral rights?" At that moment, Lu Shiwu was taken aback. After all these years, he had never anticipated that his son would address him in such a manner. Until now, Lu Guanquan had always been obedient to him. Staring incredulously at his son, he was momentarily speechless before finally uttering the words, "Lu Guanquan, have you taken leave of your senses? You return with but a morsel of meat, and you dare to confront me with such disdain? Do you wish to defy the heavens? Off you go, kneel at the front door." Lu Guanquan retorted, "Father, my dear father, by what right do you command me to kneel at the door? Ah, you inquire what I carry, do you? Allow me to reveal it to you." With that, Lu Guanquan produced a large piece of venison from his cloak and set a bowl of deer fat before Lu Shiwu. "Do you see this? This is venison, and this bowl contains deer fat. Moreover, do you know whence these delicacies originate? Let me enlighten you. They were gifted to us by that lad Tianming. You constantly speak of ancestral rights, and if they hold such significance, why not seek sustenance from our ancestors at the ancestral hall? Spare me your demands, and do not partake of the venison I procured from Tianming today." At this juncture, Lu Guanquan's mother, a frail old woman with bound feet, hobbled out of the room in tears. "Guanquan, what are you doing? You cannot treat your father this way." Lu Guanquan, blinded by rage, turned sharply to his mother and retorted, "If you are so protective of him, let him provide for you." With that, he clutched the venison and the bowl of deer fat and retreated to the humble abode where he and his wife and children had resided for many years. In the courtyard, Lu Shiwu felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He attempted to rise, but as he stood, his vision faded, and he collapsed to the ground. Alarmed, Lu Guanquan hurried to his side, lifting him onto the bed. After a sip of warm water, Lu Shiwu gradually regained his senses. With tears welling in his eyes, he gazed at Lu Guanquan and, after a prolonged silence, quietly inquired, "Guanquan, is this venison truly from Tianming?" Lu Guanquan nodded and promptly instructed his wife beside him, "Go, fetch some venison for our father and prepare a porridge with cornmeal." As Lu Guanquan's wife wiped her tears and prepared to leave, Lu Shiwu sighed heavily and spoke with apparent sincerity, "Be sure to take enough. Every member of our family must partake. And for Haiyan, ensure she receives her share as well. Over the years, I have wronged you." In an instant, Lu Guanquan's wife was overcome with tears, as the burdens of many years dissipated in that moment. After sipping some warm water, Lu Shiwu continued, "Guanquan, I am ashamed to engage with that boy Tianming any longer. Our family must rely on you. Tianming possesses spirit and is destined for greatness." Lu Guanquan nodded vigorously, earnestly advising, "Father, it would be best if you spoke less. Please lie down and rest for a while. Once the porridge is ready, I will call you to join me for a meal." When will the cycle of vengeance ever cease? Lu Yuandong was unaware that a mere piece of meat would aid him in averting a monumental crisis that lay ahead. Time swiftly passed until the following dawn. After emerging from Su Baiting's warm embrace, Lu Yuandong found that she had already risen early to prepare breakfast for him. For poached eggs accompanied by a deer oil pancake were devoured hastily. He then hoisted the luggage he had packed the previous night onto his back. With a gaze filled with affection, he embraced Su Baiting tightly and said, "My dear, I must take my leave now, but I shall return." Su Baiting nodded, her eyes brimming with tears as she cautioned, "Please be careful in the mountains. Do not act recklessly, all right?" Lu Yuandong smiled reassuringly, replying, "Do not worry. I promise I will not be reckless." He added, "If anything arises at home, seek out Dashan or Guatai. Also, I spoke with Uncle Wang yesterday afternoon. His home is relatively close, so you can go to him if any emergencies occur." Su Baiting nodded and urged, "All right, you must hurry along now. You've already repeated this to me many times last night. Rest assured, I will manage things here." As Lu Yuandong turned back repeatedly, he finally quickened his pace, heading swiftly towards the large house. He understood that this journey into the mountains would be the longest he had undertaken since his rebirth, and the uncertainty of life and death loomed ahead. Chapter 75. The concerns of youth in front of the large earthen kiln. Lu Guatai and Lu Yuanshan, accompanied by Lu Qing and others, had arrived early, eagerly awaiting Lu Yuandong's arrival. Upon spotting Lu Yuandong's figure, Lu Guatai was the first to speak, chuckling, "Here he comes. I told you that while Tianming may not be diligent in other pursuits, he is exceptionally enthusiastic about hunting." However, Lu Qing, Lu Shuhua, and Yuandong wore expressions of concern. Although there had been instances of bear hunts in their Pan Mountain village, many had also tragically lost their lives in such endeavors. Before long, Yuandong approached the group. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, he smiled and inquired, "What is the matter? You all seem rather unhappy." In response to Yuandong's question, Lu Gutai chuckled, "Ah, young ones, I hear we're off to hunt bears. Are you feeling apprehensive?" Upon hearing this, the young men began to bicker among themselves, asserting that they felt no fear regarding the upcoming expedition. Yuandong quickly raised his hands with a smile. All right. Let us save the arguments for the journey. For now, let us discuss what everyone has brought along. I want to ensure we have everything we need." As the young men chimed in, Yuandong listened attentively. Once they concluded, he turned to Yuanshan, saying, "Dashin, let us divide the beets you've gathered. Each person should carry 10 pounds. Otherwise, if you attempt to bear the weight of 50 or 60 pounds alone, you'll be exhausted before we even arrive." Yuanshan laughed, "Of course. With so much to carry, I would never wish to shoulder it all by myself." With that, he produced a half bag of beets he had found. These beets were substantial and, particularly in these times of famine, could prove to be a lifesaver for an entire family. Yuanshan had gone to great lengths the previous night, trading a portion of a deer leg from home with the village head of Wangjia village to acquire them. Upon seeing the beets, Lu Qing and Yuandong's eyes gleamed with envy. As soon as Yuanshan presented one, Lu Qing eagerly reached out, took it in his hands, and without hesitation, bit into it, dirt and all. "How sweet. Tianming, this is a treasure. With these, we'll have even more strength for hunting in the mountains." Yuandong chuckled wryly. "You rascal, not only is this not meant for us, but even if it were, you should wait until it's cooked before indulging, right?" Lu Qing widened his eyes in disbelief, asking, "Wait, what did you say?" "This isn't meant for us. With so many beets, there's enough for us to eat for several days." "How?" He trailed off, disappointment etched on his face. Yuandong smiled and explained, "Didn't I tell you? To ensnare the elusive bear, one must meticulously set a trap, and, naturally, no trap can be effective without bait. Having endured a harsh winter, these bears are now emerging in search of sustenance as spring unfolds. While procuring an exquisite feast may be beyond reach, we can still resort to sweet beets, devising a strategy to coax them into our trap." Lu Qing sighed, remarking, "I never anticipated that the bear's fare would surpass our own." In response, Yuanshan chuckled, "Nonsense. A bear may indulge in a sumptuous meal only to meet its end. If you were to consume a mere few bites of beet and willingly embrace death, then perhaps your statement holds some merit." Swiftly, Yuanshan distributed the sweet beets among the group, repacked their belongings, and together they shouldered their burdens, rifles in hand, setting forth towards Laoi Peak. However, before they could venture far, the distant sound of Lu Guanquan's voice reached their ears. Chapter 76, A Breach of Confidentiality. Accompanying Lu Guanquan were the heads of the third and second households, along with a few villagers eager to witness the unfolding events. As dawn broke, it was said that no wall remains impervious to whispers. Following his tumultuous return home yesterday, Lu Guanquan's perception of Yuandong underwent a profound transformation. He came to realize how misguided he had been in the past, relying on his father's status as the clan leader. He had nearly elevated himself to that position as well, exerting his influence at home and even contemplating dominance within the village. However, over the years, with the advent of a new era, his father's authority had been diluted by the village chief, compounded by the current famine that rendered the villagers' lives increasingly arduous. If he continued to remain inactive, hoping for fortune to fall from the sky, it was likely that his entire family would eventually succumb to hunger. Recognizing this reality, after breakfast this morning, Lu Guanquan hastened to seek out Yuandong, hoping to accompany him on a hunting expedition. Although he belonged to the third household, Lu Guanquan was acutely aware of the incompetence of the hunting team from his own household, whose skills were lackluster, especially during this year of famine when they acted as if they were invincible. Thus, he placed his hopes on Yuandong, desiring to be taken in by him. Even if he merely assisted Yuandong, it would not be a matter of shame. After all, returning from a hunt would mean his family could receive a portion of the spoils, wouldn't it? However, to his astonishment, upon arriving at Yuandong's home and inquiring about him, he discovered that Yuandong had already ventured to the main household for hunting that very morning. Adding to his surprise was the sight of Su bathing in tears, which startled him even further. He never expected that Lu Yuandong was setting out with the intent to hunt a bear. Reflecting on his memories, he recalled that several years prior, a group of hunters from the village had entered the mountains, resulting in 2 fatalities while managing to catch a bear. Since then, the village had not encountered such a creature for many years. Should Lu Yuandong succeed this time, it would not only send ripples through the village, but, more importantly, the 4 bear paws along with the black bear's hide could yield each of them a considerable amount of grain. Currently, urban residents earned an average annual income of merely 1 to 200 yuan. Yet, a single bear paw was rumored to fetch a staggering 80 yuan in city restaurants, for what amount to 320. With wheat prices in the city at just 12 cents per pound, they could easily procure food through the commune, representing the most effective solution to the food shortage afflicting Pan Mountain Village. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Guanquan steeled himself and returned home, retrieving a dozen potatoes from the cellar, tucking them into his coat. Armed with a rifle, he set off in pursuit of Lu Yuandong. Thus, as he made his way from the third household to the main household, Lu Guanquan's loose tongue ensured that the news of Lu Yuandong and the others preparing to venture into the mountains to hunt bears became known far and wide. Lu Yuandong observed Lu Guanquan, panting heavily as he rushed towards him. Before Guanquan could utter a word, Yuandong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Uncle Guanquan, what brings you here with a gun in hand?" Lu Guanquan, resolute, replied, "At dawn, I intend to join you all. I wish to accompany you in hunting the bears. I implore you, you must take me along, no matter what." Yuandong, wishing to keep this matter from the villagers, smiled and said, "Uncle Guanquan, who said we are going to hunt bears in the mountains? We are merely going for a routine hunt." Guanquan, unaware of Yuandong's true intentions, widened his eyes and declared firmly, "Tianming, do not deceive me. Your wife mentioned that you would take the people from the main house to hunt bears. Tianming, I beseech you, if you plan to venture into the mountains to hunt bears, I will kneel before you in front of the entire village." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Qing, ever eager for excitement, chimed in with a laugh, "Uncle Guanquan, if you truly wish to kneel before us today, we shall take you to hunt at the old master peak of our main house." In the eyes of Lu Qing and the entire village, anyone might kneel before Lu Yuandong in such a scenario, but Lu Guanquan was an exception, being the son of the former clan leader. Yet, Yuandong harbored a different sentiment. The instant Qing spoke, he thought to himself, "This is bad. It seems I might truly have to bring Guanquan along." Indeed, Guanquan, who had previously knelt in Yuandong's home just yesterday, was now fully committed. Within 2 seconds of Qing's words, he faltered and genuinely knelt before them. Witnessing this, Lu Qing's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment as he stared incredulously at Guanquan. Lu Guotai, feeling a sudden rush of concern, hurried over and pulled the kneeling Guanquan up. Though Guotai was significantly older, the two regarded each other as sworn brothers. "Brother Guanquan, what are you doing? In front of so many people, how can you simply kneel?" Guotai exclaimed. "If our clan leader finds out, he will surely be furious." Chapter 77. Ridiculed by the crowd, Lu Guanquan gazed expectantly at Lu Yuandong and Lu Qing, hurriedly inquiring, "Tianming, Dashin, Lu Qing, do you think I can join you in hunting now?" At that moment, Lu Qing wished he could slap himself twice for his loose tongue. Why had he spoken so carelessly? Had he known it would come to this, he might as well have chosen to be mute. If Lu Guanquan, with his incessant chatter, accompanied them on the hunt, it was likely they would either be devoured by a bear or driven to madness by his incessant prattling. However, with Lu Guanquan already kneeling before them, refusing him would not only provoke his complaints, but also subject them to the scorn of the villagers, who would drown them in their disdain. Lu Yuanshan was acutely aware of this predicament. He shot a disapproving glance at Lu Qing, then stepped forward and tugged at Lu Yuandong's sleeve. Once he had drawn Lu Yuandong aside, he whispered, "Tianming, this situation has escalated. What should we do now?" Lu Yuandong refrained from making a decision regarding the matter, responding with a smile, "Dashin, I believe it would be best if you took the lead on this. I'm at a loss for how to proceed." Lu Yuanshan spread his hands in exasperation, exclaiming, "My dear Tianming, if you don't take charge, how can I? He has already knelt before so many witnesses. If we don't take him with us, we'll surely be overwhelmed by the villagers' scorn." Lu Yuandong chuckled, saying, "Well, since you've put it that way, what choice do we have?" Though he spoke lightly, Lu Yuandong's feelings toward Lu Guanquan had not shifted. His decision to include Lu Guanquan on this expedition held another layer of intent. He vividly remembered that in his past life, during the economic reforms sweeping the nation, Lu Guanquan had miraculously unearthed an entire box of gold bars, subsequently rising to become the wealthiest man in their locality by capitalizing on the wave of economic development. Later, he had discreetly learned that this box of gold was unearthed from beneath the Kong of a certain household during the campaign to eliminate the Four Olds. Now, with several years remaining before that campaign commenced, he intended to keep Lu Guanquan close, biding his time until he could seize those treasures for himself. After all, continuing to farm as he did would merely suffice to keep his family fed. To truly amass wealth, a solid economic foundation was essential. Lu Yuanshan feared that Lu Yuandong might harbor resentment toward Lu Guanquan over past grievances and thus refuse to include him. If that were to happen, the son of the village chief would find himself in an untenable position. Fortunately, Lu Yuandong seemed to have acquiesced to the situation, allowing Lu Yuanshan to breathe a sigh of relief. He then smiled and said, "All right, I'll go speak with him now." After a brief discussion, they returned to Lu Guanquan, with Lu Yuandong taking his time before speaking. Lu Yuanshan furrowed his brows, first sizing up Lu Guanquan with a hint of curiosity before asking, "Uncle Guankai, what do you have tucked away?" Lu Guankai, without any pretense, responded with a slight embarrassment and a chuckle. "I understand that your expedition to hunt the bear will take quite some time, so I brought along some provisions." Lu Yuanshan, under the impression that Lu Guankai, being the son of the old patriarch, had brought along a bounty of cooked meat, thought it might at least be dried rations or flatbreads. Thus, he refrained from further inquiries, cleared his throat, and remarked with a wry smile, "Uncle Guankai, since you've brought provisions for the journey, I must advise you that while joining us into the mountains is acceptable, it is imperative that you speak little, if at all. Before taking any action, please consult with us first. Do not act on your own accord. I trust you are aware that the mountains are rife with wolves and leopards, and one misstep could cost you your life." However, before Lu Yuanshan could finish his warning, Lu Yuanliang, who stood at a distance, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! The mountains! Oh, the mountains! You all seem intent on indulging in madness. Now, suddenly engaging in bear hunting. Do you think you are celestial beings descending from the heavens? Are you not aware of how many hunters have lost their lives in our village due to such pursuits?" At this juncture, Lu Yuanliang turned to Lu Guankai and added, "Uncle Guankai, I advise you not to follow them into such reckless endeavors. Lu Yuandong is a harbinger of misfortune. Accompanying him to hunt bears is nothing short of courting death. Do you understand?" Previously, Lu Guankai might have sided with Lu Yuanliang and offered some supportive words. But following a series of recent events, his regard for Lu Yuanliang had diminished to nothing. Upon hearing Lu Yuanliang's remarks, before Lu Yuanshan and Lu Yuandong could respond, Lu Guankai took the lead in rebuking Lu Yuanliang. "You scoundrel, shut your mouth. Ever since you assumed the role of head of the third household, have you seen any of our neighbors enjoying a full meal? Especially recently, how many people from the third household have starved? Surely you are aware. How dare you label Tianming as a harbinger of misfortune? In my eyes, you are the true bringer of doom, you bastard. Day by day, you learn nothing good. Mark my words, you will eventually leave no descendants." Faced with Lu Guankai's vehement tirade, Lu Yuanliang was taken aback. He had anticipated that the first to attack him would be either Lu Yuanshan or Lu Yuandong, yet it was Lu Guankai who unleashed the first verbal assault. Noticing the fury in Lu Guankai's eyes, Lu Yuanliang licked his dry lips and retorted with annoyance, "Uncle Guankai, have you turned into a mad dog? I'm merely trying to advise you against accompanying them to your demise, and yet you lash out at me? Shouldn't I be concerned for your safety?" Lu Guankai let out a cold laugh and replied sternly, "Lu Yuanliang, my affairs are none of your business. Have you considered your own standing? Your reputation within the third household is already tarnished. Do you not realize that? Now, do you still dare to flaunt your authority before us, truly believing yourself to be the master of the third branch? Let me inform you that here in the third branch, no one esteems the role of master, which is precisely why you were allowed to assume it." Upon hearing Lu Guanquan's words, Lu Yuanliang furiously retorted, "Lu Guanquan, you wretched scoundrel, what nonsense are you uttering? Who claimed that no one in the third branch wanted to be the master, thus allowing me to take on that role? I am the master, appointed by none other than your father, chosen by the venerable elder of our Lu clan's ancestral hall, and elected by the villagers of the third branch. Lu Yuanliang was so enraged that he momentarily lost his composure, referring to himself in such a manner before Lu Guanquan. In truth, he was but a junior in the presence of the latter. How could he suddenly presume to call himself father before him? Wasn't that akin to offering oneself as a sacrifice? Chapter 78. Believe in the Dawn. Upon realizing this, Lu Yuanliang hastily exclaimed, Uncle Guanquan, I misspoke earlier. Please do not be angry. I offer my sincerest apologies. Lu Guanquan's forehead was etched with displeasure as he thundered, You scoundrel, kneel before me at once. Lu Yuanliang dared not resist and obediently knelt on the ground. With a wry smile, he said, Uncle Guanquan, it is indeed my fault for my careless words. However, I am also curious to see if you will be able to hunt the bear in the mountains this time. At that moment, Lu Yuandong finally directed his gaze towards Lu Yuanliang, sneering as he inquired, Lu Yuanliang, let me ask you this. What if we truly manage to catch the bear? Lu Yuanliang gradually rose from the ground, appearing unperturbed as he smiled. Lu Yuandong, listen closely. If you succeed in hunting the bear, I, as the head of the third branch, shall welcome you back into our family and restore your place in the Lu ancestral hall, allowing you to be a person of roots once more. Lu Eru looked at Lu Yuanliang in astonishment, having witnessed many shameless acts, yet he had never encountered such audacity. What? You expect to reclaim the third branch after they catch the bear? Is that not blatantly opportunistic? At this juncture, all eyes turned to Lu Yuandong, who coldly chuckled. Lu Yuanliang, I wonder how I had not noticed before how astutely you calculate your moves. Ha. If I catch the bear, you believe I would return to the ancestral hall. Dream on. Since the day I distanced myself from the Lu ancestral hall, I have never contemplated a return. He continued. Moreover, remember this. Even as a person without roots, I shall not re-establish any ties with you. Now, you wish to wager, did you not? Let us make a bet. If I, Lu Yuandong, fail to catch the bear with my companions, upon my return, I shall kneel from the main branch all the way to the third branch. Conversely, should I succeed in catching the bear, you, my dear, will have to kneel from the third branch to the main branch. What say you? Do you dare to accept this wager? Faced with Lu Yuandong's challenge, Lu Yuanliang felt a tinge of uncertainty. The confidence radiating from Lu Yuandong was palpable. However, with so many witnesses present, he could not afford to back down without losing his authority as the head of the third branch among the villagers. Realizing this, Lu Yuanliang took a deep breath and declared resolutely before the crowd, Very well, I accept the wager. Today, I shall go all in. Lu Yuandong glanced around at the gathered villagers and remarked, Everyone present today, please serve as witnesses. At this moment, Lu Eru chuckled heartily. Tianming, go forth with confidence. When you return, if you truly manage to catch the bear, I shall ensure this fellow kneels before you. Lu Yuanliang, with a scowl, rebuked Lu Eru, saying, Lu Eru, what nonsense are you babbling about? Our affairs have nothing to do with you. Lu Eru grinned and replied, Haha, I was merely jesting. Rest assured, it would indeed be extraordinary if those individuals could ever contend with the bear. Lu Yuandong, uninterested in further idle chatter with the crowd, waved his hand and cheerfully addressed Lu Guanquan and Lu Gutai, saying, Everyone, let us not linger any longer. It is time to embark. Chapter 79. The irate Wu Xiaohua Lu Yuandong departed with Lu Gutai and others. Lu Yuanliang and Lu Eru gazed at the retreating figures, their minds awash with turmoil. Indeed, while others ventured forth to hunt, they found themselves at a standstill. Their families had been suffering from hunger lately, their wives and children gaunt and emaciated. If they did not procure more meat before spring, foraging in the mountains afterward would prove even more arduous. With these thoughts weighing heavily upon him, Lu Yuanyang returned to the village and summoned the members of the third household's hunting team, preparing once more to venture into the mountains. However, unlike the earlier hunts filled with enthusiasm, the team's spirit had waned considerably in recent outings. It was not due to a lack of desire for sustenance. Rather, their repeated efforts had yielded nothing but disappointment. Seeing the silence among the hunting team, Lu Yuanliang's expression hardened, and he snapped, What are you all doing? Are you unwilling to seek food in the mountains? At this, one member hesitantly spoke up, voicing a quiet grievance. It's not that we are unwilling, but our catches have dwindled with each expedition. At this rate, I fear we may not find any game this time. Lu Yuanliang sighed in resignation. He had pondered this predicament for quite some time. He believed the root of the issue lay in the hunting team's reluctance to venture far enough. If they could journey further afield, there might be a chance of securing more game. He articulated his thoughts to the team. In my opinion, the problem lies in our limited range. Therefore, I propose we carry more provisions this time and extend our stay in the mountains. As soon as he finished speaking, a member muttered in discontent, Bring more provisions? Do you think we do not wish to? We are not as affluent as the Tianming family, whose rafters are laden with excess meat. Just ensuring we do not starve is already a challenge. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanliang abruptly stood. Displeasure etched across his face as he confronted the group. What do you mean by that? Are we simply to wait for death? Since I became the head of our household, I have devised every conceivable plan. Yet, without food, what am I to do? If you are unwilling to go, then perhaps we should all just starve. As Lu Yuanliang threatened to abandon his responsibilities, the members of the hunting team grew anxious. They understood that if he were to relinquish his role, it could spell disaster for the elderly and their families. Yuanliang, do not be angered. We are all suffering from hunger, are we not? If you suggest we go hunting, then let us prepare to set out. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yuanliang finally displayed a semblance of relief on his face. He altered his tone, speaking with a weighty earnestness. My brothers, I have conducted a thorough analysis this time. Indeed, our previous hunting excursions into the mountains yielded no sustenance primarily due to the proximity of our routes. Consider this, we consistently venture to that same spot at the foot of the back mountain. A few times may suffice, but after 3 or 4 attempts, where are we to find an abundance of game? Haha, this time let us muster our resolve and aim to traverse the mountain range, perhaps even venture near Shijigu. The members of the hunting team were taken aback by his words. One individual, with wide eyes, incredulously inquired, "Are you jesting? To Shijigu? No, that's impossible. We wouldn't return for at least 7 or 8 days. However, another member furrowed his brow and remarked, I believe this plan has merit. Look at Tianming and his group. They spend at least 2 to 3 days in the mountains, and sometimes even 4 or 5. Yet we barely manage 2 days. By that measure, we are significantly behind." The group engaged in a spirited discussion, each contributing their thoughts. After listening for a while, Lu Yuanliang declared, "Let us cease this debate. The decision stands. We shall set out in 1 hour. Everyone, return and gather ample provisions. Don't claim there is nothing at home. I know full well that none of you are unable to gather at least half a bag of potatoes. Be sure to bring extra. This time, we shall outdo the others." Lu Yuanliang had hoped his words would bolster the confidence of the hunting team members, yet upon finishing, they remained listless, responding with half-hearted agreement. Observing their demeanor, he could only sigh in resignation. Everyone, hurry home and prepare. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and proceeded home to prepare for the upcoming hunt. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, requesting his wife Wu Xiaohua to prepare some food, he was met with a frown and tears welling in her eyes. She glared at him, scolding, Lu Yuanliang. Do you even have the audacity to ask me for food? Tell me, is there anything to eat at home? How could I have been so blind to marry such a useless man? You still dare to think of yourself as the head of the household? Pah! You can't even manage your own affairs, yet you presume to lead? Seeing Wu Xiaohua in such a state overwhelmed Lu Yuanliang, and he grimaced. What is the matter with you? Everything was fine. Why are you causing a scene now? Wu Xiaohua responded emphatically, causing a scene? Do you know what your mother fed your father this morning? Let me tell you, your mother served him cornmeal porridge with deer meat. You heartless scoundrel. With venison at home, you only think to serve it to your father and mother. Have you forgotten about me, your wife, and your wretched children? Lu Yuanliang stood in stunned silence. Furrowing his brow, he incredulously exclaimed, What? Venison? That can't be true. Where would we have obtained such meat? Wu Xiaohua, hands on her hips, strode forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yuanliang's nose, fiercely declaring, How dare you question me about the source of the venison? Listen closely. For I, too, am utterly in the dark. If you truly possess the audacity, go and inquire with your father and mother. Spare me your interrogations. Chapter 80. A good daughter-in-law? Let me tell you, if you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation for this matter, I will return to my maternal home. After all, we are now in a new society. If life becomes unbearable, I can simply divorce you. Upon hearing Wu Xiaohua's words, Lu Yuanliang was filled with anxiety, stamping his feet in distress. After pacing in place twice, he abruptly turned and hurried out the door, making his way toward his father's residence. To his surprise, Wu Xiaohua caught up with him. Trailing behind Lu Yuanliang, she shouted, Are you planning to go tell your parents to hide the venison? Let me tell you, I will not allow you to succeed. Today, I will accompany you to see for myself. Oh, so there is venison for your parents, but none for me and the children? Are you even human? Beads of sweat formed on Lu Yuanliang's forehead. He remained silent as he reached the entrance of his father's house and called out loudly to his parents inside, Father, "Mother, come out. I have something to ask you." Since the last incident where Lu Jiangwo lost a finger, he had been recuperating at home, as there was no possibility of reattachment in this era. As long as it did not become infected, that was considered fortunate. The family was now destitute. After losing his finger, Lu Jiangwo had lost over 30 pounds, leaving him emaciated. To compound matters, Lu Yuanliang had not had much success in hunting lately. Just when things could not get worse, Lu Jiangwo had ventured out a few days prior to set traps in hopes of catching some rabbits or pheasants. Unfortunately, he returned empty-handed and caught a cold from the harsh weather. Seeing her youngest son unable to provide and her husband gravely ill, Ho Shuan reluctantly sought help from Su Baiting. She had assumed they would not receive any assistance, but to her astonishment, Su Baiting not only welcomed them, but also gifted her a substantial piece of venison. Upon returning home with the venison, Ho Shuan intended to share it with her son and grandson. However, before she could deliver it, Lu Jiangwo intercepted her. In his view, such a large piece of venison was a lifesaver. Given that it was still winter, if they gave it to Lu Yuanliang's family, they would consume it all in a single day. Therefore, he believed it would be best to preserve the venison by drying it to make jerky, saving it for the spring when hunting might prove unsuccessful. After hearing her husband's reasoning, Ho Shuan thought it made sense, as they were well aware of their son and daughter-in-law's character. During breakfast, considering her husband's poor health, she decided to cut off a small piece, dicing it and mixing it with cornmeal to make a porridge. Just as they were enjoying the meal, their grandson burst in. Naturally delighted to see their grandson, they offered him a taste. Upon discovering the meat within, he inquired about its origin. Ho Shuan was apprehensive that her grandson might inadvertently divulge secrets, inciting unnecessary troubles. On one hand, she insisted that the meat was scavenged, while on the other, she cautioned her grandson not to disclose this matter to Wu Xiaohua upon returning home. However, Ho Shuan was well aware that a 4-year-old's tongue was as loose as a waistband on cotton pants. No sooner had the child finished his meal than he dashed home to recount the incident to Wu Xiaohua. Upon hearing this revelation, Wu Xiaohua was immediately incensed. Her in-laws had always professed their care for her, but it now appeared to be nothing but a fade. This supposed kindness was entirely contrived. If they could enrich their own cornmeal porridge with meat, why not share some with her family? The more Wu Xiaohua pondered this, the more her ire simmered. It was only after Lu Yuanliang returned home that she finally erupted. In the room, upon hearing the commotion outside, Ho Shuan and Lu Jiangwo were momentarily taken aback. After exchanging glances, Ho Shuan began to voice her grievances. "I suggested we simply give them some, but you insisted on withholding it. Now look what has happened." The child must have blabbed. Hearing this, Lu Jiangwo sat on the edge of the bed, his face stern, and retorted angrily, "So what if he did? Do you think they can come here and crush me? Humph, look at that good-for-nothing. Just see how many game Lu Tianming has brought in with the first wife lately. Now he is the head of our third household, and rather than benefiting the elders of our clan, he can barely sustain his own family." Ho Shuan sighed, filled with resignation. "Don't say any more. I'll go out and check." Just as they were speaking, Lu Yuanliang called out again, his voice booming, "Father, mother, stop pretending. I know you're in there. Come out. I have something to discuss with you." Hurriedly, Ho Shuan exited. Upon seeing her son and daughter-in-law standing at the door, she smiled warmly. "Come in quickly. Don't just stand out there." Wu Xiaohua crossed her arms and glared at Ho Shuan, coldly remarking, "I dare not step into your room. If I were to see something I shouldn't see, it would create quite the predicament." Ho Shuan understood the implication behind her daughter-in-law's words. Nevertheless, she was not one to be trifled with. In the past, she had been quite assertive with Su Baiting. "Xiaohua, how can you speak to me like that? I am your mother-in-law after all. What do you mean by saying there is something inappropriate in our room?" Wu Xiaohua was not as easily placated as Su Baiting. Seeing that Ho Shuan showed no sign of remorse and continued to address her in such a tone, Wu Xiaohua raised her voice defiantly. "What do you think is inappropriate? Humph, when I respected you as my mother-in-law, you deserved that regard. But having done things unworthy of respect, you are nothing." Ho Shuan's mind reeled, utterly stunned by the rebuke from her daughter-in-law. Staring at Wu Xiaohua with her mouth agape, she remained speechless for an extended moment, struggling to contain her rising fury. After a long pause of several seconds, she finally trembled and asked fiercely, "Wu Xiaohua, do you even hear the words you are uttering? Who do you dare to call a fool? Who are you to say I am unworthy of respect? You uncultured wretch." Wu Xiaohua, already brimming with indignation, upon hearing her mother-in-law accuse her of lacking manners, boldly placed her hands on her hips, adopting the same fierce stance she had used when scolding Lu Yuanliang, and declared with conviction, "Ho Shuwan, cease your pretentiousness in front of me. Tell me, from where does your venison originate?" "Humph, in our village. Only a few families from the main household can provide venison. If I recall correctly, our relationship with the main household has not been particularly cordial, has it?" Chapter 81. Breaking Free from Burdens? Ho Shujuan's eyes were aflame with indignation. Observing Wu Xiaohua's current demeanor, one might think she was on the verge of accusing Ho Shuwan of infidelity. Recalling Su Baiting's previously docile nature at home, Ho Shuwan felt an overwhelming urge to confront her daughter-in-law and silence her. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaohua relished her tirade. Noticing Ho Shujuan's silence, she pressed on, "What is the matter? Am I hitting a nerve? Why don't you speak up? Why don't you reveal the source of this venison? Are you afraid we might discover the truth? Are you too ashamed to let us partake in this meat, thus resorting to secretive consumption?" At this juncture, Wu Xiaohua paused for a few seconds before raising her voice to call out to Lu Zhengwo within the room. "Lu Zhengwo, you old fool. Do you plan to hide away in this room for eternity?" Upon hearing her words, neighbors emerged from their homes, drawn to the commotion. Lu Yuanliang's face flushed crimson as he watched the unfolding drama, internally musing that this uproar might serve as the perfect opportunity to sever ties with his parents. Just like his younger brother, who now thrived with his wife and children, Lu Yuanliang took a few steps back, allowing Wu Xiaohua to continue her outburst at the door. Inside the room, Lu Zhengwo felt as though he might choke on his own frustration. Trembling, he rose unsteadily and approached the doorway. His pallid complexion and quivering lips betrayed his discomfort. He could not bear to admit before the village folk that the venison had been acquired from Su Baiting's household. Seeing Wu Xiaohua seated on the ground, relentlessly berating him, Lu Zhengwo could only place his final hopes on his son. Gritting his teeth, he implored, "Lu Yuanliang, you scoundrel. Are you really going to stand idly by while your wife makes a scene at our doorstep?" To his astonishment, Lu Yuanliang approached with a cold smirk and replied directly, "Father, it's not surprising that Xiaohua is upset. You are aware of our situation. With 3 children and Xiaohua having little to do, I have now taken on the role of the head of the household, and I must manage the affairs of our home. We've long run out of food, and the children often go to bed hungry. While you seem unconcerned for me as your son, shouldn't you at least feel for your grandchildren? Now that we've obtained some venison, you refuse to share even a morsel with us, insisting that your grandchildren remain silent. Is this how elders should behave? Having lived so many years, what do you think should be done about this matter?" Lu Zhengwo's mouth hung open as the phrase "ungrateful wretches" flashed through his mind. Furiously, he could no longer contain himself. As he charged down the steps, he seized a nearby gray shovel and lunged at Lu Yuanliang. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lu Yuanliang did not evade. Instead, he extended a leg and spoke to Lu Zhengwo word by word. "Go ahead, break my leg. That way, I won't have to venture into the mountains to hunt. Your 3 grandsons, along with our entire family, can starve to death, and that would suffice." Upon witnessing this scene, Uncle Wang contemplated the arrival of dawn. Though reluctant to intervene, he hastened to grasp Lu Zhengwo's wrist, urging him, "Calm down, dear uncle. The child is still young and lacks understanding. This commotion cannot lead to recklessness." At that moment, Aunt Hu also approached to persuade Hu Shuwan, saying, "You should talk some sense into your husband. This chaos is not a solution." Hu Shuwan, collapsing to the ground, wept bitterly. "What sin have I committed to bear such ungrateful children and daughters-in-law in this lifetime?" Hearing this, Aunt Hu thought to herself, "Do you not realize the sins you have committed? If only you had treated Su Baiting and Tian Ming with kindness, would our lives have descended into such turmoil?" Observing the obstruction, Lu Yuanliang decisively pulled Wu Xiaohua to her feet and, before the entire village, declared emphatically, "Everyone here has witnessed that it was my father who first disrespected the elderly. Our family lacks unity while they indulge in selfishness." Chapter 82. Severing the father-son relationship? I can no longer endure this life with them. Since Lu Yuandong has severed ties with them, today, I, Lu Yuanliang, shall also break away. From this day forth, even if my family has food, I shall not give them even a morsel. Lu Zhengwo's lips quivered, his molars bleeding from the strain. He had endeavored to bequeath the family fortune to Lu Yuanyang, managing to drive Lu Yuandong away in the process. And now, for a mere piece of venison. Lu Yuanliang could utter such callous words in public. What had he truly done before this? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lu Zhengwo staggered back a few steps. tears welling in his eyes as he looked up and laughed bitterly at the sky. Just then, a reprimand boomed from the back of the crowd. "Lu Yuanliang, you scoundrel! Kneel before me." Upon hearing Lu Shuwu's voice, Lu Yuanyang's heart tightened involuntarily. He slowly turned to face Lu Shuwu, contemplating how he had finally managed to rid himself of these two burdens. If the old patriarch were to arrive and place these burdens back upon his shoulders, it would spell disaster. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuanliang quickly approached Lu Shuwu, and as he reached the elder's side, he began to lament, "Old patriarch, you have finally arrived. You must intervene on my behalf. This life is unbearable." Lu Shuwu had long regarded Lu Yuanliang with disdain. However, having already appointed this young man as the head of the household, he could not simply reverse his decision. Moreover, the third house was currently in disarray. And among the youth, Lu Yuanliang still held some semblance of authority. Of course, had Tianming still been part of the third house, appointing him as the head would have been the most prudent choice. Unfortunately, Tianming had already distanced himself from the Lu clan and had no desire to entangle himself with them any longer. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Shuwu did not wait for Lu Yuanliang to finish his pleas. Without a word, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Lu Yuanliang's face. With a resounding crack, Lu Yuanliang stood there, stunned, eyes wide, hand pressed against his stinging cheek, staring incredulously at Lu Shuwu. Leaning on his cane, Lu Shuwu declared emphatically, "You wretch, what are you staring at? Kneel and apologize to your father at once." Although Lu Yuanliang bristled with defiance within, he dared not stand up to Lu Yuandong as his elder had done. After a moment of hesitation, he succumbed to the pressure and knelt on the ground. Observing this, Lu Shuwu's expression darkened as he scolded, "Listen well, you wretched boy, Lu Jiangwo and Ho Shuwan. Even if they secretly feast on meat at home, or even if they were to enjoy ginseng fruit without offering you a taste, it is their right. As children, do you not find it in your hearts to procure some meat for the elderly? When the old ones desire a morsel of meat, you seem almost eager to carve open their bellies and extract the sustenance they have ingested. Is this truly human behavior? Beasts, you are nothing short of beasts." Lu Jiangwo spoke once more, his face stern and seemingly lost as he addressed the old patriarch. "Today, it appears you are also present. You heard his words. I, Lu Jiangwo, shall consider myself as though I have never had a son." With that declaration, he turned to Ho Shuwan and resolutely commanded, "Go, bring forth the remaining piece of meat for them. From this day forth, let us act as if we have never had a son." No sooner had he spoken than, unexpectedly, as Lu Jiangwo lifted his leg to ascend the steps, his body suddenly fell rigid and collapsed to the ground. Just in time, Ho Shuwan, with remarkable swiftness, rushed forward and positioned herself beneath him. The courtyard erupted into chaos. Lu Shuwu, in a state of frantic urgency, implored, "Quick, someone, help. We must lift him and take him inside." Chapter 83, Seizing the Weakness. The village was thrown into chaos in an instant. Yet, when observing Lu Yuanyang and Wu Xiaohua, one would notice an unexpected calmness on their faces, almost a sense of relief. Wu Xiaohua felt quite pleased with Lu Yuanliang's performance today. After witnessing the crowd carry Lu Jiangwo into the house, she swiftly approached Lu Yuanyang and exchanged a knowing glance with him. He understood her unspoken message, though a hint of hesitation crossed his features. With a furrowed brow, he quietly murmured to Wu Xiaohua, "My dear, if I dare to go in and take the meat now, I will lose all face in the village. How about this? You go ask her mother for the meat. I'm sure she will give it to you." Wu Xiaohua, recalling her man's earlier expression, decided against pressing him further. She rolled her eyes, acknowledging his efforts today, and thought to herself that she would forgive him this time. "All right, you can take a look inside. If he happens to pass away, we shall be rid of these burdens once and for all." Lu Yuanyang nodded and followed the villagers into the room. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaohua waited until everyone had entered before approaching the door with an unhurried demeanor. She cast a glance at Ho Shuwan, who was inside, weeping profusely, and coldly remarked, "What are you staring at? Where's the meat?" Ho Shuwan completely lost her composure. She shouted in outrage, "You heartless wretch! How can you commit such an unfilial act? Your father-in-law is on the brink of death, and you still covet this meager piece of meat? Let me tell you plainly, this meat was not acquired from others. It was all taken from Tianming's household, courtesy of Su Baiting. Moreover, do not even think about taking a piece from me." As Wu Xiaohua stood at the door, her mind had already begun to envision the scene of feasting upon meat. However, upon hearing these words, she widened her eyes in disbelief at Ho Shuwan. incredulous that the situation had escalated to such a point and that she still refused to relinquish the meat. With her hands on her hips, Wu Xiaohua retorted fiercely, "Ho Shuwan, you must be joking. How dare you claim that this meat is from Tianming's household? How you treated Su Baiting is well known to everyone. I am not oblivious to it. She cooked for you, washed your clothes, and treated you like royalty, while you would occasionally strike her across the face. Do you honestly believe she would give you meat now? Huh, what a ridiculous joke. Su Baiting is a person, not a living bodhisattva. Ho Shuwan, if you are to lie, at least do so with some semblance of credibility. Can you not think before you speak?" Ho Shuwan stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Upon hearing Wu Xiaohua's clamoring, Lu Shu's expression hardened as he resolutely declared, "Listen carefully, everyone. If this couple continues to show no remorse and treats the elders in such a manner, I propose we revoke Lu Yuanliang's status as the head of the third household. When the first and second households return, we shall elect a new head for the third household." At the sound of these words, Wu Xiaohua, who had previously been vociferously cursing, was instantly silenced. Chapter 84. Starving Grandpa and Grandma. Though she felt a surge of indignation within her, she could only suppress her anger and endure the humiliation. After approximately 20 minutes had elapsed, Lu Jiangwo finally opened his eyes. However, upon glancing at Lu Yuanliang and Wu Xiaohua kneeling beside the Kong, a fresh wave of hatred surged in his gaze, prompting him to turn away and address Ho Shuwan. "Did I not instruct you to give them the meat and send them on their way?" Seated at the head of the Kong, Ho Shuwan wiped her tears and replied, "Dear husband, the old clan leader has intervened on our behalf. Both Yuanliang and Xiaohua now realize their mistakes and are waiting for your forgiveness." Wu Xiaohua had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her face swollen considerably, while Lu Yuanliang clenched his fists, his expression rife with defiance. Yet, hindered by the presence of Lu Shuwu and others nearby, he suppressed his fury and choked out to his father lying on the Kong, "Father, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo spoke again, his voice weak and filled with ire as he said to Ho Shuwan, "You old hag, do you truly wish to drive me to my grave? Hurry, cough, cough. Give them the meat and let them leave." Desperate, Ho Shujuan's tears flowed freely. She was well aware of her husband's stubborn nature. Realizing he was unwilling to acknowledge Lu Yuanliang as his son, she thought of the future when they would need someone to care for them. And with tears in her eyes, she looked towards Lu Shuwu. Noticing the distress on Ho Shujuan's face, Lu Shuwu, leaning on his cane, approached the Kong and earnestly spoke to Lu Jiangwo. "Jiangwo, the child has already recognized his mistakes. You know well that he is your only son now. If you refuse to accept him, who will care for you in your old age?" In a fit of rage, Lu Jiangwo retorted without hesitation, "If no one will care for me, then let me be taken away by wolves." Ho Shuwan burst into sobs. Witnessing Lu Jiangwo's renewed bout of coughing, she could only wipe her tears and implore Lu Shuwu and the others, "Clan leader, please leave for now. I shall speak to him further once you are gone." With a sigh, Lu Shuwu departed, leaning on his cane. The other villagers who had gathered to witness the commotion began to disperse as well. Soon, only Lu Jiangwo's family remained in the room. Wu Xiaohua peered cautiously outside the door, confirming that the villagers had moved on, before suddenly standing up and spitting a mouthful of blood directly onto Lu Jiangwo's face. Ho Shuwan clapped her thighs in dismay and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Xiaohua, you cannot treat your father-in-law this way." Unwilling to heed Ho Shujuan's admonishments, Wu Xiaohua turned on her heel and walked towards the door. At that moment, Lu Yuanyang also stood up with a stern expression and boldly questioned his parents, "Are you satisfied now?" Fortunately, my status as a homeowner was not revoked this time. Had it been taken away, my entire family would have faced starvation, and you would have been left without descendants." Lu Jiangwo's mind buzzed with thoughts. As he wiped the blood from his face, he pondered whether retribution had truly arrived. In her desperation to prevent further discord between her son and daughter-in-law, Ho Shuwan rose in tears, hastily retrieving a large piece of venison from the cupboard. Weeping, she implored, "Yuanliang, take the meat and leave quickly. Please, stop the commotion. Is it not enough that I kneel before you and beg?" Lu Yuanliang glanced at the meat in his hands, tucked it into his coat, and departed without looking back. Inside the house, the two elderly individuals embraced each other and wept inconsolably once everyone had left. Lu Yuanliang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Upon returning home, he was taken aback to find Wu Xiaohua seated in a chair, wielding a rolling pin and glaring fiercely at him. Feeling somewhat guilty, he quickly produced the venison he had brought back, presenting it to Wu Xiaohua with a broad grin. "My dear, I've brought back the meat. Please prepare some soup for us and the children. I need to join the village hunting team in the mountains this afternoon." A dark cloud loomed over Wu Xiaohua's forehead. Rubbing her swollen face, she glared at Lu Yuanliang and declared, "Lu Yuanliang, let me make this clear. From this day forth, if you dare to give your father and mother a single morsel to eat, I will wait until you fall asleep at night and cleave you with a kitchen knife." Meanwhile, 3 hours after Lu Yuandong and the others set out, just before noon, Lu Yuanliang finally led the hunting team from the third household, making their way leisurely toward the back mountain. Concurrently, Lu Yuandong and his group had arrived at the direction of Yuzhubing. Last time, they had caught a cicadeer here with their hunting traps. This time, fortune smiled upon them again. As they approached Yuzhubing, Lu Yuandong spotted 2 unsuspecting roe deer running ahead. Chapter 85: Encountering the Great Han once again. Without a moment's hesitation, just 2 shots rang out, and the 2 foolish roes collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Qin could not help but laugh heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, with these 2 foolish roes, our provisions for the next couple of days are assured." Lu Yuandong chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, however, I propose we refrain from consuming these 2 roes for now. Let us carry them with us and wait until we reach Shizwigu before we feast." At this moment, Lu Gutai interjected with a smile, "But dawn is far away. And do you truly believe we will be unable to catch any more game along the way? Furthermore, each of us is already burdened with quite a few pounds of gear. Carrying these roes will undoubtedly exhaust us further." Lu Yuandong acknowledged Lu Guatai's reasoning with a grin. "Very well, then. We shall rest at Laoi Cave tonight, and tomorrow morning, we will set out for Shizwigu, aiming to arrive before nightfall. This will allow us to set up the Yinwang pit near the snow pit the following morning." Upon hearing this, Lu Guatai looked at Lu Yuandong with a puzzled expression and asked, "Don, please enlighten us again about this Yinwang pit. Currently, only Lu Laojian from Panshan village knows how to set it up. If the method was not taught to you by Lu Laojian, could there be others in the village who possess knowledge of the Yinwang pit?" Lu Yuandong maintained an air of mystery, smiling cryptically. "Second uncle, I have mentioned this before. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged, and I cannot easily disclose them to others." Lu Yuanshan, who was nearby, chuckled. "Second uncle, do not pay heed to this lad's nonsense. If the method of setting up the Yinwang pit was not conveyed to him by Lu Laojian, that would indeed be a curious affair." Unexpectedly, Lu Yuandong swore an oath, declaring, "Hey, I assure you, I can swear to the heavens that if the method for setting up the Yinwang pit was indeed taught to me by Lu Laojian, may I be struck down by lightning." Lu Guatai turned to Lu Yuanshan, grinning. "See, I told you, Dongming does not lie. If Lu Laojian was responsible, he would certainly admit it." As the group continued their conversation, Lu Yuandong suddenly spotted a massive figure in the distance. Upon seeing this, he crouched down instinctively. Noticing the change in Lu Yuandong's expression, Lu Yuanshan and Lu Gutai quickly signaled for everyone to crouch down as well, and they complied with Lu Yuandong's command. At that moment, Lu Shuhua wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and hurriedly asked Lu Yuandong, "Don, what is happening? Is it a bear?" A surge of excitement flickered across Lu Yuandong's face as he whispered, "Everyone, quiet down. Do not make a sound. Allow me to investigate." With that, he lay prone in the snow, crawling forward. After cautiously ascending a ridge, Lu Yuandong held his breath, ensuring that his eyes were not deceiving him, and his heart began to race wildly. Originally, their expedition into the mountains was intended for hunting bears. However, unexpectedly, upon arriving in the vicinity of Yuzhubing, Lu Yuandong spotted a magnificent elk ahead. Overwhelmed with excitement, he inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, before silently turning to signal Lu Guatai and the others behind him to remain still. He then carefully removed the hunting rifle from his back. Lu Yuanshan also intended to climb up to the ridge for a better view, but before he could turn around, Lu Guatai hastily shot him a warning glance, urging him to stay still. Lu Shuhua quietly inquired of Lu Guatai, "Uncle, what have we discovered?" Lu Guatai frowned, casting an irritated look at Lu Shuhua, and gestured for silence. In response, Lu Shuhua quickly covered his mouth with his hand. In the forest, the wind howled, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, seemingly adorning the monotonous earthy ground with a touch of gold. Moments slipped away. After approximately 20 minutes, a gunshot resonated about 70 to 80 meters away from them. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Yuanshan could no longer contain his excitement. He swiftly rose from the snow and scrambled up the ridge. Just as he reached the top, he saw Lu Yuandong gripping his rifle tightly, reloading it while aiming at the rapidly fleeing elk about 50 to 60 meters away. Bang! Another gunshot echoed. The elk stumbled, its legs momentarily giving way, yet it summoned its last strength to continue its flight through the thicket. After running about 20 or 30 meters, Lu Yuandong finally halted, bent down to touch the blood on the ground with his fingers, tasted it, then leaned against a large tree, exhaling visible puffs of breath in the cold air. Lu Yuanshan trembled with exhilaration. This marked the second elk they had hunted under Lu Yuandong's guidance. In a state of fervor, Lu Yuanshan dashed up to Lu Yuandong, breathlessly urging, "Tianming, let us chase, hurry." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuandong glanced in the direction the elk had fled, chuckling wryly, "No need to chase now. Look at the amount of blood. It can't have run more than 200 or 300 meters. Let us just follow the blood trail at a steady pace." Elated, Lu Yuanshan turned to call out to Lu Guotai and the others, "Uncle, come quickly. Tianming has brought down another elk, and it's an adult one, looking like it weighs over 1,000 pounds." Lu Guotai and Lu Shuhua, who had just climbed up from the ridge, were taken aback. An elk? Such a creature was a rare find in the forest. More importantly, it was significantly larger than both roe deer and sika deer. According to Lu Yuanshan, if it truly weighed over 1,000 pounds, their family could expect to divide at least 50 to 60 pounds of meat this time. A throng of people surged forward. However, Lu Yuandong remained unperturbed as he strode ahead. After advancing nearly 100 meters, he beheld the figure of Han Dehan lying approximately 70 to 80 meters away. This individual had not yet succumbed entirely. He merely lay on the ground, a continuous spray of blood mist emanating from his innermost wounds. Chapter 86. Are two of us going to hunt the bear? Lu Shuhua gazed excitedly at the distant prey, unable to contain his admiration. It's enormous, truly magnificent. My heavens, such a colossal creature. Our fellow villagers are indeed fortunate this time. However, at that moment, Lu Yuanshan spoke up first, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Shuhua. "You little rascal, why not think about sharing some with Tianming? Today, all 3 of the game we captured were solely due to his efforts." Lu Guotai chuckled amiably, adding, "There's nothing more to say. Since we've caught the mighty bear, we must certainly give this substantial hind leg to Tianming." Lu Yuandong, wearing a relaxed smile, casually remarked, "It's all right, you can give me anything. As you know, our family comprises only 3 members, and the child is still too young to consume meat. We too can hardly eat much ourselves." Lu Guotai laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Regardless of that, haha, since you were the one who caught it, that leg is undoubtedly yours. Even if you refuse, we'll carry it to your home. What incredible luck we've had. If anyone dares to call Tianming a jinx again, I swear I'll be the first to put a bullet in them," Lu Guotai said, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. Just then, Lu Shuhua stretched out his hand and swiftly approached the fallen bear. Alarmed, Lu Yuandong called out, "Shuhua, what are you doing?" Lu Shuhua grinned. "I want to touch this enormous beast." In a hurry, Lu Yuandong stepped forward and grasped Lu Shuhua's wrist, earnestly warning, "Look, this creature isn't quite dead yet. If you approach now and it suddenly rises, it could very well trample you. Let us wait until it has truly perished." As he spoke, Lu Yuandong lifted his hunting rifle, aiming to relieve the bear of its suffering. With a resounding bang, he fired, and the bear's legs kicked wildly for a brief moment. Within 2 minutes, the creature lay utterly still. Only then did Lu Yuandong turn to Lu Shuhua with a smile, saying, "Now you can go over however you wish." Lu Shuhua chuckled as he approached. Although the bear was now lying down, he stood before it like a diminutive figure beside a towering giant. The group circled the bear a few times, and Lu Guotai, glancing at Lu Yuandong, curiously inquired, "Tianming, it seems we won't be able to go to Shijugu today." Aware of the size of the creature, Lu Yuandong understood that their plans were indeed thwarted. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested earnestly, "Let us hurry and prepare a sled to transport the bear back. Divide it tonight, and return here tomorrow morning." At that moment, Lu Qing seemed to recall something, turning to Lu Yuandong and saying, "Tianming, have you forgotten the wager you made with Lu Yuanliang? If you fail to confront the bear, and he seeks retribution, the ramifications could be dire." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuandong fell into silence. Lu Yuanshan, with a stern countenance and furrowed brow, declared, "If that scoundrel dares to cause trouble upon his descent, I shall report him directly to the commune." ensuring that he faces the consequences. He then glanced towards the direction of the old master cave. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Lu Yuandong and candidly inquired, Dashan, do you possess the audacity to accompany me to Shizwigu at this moment? Lu Yuanshan appeared taken aback, hastily asking, wait, are we both going to Shizwigu? Lu Yuandong affirmed, indeed, just the two of us. My intention is for our second uncle and the others to devise a plan to retrieve the bear and a foolish roe deer, while we shall leave one roe deer as provisions. This evening, we will first head to the old master cave, and tomorrow morning, we will make our way directly to Shizwigu. Once our second uncle and his group have completed their tasks, they can come to find us. Lu Guotai frowned, objecting, no, it's unwise for the two of you to venture forth alone. Lu Yuanshan understood Lu Yuandong's motivations. He preferred not to relinquish control to others. Furthermore, while the bear could provide a few meals for the villagers of Dabong, it would not sustain them for long. Second uncle, let us leave it to Tianming this time. You four should focus on bringing back the bear, while we head towards the old master cave. Once you have concluded your tasks, swiftly join us in the mountains. Additionally, when distributing the meat, please ensure that a leg of deer is sent to Tianming's household as I suggested. Lu Guotai had engaged with Lu Yuandong for quite some time and was well aware of his temperament. Since Lu Yuandong had made this decision, no amount of persuasion would alter his resolve. With a resigned sigh, Lu Guotai acquiesced, very well, since you both have decided, I shall defer to your judgment this time. He then glanced at the sky and urged, you two must hasten to the old master cave. Otherwise, if darkness falls before your arrival, you risk being encircled by wolves. Lu Yuandong, brimming with confidence, smiled and assured, rest easy, second uncle. We are young and shall certainly reach the old master cave before nightfall. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan set off towards the summit, while Lu Guotai led several young men to gather materials and begin crafting sleds. By the time dusk descended, Lu Guotai and his companions, burdened by the heavy bear, arrived at the entrance of Dabong village. Exhausted, the four collapsed onto the ground, and Lu Shua weakly called out, someone, please lend a hand. We have captured our prey. The villagers of Dabong emerged, and upon witnessing the colossal bear before them, they were once again left in awe, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment at the sight of the magnificent creature. Incredulously, someone inquired, did you not set off this morning? How did you manage to catch an elk? Lu Guotai, with a beaming smile, replied, well, it was dawn, and this lad's luck is simply extraordinary. Did you see? He single-handedly hunted not only this elk, but also a magnificent reindeer on the sled. Now, he has ventured into the mountains with Dashan to hunt bears. Let us return first to distribute the elk among everyone, and, we shall pursue them into the mountains tomorrow morning. Upon hearing these words, the villagers were moved to tears. What a wonderful person he is. How could he have been driven out by the third household? Chapter 87, Kind-Hearted Villagers. At this moment, however, another, far more grave issue dawned upon someone, none other than the mother of Lu Yuanshan. Upon hearing Lu Guotai's words, she suddenly felt her legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground. Raising her tear-streaked face, she gazed incredulously at Lu Guotai, her voice trembling as she implored, Uncle, what did you just say? Did you just say that Dashan and Tianming went to confront a bear? Surely you jest? The villagers fell into a heavy silence, their eyes turning toward Lu Guotai. With a pained expression, he replied helplessly, I understand that this venture is perilous, but they refuse to heed my warnings. However, Aunt, rest assured, Tianming assured me that they merely intended to scout the area. Before Lu Guotai could finish, Dashan's mother lamented through her tears. My unfortunate son, how could you embark on such a reckless endeavor? This is a bear we are speaking of. Are you not afraid of being devoured? You foolish child, how could you? Lu Guotai, too, bore the weight of unspoken anguish. Years ago, he was a figure of authority in the village, guiding the youth on hunting expeditions, and they willingly followed his lead. Yet now, with age weighing upon him, and given Tianming's undeniable prowess, having provided countless provisions to their households, Lu Guotai found himself increasingly reliant on Tianming's direction. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Guotai resolutely stated, Aunt, please do not fret. Once the meat is distributed, we will set out in the dead of night to pursue them. Indeed, Lu Guotai was deeply troubled about Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan. With so few capable individuals in their village, the emergence of these two responsible and competent youths was a blessing. Yet, If their naivety led them to the mountain and they fell victim to the bear, he would forever bear the burden of disappointment toward the elders of Panshan village. Understanding his concerns, Deshan's mother was not without wisdom. She recognized the inherent dangers of venturing to the mountain at night. Moreover, given the gravity of the situation, she could not allow more individuals to be ensnared in peril. Realizing this, she wept, "Uncle, what are you saying? Since Tianming and Deshan have not returned, how could you expect to find them in the dark of night? Furthermore, did we not agree that if you could rise early tomorrow morning to search the mountain, I would be immensely grateful?" With tears brimming in his eyes, Lu Qing earnestly assured her, "Aunt, please rest easy. I guarantee that Tianming and Deshan will come to no harm. At dawn, we shall depart." Striving to catch up with them before they reached the hunting grounds. Although the second and third households were somewhat distant from the first, however, the news of the large house capturing a great beast swiftly wafted like a breeze to the second and third households. The heads of the second and third households, Lu Eru and Lu Yuanliang, each led their respective hunting parties into the wilderness. Upon learning of the grand house's success, the villagers from the second and third households could only feel envy, as there was little else they could do. After all, Lu Yuandong was neither from the third household nor the second. As for the third household, that was a matter for another time. In the second household, although Lu Eru greeted Lu Yuandong with feigned politeness, it was well known among the villagers that he harbored deep-seated disdain for him. A few greedy villagers from the second household sneaked their way to the meat distribution site. When they beheld the colossal creature being divided into portions, and each piece allocated to the villagers of the large house, some could not help but begin to voice their complaints. "Look at them, the great mountain truly possesses wisdom. His father is the village secretary, a figure at the forefront of the times, and his son has a vision that extends far beyond ours. We here in the second household, rejecting Lu Yuandong, yet they dare to accept him. Ever since the large house welcomed Tianming, just look at how much meat they've distributed. This great beast, divided among those 20 or so households, can yield at least 40 to 50 pounds of meat to each family. Sigh. How wonderful it would be if we could have 40 or 50 pounds of meat. But alas, with the wretched Lu Eru as our head, we should be grateful if he can find a way to keep us from starving. Why did Eru ever refuse Tianming in the first place?" The villagers from the second household murmured among themselves at the meat distribution site. Meanwhile, in the third household, Lu Shuwu was taken aback upon hearing from his daughter-in-law that the large house had once again hunted a great beast and was currently distributing the meat. He looked up, incredulous, at his daughter-in-law. Just then, to his astonishment, Lu Guanquan burst through the door, triumphantly carrying approximately 40 pounds of meat, resembling a hero returning from battle as he placed the meat on the nearby cabinet. "Father, I'm back," Lu Guanquan exclaimed. Lu Shuwu stood there, mouth agape, staring in disbelief at his son. His daughter-in-law, Haiyan, with tears brimming in her eyes, asked incredulously, What is happening? Were you not?" After downing a cup of water in one gulp, Lu Guanquan smiled and replied, "Today, Tianming was truly remarkable. He didn't just catch 2 foolish deer, but he also captured a great beast." Chapter 88. Guankai's triumph. He instructed us to retrieve the meat from the wild boar and distribute it among the villagers of the main family, while he and Dashan ventured into the woods to hunt for bears. After hearing his son's account, Lu Shuwu was visibly taken aback, abruptly rising to his feet. After a moment of silence, he addressed Lu Guankai, saying, "Guankai, please take 5 or 6 jin of the meat you've received and deliver it to Tianming's family. Haiyan, our child is now grown. After you've had your fill this evening, please assist Shweb baiting with her children, as they are still quite young. Additionally, she has 2 young reindeer that require care, and she lacks assistance at home." Lu Guankai glanced at the modest portion of meat on their table and replied, "Father, we have only received this little. If we give some to them, we will have very little left for ourselves." Lu Shuwu, with a stern expression, retorted, "I instructed you to go, so go without further ado. Let me remind you, the meat designated for Tianming's family is a courtesy owed to them, while the meat we take is a gesture from our family. I'll say it once more, whatever conflicts arise between me and Tianming are merely our personal grievances. You must ensure your relationship with Tianming remains amicable." Lu Guankai, ever obedient, nodded and said, "All right, I shall heed your words. However, I must point out, if you regret your actions, why not seek out Tianming and offer him an apology? He is quite magnanimous. I believe that if you apologize, he will surely forgive you." Lu Shuwu was well aware of Tianming's generous nature. If Tianming truly held grudges, Lu Guangkai would not have been able to carry home 40 to 50 jin of meat today. Yet, Lu Shuwu understood his own position as the elder patriarch, representing the entire Lu clan. If he were to apologize to Lu Yuandong, it would signify a wrongdoing on the part of the Lu clan and its ancestors. Such an occurrence would not only bring shame upon him, but could also tarnish the reputation of their ancestral hall. To elaborate further, he and Lu Yuandong symbolized the clash between old and new ideologies, their struggle reflecting the collision of these contrasting beliefs. Of course, Lu Guangkai could not fathom such profound implications. Noticing his father's displeasure deepen, he quickly fell silent and hastened to divide the meat. After cutting a large piece, Lu Guangkai instructed Haiyan to prepare it while he made his way to Shui Baiting's home. Simultaneously, Lu Qing and Lu Shuhua had already delivered the meat intended for Lu Yuandong to Shui Baiting's residence. Upon learning that Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan had stayed in the mountains to prepare for the bear hunt, the timid young woman was immediately overcome with tears. She sobbed as she asked Lu Qing and Lu Shuhua, "Tianming, he won't come to harm, will he?" Lu Qing promptly declared with utmost sincerity, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, Tianming will certainly be safe. He and Dashan are currently resting in Laoi Cave. By tomorrow morning, we shall venture there to find them." Lu Shuhua nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, sister-in-law, Tianming is the most formidable person I have ever encountered. How could anything possibly happen to him?" As they conversed, Lu Guangkuan approached the doorstep of Su Baiting's home, his polished bald head gleaming under the light. Upon noticing both Lu Shuhua and Lu Qing, he appeared somewhat awkward and prepared to turn away. However, Lu Shuhua, with keen eyes, spotted Lu Guangkuan and cheerfully exclaimed, "Uncle Guangkuan, what brings you here? Why are you leaving?" Lu Guangkuan, smiling sheepishly, turned back, carrying meat as he entered the room. Upon seeing a substantial piece of meat laid out on the floor, he placed the meat he had brought upon it and addressed Su Baiting, Tianming's wife. "My father asked me to deliver this piece of meat to you. It is a small token from our family, and you must accept it." With tears glistening in her eyes, Su Baiting waved her hands, saying, "Uncle Guangkuan, please, let this meat be. As you can see, our family already has plenty of meat. It is just me, the children, and Tianming at home. The children are still small and hardly eat meat, and the two of us cannot possibly consume it at every meal." Lu Guangkuan, however, insisted, "Tianming's wife, do not refuse. I have already stated that this is merely a small gesture from our family. If it weren't for Tianming's willingness to accompany me, I would never have obtained such a generous portion of meat. Additionally, I have informed my wife that starting tonight, after she finishes her tasks, she will come to your home to help care for the children. Given that you still have 2 young moose and your children are small, it would be quite challenging for one person alone. Her assistance will surely be beneficial. Please do not decline this offer, all right? This matter is settled." Chapter 89. Will we still hunt tigers in the future? Upon hearing Lu Guangkuan's unexpected words, both Lu Qing and Lu Shuhua burst into laughter. Even Su Baiting, who had been feeling somewhat downcast, was amused by Lu Guangkuan's demeanor. "Uncle Guangkuan, there's no need to trouble Auntie so much. You have children of your own." Lu Guangkuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You child, don't be so formal. Indeed, I have children, but as you know, my little ones have grown up now. Well, it's getting late, and I must take my leave soon. Otherwise, the villagers will surely gossip. And you two youngsters, what are you still doing here when Tianming isn't around? Come on, let us go?" Lu Qing, unceremoniously, chimed in, "Uncle Guangkuan, please don't be so overly sentimental. Look at this enormous moose leg lying here. How do you expect my sister-in-law to handle it? Since you're here, why not stay and help us divide this leg into smaller pieces? We can decide whether to cure it or make jerky. Let us spend some time preparing it, and then we can all leave together." Lu Guangkuan scratched his head and chuckled, "You clever lad, I nearly forgot about that. Very well, I'll heed the advice of you 2 young ones this time. By the way, can you show a bit more respect when speaking to me in the future? After all, I am of the same generation as your father." Su Baiting felt warmth in her heart at this exchange. Yet she understood that the villagers' kindness towards them stemmed entirely from Tianming. Had it not been for Tianming assisting the first branch and hunting alongside them, the villagers would not have treated them as they do now. "Uncle Guangkuan, you've been busy all day. You should head back soon. I can manage this myself." No sooner had she spoken than little Nini began to cry from the calm. Lu Guangkuan glanced over and said to Su Baiting, "See, what can you do? If you could handle it, we wouldn't need to help you. All right, go comfort the child, Lu Qing, Lu Shuhua, and I will have this sorted out in under an hour. With that, Lu Guangquan picked up an axe and a cleaver to begin his work. Su Baiting, feeling embarrassed about having others do her household chores, soothed the child, and then began preparing food for the three men. Meanwhile, at the summit of Laoi Peak, within Laoi Cave, Lu Yuanshan and Lu Yuandong had kindled a fire and sat around it, roasting venison. Lu Yuanshan, seated slightly further inside, wore a look of unease as he asked Lu Yuandong, Tianming, do you think we might face another wolf pack attack like last time? Lu Yuandong shook his head confidently, replying, don't worry, this time it certainly won't happen. Why are you so sure? Lu Yuanshan inquired. With a smile, Lu Yuandong replied, wolves are highly instinctual creatures. They suffered a defeat here last time. Why would they return? Moreover, the reason we attracted the wolf pack last time was due to our successful hunt of several wild boars in this vicinity. The scent of their blood drew the wolves near. However, this foolish roe deer was dealt with before we reached the old man's cave, leaving little trace of blood. How could the wolves possibly come here? Upon hearing Lu Yuandong's words, Lu Yuanshan felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He gestured towards the roe deer meat in his hand and whispered, Tianming, once we acquire the bear and exchange it for money, what else can we procure for trade? With a half smile, Lu Yuandong replied, do you genuinely wish to know? Lu Yuanshan, with a sense of entitlement, responded, why would I not want to know? Anything that can be exchanged for money is of great interest to me. With money, we can find a way to obtain grain coupons and perhaps secure more food supplies. In truth, Lu Yuanshan was not merely daydreaming. In this era, acquiring grain coupons was not exceedingly difficult, especially since his father was the village chief, wielding such authority. However, money was another matter entirely. For hunters like them, relying on labor credits throughout the year, the money they could ultimately pocket would scarcely exceed 7 or 8 yuan. Some farmers, lacking grain, borrowed from the production team, and by the year's end, they could even find themselves indebted to the collective. Lu Yuandong was well aware of this, and, after Lu Yuanshan finished speaking, he quietly remarked, Dashin, what if we could manage to catch a tiger? Wouldn't that yield us a more substantial profit? Lu Yuanshan was taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief, looking at Lu Yuandong as if he were a madman. He understood the immense value of a tiger. However, in his recollection, the villagers of Panshan had only ever captured one tiger, and that was a frail old creature. To secure that tiger, a young man from the village had been killed by a single swipe of its paw. The notion of Lu Yuandong wanting to hunt a tiger was sheer folly. Tianming, please, do not jest. The most dangerous creature in these mountains is indeed the tiger. Over the years, although there have been encounters with bears, it seems only one tiger has ever been captured. Yet, Lu Yuandong was not entirely delusional. He understood that with the arrival of spring and the melting of the snow, hunting for sika deer and other game would become increasingly challenging. Without access to carnivorous prey, they would have to devise ways to procure items for trade. At this point, animal protection laws had yet to be enacted, and in some regions, there were even strong incentives to capture tigers and wild boars. If he could succeed in hunting a tiger, and coordinate with the members of the hunting team to keep the matter discreet, ensuring the leaders of the commune remained unaware. Chapter 90, Arrival at Shijugu. Then, they could sell the tiger at a high price through the black market. While the villagers did not hold much value for such a thing, some city dwellers were willing to go to great lengths to obtain an authentic tiger bone. It was said that tiger bones could fetch over a dozen yuan per pound in the market. A whole tiger, including its meat, bones, blood, and fur, could potentially bring in a revenue of 1,000 to 1,800 yuan if circumstances were favorable. In the 60s, even a sum of 100 to 180 yuan would be considered a fortune for these rural folk. Upon hearing Lu Yuanshan's words, Lu Yuandong did not hastily counter, but instead smiled and asked, Dashin, why don't you tell me how much income we could generate if we managed to acquire a tiger? After calming himself, Lu Yuanshan thoughtfully analyzed the situation, stating, if this matter remains undisclosed to the commune leaders, and we manage to sell the tiger through the black market ourselves, it could yield us at least 1,000 to 1,800 yuan. However, the issue lies in the fact that if we bypass the commune leaders, we might face dire consequences. Moreover, while this item possesses immense value, the real question is how we are to obtain it. Lu Yuandong smiled and replied, why are you so anxious? I'm merely speaking hypothetically. If we successfully catch a bear this time, we can devise a way to use Yan Wang Jiao to acquire a tiger. Of course, These are matters for the future. For now, we should focus on restoring our strength and ensuring we have enough to eat. Tomorrow, let us head to Shijugu to assess the situation. Lu Yuanshan patted his chest and chuckled. I knew you were just trying to scare me. How could you suddenly pull me into a tiger hunt? Lu Yuandong smiled in silence, picked up a piece of roe deer meat, blew on it, and took a hearty bite, savoring the rich flavor. Eat up, it's already cooked, he urged. Lu Yuanshan, feeling quite hungry after a long day, did not hesitate. However, before indulging, he mimicked Lu Guotai, pulling out a small bottle from his pocket. After unscrewing the cap, he said to Lu Yuandong with a smile, Tianming, here, add some salt and chili powder. It will taste even better. Lu Yuandong graciously accepted the bottle and sprinkled some on his meat. That night was indeed as tranquil as Lu Yuandong had predicted. By the next morning, as dawn broke, Lu Yuandong woke the still sleeping Lu Yuanshan. The two brewed a cup of tea, had a bite to eat, and then hurriedly set off toward Shijugu. Meanwhile, at the big house in the village, Lu Guotai and others had also set off early, bringing along Lu Guanquan and hastening towards the peak of Laoai Mountain. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, around 8 in the morning, Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan finally arrived at the heart of Shijugu. In the early morning, the two had completed their preparations. Guided by memories from a previous life, Lu Yuandong led Lu Yuanshan to a snow pit near the spot where he had encountered 3 bears in his past existence. To ensure their safety, they first ascended the opposite hillside and gazed distantly at the snow-covered pit nestled deep in the valley. In essence, this location was a steep cave, its entrance modestly sized yet spacious within. In his former life, Lu Yuandong had barely entered the cave when he was pursued by the bears, nearly meeting his demise at their hands. He had run desperately over 2 mountains before exhausting himself, ultimately tumbling down the slope, only to be rescued by passing soldiers who spared his life. In this life, he sought to leverage his previous memories to devise a plan to capture the 3 bears. Securing them would ensure that his family could stockpile enough provisions to last for at least 2 years. As for meat, he was not overly concerned. There remained ample game in the mountains, and the animal protection laws would not come into effect for another 20 years. Until then, hunting was both legal and proper. Lu Yuanshan, following closely behind, cautiously inquired, Tianming, are the bears you mentioned over there? Lu Yuandong nodded. Yes, just across. Do you see the footprints in the snow over there? Haha, the bears have just awakened from hibernation and are surely frantically seeking food. I estimate that by this afternoon, or at the latest tomorrow morning, Uncle and the others will arrive. We can then take a day to prepare the lair. However, they couldn't afford to be idle today. The soil here had yet to fully thaw, and they needed to gather some firewood to start a fire, thereby facilitating the thawing of the ground. Once their companions arrived, it would make their digging considerably easier. Sweat beaded on Lu Yuanshan's forehead as he tentatively asked, Tianming, do you think our commotion will attract the bears? Lu Yuandong shook his head and replied softly, I'm not certain. Regardless, we must remain vigilant tonight. The bears possess incredible strength, and if we are not careful, we could easily be killed. Lu Yuanshan's legs began to tremble, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Cough, Tianming, please don't scare me. You know I'm risking my life to accompany you this time. You must ensure that I return alive. Observing Lu Yuanshan's trembling demeanor, Lu Yuandong couldn't help but chuckle. You, usually so bold, why are you suddenly so timid today? Rest assured, no unforeseen incidents will occur, as long as you follow my instructions. We will find a way to fend off the bears, even if they do appear. What Lu Yuanshan did not realize was that Lu Yuandong's suggestion to start a fire to hasten the thawing of the soil was not only for their convenience in digging the next day, but primarily to deter any potential bear attacks. As for why Lu Yuandong chose not to speak, it was simply due to his fear that revealing the matter would instill terror in Lu Yuanshan. After a brief discussion, the two descended from the hillside. Lu Yuandong soon identified a suitable location for digging the King of Hell's pit, and then set about collecting firewood with Lu Yuanshan. It was winter, and the surrounding area was still blanketed in snow, allowing them to start a fire in the woods without the apprehension of causing a wildfire. By noon, the fire had been kindled. Lu Yuandong did not remain idle. He instructed Lu Yuanshan to sit by the fire and rest while he sought a place to spend the night. After all, they were now in the territory of bears, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. It was imperative that their lodging be chosen in an area inaccessible to these formidable creatures. Chapter 91. Fortunately, we were not eaten. Fortunately, this area is a relatively spacious mountain gorge, flanked by steep stone walls. Perched about 20 meters above the ground, there lies a rocky nook. Lu Yuandong glanced up at the nook and began to climb the cliff with his bare hands. Observing this, Lu Yuanshan quickly inquired, Tianming, what are you planning to do by climbing up there? Lu Yuandong replied with a smile, what else could I do? Are you suggesting that we sit by the campfire in the gorge all night? Huh. If a bear happens to wander by while we're resting next to the fire, we might just end up as its dinner. Did you see that rocky nook above? I want to climb up to see how spacious it is. If it's roomy enough, we can sleep there tonight. Lu Yuanshan's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, ahem, you really think too highly of me. If you can climb up, I certainly cannot. Look, there's not even a place to step on that rock. Lu Yuandong laughed casually, don't worry. I've got it all figured out. Once I'm up there, I'll rig a rope. When it's nearly dark, you can climb up using the rope. Lu Yuanshan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his palm in anxiety as he watched Lu Yuandong ascend the cliff. He couldn't help but exclaim, Tianming, you're quite the monkey, aren't you? Lu Yuandong remained silent, his focus solely on climbing. When he reached the rocky nook, he carefully surveyed the area and found it to be approximately 3 square meters in size. Moreover, there were traces of a fire having been lit there previously. Excitedly, Lu Yuandong called down to Lu Yuanshan, Dashin, haha, this place is quite nice. It's spacious enough to accommodate several people. And it seems like someone has rested here before. Lu Yuanshan laughed joyfully, great. Lower a rope, and I'll come up to take a look. Lu Yuandong waved his hand, hold on, don't rush. After I lower the rope, gather some firewood, and I'll pull it up with the rope. If we don't have firewood tonight, we might freeze to death here. Lu Yuanshan increasingly felt like a burden. Throughout their journey, it was Lu Yuandong who had hunted their prey. Now, he had also found the cave, and even the minor task of gathering firewood was left to Lu Yuandong. In contrast, he felt like a complete fool. Haha, Tianming, you're taking care of everything. I'm starting to feel a bit embarrassed about it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuandong felt a slight chill run down his spine and quickly replied, you rascal, can you please refrain from saying such sentimental things? Hurry up and gather the firewood. I'll pull it up with the rope. Lu Yuanshan chuckled in agreement. The two soon prepared enough firewood to keep warm for the night. And then Lu Yuanshan climbed up the rope. Upon entering the stone nest, Lu Yuanshan chuckled and remarked, this place is rather nice, isn't it? I wonder who has ventured here before. He gestured at the edges, which were clearly blocked with large stones, indicating a concern that someone might tumble off if they fell asleep. Lu Yuandong casually replied, who cares? We'll light a fire over here. The terrain is relatively flat, and we can sleep here tonight. This time, Lu Yuanshan appeared to have learned a thing or two. He smiled and said, I'll go gather some dry reeds and spread them on the ground so we can stay warm while lying down. Naturally, Lu Yuandong did not object. The two busied themselves for most of the day, finally pausing in the afternoon to sit by the fire, roasting meat. To their surprise, they heard Lu Guotai's distant call. Dashin, Timing, are you all right? Lu Yuanshan had been worried about the prospect of being devoured by a bear that night. Upon hearing Lu Guotai's voice, Dashin instantly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Timing, did you hear that? Uncle and the others have arrived. Turning towards the sound, he spotted Lu Guotai, Lu Qing, and Lu Guankue, each laden with their belongings, hurrying towards them. As they walked, Lu Guotai couldn't help but tease, I was so worried. I thought you two had been eaten by a bear. Lu Guotai and the others were genuinely concerned for the safety of Lu Yuanshan and Lu Yuandong. They had set off early that morning before dawn, laden with provisions, and had not paused for a moment on their way. Typically, such a long journey would necessitate breaks, but this time they pressed on without rest. The primary reason was that they had feasted on plenty of meat the night before and that morning, giving them the strength to travel swiftly. Upon meeting, Lu Yuanshan expressed his astonishment. Uncle, how did you manage to arrive so quickly? I thought you would need until tomorrow morning, at the earliest tonight, to catch up with us. Lu Guotai, breathless, collapsed beside the fire, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, and said to Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan, we wished we could take it slow, but we were worried sick that you two might be devoured by a bear. Thus, we had no choice but to hasten our pace. At this point, Lu Guotai turned his gaze to Lu Yuandong and added with a smile, by the way, if it weren't for Timing's impressive strength, we wouldn't have made it here so swiftly. When one has a full belly, even climbing mountains feels effortless. Lu Guankue removed his deerskin hat, revealing a shiny, bald head, and, running his hand over the few sparse hairs atop it, chuckled, Timing, last night, Lu Qing and Lu Shuhua visited your home. He paused there, leaving his statement hanging in the air. Lu Qing immediately furrowed his brows and, seemingly displeased, addressed Lu Guangkue. Could you please articulate your thoughts more clearly? Lu Guangkue chuckled and replied, Am I not doing just that? Why are you so agitated? Meanwhile, Lu Shuhua hurriedly explained to Lu Yuandong, Tianming, do not heed this old fool's ramblings. Although Lu Qing and I visited your home last night, we did so as per our uncle's instructions, bringing along venison and roe deer legs. As he spoke, Lu Shuhua appeared to recollect something and promptly added, By the way, Tianming, aside from our visit, this old rascal also made an appearance. Chapter 92, Preparing to dig a trap. Lu Guangkong, his forehead lined with irritation, scolded, You little rascal, how dare you call me old man? Let me make this clear to you youngsters. Among us, only Tianming has the right to address me in such a manner. If any of you dare to do the same, I shall not hesitate to take action. After uttering these words, Lu Guangkong turned to Lu Yuandong with a smile, saying, Tianming, I indeed visited your home last night, but I brought good news for your wife. Lu Yuandong, bemused by the antics of those around him, inquired of Lu Guangkong, Uncle Guangkong, do enlighten me about your visit. Lu Guangkong replied earnestly, Upon returning home, I allocated some meat to my family. Although the main household provided a substantial share for yours, it remains theirs. My ability to accompany you on this hunting expedition owes entirely to your generosity. Hence, I felt it only right to bring a portion of the meat as a gesture of gratitude. Oh, and I also informed my wife to assist your wife with the children, especially since she is alone at home now. It is not safe for her to stay there at night, so I suggested she should spend the nights at your place. As for my own children, they have grown up and no longer require nighttime care. Lu Yuandong smiled faintly and replied, Uncle Guangkong, I truly appreciate your concern. Lu Guangkong, with a proud grin, remarked, it is but a trivial matter. He continued, Furthermore, after delivering the meat to you last night, I enlisted Lu Qing and Lu Shuhua to help divide the deer legs meant for your family into smaller portions. Your wife, being alone, would find it cumbersome to manage. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing and Lu Shuhua's faces turned a shade of green with indignation. They exchanged glances, and Lu Qing was the first to speak. Slapping his own cheek, Uncle Guangkong, have you no sense of shame? How can you say such things? Reflect on who proposed this in the first place. Lu Guangkong defiantly retorted, Hey, you two rascals, have you forgotten that I am your elder? Let me remind you, should you dare to speak to me in such a manner again, I will not let it slide. Lu Qing sighed helplessly and said, Come on, if you have the guts, why not come over and do away with me? Lu Guangkong chuckled mischievously, What would I do that for? There's no need for such extremes. With that, Lu Guangkong stood up, glancing around the surroundings, and cheerfully asked, By the way, where shall we stay tonight? After a whole day of travel, I feel as though I might fall apart. Lu Yuanshan pointed to a rocky crevice on the cliff and smiled. Uncle Guangkong, do you see that? Tonight, we will be resting up there. Lu Guangkong raised his head and cast a glance at the stone crevice on the cliff, immediately furrowing his brow and sighing helplessly. What? Sleep up there? Are you joking? How on earth are we supposed to get up? Lu Qing, grinning, replied, How do you think we will? Aren't you quite the orator? Just flap those lips of yours and fly up. Lu Guangkong retorted angrily, Hey, you little rascal, just wait until we get back. I'll have a word with your father and have you hung up for a good beating. You have no regard for the traditions of our ancestral hall, which emphasize respect for the elders and care for the young, do you? Lu Qing laughed dismissively. What ancestral hall? We live in a new society now. No one cares about that anymore. At this point, Lu Yuandong felt somewhat speechless. As several voices clamored around him, he truly felt it was getting too noisy. Ahem. Could everyone please quiet down? Is it too much to ask? Lu Qing immediately fell silent. Lu Guangkong, with a triumphant smile, said, Lu Qing, did you hear that? Tianming wants you to be quiet. If you dare to speak again, be careful, he might get angry and have your tongue cut out. Lu Yuandong, seemingly exasperated, said to Lu Guangkong, Uncle Guangkong, could you also lower your voice a bit? At this moment, Lu Guotai turned to look at the stone crevice on the cliff and asked Lu Yuandong, Tianming, to be honest, what Guangkong just asked isn't nonsense. You young fellows might manage to climb up there, but as for us, given our age, it seems unlikely we can make it. Lu Yuanshan, nearby, chuckled mischievously, Second uncle. Tianming said today that if we don't sleep in the stone crevice tonight, we might just end up as bare food. If you and Uncle Guangkong can't climb up, You better be prepared to deal with the bears. Lu Guanquan was taken aback, staring incredulously at Lu Yuanshan and Lu Yuandong. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Ahem, you two little rascals, don't scare us. Are you really suggesting we might perish here?" Hearing this, Lu Yuandong waved his hand and laughed. "Rest assured, no one is going to die. Come closer and take a look. I've already tied a rope inside the stone crevice. Tonight, the younger ones will go up first and then pull you two up." With Lu Yuandong's assurance, Lu Guanquan and Lu Guotai's anxieties were somewhat alleviated. Lu Guotai chuckled awkwardly, gradually regaining his composure, and looked at the large bonfire before him, asking Lu Yuandong, "Tianming, are you worried about the bears coming tonight, which is why you've made such a big fire?" Lu Yuandong shook his head, then picked up a nearby stick and poked at the ground, explaining to Lu Guotai, "Second uncle, setting a trap for the king of hell requires us to dig a pit first. However, the ground hasn't completely thawed yet, so we have no choice but to start a large fire to burn for a day and night. By tomorrow morning, the area we've warmed will be thawed, making it much easier for us to dig." Lu Guotai nodded and continued, "By the way, how deep should we dig?" Lu Yuandong smiled gently and said, "I will provide you with a detailed account tomorrow. For now, let us first indulge in a meal and retire early this evening to conserve our energy. Tomorrow will undoubtedly be a day filled with activities." Upon hearing this, Lu Guotai and the others ceased their inquiries. Time swiftly passed, and the following morning arrived, shrouded in a soft dawn. Lu Yuandong called everyone to rise. They descended from their rocky abode and settled beside the smoldering remnants of the fire, where they brewed tea. After enjoying their breakfast, Lu Yuandong instructed everyone to unpack and arrange their belongings. Chapter 93, Shadows Beneath the Night. After a meticulous count, he led the group to commence their excavation. The entire day passed with little respite for anyone. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, they finally completed the trap. Lu Yuandong glanced at the newly dug pit before turning to the others and stating earnestly, "Ladies and gentlemen, there are several matters I must clarify before we proceed. Firstly, in half an hour, we will ascend to the stone den and remain there until the black bear falls into our trap. This means that for the next day, or perhaps 2, we shall be confined within this cliffside abode. Secondly, once we are inside, regardless of what prey we encounter, including the blind bear, we must not make a sound." At this juncture, Lu Yuandong focused intently on Lu Guanquan, emphasizing, "Uncle Guanquan, this is particularly crucial for you. You must keep your voice in check. I am aware of your penchant for conversation, but once we enter the stone den, consider yourself mute." Lu Guanquan nodded vigorously, covering his mouth with his hand, affirming, "Understood." After hearing these few words from Lu Guanquan, Lu Yuandong waved his hand and instructed, "All right, everyone, head to the leeward side for a brief respite. After that, within the next half hour, let us prepare some ice blocks to serve as our drinking water for the coming days." Just as he concluded, Lu Guotai suddenly recalled something and inquired urgently, "Tianming, does this mean we cannot make a fire from now on?" Lu Yuandong confirmed with a nod, "Indeed, for the next few days, until we capture the blind bear, we shall not kindle any flames. If the cold becomes unbearable at night, we shall huddle together for warmth." Lu Guotai acknowledged this, while Lu Guoshan added thoughtfully, "As long as we manage to procure the blind bear, we would gladly endure the cold." Lu Yuandong chuckled at Lu Guoshan's resolve and replied, "Dashin, no need to rush into vows. Haha. Now, take Tiankai with you and follow me. I will guide you through the final step of preparing the trap." Naturally, Lu Guoshan was eager to accompany Lu Yuandong. Not only was it safer to be with him than with Lu Guotai and the others, but he also believed he would acquire valuable hunting knowledge by following Lu Yuandong. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Guoshan nodded enthusiastically, grinning as he hoisted the sweet potatoes he had brought, and then trailed behind Lu Yuandong. Everyone diligently attended to their respective tasks. At 4 in the afternoon, Lu Yuandong completed the final step of the trap and, alongside the others, ascended to the stone den halfway up the mountain. Once inside, Lu Yuandong finally allowed himself to relax. He leaned against the stone wall of the den, propping himself up with some dry grass, and closed his eyes, officially entering a state of rest. The remaining individuals huddled together, curling their bodies into a tight ball, with hands tucked into their sleeves, embarking upon a prolonged wait. Time slipped away, and before long, it had approached 8 or 9 o'clock that evening. The biting cold wind swept through the air. Despite being closely grouped together, Lu Guanquan and the others could not help but tremble uncontrollably. In this era, down jackets were a luxury unknown to them, although they were clad in cotton-padded jackets. Even the newest among them was at least 7 or 8 years old. It was hardly surprising that such garments offered little respite from the chill. Lu Yuandong felt the cold as well, but he understood that if they were to light a fire in the stone den at this moment, the bear would undoubtedly steer clear of their vicinity. Observing the discomfort etched on the faces of the group, Lu Yuandong offered the liquor he had brought to Lu Guotai and the others, signaling for each to take a small sip. Trembling, Lu Guotai accepted the flask and took a cautious sip, immediately grimacing in response. The others soon followed suit, each taking a turn to sip from the gourd. Once everyone had partaken, Lu Yuandong gestured for them to draw closer together. In their desperate attempt to ward off the cold, they could only huddle together like penguins, seeking warmth and unity. Among them, Lu Guangquan was undoubtedly the most uncomfortable. He was brimming with words he wished to express. Yet seeing that none dared to utter a syllable, he could only intermittently cover his mouth with his hand. Carefully, Lu Yuandong slipped away from the group, making his way to the edge of the stone den, peering intently into the distance. Thus, they endured the long, torturous night until the dawn of the following day, when Lu Yuandong discerned a dark figure approaching from afar. At that moment, Lu Yuanshan and the others had only just drifted into a light slumber. The biting cold had initially rendered them restless, but now fatigue had overwhelmed them, causing them to finally close their eyes. This was fortuitous for their hunting endeavor. As long as no noise was made, the bear would surely stumble into their trap. However, just as he felt a surge of relief, he was taken aback to find Lu Guangquan, enveloped among the youth, had fallen into a deep slumber and was snoring loudly. The sound echoed through the night, causing the dark figure in the distance to halt abruptly. Witnessing this, Lu Yuandong felt a wave of frustration well up within him. In a moment of desperation, he hastily extended his foot, aiming to kick Lu Guangquan's leg. Yet, just as his foot was poised to make contact, a sudden realization gripped him. He knew Lu Guangquan's nature well. If he were to awaken him now, he would undoubtedly blink awake and inquire if they had captured their prey. Should that occur, the bear, so precariously close to their trap, would surely escape. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he gently nudged Lu Yuanshan instead. Instantly, Lu Yuanshan opened his eyes and parted his lips, poised to speak. But upon seeing the expression on Lu Yuandong's face, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Lu Yuandong was taken aback by Lu Yuanshan's actions. Once Lu Yuanshan regained his composure, he hastily gestured for Lu Yuanshan to quickly cover Lu Guangquan's mouth. It was only then that Lu Yuanshan reacted, releasing his own mouth and extending his hand, which was smeared with mucus, towards Lu Guangquan's face. After firmly covering Lu Guangquan's mouth and nose, Lu Guangquan finally opened his eyes wide, initially intending to curse, but upon seeing Lu Yuanshan's expression, he immediately ceased his intent. Meanwhile, Lu Yuandong turned back, his gaze fixated on the distant dark figure. The bear, which had previously halted, finally resumed its advance, munching on the beets scattered on the ground, and occasionally lifting its head to glance around. Chapter 94, Capturing the Bear. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. As the bear approached the edge of the trap, Lu Yuandong's heart raced. He silently prayed for the bear to continue forward. If they could capture it this time, they would at least secure over 100 pounds of grain. His family would no longer need to eat meat at every meal, and he could indulge in a few servings of oil-splashed noodles to satisfy his cravings. Fortunately, everything unfolded as Lu Yuandong had hoped. When the bear fell into the trap with a resounding splash and let out a painful howl, the few people dozing in the stone nest awoke. Lu Shuhua seemed to have forgotten that he was resting on a cliff several dozen meters high. As he stood up, he dashed towards the edge of the stone nest, exclaiming in delight, "Aha! Caught it, caught it!" Just as he stepped forward, he lost his footing and was about to tumble down the cliff. In a split second, Lu Yuandong grasped Lu Shuhua's shoulder. Despite his efforts, Lu Shuhua's body dangled precariously from the edge of the stone nest. Struggling like the bear in the trap, urgently calling out to Lu Yuandong, "Help! Don't let go, Tianming. Quickly pull me up." Lu Guotai and the others hesitated not for a moment. Though their limbs were numb, they stumbled forward to assist Lu Yuandong in pulling Lu Shuhua back from the brink. Once they confirmed that Lu Shuhua was unhurt, Lu Yuandong couldn't help but chuckle and tease him. "What were you thinking? Are you out of your mind? Heh! At this height, did you plan to jump?" Still shaken, Lu Shuhua wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and grimaced. "Tianming, how could I have forgotten about this? Goodness, you nearly scared me to death today." Lu Yuandong patted Lu Shuhua on the shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right now. Just remember to be cautious in everything you do from now on." As everyone regained their composure, Lu Guotai eagerly inquired, "Tianming, what is the verdict? Is it really the bear?" Lu Yuandong, brimming with confidence, replied, "Absolutely." Lu Guanquan sighed in relief and addressed Lu Guotai and the others. "Finally, we can converse. Good heavens. This isn't the king of Hellesh trap. It's one made for us, nearly suffocating me." Upon hearing this, Lu Guotai asked with a bemused smile, "Guanquan, can silence actually suffocate you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Guanquan responded, "Not to the point of suffocation, but it could drive one mad." "Tianming, can we not descend now?" Lu Yuandong, seated at the edge of the stone nest, gazed at the trap ahead, smiling as he replied, "What is the rush to go down now? What if the bear charges out of the trap? Shall we become its meal?" Lu Guanquan countered, "But Tianming, when we were digging yesterday, didn't you say it couldn't escape from there?" Lu Yuandong candidly remarked, "It's not the fear of 1,000 threats, but rather the dread of a singular misfortune. Should that arise from within, whoever descends will surely perish." Lu Guotai chuckled, seated beside Lu Yuandong. He rummaged through his pocket, extracted a cigarette, ignited it, and took a deep breath before addressing the group. "Everyone, let us not bicker. Ha, we shall leave it to Tianming. Whatever he instructs us to do, we shall comply." Lu Guanquan leaned closer to Lu Guotai, grinning as he extended his hand. "Brother Guotai, may I trouble you for a cigarette? Look here, I completely forgot to bring any with me this time." Lu Guotai shot a glance at Lu Guanquan, his irritation palpable. "Guanquan, if you forgot your cigarettes, then what is this in your pocket?" When Lu Guanquan realized his fib had been exposed, he displayed no shame, instead retorting boldly, "Oh, mine is mine, and yours is yours. My cigarettes are of lesser quality. Yours, however, are superior and more enjoyable, are they not?" Lu Guotai declined. Undeterred, Lu Guanquan audaciously reached into Lu Guotai's coat pocket and extracted a cigarette for himself, lighting it without hesitation. After a couple of puffs, Lu Guanquan grinned, "See, yours are indeed more pleasurable." He then intended to return the cigarette to Lu Guotai. However, Lu Guotai frowned, exclaiming irritably, "You old rascal, since you've taken it out, why not share with the young smokers present?" With shamelessness, Lu Guanquan distributed Lu Guotai's cigarettes to everyone. When Lu Qing received one from Lu Guanquan, he could not help but roll his eyes at the older man, who chided, "You little rascal, as an elder bestowing cigarettes upon you. How come you fail to express even a simple thank you?" Lu Qing was utterly speechless. In contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the previous night in the stone den, the spirits of the group had lifted. Even the chill seemed to vanish at the moment they captured the bear. As the lamentations of the bear within the trap grew fainter, the sun began to ascend in the sky. The dawn cast a golden hue upon the mountaintop, as if gilding the white summit. Lu Yuandong rose, stretching his limbs briefly, then hoisted his shotgun as he descended towards the stone den. He earnestly cautioned the others, "Make sure to remember, none of you are to come down without my permission, understood?" Lu Yuanshan, concerned for Lu Yuandong's safety, quickly inquired, "Tianming, can you manage alone? If necessary, I can accompany you to take a look." Lu Yuandong smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry, I should be fine. Of course, if I were to be attacked and killed by the bear, please do not mistreat my wife and our Nini." Lu Yuanshan was deeply affected by this jest, tears welling in his eyes as he choked out, "Tianming, rest assured, should anything happen to you, I shall take care of your wife and child for the rest of their lives." What was meant as a light-hearted comment took an unexpected turn, as Lu Yuanshan took it to heart. He lifted his head and scolded Lu Yuanshan with irritation, "Hey, you scoundrel, waiting here for me, are you? Put away your cowardice. I assure you, I will not meet my demise." After uttering these words, Lu Yuandong had already ventured into the ravine, following the traps he had meticulously set. He deftly unlatched the hunting rifle from his back, gripping it firmly in his hand. After loading the firearm, he cautiously approached the edge of the trap. Peering into its depths, he beheld the bear's nostrils and mouth bleeding profusely, white mist emanating from its jaws. Upon noticing Lu Yuandong, the bear seemed to regain its strength, abruptly rising to its feet and clawing its way up the edge of the trap. Chapter 95. The demise of the bear. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yuandong felt a shiver run through him. He hastily raised his shotgun, aiming it at the bear's head, and pulled the trigger. In truth, Lu Yuandong had overthought the situation. Although the bear appeared to be charging upwards, It had barely reached a height of less than 1 meter from the ground before being halted by the surrounding barbs of Yanwangjiao. Moreover, having sustained injuries for an extended period, the bear had long since lost its strength. By the time Lu Yuandong squeezed the trigger, the bear had already tumbled from the edge. Following this final, fatal shot, the bear convulsed a few times before falling completely still. Once the bear ceased its movements, Lu Yuandong's anxious heart finally found peace. A faint smile graced his face as he turned and called out to the others inside the stone den, "Everyone, you can come down now." Lu Yuanshan was the first to scramble out from the stone den, dashing towards the trap. Standing beside it, he glanced at the bear within and furrowed his brow, clearly disappointed by the sight before him. Soon, the others arrived at the scene. Noticing Lu Yuanshan's demeanor, Lu Yuandong asked with a smile, "Dashan, what's the matter? You seem rather unenthused." In a hushed tone, Lu Yuanshan replied, "Tianming, wasn't it said that this creature is formidable? It doesn't seem that impressive to me." Lu Yuandong chuckled. Indeed, the bear was not as heavy as a moose. A mature moose could weigh around 1,000 pounds, while the bear before them weighed only 500 to 600 pounds. Dashan, don't be deceived by its size. If it were to encounter a tiger at times, it could prove to be even more formidable. Hearing this, Lu Guotai grinned and said, "Dashan, haven't you ever seen a bear before?" Lu Yuanshan laughed awkwardly. "I've seen one from a distance, but never this close. The elders in the village talk about how large they are, yet it doesn't seem that impressive now." Lu Yuandong, uninterested in dwelling on this matter, cheerfully suggested, "All right, everyone, let us start a fire to warm ourselves and fill our stomachs. Once we are satisfied, we will extract this creature from the trap. Lu Qing, Lu Shuhua, Dan, you three go gather some wood to construct a sled. We need to prepare it well." The journey here was easy, but the return trip will be quite a challenge. Although there are 7 of us, dragging this 500 to 600-pound beast over mountains will require everyone to be mentally prepared. At this moment, Lu Guangquan grinned and said, "What is there to fear? The only fear is not being able to catch this creature, and now that we have, can we not bring it back?" With that, he eagerly grabbed an axe and set off to get to work. Lu Yuandong leaped into the trap and proceeded to remove several barbs surrounding it. After all, these sharp objects posed a significant challenge, as they would hinder their ability to pull the bear out later. As time slipped away, nearly half an hour passed. Lu Qing and the others began to gather materials, preparing the wood. Lu Yuandong also distributed the rations they had retrieved among the group. As they munched on their provisions, Lu Guotai posed a crucial question. "What shall we do with the bear once we bring it back?" Lu Yuandong glanced at the bear trapped within and candidly replied to Lu Guotai and the others, "It's quite simple. We will share the meat with the villagers, while I and Dashan will take the fur and the 4 bear paws to the city for sale in the restaurants. The city is currently allowing us to sell agricultural products, and I've heard that in some canteens, a single bear paw can fetch 70 to 80 yuan. Let us not even talk about that amount. I believe if someone offers us 200 yuan for the 4 bear paws, we could use that money to procure nearly 1,000 to 2,000 jin of grain from the supply and marketing cooperative in the city." Upon hearing the word grain, the eyes of the young people present sparkled with anticipation. Unlike the families of the 2nd and 3rd branches, the villagers of the 1st branch had not been starving recently. However, their diet had become exceedingly monotonous, consisting solely of meat. Some might wonder how one could possibly be dissatisfied with a meat-heavy diet. Yet, only those who had never tasted the flesh of wild animals would think so. When Lu Yuandong had just been reborn, he too had harbored such thoughts, believing that with his skills, he could ensure his family enjoyed meat at every meal, evoking envy from the villagers. But now, if someone were to offer him half a bag of white flour, he would willingly trade an entire deer leg for it. After all, they had very few seasonings available. When cooking meat, the most they could afford was a sprinkle of salt, perhaps a bit of green onion and Sichuan pepper for a touch of luxury. Ginger was available in the south, but in the north, although the supply and marketing cooperative sold dried ginger, it was prohibitively expensive. As for the taste of wild game, apart from the meat of the sika deer, the others, such as wild boar and wolf meat, were rather pungent. Moose meat, on the other hand, was tough and devoid of fat. While an occasional feast might suffice to satiate cravings, consuming it daily was tiresome. Lu Qing rubbed his belly and said with a wry smile, "Brother Tianming, to be honest, I haven't tasted white flour in nearly 2 to 3 months. If we manage to obtain grain this time, I am determined to procure some white flour first." However, Lu Guotai sighed at this moment, seemingly speaking earnestly. "Tianming, Perhaps we shouldn't bother with wheat. If we can get grain, let us go for cornmeal instead. Wheat is inherently more expensive than corn. And if we stock up on cornmeal, it will fill us up more. Lu Yuandong waved his hand with a smile and said, Uncle, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Haha, to my knowledge, there are several bears in the vicinity. If we set the traps here and return after a few days, we might very well catch a bear. Just imagine, if we manage to catch one. Each family could receive around 70 to 80 pounds of grain. If we were to catch 3 or 4, wouldn't each family then be able to share 200 to 300 pounds of grain? With 200 to 300 pounds, come spring, we could devise a plan to plant some wheat or the like, and surely we would be able to endure the year. Seeing Lu Yuandong speak in such a manner, Lu Guotai found it hard to decline. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger, they began to pull the prey from the traps. Chapter 96. The Fury of Lu Yuanliang. Meanwhile, on the back mountain, the members of the third hunting party, who had only caught 2 rabbits, gazed into the distance towards Shijiao Gorge. Upon noticing the thick smoke rising from within, Lu Feng called out to Lu Yuanliang. Yuanliang, come quickly. It seems someone is making a fire over there in Shijiao Gorge. Lu Yuanliang, who was beside the fire roasting rabbit meat, handed a piece to Lu San'er and swiftly rose to observe the direction of Shijiao Gorge. Upon seeing the smoke, Lu Yuanliang's temper flared. Those damned fools! How dare they trespass into our territory to hunt? Within Shijiao Gorge, after dragging the bear out of the trap, Lu Yuandong carefully reset the trap. To ensure safety, he even took the precaution of writing a warning on the stone wall with charcoal, indicating that traps lay ahead. After making all necessary preparations, Lu Yuandong, along with the members of the first hunting party, struggled to drag the bear as they headed towards Laoi Peak. Just as Lu Yuandong had mentioned, their journey to the gorge had been effortless. However, the return journey proved more challenging. Although descending from the gorge was easier, they struggled on the uphill path, pulling and pushing each other. What should have been a one-day trek to the summit of Laoi Peak turned into a grueling ordeal, and they finally reached the halfway point by 4 or 5 in the afternoon. As dusk approached, there was no choice but to seek refuge in a cave dug out by an old hunter nearby. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanliang and his companions, having consumed rabbit meat, soon discovered signs of a fire ahead in Shijiao Gorge. While they were searching for any trace of Lu Yuandong and his party, Lu San'er shouted, "Come quickly! There's a trap here." Hearing this, Lu Yuanliang rushed to the cliffside. Upon reading the warning inscribed there, he clenched his fists tighter. From the handwriting, he recognized it as Lu Yuandong's. Damn those bastards! Just as Lu Yuanliang finished speaking, old Lu, with a grim expression, stepped forward and cautioned the young ones present. Everyone, stay calm and be careful not to fall into the trap. The group halted in their tracks. Old Lu, being experienced, retrieved a stick and began to probe for the precise location of the trap. After approximately 20 minutes, when old Lu thrust the stick into the seemingly flat ground, it suddenly gave way. Looking ahead, he noticed numerous chunks of sugar beets scattered around and exclaimed, "Found it! Everyone, be cautious as we approach to examine the trap." Lu San'er and the others gathered around, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the sugar beets. Sugar beets. Huh. Let us be careful and gather them up. We can roast them later for a feast. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lao Lu immediately interjected, "No, wait. They have painstakingly set up this trap, and it appears they have yet to ensnare their quarry. If we consume the bait, how will they capture their prey?" Lu Yuanliang cast a sidelong glance at Uncle Lao Lu and retorted, "Humph, let it be. Everyone, indulge yourselves. It is merely the trap of the big house, and it concerns us not." The crowd surged forward. Upon reaching the trap, they first lifted the top layer of the Yinhuang pit. As the scene within the trap unfolded before them, their eyes widened in astonishment. Even Uncle Lao Lu furrowed his brow, murmuring in disbelief, Could it be the legendary Yinhuang pit? Upon hearing the name, the younger generation, including Lu San'er, turned their gaze towards Uncle Lao Lu, with the latter inquiring curiously, "Uncle, what is the Yinhuang pit?" Uncle Lao Lu replied quietly, "The Yinhuang pit is a trap specifically designed for capturing large prey." Wait a moment, do you see? There appear to be traces of blood around. They did not fail to capture anything. They must have caught something and dragged it back first. Then they reused the trap and reset it. One must admit, these seasoned hunters possess remarkable experience. After Uncle Lao Lu finished speaking, Lu Yuanliang urgently asked, "What do you think they might have captured?" Chapter 97. A few bowls of noodles. Old Uncle Lu observed carefully, then picked up several strands of black hair from the ground. After glancing at the scattered beets around him, he exclaimed, bear blind. They actually managed to catch a bear blind. Good heavens, who among these people could possibly have set up the King Yan cellar in our Pan Mountain village? Only Lu Laojin knows how to arrange such a thing. His words, uttered without intent, caught the attention of those around him. To his surprise, Lu Yuanliang, upon hearing this, clenched his fists and cursed, that damn Lu Laojin. Now he is living a solitary life on the back mountain. Yet he still lets Lu Yuandong and his band of bastards wreak havoc on us. Brothers, stop standing there like fools. Gather all these beets. Let us fill our stomachs. And tonight we shall spend the night at Lu Laogan's house. Lu Feng chuckled. Yes, let us eat the beets first. It's been ages since I've tasted this. At that moment, Lu Yuanliang finally released old Uncle Lu and, along with Lu Feng and the others, began to prepare a fire for the beets. Time swiftly passed to the next afternoon. After 5 days of trekking in the mountains, Lu Yuandong and his companions finally returned to the village. As they dragged the bear blind into view of the villagers, the residents were once again astonished. To them, Lu Yuandong had become akin to a deity. As Lu Yuandong and his group were encircled by the villagers, they slumped to the ground. Lu Guotai, with a wry smile, addressed the eager crowd. Everyone, don't just chatter. First help us bring this bear blind to the earthen kiln, then gather all the men, young and old, from the big house. We shall divide the meat soon. The villagers, filled with enthusiasm, quickly surged forward, assisting the hunting team. They hurried with the several hundred pounds of bear blind toward the village's earthen kiln. A few children had already raced back earlier to notify the villagers to come for the meat. In under 20 minutes, nearly all the villagers had arrived at the scene. Some elders gathered around the bear blind, their eyes fixed in awe. One even sighed deeply, exclaiming that it had been many years since such a large bear blind had been seen, and this occasion had truly opened their eyes. Lu Guotai then cheerfully remarked to the villagers, "You have no idea. This bear blind was captured through clever means. It seems we are truly outmatched after joining them. We can only lend a hand to these young ones." Lu Yuanong smiled and said, "Second uncle, do not belittle your contributions. Haha. Your merits this time are quite significant as well." Lu Qing stretched lazily, appearing utterly exhausted, and urged everyone, "Let us not linger here talking. Let us hurry and divide the meat. After that, I need to rush home for some rest. Good heavens, after so many days on the run, I feel utterly spent." In truth, it was not just Lu Qing who felt fatigued. All the members of the hunting team were equally weary. Although somewhat fatigued, Lu Yuandong was acutely aware that once he managed to procure the 4 bear paws, it would yield substantial provisions for them all. Before long, someone arrived with the necessary tools for butchering, and it was none other than the seasoned hunter, Lu Guotai, who deftly performed the task. In no time, the 4 bear paws were severed and handed to Lu Yuandong. With joy radiating from him, Lu Guotai addressed the crowd, exclaiming, "Dear villagers, please do not misunderstand. Do not think that I, Lu Guotai, have given the finest bear paws to Tianming. These 4 paws, along with the fur of this bear, are intended for Tianming to trade in the county for grain for our kin in the main household. Tianming has assured us that, if fortune smiles upon us, these 4 bear paws could yield over 1,000 pounds of grain. Each of the several households in our main family could receive at least 50 or 60 pounds of wheat." Some of the elders in the village shared Lu Guotai's sentiments and whispered, "Guotai, why not suggest to Tianming that he trade for corn instead? Corn is less expensive, allowing us to procure more, and we could enjoy a few more hearty meals." However, the younger children reacted differently. Upon hearing the prospect of wheat, they began to cry out, "I want white flour. I want white flour." Lu Yuandong, smiling at his fellow villagers, reassured them, "Dear friends, fret not. I shall take these 4 bear paws and trade them for some wheat this time, and when we do, we shall turn it into white flour and enjoy a few delightful meals of fine noodles." Chapter 98. Lu Laojin is beaten from now on. As long as everyone trusts me, Lu Yuandong, I assure you that I can procure more wheat for you all. Upon hearing Lu Yuandong's words, several elderly villagers who had been clamoring for corn ceased their complaints, although they had little prior interaction with him. Ever since Lu Yuandong accompanied Lu Yuanshan to their village and joined their hunting team, they had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. This young man is indeed competent. While the villagers were dividing the spoils of a bear, an unexpected event transpired. Lu Laojin, who had not been seen for quite some time, stumbled toward them, his face bruised and battered. From a distance, upon spotting Lu Yuandong, he cried out, "Tianming, You must stand up for me. This is utterly unjust." Seeing Lu Laojin in such a state, Lu Yuandong hurried forward, but before he could reach him, Lu Laogan's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. It was evident that he had been assaulted, yet the specifics of the incident remained unclear to Lu Yuandong and Lu Yuanshan. The villagers gathered around, for Lu Laojin was the only barefoot doctor in their village, who had previously offered his medical services without demanding much in return. However, due to past political movements, Lu Laojin had grown fearful and had taken to hiding in the mountains. Lu Guotai squatted beside Lu Laojin, curiosity etched on his face. "Old Jin, what on earth happened? Who did this to you? Look, you're even bleeding from your nose." Lu Laojin wept bitterly. "Woe is me. The third house, those scoundrels, those heartless bastards. Last night, they stormed into my dwelling in the mountains, and their leader, Lu Yuanliang, without a word, began to beat me. They accused me of teaching Tianming how to excavate the King Yan's pit. Good heavens, since I stopped hunting, whom have I ever told about digging the King Yan's pit? Moreover, they not only beat me, but they also stole a sika deer and a dumb roe deer that I had caught in the mountains." Hearing Lu Laogan's lament, Lu Guotai and Lu Yuanshan fell silent, their faces etched with hatred. Lu Yuandong clenched his fists and assured Lu Laojin, "Uncle Laojin, rest assured. I will seek justice for you." At that moment, Lu Guankoan approached, seemingly irate as he exclaimed, "How could those bastards commit such atrocities? Laojin, have you gone to our clan leader yet?" Lu Laojin shot a glance at Lu Guankoan and retorted, "Who should I go to? Your father? Does that even help? Your father is part of the third house, and it was he who selected Lu Yuanliang as the head of that house. Do you still have the gall to suggest that I seek your father as assistance?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Guankoan couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Lu Laojin and declared, "Old Jin, just you wait. I shall return to seek counsel from my father on this matter." Ignoring the division of the bear meat, Lu Guankoan angrily pivoted to head back. At that moment, Lu Guotai reminded him, "Guankoan, take some of the bear meat back with you. Otherwise, you will have to make another trip given the distance." Lu Guankoan halted and swiftly approached the meat distribution site. Lu Guotai skillfully cut a large piece of meat without weighing it and handed it over to Lu Guankoan. Clutching the meat, Lu Guankoan rushed home, his forehead lined with tension. Although Lu Yuanshan, Lu Yuandong, and Lu Qing were weary, they felt compelled to follow Lu Guankoan since Lu Laojin had been beaten because of them. They quickly briefed Lu Guotai, Lu Shuhua, and the other villagers about the meat distribution before assisting Lu Laojin towards the territory of the third household. Lu Guankoan was the first to arrive home. Just as he entered through the front door, he was taken aback to see Lu Yuanliang holding several pounds of deer meat, smiling as he addressed Lu Shuwu. "Old clan leader, do not say that the third household lacks respect for you. Look, during our trip to the mountains, we managed to catch a spotted deer and a foolish roe deer. Upon descending, I promptly brought you the meat." Upon hearing this, Lu Guankoan, panting and clutching the bear meat, exclaimed, "Lu Yuanliang, how dare you utter such words? Pray tell, from whence did you procure that meat?" With determined strides, Lu Guankoan reached the steps and placed the bear meat upon the stone staircase. Lu Shuwu, upon seeing his son return with such a bounty, was filled with joy and eagerly inquired, "Guankoan, what kind of meat is this?" Lu Guankoan replied, "It is bear meat, acquired by Tianming." Lu Shuwu was astonished. Incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, "What? Did Tianming truly procure this? My goodness, he is indeed formidable. To venture into the mountains and actually return with a bear." Observing the considerable amount of meat on the steps, Lu Yuanliang's eyes glinted with mischief. He hastily addressed Lu Shuwu, "Old clan leader, do you know where this bear was hunted?" Lu Shuwu, slightly puzzled, curiously asked, "Pray tell, where did they hunt it?" Lu Yuanliang, feigning ferocity, replied, "Old clan leader, to be candid, this meat was obtained on our third household's territory. According to the regulations we established in the ancestral hall, this meat rightfully belongs to us." Lu Shuwu was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Lu Yuanliang. Lu Guankoan, ablaze with anger, could not restrain himself from retorting, "Lu Yuanliang, I once believed myself to be the most shameless individual in Panshan village, yet here you are, surpassing even my own audacity. Had I not accompanied Tianming on this hunt, I might have actually believed your words. However, the matter at hand is that I was indeed hunting in the mountains alongside Tianming and the others, and I am fully aware of the circumstances. Furthermore, refrain from mentioning the bear incident. Instead, enlighten me about the origin of the venison you possess. Lu Yuan's keen perception recognized that this situation could no longer be concealed, and he grew weary of fabricating lies. With a disdainful snort directed at Lu Guankue, he candidly confessed, "Since you inquired, I shall speak the truth. This meat was acquired from Lu Laogan's household." In that instant, Lu Shiwu sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. He furrowed his brow and leaned closer to Lu Yuan, urgently asking, "Pray, tell me, what is truly unfolding here?" Chapter 99, The Source of the Meat? In the presence of the venerable clan leader Lu Shiwu, Lu Yuanliang dared not reveal that the meat had been pilfered from Lu Laogan's household. Should he utter such words, he could very well find himself dragged to the ancestral hall and subjected to a punishment that would leave him with broken hands. The last time he had stolen 2 young moose from Lu Yuandong's family, his father had borne the brunt of the punishment, losing a finger in the process. The thought of facing a similar fate left him trembling. However, seeing Lu Yuanliang's silence, Lu Shiwu, with a stern visage and his cane firmly in hand, thundered, "Lu Yuanliang, you little rascal, did you even hear my question? Now, speak plainly and tell me, where did this meat come from? Did you steal it from Lu Laogan's home?" Lu Yuanliang's mind raced, and soon he concocted an excuse to absolve himself. "Elder, why are you shouting at me? I already explained that this meat was procured by our hunting team from Lu Laogan's place. It was not a solitary endeavor, we were many." Lu Shiwu had already concluded that the meat did not come from legitimate sources. After casting a fierce glare at Lu Yuanliang, he turned and angrily seated himself on a nearby step. At that moment, Lu Guanquan spoke with authority. "Father, allow me to clarify how this meat came to be. He led a few members of our hunting team to Lu Laogan's home, assaulted him, and took it by force." The gravity of this revelation sent a shiver down Lu Shiwu's spine. Staring incredulously at Lu Yuanyang, he asked, "Is this truly the case?" Before Lu Yuanyang could respond, Lu Yuanxian and Lu Yuandong, accompanied by Lu Laojian, arrived at Lu Guanquan's doorstep. Upon seeing Lu Shiwu, Lu Laojian fell to his knees, tears welling in his eyes. "Elder, you must bring me justice." Hearing the desperate plea, Lu Shiwu approached, leaning heavily on his cane, only to find Lu Laojian battered and bruised before him. With astonishment, he inquired, "Laojian, what transpired? Who has done this to you?" This time, Lu Yuanyang did not hesitate to step forward, coldly stating, "Elder, spare yourself the inquiries. To be candid, the injuries on him were inflicted by members of our hunting team." He continued, "As the saying goes, the law does not punish the multitude. Furthermore, this hunting team represents the hope of all in our third household. If they were to face punishment, those who are unable to hunt, the elderly, the weak, and the ill, would surely perish from hunger." Lu Yuanliang seized upon this point, emboldened to confess the truth. As the clan leader, Lu Shiwu could not fail to discern Lu Yuanliang's intentions. Yet in this moment, with the villagers struggling to make ends meet, the hunting team stood as their sole beacon of hope. What recourse did he have? Though aware of this reality, Lu Shiwu maintained the demeanor befitting an elder before Lu Laojian, pivoting to confront Lu Yuanliang. "Pray tell, why did you strike Laojian? Are you not cognizant of the care he has bestowed upon our villagers in times of need?" With a sardonic smile, Lu Yuanliang retorted, "Elder, since you inquire, allow me to speak candidly. Did I not already mention? Lu Yuandong, accompanied by members of the first house, trespassed into the hunting grounds of the third house. Is this not a breach of the rules we established recently?" At that moment, Lu Yuandong found himself without an opportunity to defend himself. As soon as Lu Yuanliang finished speaking, Lu Guanquan stepped forward, a mocking smile upon his lips. "Lu Yuanliang, how audacious of you to accuse the first house of encroaching upon the territory of the third. I ask you, what regions were delineated for the third house during our meeting at the ancestral hall?" Lu Yuanliang emphatically replied, "Certainly, it was the back mountain." Lu Guanquan's derisive laughter echoed. "Very well, since it is the back mountain, does the first house not have the right to hunt in Shijigu? It appears the boundaries established at the ancestral hall did not include Shijigu as part of our third house, did they?" Lu Shiwu's expression darkened, furrows of tension etching his forehead. "Lu Yuanliang, do you still wish to retain your position as head of the third house? If your desire has diminished, or if you believe you are unfit for the role, then step forward and voice your thoughts. I refuse to believe that our third house has no one capable of assuming leadership." Instantly, Lu Yuanliang's bravado waned. His face flushed crimson. Fists clenched as he glared at Lu Shiwu, who then directed Lu Yuandong, and Lu Yuanshan to assist Lu Laojin to his feet. Upon their arrival in the courtyard, Lu Shiwu instructed his wife to prepare tea for Lu Laojin, who sat weeping on the steps, tears streaming freely. Once Lu Yuanliang managed to regain his composure, he posed two final inquiries to Lu Shiwu. "Elder, I have two more questions for you." Lu Shiwu, showing signs of impatience, replied, "What more do you wish to ask?" "First, is Lu Laojin a member of the third house, or does he belong to the second or first houses?" Lu Shiwu's tone softened slightly as he affirmed, "He is indeed a member of our third house." This confirmation was precisely what Lu Yuanliang sought. "Very well, since you acknowledge that Lu Laojin is one of us, why then did he impart the method of excavating the Yama pit to Lu Yuandong, rather than to our hunting team? Does this not constitute betrayal from within? In the old society, such actions would classify him as a traitor." Lu Shiwu was momentarily taken aback. Fully aware that the technique for excavating the Yama pit was a legacy passed down through Lu Laogan's ancestors, a secret he had never shared with outsiders. In their youth, they had ventured into the mountains to hunt. Whenever they sought to capture larger game, their primary responsibility was to dig the pit, the intricate details of its arrangement, as well as the mechanisms within it and the materials to be placed around it, were all matters of considerable expertise. Among all, only Lu Laojin truly comprehends the intricacies involved. Subsequently, due to the criticism he faced and the pressures from those above him, Lu Laojin chose to retreat into the mountains. A few years ago, he sought out Lu Laojin, hoping that he might impart the techniques for excavating the Yama King's pit to Lu Guanquan, so that Lu Guanquan could lead the younger generation from the third household on a hunting expedition. However, Lu Laojin merely responded with 2 words, claiming he had forgotten. Left with no other options, Lu Shiwu returned in disappointment. Unexpectedly, it has now come to light that Lu Laojin has shared the methods of excavating the Yama King's pit with Lu Yuandong.